The Dark Angels are considered amongst the most powerful and secretive of the Loyalist Space Marine chapters. As the first legion of the original 20 created during the first founding, they hold a unique and prestigious position in the records of the Imperium. Although they pledge unwavering loyalty to the Emperor of Mankind, their actions and hidden objectives often appear contradictory to their professed loyalty. It has been noted that the Dark Angels are driven by an overwhelming need to atone for an ancient crime and betrayal committed over 10,000 years ago during the end of the Horus Heresy. Since their inception as the First Legion, the Dark Angels have stood at the forefront of the Space Marines, which has led them to be a proud chapter with traditions and rituals that can be traced back to the earliest days of the Imperium of Man. However, the origins of the Dark Angels remain cloaked in secrecy, as few Imperial records of the chapter's very beginnings still exist, and there are scant mentions in their role during the Emperor's Great Crusade, in particular during the earliest parts of the 31st millennium. It is also important to remember that most records of their deeds during the earliest parts of the Horus Heresy have been expunged from history. Yet a persistent legend tells of a time when the Dark Angels teetered on the brink of heresy, and an act of the most grievous betrayal, which dishonored the entirety of the First Legion's valor, leaving an indelible stain upon their honor and the honor of all their successor chapters. Such is their shame that from that moment onwards, the Dark Angels and their unforgiven successors have striven for absolution for the sins of millennia past. Now you may ask, what is a terrible secret that the Dark Angels hide? Turns out that during the Horus Heresy, some of their brethren were seduced by the allure of chaos. The renegades ultimately were defeated in a climactic battle that destroyed the Dark Angels Legion's homeworld of Caliban. However, many of the traitorous Dark Angels survived, as they were cast throughout space and time by the direct intervention of the Chaos Gods. These survivors are known only to a few of the Dark Angels who are granted knowledge of the existence of the Fallen. In the eyes of the chapter's leaders, there is only one path for redemption, and that is that all the Fallen must be found and either made to repent for their actions and sins, or slain for the betrayal. This treachery and betrayal has become the Dark Angels' hidden shame, to the point that their secret mission to destroy all of the Fallen is now believed to be their only hope for salvation and redemption. A mission that only the Dark Angels and their successor chapters, along with maybe the Emperor himself, know about, though he is interred in the Golden Throne. Thus, even if he were privy to the chapter's dark history, word would not spread. As they continue their relentless pursuit, the Dark Angels have become a chapter who embodies the tension between honor and shame, loyalty and secrecy, as these aspects define their very existence. It must be noted that within the chapter's structure, there are many levels that individuals may gradually ascend, and with each new level, the knowledge that they are granted increases, if only slightly, as they learn more and more about the truth of the Dark Angels' origins. However, only the highest ranking members, known as the Inner Circle, are privy to the entirety of their shameful secret which they have maintained for over 10,000 years. It is also important to know that the Dark Angels hold more battle honors than any other chapter, their only equal being their successors. The chapter itself had long fought across the length and breadth of the Imperium's entirety and beyond, against every foe that has ever beset mankind. The Dark Angels have held off orc wogs, crushed planetary uprisings, and saved entire star systems from incursions of the ruinous powers. Their campaigns have taken them through searing deserts, the cold void of space, dense cavernous alien jungles, and even the depths of the wildest of underhives. Yet while chapters such as the Blood Angels and Ultramarines are lauded whenever they fight, the Dark Angels shun laurels and turn their back upon adoration. Even though the chapter has stood side by side with every major arm of the Imperium's military, it has always maintained a distance and aloofness that sets its brethren further apart from the bulk of humanity. and even from other Space Marines. When the Dark Angels join a larger force to execute a great war or an imperial crusade, they do so according to their own unfathomable goals. When the Dark Angels force is committed to such a conflict, it will remain aloof. Its officers keep their own counsel on matters of tactics and strategy, preferring to maintain their own lines of communication separate from the rest of the Imperium, and even their own supply sources. This includes when dealing with battle brothers of other Astartes chapters. The Dark Angels will often remain sullen and quiet at the Space Marines command councils and tactical briefings, though this does not suggest that they are any less effective or active on the battlefield. When the Dark Angels undertake operations alongside other chapters, it is quite common for them to do so with others amongst the so-called Unforgiven, successor chapters of the original Dark Angels, more so than it would be to join chapters such as the Blood Angels or the Imperial Fists. The successors of the First Legion seem to have maintained an especially close relationship with their progenitors, especially with their own members of the Inner Circle. This complex history and hierarchy has been informed by the Dark Angels' secretive nature, as they remain a chapter apart, driven by their shame, in a relentless quest for redemption, much like a monastic order of old, as they continue their eternal vigil. One of the things that sets the Dark Angels apart from most other chapters is a unique command network which directly ties the Dark Angels with all the Unforgiven chapters, designed so they can utilize the bulk of what amounts to a pseudo-legion to great effect. There is no presumption that the leaders of the Dark Angels have any interest in enforcing their superiority over those of the other Unforgiven chapters. Rather, the leaders work together rather closely and, if needed, elect one of their members as a nominal commander for the duration of any campaign, once this communication network establishes the need. In one matter, however, the officers of the Dark Angels do hold superiority over those of the Unforgiven chapters. This is in the Hunt of the Fallen. When hunting those turncoat Dark Angels who escaped the fall of Caliban, the Unforgiven operate under the auspice of the highest ranked of the Inner Circle, and the very highest of these is the Supreme Grand Master himself, Chapter Master of the Dark Angels. Currently, it's Azrael. More recently, with the return of their Primarch, it would be the Lion himself. Through the machinations of the Unforgiven's Inner Circle, its members are entirely vigilant and remain in a never-resting, never-ending hunt for the fallen. Even though the knowledge is withheld from the majority of their brethren, they will still hunt the fallen when commanded. The result of post-battle debriefings with those who should not know of the fallen's identity, even within the chapter, is post-battle psi-induced stress purges and information being fed back directly to the Inner Circle's upper echelons, as any sign of the fallen's presence is analyzed and scrutinized to an extreme degree. In addition, the Dark Angels chaplains are permanently attached to a company, allowing them to hear confessions of their battle brothers and keep a close watch for any signs of the fallen. When such traces are discovered, the Inner Circle moves without hesitation, completely redeploying the Unforgiven and abandoning anything and anywhere they may be, in order to task them with retaking their target. In most cases, it is the Raven Wing that locates the Fallen's activity, and it is the Deathwing that delivers the killing blow. However, on occasion, entire Dark Angel strike forces have been recalled and relocated from campaigns and committed to engage an enemy that only the highest ranking officials have any knowledge of. While a great deal of the Unforgiven's efforts and resources are committed to the hunt of the Fallen, the majority of their brethren have no knowledge on the matter. Rather, the Dark Angels and their successors are constantly warned against the words of heretics, and their chapter dogma exalts the virtues of the eternal hunt of those who forswear the most powerful of oaths. The company's chaplains serve greatly in this function, as their sermons tell of legendary figures betrayed by their own, often having fought in battles far from their homes. Numerous such tales exist, and each is revealed as a part of a slow and deliberate pattern in order to have the brothers contemplate on their place in the chapter. But it is only upon the Battle Brothers' ascension to the inner circle that he is told anything approaching the truth, even though each of these tales is drawn from said truth. And even then, there are some secrets that are only known at the very highest of tiers. In particular, there is a great focus on how much the shame of the Dark Angels a battle brother may be allowed to know is completely dependent upon his station within the chapter and how far he has gone to prove himself to the agents of the inner circle. A battle brother may have fought the fallen unwittingly, believing his foe is yet another vile traitor who is worthy only of death. Perhaps their sergeant knew more, or the lieutenant, or even the captain. Certainly his company master did, but he himself will never know until he is inducted into the inner circle. Conversely, there are some higher ranked brothers who, despite exemplary service, are never inducted into the inner circle. Perhaps the chaplains harbor some small amount of doubt, or even have reason to believe the individual would not be able to bear the terrible truth of what occurred during the end of the Horus Heresy. Such Astartes, despite an exemplary record, would be unlikely to progress much further, for at the highest levels of authority, the chapter is ever engaged upon the hunt for the fallen. Now on to the origins of the Dark Angels. While their history is shrouded in mystery, they stand as the Emperor's first Space Marine Legion, forged in the crucible of war during the infancy of the Imperium, and having operated within the earliest days of the Great Crusade. They stand as the prototype for what would become the Legions Astartes. Wielding some of the most advanced archaeotech possible and plasma weapons allowed them to be set apart from other formidable warriors. Known simply as the Angels of Death or the Sixth Host back then, they were the vanguard of the Emperor's conquests, dominating the final days of the Unification Wars with unparalleled prowess. In this era, the First Legion, as they would later be known, rose to unprecedented power and favor under the Emperor's ever-watchful gaze. However, their supremacy would be challenged by brutal conflicts during the Great Crusade, particularly the devastating Randang Xenocides, which greatly depleted their ranks and tested their resolve like never before. Yet it was during these trials that the Dark Angels found their renewal, as they were reunited with the Primarch Lionel Johnson and incorporated fresh blood from his homeworld of Caliban into their legion. Caliban, a death world teeming with martial traditions and fierce warrior orders, proved fertile grounds for the legion's regeneration. Its harsh environments and warrior ethos helped shape the Dark Angels into an even more formidable set of warriors as they embraced their destinies as killers in the service of the Imperium. Their battles, often against unspeakable horrors lurking in the void, remained largely unrecorded. Their sacrifices, known only to those who bore witness to their valiant deeds. As it seems, the true origins of the Dark Angels and many of their practices will forever remain veiled in secrecy. However, we do assuredly know that they were the prototype that the Emperor conceived for the Space Marine Legions, and their creation laid the groundwork for the use of Primarch DNA in order to create and implant the traits necessary in the creation of these transhuman warriors. And in the process of their creation, a few stable proto-Astartes were made. These initial creations were referred to as the primordial strain and formed the foundation for the First Legion, laying the groundwork for the subsequent Space Marines. And despite the secrecy surrounding their origins, the Dark Angels stand as a testament to the Emperor's grand design and his enduring legacy, as theirs is a history etched in blood and sacrifice, a saga of duty and honor that continues to shape the very fate of humanity and the galaxy beyond. The inception itself of the Dark Angels occurred through the drawing in of many recruits from the nomadic youth of conquered adversaries on Terra. And unlike their counterparts in other legions, the Dark Angels would bear no singular genetic imprint, as their ranks essentially reflected a mosaic of the diverse cultural backgrounds that still remained on Terra. These early recruits would be handpicked from the finest available stock and brought to the Emperor from the resilient infantry of Albia to the adept cavalry warriors of the Anatolic steppes. Each infusion of aspirants enriched the Legion with a kaleidoscope of combat experiences. The First Legion thus became a crucible for the brutal wisdom and tactics developed from Old Knight, as they were distilled into a new arsenal of warfare for the Emperor. The new unity in those early years, created by the birth of the first proto-warriors of the First Legion, led them to be encouraged to leave their old names behind and embrace a new form of unity, which led to the adoption of names from ancient legends. The first roles of honor given to these proto-Astartes were names like Gilgamesh, Heracles, Trekon, Hangsit. This practice, combined with a grim aspect granted by their gene seed, quickly earned them a reputation as a band of gods, all cast from a singular potent mold. These would be the uncrowned princes. Initially, these warriors fought in small groups within the Emperor's hosts, mastering both their original skills and the new techniques taught by the Imperial Laboratories of the Biotechnical Division. They became known as the Uncrowned Princes, or simply the Crown, after a certain amount of time, a title that inspired unity and no uncertain lack of arrogance, and it reflected their place amongst the Emperor's chosen, which caused them to gain ranks of leadership within their brotherhood of the Legions Astartes. Amidst the amalgamation of the cultures from the proto-warriors that created the Dark Angels Legion were a myriad of ancestral identities which melded into what would be the Emperor's finest fighting force. Fighting as the elite vanguard of the Emperor's armies, these warriors, led by the uncrowned princes, embodied all the aspects that the Emperor had found missing within the Thunder Warriors. It was within the Legion's earliest moments that the genesis of the hosts, which were quintessential for the formation of the First Legion, came to be, laying the groundwork for what would later become the hexagrammation wings under their Primarch, Lionel Johnson. These hosts were informal groups within the early companies, which each adapted particular battle doctrines from their diverse origins in order to create cohesive cadres suitable for the Emperor's transhuman armies. Unlike traditional military structures, these hosts were not bound by company or command, and existed throughout the Legion, offering their expertise as needed. In the formative years of the First Legion, the number of hosts exceeded those later formed under the hexagrammation, and historical records from the Unification Wars indicate the existence of up to 18 distinct formations, each identified by unique heraldry. These hosts were pivotal in shaping the Legion's early tactical versatility. One notable engagement within the Third Siege of Antioch in 603 M30 saw the deployment of 9 distinct hosts from across separate companies. Despite numbering fewer than 30 warriors each, these hosts demonstrated considerable tactical overlap and versatility in their methods of combat, which were instrumental in breaching the walls of this ancient enclave. The early hosts would go on to exemplify the resilience of the First Legion, showcasing a blend of diverse martial traditions, flexibility, and the collective wisdom of warriors who had already gained an incredible amount of experience, which were key to the Emperor's campaigns, as these hosts would lay a robust foundation for the later Dark Angels and their successor chapters, as their legacy would endure as the Legion evolved under the guidance of Lionel Johnson into a highly specialized and formidable force within the Imperium. Over time, the chaotic proliferation of hosts within the First Legion would be gradually consolidated into smaller and more focused, specialized groups. In those formative years, with their brother legions still in their nascent stages, the First Legion served as a testing ground for various tactics and doctrines that would later become the Principia Bellica, which would be implemented within the other legions. As the Legion grew significantly larger in order to engage in small-scale combat actions more fluidly, some more specialized hosts became obsolete and rendered unnecessary by the warriors who had become particularly adept in those styles of warfare. Others were eradicated by the brutal nature of the 30th millennium and the warfare encountered by those within, in particular due to the inadequacies of the methods employed. Far from weakening the Legion, this process of bloody evolution left it stronger and caused the Legion to become a refined weapon honed to perfection by the battles fought on Terra. This period of relentless combat also created a deep bond amongst the disparate warriors of the early Legion. Their sense of superiority and distinction was instilled by the Emperor's servants who had trained them and reinforced by the awe they inspired within those who they fought alongside. Eventually, it would come time for the fall of the Thunder Warriors, as the First Legion, like all legions Astartes, was intended to replace the Thunder Warriors due to the Proto-Astartes, known as the Thunder Warriors, being an unstable experiment designed for the brutal exigencies of the Unification Wars, meaning the Thunder Warriors were tools needed for their time, rather unrefined and savage weapons capable of matching the grim tyrants and the debauched potents that had inherited old Earth during the Age of Strife. Despite their greater physical power, the Thunder Warriors were a rough breed, individually perhaps more powerful than their new transhuman kin. However, due to how they were created, they were unable to quell their fury and work in any form of unison. They were in essence a mob, a storm of fury and blades, designed to overwhelm their foes through sheer ferocity. In stark contrast, the legions Astartes were a true army, their unity and discipline enabling them to withstand any onslaught. This crucial difference marked an evolutionary leap from the brutal force of the Thunder Warriors to the sophisticated, coordinated might of the Space Marine legions. The transition from Thunder Warrior to Astartes signified a pivotal moment in the Emperor's grand design. It was a shift from raw chaotic power necessary to subjugate the war-torn Terra as quickly as possible to the disciplined strategic force required to expand and hold the burgeoning Imperium. And the First Legion, as the first and prototype, bore the brunt of this transition, embodying the lessons learned and the refinements made in the crucible of war, which would eventually lead to the disappearance of the Thunder Warriors from the annals and records of Imperial history. Their end remains mostly shrouded in countless tales and theories, with some even believing there are still yet the remnants of the Thunder Warriors amongst the Imperium. There are many such tales. One more well-known example originates from the nomadic tribes dwelling near Mount Ararat, who recorded an ominous army clad in grey, awaiting the return of the wary Thunder Warriors. According to the legend, rather than honoring their valiant predecessors, these warriors unleashed their thunderous volleys of death upon the exhausted Thunder Warriors, as they would go on to eliminate them. While this greatly diverges from the heroic narratives propagated by remembrancers, this grim tale aligns with the ruthless nature of the Emperor's grand design. However, though lacking in evidence, the anecdotal accounts from years later during the Great Crusade offers intriguing insights, including reports indicating the relentless pursuit of renegade Thunder Warriors by the fleets of the First Legion, who had diverged from their course to annihilate these remnants. This singular obsession hinted at a deeper, more personal motive, perhaps driven by a sense of shame or duty to rectify past failures. Another ancient source suggests a darker turn, asserting that the Thunder Warriors, resentful of their shortened lifespan and perceived betrayal by the Emperor due to the creation of the Adeptus Astartes, turned against their creator in a desperate bid for vengeance. And in response to this, a cadre of custodians, led by Constantine Valdor and aided by swarms of prototype Astartes from the First Legion, were sent to ruthlessly quell this rebellion. However, which story is true is largely shrouded by the First Legion's secrets, coupled with the Imperial decree which obscures many of their early campaigns, rendering the truth of their involvement with the end of the Thunder Warriors as an elusive enigma. And so began the dawn of the Legions Astartes, heralded as a new era in the Emperor's grand design. Amongst them, the First Legion was the one who would stand as the vanguard, a force of unmatched power and potential. With 10,000 transhuman warriors, they had eclipsed their nascent brethren, who stood in mere hundreds in number. It was at Samkrend on Terra, amidst the final echoes of the Unification Wars, that the First Legion emerged en masse, led by the Emperor himself. Here, the blood-soaked fields of Samarkand was where the Legions Astartes faced their official inaugural trial as an army. Against them stood the formidable Ugudu Hul, 2,000 gene-forced warriors whose venomous blood and superhuman strength made them the scourge of the Upper Asiatic Basin. In the crucible of battle, the First Legion proved their mettle, performing even better than the Thunder Warriors. For 10 grueling hours, the armies clashed, and echoes reverberated against the desolate landscape until Samarkand lay in ruins, leading to the great king of Akend to be defeated. Hector Thrain, the newly appointed Grand Master of the Legion, emerged as the architect of this victory, his triumph immortalized as he was bestowed with the title of Sinestra of the Emperor, the left hand of Terra's warlord. In the aftermath, the Emperor decreed the erasure of the harrowing conflict from records, yet the legend of the First Legion's first triumph endures. Their valorous stand at Samarkand would hasten the recruitment and training of the new legions, as their prowess in combat had been validated in this crucible of war, and the First Legion emerged from the inferno of battle, their reputation cast in the shadow of legends, as a testament to their master's grand design. As time would go on, the First Legion's victories were noted but shrouded in secrecy and whispered in dread. From the desolate Fortress 31 in the Thulan Wastes to the fiery crucible known as Karakon on Sendra's Cairo-volcanic mountains, the First Legion waged an unending war against the most abominable forces who stood against unity. Their singular objective: annihilate all those who stood before the Emperor's path. Their battles veiled in horror as they confronted Xenos nightmares and psychic aberrations that defied comprehension. Such was the terror of their adversaries that records of these conflicts are intentionally obscured and relegated to mere echoes in the histories of the Imperium. Endowed with unprecedented access to the Imperial Palace's forbidden armories, the First Legion would be renowned for wielding mankind's darkest weaponry with impunity. Under Grandmaster Hector Thrain, cities like Kundur and Malay were razed to ash, their ruins a testament to the Legion's merciless resolve. Gene-phage mutations purged from Euclidus and Saturn's moon of the vile Knave infestation. The first left barren landscapes as monuments to their grim victories. Their reputation seemed to precede them, as the first earned the morbid reverence of humanity's ranks. They were not celebrated heroes, but feared harbingers of death, rumored to even be death's own hand in the mortal realm, as superstition swelled around them due to soldiers whispering and bearing charms along with wards near them. Despite the ideals of the Imperial truth, the First Legion was viewed not as saviors or even mortals of any form, but as avatars of destruction brought into the mortal realm in order to serve the Emperor. In the shadow of their presence, fear and awe mingled, for where the First Legion tread, only death would follow, as a silent witness to their inexorable march towards victory. The First Legion's march was not without an eerie aura, one which would seem to remain even 10,000 years later, as those who have fought alongside them often met a grisly fate. their ranks torn asunder by the merciless adversaries that the Legion sought to vanquish. Some units met untimely ends, consumed by the very horrors they were meant to conquer, while others simply vanished without a trace. Yet the First Legion remained, as rumors would only be silenced once the First Legion themselves decided to speak up, ensuring that no whisper of foes reached the ears of those left behind. In response to their grim reputation, the warriors of the First would embrace the macabre image, donning the guise of death itself by adorning their armor with somber symbols of mortality. Added to this, there was the self-imposed isolation becoming tantamount to a badge of honor for the legionaries, a solemn sacrifice they viewed to shield their comrades from the unspeakable horrors they faced on the battlefield. Yet to outsiders, particularly the brethren from other legions, this aloofness seemed more akin to prideful arrogance. However, the First Legion was undeterred by such perceptions, as the masters of the First Legion remained steadfast in their ways. The Legion itself, cloaked in a shroud of dark rumors as they waged war on the battlefield, while other legions reveled in the glory of triumph and conquest, the First operated in veritable shadows, entrusted with the Emperor's most dire and clandestine missions. They were the Emperor's left hand, wielding their grim aspect with ruthless efficiency, all hidden beneath the glittering facade of the Imperial Army's grandeur. As the sun rose on the era of the Great Crusade, the First Legion stood as the vanguard of the Emperor's ambitions, and in part they were entrusted with the solemn duty that would set them apart from the rest. While the younger legions were prepared to embark on the monumental task of galactic conquest, the First would embark on the solitary watch over the Sol system, guarding them against the lurking threats that sought to infiltrate the Emperor's burgeoning realm. For nearly a decade, the First Legion patrolled the dark expanse of space just beyond the reaches of the Sol system, scouring the distant outposts and icy moons of the outer system for any signs of danger. They were the Emperor's Angels of Death, a title officially bestowed upon them exclusively, symbolizing their vigil in the void. Amidst the desolate depths of space, the Legion's specialized units, known as Orders, would emerge in more prominent a fashion, each one now being specifically designed for a particular aspect of warfare, much more tailored to the challenges of the outer reaches of the Sol system than they would have been during their original inception. These warriors had honed their skills throughout countless battles against the unknown, and now were experts, with their expertise encoded into the very fabric of their legion, as both traditions and rituals. Through sacrifice and perseverance, they would uncover the weaknesses in their adversaries, tactically ensuring that they would be best exploited in order to guarantee victory in the face of the most daunting of challenges. Upon their return from the desolate reaches of space, their patrol now ended, the First Legion emerged transformed. Their once grey armor was now cloaked in a profound and ominous black. Their homecoming was devoid of pomp or circumstance, and it was marked only by the silent acknowledgement of the Emperor himself, who recognized their readiness to confront the myriad of tasks lurking across the galaxy. As the legionaries assembled amidst the bustling shipyards of Saturn, their fleets stood as a testament to the valor and the glory of their heritage. Amongst the sleek Saturnine vessels and ancient Martian relics, the First Legion boasted a tithe of Terran ships, relics from a bygone era. These majestic vessels included formidable Gloriana-class battleships and the heavily armored Promethean-class cruisers, which surpassed modern designs in both power and prestige. While other legions received only a scant few of these vessels, the First Legion was granted an entire fleet, as a testament to their unwavering loyalty and dedication to the Emperor's cause, a rather long-running theme amongst the Dark Angels. With these ancient relics at their command, the First Legion stood poised to lead the charge against the looming threats that haunted humanity's survival. The bestowal of the ancient ships upon the First Legion marked not only a mere accolade for deeds past, but a strategic necessity for the trials that would be set upon them. As the Great Crusade ventured beyond the realms of old knights' charts, they would encounter horrors that dwarfed even the greatest conflicts of Terra. The Legion now found themselves in dire need of formidable weaponry, and unlike their brethren, the First Legion was allowed to wield said forbidden arms of destruction with grim efficiency. Gene phage and rad waves, relics of a forgotten age, became their tools of choice, deployed in order to eradicate all abominations deemed too monstrous for conventional warfare. They were now the Emperor's wrath incarnate. Amongst their many conquests, whispers persisted of Belthagene IV, a world ensnared by the horrors of a cosmic contagion, as the third chapter of the First Legion, forged from hosts of stone and iron, embarked on a harrowing campaign against the fortress forged from the very mountains of the world's most formidable peaks, which harbored malevolent entities of hyper-acidic slime. These abominations were a nucleus of infestation which had devoured worlds, reducing millions to mere subsistence for their insatiable appetites. Pictorial remnants hint at the desolation of the Usline cluster, where the 19th Expeditionary Fleet confronted a sentient planet killer, a relic of a forgotten empire unleashed upon the unsuspecting realms, which now would belong to the God Emperor. Grandmaster Hector Thrane's seal upon the records, in essence, shrouded any details other than the pictorial remnants of this confrontation. Such grim battles were amongst countless others, which showed the wars waged in shadows by the First Legion, as they stood paragon in eradicating all existential threats with ruthless efficiency. Yet their various deeds would remain uncelebrated, as their campaigns would constantly be expunged from records in order to safeguard the fragile sanity of those unacquainted with the unrelenting malice of the Void. To outsiders, these early exploits of the First may appear modest compared to their brethren. However, behind the veil of secrecy lie the exemplars of grandeur. Time and time again, the First Legion would prove themselves as the most suitable to be the Imperium's vanguard during the Great Crusade, as they stood as bastions of imperial supremacy, boasting unrivaled numbers, vast armadas, and access to weapons of unparalleled potency, even eclipsing those of their brethren like the Luna Wolves and the Space Wolves, who had already been reunited with their primarchs. At the helm of these juggernauts stood the Grandmaster of the First Legion, a figure of immense authority within the imperial court, whose word was only second to legends such as Malcador the Sigillite and Horus Lupercal. Yet, despite their covert victories, the First Legion would command universal respect and acknowledgement as the preeminent fighting forces for humanity amongst its transhuman warriors. They were the very embodiment of the Emperor's desired martial might. Yet, like the shifting sands of time, their supremacy proved transient, as they too were vulnerable to the corrosive forces of pride and arrogance. In their quest for worthy adversaries, the First Legion would become ensnared by their own hubris, disregarding lesser threats as unworthy of their attention. This would become a fatal flaw, born of overconfidence, which would sow the seeds of the Legion's eventual downfall. As with each adversary they vanquished, they would fortify themselves in an armor of arrogance, unyielding, convinced that they were the pinnacle of martial prowess, and of the glory and perfection of the hexagrammation, which was once a fluid repository of knowledge and strategic competency, led to stagnation as complacency and overconfidence took root. Due to this, recruitment, which was once a steady stream flowing from distant worlds, would dwindle to a mere trickle, as the Legion's insular enclaves on Terra and selected planets honored their traditions of casting aside anyone who was viewed as even slightly inferior. This led to battles which were once opportunities for growth and adaptation becoming validations of entrenched dogma, and with victories becoming celebrated as proof of their inherent superiority, and defeats being dismissed as the failings of lesser beings. As the Great Crusade continued to unfurl, the once open and explorative demeanor of the First Legion morphed into a shroud of constant secrecy and strict, if not rigid, adherence to tradition. Those who were once initially hailed as mentors to their brethren now harbored a growing resentment towards those who they had once guided, while other legions garnered acclaim for seemingly effortless conquests. The first saw their own hard-won victories overshadowed by the laurels of others. Amidst this shifting landscape of power, rivals would emerge. The Ultramarines, led by their Primarch, the illustrious Raboot Guilliman, boasted greater numbers, while the Imperial Fists under Rogel Dorn wielded formidable relics such as the Phalanx. For a legion steeped in a sense of authority, supremacy, and superiority, finding themselves merely amongst equals struck a devastating blow to their pride. Yet it was the fateful campaign at Canis Balor that delivered the final blow to the faltering confidence of the nigh invincible First. In a seemingly inconsequential star system, the First faced an adversary whose very existence had eluded the records of their orders. Despite their confidence, their relics, and their reliance on tested strategies, these Xenos of Canis Balor unleashed a ferocity and technological prowess that defied all rational explanation. The First, being unaccustomed to setbacks, suffered unbelievably heavy losses, as their pride was now shattered in the wake of the ignominy of defeat. Defeat, an adversary once presumed conquered by the First, emerged anew, shattering their veneer of invincibility, which had cloaked the First Legion for so long. Emboldened by their pride, they continued to launch assault upon assault against the relentless Xenos of Canis Balor. Each was met with fierce resistance, and the rate of mounting casualties was out of control. Grandmaster Hector Thrain, once revered for his flawless leadership, found himself ensnared in a web of hubris, ignoring counsel, all the while being driven by the beliefs in his warriors' unmatched prowess, led Thane to lead a final desperate charge, and though their blades cleaved through the enemy's ranks, their valor was eclipsed by the overwhelming number of foes they now faced. As defeat loomed large, Thrain would make the ultimate sacrifice, remaining behind in order to ensure the retrieval of vital assets. This was a noble act, born out of the belated realization of his own failure. In the aftermath, Canis Balor did lay desolate, its surface scorched by nucleonic fire. Instead of a victorious sentiment, it was a testament to the First Legion's unchecked pride and what a price they had to pay, as the records of the alien menace were quickly sealed and their memory consigned to obscurity, save for the clandestine archives of the Order of the Broken Claws. The loss of this battle and their legendary leader ignited a maelstrom of discontent within the Legion, and amidst the ashes of defeat, power struggles began to occur within the once mighty Dark Angels. This threatened to erode the foundation of its supremacy in a way nothing else had. Amidst the hallowed halls of Graymur, the ancestral stronghold of the First, a tempest began to brew within the Council of Masters. This was due to the loss of their faithful leader, leading them to a realization of their own blindness, as the selection for a new Grand Master became the epicenter of this internal conflict, with each host vying for supremacy and unwilling to concede to another. As the Legion's conquests continued to falter and stagnation loomed, it would only be the intervention of Malcador the Sigillite which would set things straight, as he would shatter this impasse. With words etched into the chamber's lintel, Malcador delivered a clarion call for unity, reminding the council that strength lay not in individual prowess, but in their collective resolve. He decreed that a fortress upheld by many stands tall, Alone, it crumbles, yet without a master, its strength is not. In the wake of Malcador's intervention, the First Legion stood poised to reclaim its tattered mantle of glory and greatness. With its resolve alit anew, the First Legion began to heal. In a monumentous decision that resounded for eons, Malcador's words were taken to heart, as Urayan Vendring, a battle-hardened captain, would emerge as a chosen to become the Legion's master, and he would be entrusted with the Herculean task of restoring the fractured Legion to glory. And he would embark into this role with a fervor unlike any other, recognizing the imperative of the First's full participation in the Emperor's Great Crusade. In order to herald this new chapter in the Legion's history, a select group of remembrancers were granted access to witness the Legion's resurgence under its new leadership. However, destiny would have one final twist in store. Just as the Legion stood on the precipice of renewal, news arrived of a formidable adversary lurking in the fringes of the Great Crusade, the powerful Rangdang, a name that had been whispered across the galaxy with the utmost trepidation, as the First Legion prepared its forces anew in order to face this great threat. The eyes of the Imperium quickly turned to the First, as they would go on to confront this deadly foe upon the northern rim of the galaxy, as the 105th Pioneer Company of the 5th Legion stumbled upon the menacing presence of the Rangdang. It was noted that they were, as of yet, just confined to a singular star system. Even though their advanced technology was formidable, they posed one of the greatest threats to the Imperium's expansion. Responding to this, the newly appointed Grand Master marshaled a vast armada, numbering in the hundreds of ships, as they descended upon Advux Morse, the heart of the Rangdang, and their power base. There they confronted a horrifying spectacle, a colossal artificial war moon erected through the sacrifice of countless lives across the galaxy. In the ensuing clash, the planet bore witness to an apocalypse. The once thriving system had been reduced to desolation, its 6 worlds transformed into lifeless wastelands. The Rangdan Armada, once formidable, lay shattered amidst the debris of space, their slave armies annihilated without mercy. Despite the victory, the cost was staggering. 4 solar months of relentless combat had claimed the lives of 5,000 warriors from the First Legion. Yet, as a banner of the Imperium fluttered over the ruins of the Rangdang War Moon, the galaxy would be reminded of the might of the First Legion, who stood as a bulwark against the ever-encroaching darkness. To be more specific, the numbers comprising the First in this conflict was a staggering 50,000 legionaries, with an additional 100,000 support troops drawn from Imperial Army regiments. Yet so fierce were their enemies that they struggled to complete the mission. Yet the First was once again successful, as always. With this Imperial victory, the remaining Xenos in the sector scattered, seeking refuge within their dwindling fortresses as the last bastions of their defense crumbled. Yet this retreat was in vain, for the Imperium had tightened its grip within the region, and thus with each passing day, their presence within the system dwindled, until finally it was fully cleansed of their taint. In the aftermath of their triumph, the Grand Master of the First Legion hungered for further accolades and greater victories to adorn his Legion's banners. Amidst the whispers of victory and glory, it was the First Legion who would embark most boldly on the relentless pursuit of conquest, and each victory was sought with an increasing fervor that bordered on the reckless. Even as their laurels grew, the distant eyes of Terra's Divisio Militaris watched with an air of expectation, deeming the Legion's exploits as nothing beyond the ordinary. Undeterred by the shadow of this grand expectation, the Grand Master of the First set his sights on the formidable bastion of Carcassan, a fortress that had defied the legendary prowess of Reboot Guilliman and his elite Ultramarines for nearly a solar month. The Lord of Ultramar, known for his patience and strategic acumen, had laid meticulous plans to besiege this legendary fortress, preferring a more methodical approach in order to avoid casualties. Yet when the first arrived on scene, their ambitions were undaunted by the caution or counsel set about by Rabut Guilliman. Instead of aligning with his prudent strategies, they saw an opportunity to test their mettle against the renowned Primarch himself. Forming a resolute front before the towering gates of the fortress, the warriors of the First Legion charged forward, driven by a hunger to humble a legend. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the battlefield would be cast in an eerie light, as the initial assault was met with a thunderous barrage of rampart cannons, claiming hundreds of lives instantly. Yet undeterred by the ferocity of the defenders, the black-armored first pressed on, their determination unyielding, sacrificing themselves in order to breach the formidable gates, in a furious manner reminiscent of the World Eaters. Meanwhile, the Ultramarines, under the prudent leadership of Rabut Guilliman, advanced cautiously and methodically, securing objectives with minimal loss. However, the vanguard of the First Legion surged ahead, their sights set on the central plaza, which was the veritable heart of the citadel. Yet as victory seemed within their grasp, treachery lurked within the shadows, and in a desperate bid in order to thwart invaders, the planet's overlords unleashed a hidden atomic mine beneath the keep, and in a blinding flash of light which deafened all those near, the second Grandmaster of the First Legion, along with his loyal cadre from the host of death, were all swallowed by the earth. Their triumph turned into a tragedy, and amidst the smoldering ruins and the fallen heroes of the Legion, victory would stand bittersweet. This was a price paid in blood and valor, which only seemed to amplify the triumph they had wrestled from the jaws of defeat. Yet, as the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded, the Lord of Ultramar, stoic and unyielding, offered no solace for the victorious warriors. His gaze, cold like steel, pierced through the ranks of the battered legion, his words cutting deeper than any sword. "Vainglory is a poor strategist," he would go on to say, "for he renders triumph a bitter trophy and an empty prize. Today you have proven your strength, but not your wisdom." Within those solemn words lay a profound lesson, a reminder that victory was not measured on conquest alone, but in the wisdom to discern when to wield a sword and when to sheathe it. The Legion would go on to nurse their wounds once again, as they mourned their fallen. This led them to stand on a crossroads, as their path forward was uncertain. In the aftermath of the Grandmaster's passing, a chilling specter emerged once again, as the warriors of the First Legion became embittered, viewing the planet as a reminder of their fractured brotherhood with the Ultramarines, since they were no longer even viewed as revered mentors, but relegated to equals, if not lessers, as many within the Legion viewed the words of Guilliman as an insult of the harshest order. However, despite all this, the First Legion would continue to march forward, driven by the desire to reclaim their honor once again, and prove their valor in the face of adversity. Once again, the Council Masters would seize control of the mighty First Legion, dispersing its forces in the vast expanse of the cosmos, in a pursuit for vindication through the crucible of conflict. Each segment within the Legion would be driven by an unrelenting desire to prove their mettle, not just against themselves, but against all other Space Marine legions, heedless of the sacrifices demanded by this relentless pursuit. Eventually, in a daring raid, cloaked in darkness, the 9th and 4th segments of the Legion stormed the citadels of Melank, and they were even able to wrestle control away from Fara'al in a night of relentless carnage. Yet despite achieving victory once again, the cost was staggering, as a 10th of their own was sacrificed in this relentless pursuit of triumph. Yet they were spurred on by the looming threat of the Luna Wolves elsewhere within this cluster. Meanwhile, amidst the vast deserts of Varsigon, a valiant force comprised of 1,000 initiates from the hosts of iron faced off against a horde of savage orcoid hulks, which outnumbered them threefold. Yet despite the odds being stacked against them, these warriors of the First fought with unyielding determination and eventually claimed victory once more, at a harrowing cost. Yet despite the relentless campaigns and all the blood spilled in the name of honor, the First Legion found themselves no closer to reclaiming their illustrious glory, as the path towards redemption was still fraught with ever-mounting challenges and sacrifices. But as the galaxy continued to unfold within the wake of these conflicts, the legions of Astartes would each evolve into a distinct force, honing their tactics, strategies, and even identities in the crucible of this galactic conflict. Principles laid down by the Dark Angels on Terra became less and less prevalent. It would be during this era that in the heart of Ultramar, its lord, Reboot Guilliman, and the Ultramarines would craft a thesis on war going forward, which would in essence replace in almost totality the thesis and stratagems originating from the First Legion's early existence. But this was no slight. It was a testament to the ceaseless quest for improvement, which sight of had been lost by the First Legion. The glorious era of the First Legion's supremacy seemed to have its final death nail placed, as they had once been a bastion of the burgeoning Imperium, who had now faded into all but obscurity, their veiled secrecy being more of a detriment than a boon, as their glorious past now existed only in the memories of elder warriors and the clandestine records of the Imperial archives. It was a bitter irony that their most illustrious achievements remained entwined with their honor and held captive by the shadows of forgotten battles. Yet as the Great Crusade surged forward, due to the Emperor's relentless campaigns to unite the galaxy, the First Legion found themselves at a pivotal juncture in their saga. As their sister legions flourished and grew in strength, it seems the Angels of Death would endure another fate. Their power dissipated in sacrificial endeavors and harrowing campaigns as their limits were tested. These wars extracted a heavy toll and continued to deplete the ranks and war machines beyond prudence. However, this would also temper the legionaries into formidable warriors, as they would become stoic harbingers of death in the eyes of their allies, ever seeking worthy adversaries to test their mettle against. Warriors who refused to retreat even in the face of certain doom, as leadership would now remain divided amongst the council masters. Such a path seemed destined to lead the Legion to their downfall. Their pride had become a double-edged sword. Yet once more, fate seemed to intervene when the scouting fleet of the White Scars under Jagadai Khan's command stumbled across a world shrouded in mystery. This was Caliban, and amidst the shadowed forests of Caliban, the Emperor would unveil the First Legion's salvation, Lionel Johnson. Once their Primarch was found, things began to quickly change for the First Legion. However, to understand these changes, we have to look at the origins of the Primarch Lionel Johnson. Before the dawn of the Great War, the primordial pod carrying the infant Primarch would mysteriously materialize through the turbulent currents of the warp, and as it sailed through the currents of the warp, it would eventually careen as it descended towards the heart of Caliban. This was a savage death world nestled within Segmentum Obscurus. Caliban's rugged terrain was cloaked in vast expanses of primeval forests, which were teeming with grotesque monstrosities which had been further malformed by the insidious influences of chaos, a legacy of their unfortunate location so near the Eye of Terror's malevolent aura. Amidst the unforgiving wilderness, the young Lionel Johnson found himself thrust into a battle of survival, navigating the treacherous landscape as a solitary figure far removed from the trappings and luxuries of civilization, as shadowed within the untamed wildernesses of Caliban. The Primarch of the First Legion would forge his path as a lone warrior, fighting against the ever-encroaching darkness, as tales of sighting him appeared all over Caliban, as mere whispers in the winds and secrets seen in the monster-filled forests of Caliban. And here, nestled between the sprawling forests of Caliban, lay realms steeped in both legend and mystery, where valiant knightly orders of warrior aristocrats flourished, bound by duty to safeguard their people and the towering fortress monasteries that served as bastions against the ever-encroaching horrors of Caliban's wilderness. These noble orders formed the center of Caliban's tumultuous history, upholding ancient traditions and wielding the remnants of bygone technology salvaged from the ruins of a forgotten era. Amongst these relics were primitive bolt pistols and rudimentary suits of power armor, reminiscent of the formidable armor which would be adopted by the Adeptus Astartes. These armors were passed down through generations as artifacts which bestowed upon their wielders the aura of martial prowess and ancestral honor. Yet despite the veneer of technological sophistication, Caliban itself remained rooted in a pre-industrial epoch, where warriors thundered into battle astride mighty steeds, as their thunderous hooves echoed throughout the verdant expanse. Chief amongst these knightly orders stood the creatively named the Order, which was a bastion of both commoners and nobles alike, united in a singular purpose, in order to succeed by transcending the rigid boundaries of Calibanite society. While others would draw their ranks exclusively from Caliban's noble elite, the Order embraced individuals of all walks of life, forging friendships and fellowships bound by courage and camaraderie. Somewhere around a century and a half would pass before the veil of time would part, revealing the long-lost Primarch, Lionel Johnson, deep within the heart of Caliban's ancient forests. Here, amidst the towering foliage, roamed beasts of legend, remnants of a forgotten era, when chimeric monstrosities stalked the land, hungering for blood and conquest. Deep within this untamed wilderness, where echoes of civilization faded into darkness, the young lion would remain a silent enigma, his origins obscured by the veil of time, as tales whispered by knightly orders spoke of a youth forged in solitude, his form untouched by the passage of years, as generations passed and the same being was witnessed time and time again. This was a testament to the divine essence imbued by the Emperor's hand. Now, unfortunately, the exact duration of the lion's solitary vigil remains a matter mostly of conjecture and lost to the sands of time, while the knights who discovered him ventured to estimate his age based on mortal standards. The truth seems to elude comprehension, for the Primarchs, being born of the Emperor's will, defy the laws of mortal existence and development. As the lion walked his solitary path within Caliban's wilderness, his survival hinged on being able to develop both cunning and skill. This deadly environment honed his instincts on a razor's edge, as he embraced the art of combat, not as a brute force, but as a delicate dance of strategy and precision. Each of his encounters became a deadly game of wits, where victory meant life and defeat spelled certain doom. With nothing but his bare hands and an iron resolve, the lion faced the horrors of Caliban's depths, his determination becoming an unyielding force, an unbeatable strength amidst the darkness. Yet he was no mindless berserker driven by primal rage, but a calculating hunter guided by logic and reason. When the knights of Caliban stumbled upon this mysterious youth, they beheld a being so formidable that some deemed him no different than the savage beasts which roamed the depths. Yet it was the fateful judgment of a lone individual named Luther that would alter the course of the lion's destiny, ushering him from the realm of beasts into the world of men. It was Luther, a stalwart defender of the realm, who discovered him and bestowed upon him the moniker Lionel Johnson, signifying his prowess and the bond with the forests itself. Under Luther's tutelage, the lion embraced the noble traditions of the order, learning to wield justice with a tempered hand and to channel his strength for the greater good. Forged in this crucible, the lion found his purpose beyond mere survival, but as a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching forest's shadows. As Caliban was constantly gripped by the relentless onslaught of the great beasts which caused humanity on the planet to stand on the brink of oblivion. Even though the valiant efforts of the Order served as a bulwark against the ever-encroaching darkness, they could only delay the inevitable as their numbers were dwindling in the face of insurmountable odds. Now that the Lion had been transported from the wilderness to the bastion of Alderbrook, he assimilated the customs and tactical acumen along with the use of the intricate Calvinite weaponry with unparalleled swiftness that left even his mentor Luther astonished. As he ascended through the ranks of the Order alongside Luther himself, emerging as formidable warriors, achieving the pinnacle of the Order's hierarchy. Propelled by the Lion's unwavering vision, the Order would embark on a crusade against the monstrous scourge that plagued Caliban's inhabitants. His call to arms echoed through the Order and beyond, igniting a fervor of liberation that could only come from a Primarch. However, his path to victory was arduous, spanning a solar decade of relentless warfare against unyielding beasts lurking within the forest steppes. And in this unending battle, Lionel Johnson revealed not only his prowess as a warrior and a tactician, but his innate ability to inspire those around him. Each triumph against the beasts seemed to only bolster the ranks of the Order, regardless if they lost warriors, constantly drawing forth new recruits who dared dream of a future beyond mere survival at the edge of existence. Even though he was known for his affinity for solitude, Lionel Johnson's actions would propel him to the forefront of Caliban's transformative crusade. His presence on the battlefield, coupled with an unwavering resolve to act decisively, would define his leadership. In a bold departure from tradition, Lionel Johnson dismantled the age-old barriers restricting ascension to the upper ranks of the Order, extending a call to arms beyond the realms of nobility, and even beyond his own realms. This audacious move swelled the Order's ranks, albeit at the expense of dissent amongst the adherents to the traditional values of the Order. Those knightly orders resistant to join Lionel Johnson's movement faced swift and decisive retribution. The Knights of Lupus, entrenched in their northern fortress and wary of the upheaval promised by the demise of the great beasts, met their ends at Lionel Johnson's hand, their dissent silenced by the echoes of battle. In a mere decade, the Order burgeoned, empowering them to plunge deeper and deeper into the heart of Caliban's ancient woodlands. Guided by the Lion and Luther, they embarked on a relentless crusade which purged its ancestral lands of all manner of beasts. The campaign was a protracted affair, marked by bloodshed and sacrifice. For every monstrous nest razed to the ground, scores of brave and fine warriors fell. All the while, the battle wore many to the bone. Yet amidst this carnage, the Lion's resolve remained resolute. To him, mercy and rest was a luxury war would ill afford. Only through the utter annihilation of their enemy could their centuries-old torment come to an end. Lionel Johnson's tactics were marked as equal parts cunning and ruthless. Ambushes while lurking in the shadow, poisoning tainted beasts' watering holes, and swaths of forest engulfed in infernal flames, all designed to drive the creatures into desperation. His warriors, in awe and trepidation, spoke of his exploits with a mixture of reverence and dread, for the Lion's prowess was only matched by the terror he instilled in his quarry, an apex predator of this deadly world. As his influence grew, so would the trepidation amongst the remaining elite, because after the Knights of Lupus were eliminated, many balked at his unyielding methods and feared the seismic shifts in tradition and leadership he had heralded. Others harbored more sinister ambitions, coveting the power the Lion now wielded. In response to this dissent, the Lion would once again mete out swift justice. Traitors to Caliban's cause found themselves crushed beneath the weight of their own rebellion. Their fortresses, once symbols of defiance and strength, would be made to lay in ruins as grim graveyards and reminders of the consequences of defiance. As the crusade against the great beasts reached its conclusion, with both Lionel Johnson and Luther drained by the relentless tolls of battle, it was a Lion who would emerge as the preeminent figure of the world, who would be bestowed with the title of Grand Master of the Order and adorned with the accolades of victory. And as Lion accepted these honors with his characteristic stoicism, people would watch him in awe, as the trappings of human society paled in comparison to the trials he had endured amidst Caliban's wilds. Unbeknownst to the Lion, his ascent had not gone unnoticed by Luther, whose own transformation remained shrouded in the shadows of their shared past. Once comrades, now rivals, the bond between Luther and the Lion was irrevocably altered by the tide of fate. With each triumph, the Primarch seemed to ascend to greater and greater heights still, his glory casting a shadow over his once equal mentor and brother in all but blood. Yet blinded by his own success, the Lion failed to perceive festering seeds of envy which sprouted within Luther's heart, as he ignored the flames of jealousy kindled by his own achievements, as the Primarch continuously unknowingly wounded his brother, leaving behind a rift which would deepen in time. In a different era, this wound might have mended itself amidst the tranquility of Caliban's newfound peace. However, destiny seemed to have other plans. Descending from the celestial realms came the Emperor. It was on 846 M30 that the Emperor of Mankind, accompanied by a select cadre of 500 Astartes, hailing from the First Legion, would descend upon Caliban, in response to the Primarch's psychic presence. From the instant of the Emperor's arrival, the connection resonated between him and Lionel Johnson, hinting at a destiny entwined in the fate of the galaxy. Recognizing the bond forged between them, Lionel Johnson would pledge his unwavering allegiance to the Master of Mankind. In reciprocity, the Emperor bestowed upon the Lion the mantle of leadership over the newly reborn First Legion, who had been crafted from the Lion's own genetic blueprint. The Emperor's grand vision in the aftermath of Old Knight's demise had manifested in the Great Crusade, a monumental endeavor aimed at reunifying humanity's scattered colonies, reasserting its dominance over the stars. The Space Marine Legions would be the instruments of the Emperor's will, spearheading his noble quest, eradicating all the Xenos oppressors from the galaxy, which would stand in the way of humanity's ascendancy. And the Primarchs, like Lionel Johnson, would lead these great men in war. Those who had come with the Emperor were veterans hailing from the renowned host of death. These warriors bore the distinct mantle of the First Legion, all clad in somber hues of jet black power armor, adorned with mortuary symbols. This was an ominous sight for all those in Caliban, hearkening back to their fabled lore. As the Master of Mankind set foot within the Order's main fortress, those who viewed him and his son felt as if they were spectators in the annals of legend, as the towering warriors of the First Legion bowed in reverence and homage to the figure of Lionel Johnson, the valiant Knight of Caliban and Grand Master of the Order. In a moment that would echo throughout history, the Legion found itself faced with their progenitor, and in a gesture of profound sacrifice, Lionel Johnson sought to gauge the prowess and loyalty of his newfound sons by engaging in the trial of combat with the captain of the company, who had been clad in the formidable cataphracti pattern Terminator armor. The Legion's champion would confront the Primarch, wielding a blade wreathed in crackling energy against the Lion's own rugged steel blade. As they clashed, the only thing providing any sort of edge for the captain was his weapon's pulsating power field. However, when the tumult of combat ended, it was the Primarch who emerged victorious, his opponent wounded and defeated, and this would form a bond of mutual respect between the Lion and his sons, and thus the Primarch would bestow the Astartes with the name that would ring throughout the ages, the Dark Angels, a name derived from Caliban's own historic traditions. As news of the Lion's return reached the governing council of masters in the distant Greymoor, the heart of the First Legion, a tumult of conflicting emotions surged throughout their ranks. The revelation of their Primarch's existence stirred a maelstrom of shame and pride, tearing the very fabric of their allegiance asunder. While none dared question the Emperor's decree that Lionel Johnson was their true lord, the council found themselves ensnared in a web of conflicting sentiments. Some amongst them were haunted by remorse and confronted by the stark reality of their legion's tarnished honor and the formidable burden their Primarch would inherit. Others were fueled by a fervent desire to redeem themselves and their legion's standing, yearning to embark on a crusade, seeking to present their new master with a glorious victory in his name. As across the vast expanse of the galaxy, the disparate units of the First Legion mirrored the Council's divided stance, some inspired by the prospect of restoring honor, while others plunged headlong into battle, their fervor reignited with the promise of redemption. Conversely, others sought to disengage from their ongoing campaigns, yearning to make a pilgrimage to their Primarch who at the moment was back on Terra, being trained and introduced to the complexities that the Master of Mankind would bestow upon his shoulders. There, amidst the hallowed halls of the Imperial Palace, the Primarch would be initiated into the intricate tapestry of war that awaited him. His role in shaping the destiny of the Imperium and humanity as a whole was now unveiled before his very eyes. Following the Emperor's arrival and the Lion's departure, Space Marines of the First Legion initiated a series of rigorous trials and competitions amongst the aspirants drawn from the Order and other knightly organizations within Caliban. These challenges were both physical and psychological, as they served as a litmus test for the candidates' martial prowess and character, in order to separate the wheat and the chaff, as whispers were permeated throughout the halls of Caliban, hinting at the coveted opportunity to join the ranks of the Astartes and ascend from mere humans to a higher state. Yet beneath the surface, a deeper, more clandestine purpose lay within these trials. Beyond a mere selection, it also served to scrutinize the genetic purity of Caliban's human population. For the First Legion, the stakes were twofold: identifying the most worthy candidates for the transformation into superhuman warriors, and assessing the suitability of Caliban as fertile grounds for further recruitment endeavors, all the while ascertaining if their hands would be forced in destroying their Primarch's adopted homeworld. In the wake of the Emperor's arrival and the subsequent integration of Caliban into the Imperium, a significant transformation swept across the world. While the knightly orders of Caliban had long reveled in their distinct identities, often resorting to martial conflict in order to settle disputes, the Space Marine legions stood as almost uniform bastions of unity and purpose. Led by the Lions, the Dark Angel's monumental decision was made: the dissolution of the individual knightly orders and their assimilation into the ranks of the Legion. This profound restructuring aimed to forge a singular unifying force, an identity that would serve the Emperor and the Imperium. However, such a monumentous undertaking encountered no shortage of resistance. Not all within the knightly orders were willing to relinquish their autonomy and pride. Despite the Lion's persuasive rhetoric, dissenting voices would persist, clinging to their traditions and independence in the face of change. Yet amidst the discord, the promise of glory and honor under the banner of the Emperor's cause did sway many to acquiesce to unification. As the Imperial army descended upon Caliban's surface, and dissent rippled throughout its populace, the trials of the First Legion officially commenced, as the majority of Caliban's inhabitants remained poised to join the ranks of the Imperial army, be they Astartes or otherwise. In a remarkably brief span of time, Caliban underwent a metamorphosis unlike any seen before. Once a world of untamed wilderness and ancient forests, it swiftly evolved into a hub of mortal industry. The tranquil echoes of nature were replaced by the relentless clang of factories and hammers, along with the resolute march of soldiers preparing for the crucible of interstellar conflict. The arrival of the Emperors of Caliban brought with them enormous earth-moving machines that methodically cleared dozens of kilometers of forests every single day, leaving behind flat, lifeless soil ready for the construction and cultivation of human industry. This cleared land soon hosted mines, refineries, and manufactura, all designed to best exploit Caliban's abundant resources and convert them into vital war material for the Emperor's Grand Crusade. As industrial sites sprawled across the world, new cities would emerge to support them. These urban centers grew both upwards and outwards, with each passing terra near. Traditional villages and towns surrounding these fortress monasteries would be emptied, as their citizens were relocated better to serve the Imperium, their lives irrevocably changed by the relentless march of progress. And amidst this transition, a significant milestone would be reached. The individuals who had proven themselves would be finally deemed ready to become Astartes. The first aspirants of Caliban would be officially inducted into the First Legion, marking the culmination of Caliban's integration into the Imperium and the solidification of its role in the Emperor's vast interstellar war machine. Word would eventually arrive from Luther that the Astartes had completed their final selection for advanced training and genetic enhancements to join their ranks. As over the next several standard years, through the application of imperial science and the marvels of gene seed, these chosen aspirants were transformed into battle brothers of the newly christened Dark Angels. Luther himself had also been selected to join, like many of the Order's ranks. However, like a significant portion of the initial initiates taken from the Order and other Calibanite knightly orders, he was too old to benefit from the traditional full implantation of gene seed. In its stead, Luther and his peers underwent an extensive series of genetic, surgical, and biomechanical enhancement procedures, which greatly mirrored that of the Thunder Warriors. These modifications significantly increased their strength, stamina, and reflexes to superhuman levels, similar to that of the Astartes, and while they became taller, stronger, and quicker than any ordinary man, they would never achieve the full status of true Astartes. This delineation marked a pivotal moment within the integration of Caliban into the Imperium, as the now transformed aspirants of the Dark Angels symbolized a full blending of Caliban's martial tradition with the advanced capabilities of the Imperium, setting the stage for their future contributions. And the changes to Caliban's knightly orders was not just in physical appearance, but the very fabric of their relationships, as Luther and others were now surrounded by those who had once been their squires and junior knights, which had ascended to stations far above themselves, and as the old order was now amongst warriors who had become far more powerful than they could ever hope to be. Yet Luther would continue to serve as a Lion's second within the Legion, a position which he had earned through merit and unwavering commitment to the imperial ideal, as his dedication was undeniable and his contributions significant beyond measure. Despite his achievements, Luther would never be able to shake the inner conviction that he was viewed as lesser because he was not a true Astartes. This internal struggle colored his interactions and added a further layer of complexity to his leadership, as the knowledge that he would never reach the same heights of power as his genetically enhanced comrades gnawed at him. This sense of inadequacy, though often hidden behind a veneer of steadfast loyalty and compliance, was a constant undercurrent in Luther's psyche, influencing his actions and decisions. And as Caliban integrated even further into the Imperium, these tensions would continue to simmer beneath the surface, hinting at the challenges and futures which lay ahead, seeing as he was not the only one who felt this way about the change in status. As the remarkable transformation of the Dark Angels was not just a physical metamorphosis, but a profound reshaping of loyalties, hierarchies, and personal identities. And in this crucible of change, conflict would be sown, as individuals such as Luther, amongst others, struggled to reconcile their past glories with the stark reality of their present and future limitations. Eventually, Lionel Johnson and his identity would lead to him being often regarded by his brother Primarchs as a dour and morose individual, a figure of somber determination, as his demeanor was marked by moods and aversions to the counsel of others, all stemming from his stark and simple worldview. His time on Terra did teach him the harsh truth that the war waged on Caliban's monster-hunted forest was merely a prelude, a children's game, compared to the greater conflict ahead. As the galaxy teemed with monsters and his purpose was clear, he was set to destroy them. Unlike Sanguinius, who embraced the chivalric ideals, or Mortarion, who harbored arbitrary hatreds, or even Fulgrim, who was obsessed with beauty and perfection, Lionel Johnson dismissed such passions and distractions. To him, they obfuscated his true goal, the annihilation of mankind's enemies. His single-minded focus on his objective rendered him both more and less than his brothers. As the first Primarch created by the Emperor, he embodied a primal force of destruction. His humanity was greatly eclipsed by his relentless drive. The Lion's approach was rooted in his experiences in Caliban, where survival depended on ruthlessness and clarity of purpose. As his return to Terra did not change his perspectives, rather, they intensified his resolve, as he saw the universe as more of an upscaled battleground, where the only measure of success was the eradication of the threats to the Imperium. This unyielding stance made him a formidable leader, yet it also isolated him as his brothers struggled to understand and cope with his relentless nature. And in the grand tapestry of the Great Crusade, Lionel Johnson would forge himself as a singular figure, a destroyer forged by necessity and honed by purpose, as he could stand against any of his kin, match blades with Fulgrim, and even stalemate the great strategist Rabut Guilliman. And while others might surpass him in specific skills, none equaled him in the grander scope of battle. His will was marked by bloody-minded determination, as he was unmatched. His talents and the resolute confidence in himself, which some might call arrogance, won him few friends, but his prowess ensured he was placed at the head of his legion far faster than any other Primarch recovered before him. The legion he inherited, however, was in desperate need of its Primarch and a new beginning. Scattered and fractured, the First Legion remained a powerful fighting force, but one whose purpose had become obscured in the long years of the Great Crusade before the coming of the Primarch. They had been mentors, guides to the younger legions, but by now their students had long since found their own wisdom. Now, with the Lion's return, he would grant them a new purpose, one aligned with methods and visions that he viewed and held for the Emperor's Great Crusade. The Lion's ascension marked a turning point for the First Legion, and brought new clarity of vision and a ruthless efficiency they had not known for a long time. No longer were they merely a guide, but they would lead, striking fear into the very cores of the Emperor's enemies. Under the Lion's command, the Legion was transformed into a singular entity, embodying his relentless drive and unwavering focus. Under his leadership, which was characterized by strategic brilliance and unyielding resolve, a new standard for the Legion would be set. His ability to inspire and drive his warriors to new heights of discipline and effectiveness solidified his place at the forefront of the Great Crusade, as the Dark Angels became a symbol of the Emperor's might once again, and a testament to the indomitable will and perseverance of their Primarch. And one of the first acts that the Primarch achieved was the merging of teachings between Caliban's techno-feudal aristocracy and those of the First Legion's hexagrammation. This fusion created a refined and formidable synthesis of Terra and Caliban, laying the foundations for the new era of excellence, all the while gathering the scattered fragments of his legion. The initial generation of recruits were selected from worthy knights of Caliban and had been undergoing the rigorous process of gene implantation and hypnagogic indoctrination, along with live fire training. And with these fresh initiates at his command, Lionel Johnson was set for his own campaign. Accompanying him were the original 500 warriors who had first arrived on Caliban, as well as various battle groups that had been wrought from Caliban's own populace, who had pledged their allegiance to the now ascended Primarch. This formidable force was bolstered by auxilia companies raised to serve the Imperial Army, and a small retinue of Mechanicum Magi from the Forge World Zana II, who were all eager to court favor with the new Primarch. In total, this army numbered a full 20,000 warriors, approximately a third of the Legion. Each soldier was marked by the promise of a new beginning, all bearing the emblem of the winged sword of Lionel Johnson's Dark Angels, symbolizing their allegiance to the future rather than the grim remnants of their past. Under his guidance, the Dark Angels became more than mere warriors. They became a relentless force which would unify the galaxy under his father's vision. Lionel Johnson led his now formidable host to reunite with the scattered companies of his Gene Sons, scattered across the vast expanse of the Great Crusade. Finding these warriors amidst the galaxy-spanning war involving 10 billion soldiers was no small feat. It was made possible only by the Lion's strategic genius and the technological prowess of the tech adepts from Xana II, who effectively analyzed the databanks of the Divisio Militaris to pinpoint the companies of the First Legion and where they were engaged. For any other legion, the arrival of a newly discovered Primarch might have been a cause for grand celebrations and ostentatious praise. However, the grim and resolute First Legion responded rather differently. News of the Lion's approach inspired warriors to intensify their efforts further still. Not only had he been rediscovered, but his eye might be directly upon them, so they began to fight with greater and greater ferocity, as they intended to present their father with blood-soaked laurels upon his arrival to any of their battlefields. The Lion's presence had a profound impact on his warriors, as his reputation as a strategic mastermind and an unyielding leader would precede him, instilling a renewed sense of pride within the Dark Angels. The Legion, once scattered and fragmented, began to coalesce and unite under the force of his leadership. The process of reunification was not merely a logistical endeavor, but a reinvigoration of spirit, as the original 500 who had arrived first on Caliban had already pledged their allegiance and gained distinction amongst their ranks, along with the fresh recruits from Caliban who were still undergoing either transformation or training, would represent the new future for these vaunted warriors. Lionel Johnson's vision extended far beyond merely military might, as he sought to integrate many of the aspects of Caliban's knightly traditions within the advanced doctrines of the First Legion's combat practices. As each battle-worn company greeted their new master with stoic reserve, they displayed a silent courtesy, offering a brief but solemn vow of allegiance. The Primarch, Lionel Johnson, would go on to test each of these companies in battle before they joined his growing entourage officially. And true to his nature, the Lion demonstrated his worth through actions and skill, and not through vague words or promises. Those who harbored doubts had the opportunity to match their blade against him in honest combat. After such trials, none within the Legion could question his right to lead. However, his arrival was not without controversy, as some within the Legion harbored misgivings about the sudden alterations to their century-long practices and the shift in authority they represented. Since the Lion's approach was stark and uncompromising, it would reflect his view upon his Legion. They would accept or they would accept. And this perspective was at odds with the more nuanced practices and approaches of some of his brothers, but it would resonate with the core identity of the Dark Angels, as his style of leadership was characterized by relentless focus and the primary goal being accomplished by destroying all enemies within the battlefield. The Lion saw his Legion rally behind him, as his talents in strategy and combat, coupled with his resolute confidence, solidified his position within the Great Crusade, as within a few rather short standard years, the Lion had reunited with nearly 100,000 warriors of his Legion, and he had led them to the ancient stronghold of the First Legion on Greymore, as the council masters who had yet to meet him awaited the conclave. Gathered amidst the many glories of the First Legion and their long storied history, the chamber had been filled with the amassment of wisdom distilled from countless battles, and a litany of dusty trophies of past victories, who would serve as silent witnesses to this monumentous gathering. In this hallowed setting, the Lion set about making his Legion whole once again. In order to affirm his leadership, he faced the ceremonial champion of the Council Masters in the Ring of Honor. His opponent was Fyrus Caligate, the master of the Host of Fire. In their duel, which lasted an hour, something commendable for any Space Marine, would lead to legends being formed. With this final trial completed, the Primarch accepted the title of Grand Master of the First Legion and the leader of the 6 wings of the Hexagrammation, along with the title of High Preceptor of the Orders Militant, as he became the first warrior to consolidate the leadership of an entire legion under his singular banner through combat. The Lion's leadership brought a new surge of purpose to the Dark Angels, as they had now essentially been given a rebirth, a renaissance if you will. To the assembled warriors of the Dark Angels Legion, whose oaths had been sworn through blood and sacrifice, the new Primarch made a solemn pledge. This oath would now be immortalized in the books of the Council of Masters, and it would go as follows. We are the angels of darkness. For us there is no peace, no end but war and death. We shall not walk in the golden halls of mankind's future, but stand resolute in the shadows beyond. While we yet draw breath, the Imperium will not fall, and we will not know defeat. I pledge every warrior, every drop of blood in this legion, in the name of victory, no matter the cost. This vow sealed a pact between the Primarch and his legion, uniting them under a shared destiny. As the Dark Angels, now bearing the weight of this oath, embraced their role as a bulwark against the Imperium's enemies. Under the Lion's leadership, they would become an unstoppable force, or die trying, driven by the relentless pursuit of victory, as the echoes of this oath would reverberate all the way to the 41st millennium. In the wake of the Lion's solemn oath to his legion, a transformative reorganization would sweep throughout the ranks of the First Legion, now reborn as the Dark Angels officially. The Primarch would go on to appoint new leaders to oversee each of the wings, which he had meticulously crafted from the remnants of the Legion's former hosts. Drawing inspiration from the noble traditions of Caliban's knightly orders, he formalized the Dark Angels into a diverse series of informal orders, infusing the Legion with the structured hierarchy reminiscent of his homeworld. As the first wave of fresh recruits from Caliban, including the seasoned warriors who had become half Astartes, stood ready to join the ranks and march on to war, Lionel Johnson seamlessly integrated them into the new framework, as merit became the sole criteria for assignments of command and leadership, superseding any considerations of origin or seniority. Amongst the Primarch's inner circle emerged several of his trusted commanders from the Order. Their bonds had been forged through shared trials and tribulation, yet despite the rigorous standards set by the Lion, a hint of discontent seemed to linger amongst some of the long-serving veterans, as authority shifted to those relatively newer entrants into the Legion. The Grand Legion that once had stood on Greymoor yielded to the winds of time and change, as their large bastion was replaced by a more modest fortress designed in particular to guard the burgeoning industrial complexes on the planet of Caliban. While Caliban would retain its status as the bastion of the Legion, their true center of power would lay in the sanctum of the Primarch aboard his flagship, the venerable Gloriana-class battleship known as the Invincible Reason. Here, amidst the whispers of ancient corridors and the hum of technological marvels, Lionel Johnson plotted the course of his legion, charting a path towards the fulfillment of his sacred oath towards his father and the Imperium. As the Primarch stood aboard his flagship, it seemed that a resurgence of the Legion under the Lion was guaranteed, since he had breathed a new life into the Dark Angels, and had dispelled any lingering shadows of doubt that had clouded their ranks, shredding the burdens of the past and its former glories, as they would all embrace the purity of their Primarch's vision, rejuvenated by the promise of a unified purpose. Yet amidst the fervor of renewal, it seemed that there was still some trepidation within the veterans, in particular those who did not embrace the fresh blood from their Calibanite brothers. Unfazed by the descent, Lionel Johnson met resistance with stoicism, choosing to lead by example on the battlefield, rather than engaging in debate, entrusting the Legion into the capable hands of masters and knight commanders. He would dispatch Dark Angels on assignments and duties while embarking on separate missions of his own, leading from the front rather than from the back lines. Eventually, the Lion would be guided by a cryptic message received by Caliban's astropathic choir, leading the Primarch to set course for the distant world of Cascam. There, amidst the crumbling remains of a shattered world fortress, the Ultramarines and their garrisons fought a valiant struggle against insurrection, as their steadfast resistance defied the besiegers for a solid 8 solar months. Now, with the Lions' arrival, it seemed there was a glimmer of hope for the Imperial loyalists who seemed to face insurmountable odds. As the fate of Karshkam hung in the balance, the conflict would quickly reach its zenith. The rebels would resort to desperate measures, unearthing ancient vaults buried within the planet's surface, where a biogenic plague had been stored. Said plague would quickly be unleashed upon its populace, twisting them into grotesque, inhuman, bloodthirsty monstrosities, devoid of reason save for their insatiable hunger for carnage. The mutated horrors born from the virulent plague descended upon the warriors of the Ultramarines Legion with a savagery that even battle-hardened Astartes found challenging. With much of the Great Crusade's might focused elsewhere in the eastern reaches of the galaxy, relief seemed unlikely for the Ultramarines. Few would dare even entertain the notion of aid coming from the Dark Angels. Yet, as the Invincible Reason had materialized from the warp, its drop pods prepared for imminent deployment, it would be noted that Praetor Atron, commander of the embattled Ultramarines garrison, would momentarily abandon his own stoicism as he was unable to contain the physical reaction of elation at the unexpected arrival of reinforcements from the First. And amidst this chaos, the Lion himself emerged as a vanguard of the relief forces, leading a formidable contingent of 1,000 Deathwing veterans clad in ebony armor, which would carve through the horde of flesh-craving monstrosities who had threatened the Ultramarines' survival. As the air crackled with a discharge of superheated plasma, they would purge the fortress of all its assailants. Following closely behind the Dark Angels were 10,000 other transhuman warriors, their blades glinting in the dim light as they descended upon the enemy with relentless fury, leading the foes to cower, as swift and merciless annihilation came at the hands of the First Legion. As the Ultramarines ventured forth from their defenses to meet their saviors amidst the carnage, apprehension tinged their anticipation, as they half expected demands for retribution and territorial concessions. This was due to their long history with the First Legion. However, it seemed that the Lion, unlike many Primarchs, harbored no such desires for vengeance or accolades. With the enemy vanquished, he would depart without ceremony, leaving only an empty banner as a silent token. This decisive engagement is amongst the Lion's earliest battles with the Imperium and the Dark Angels proper, and it was a testament to his unwavering commitment to warfare, and it was a great representation for his disdain for the political machinations which many of his brothers had been entrenched in. His sole focus would remain exterminating the enemies of the Emperor and eschewing the trappings of empire building or personal glory to his other brothers. Thus, with Lionel Johnson's ethos guiding them, his Dark Angels would assume their roles in the waning days of the Crusade, gaining victory after victory. Amidst the many victories commanded by the great Lionel Johnson of Caliban, amongst the greatest of them was the Imperial compliance of Moloch, as it stands as one of the greatest testaments to the Lion's strategic prowess, a monumental endeavor which saw the convergence of multiple legions, including the Dark Angels, the Luna Wolves, the Emperor's children, along with the White Scars, and even the Emperor, accompanied by his Primarch sons, as they ventured into what would be the realm of chaos itself. As the dust settled on the events of Moloch, a veil of secrecy would indeed descend upon Imperial records, as when the Emperor reappeared, his visage seemed to bear the weight of age, yet his power seemed to have swelled to unseen heights, and with a deft stroke of psychic manipulation, he veiled the memories of those on Moloch, obscuring the truth even from his own sons. But the secrets were not to be left unguarded, as the Emperor in his wisdom deployed a formidable garrison to safeguard the strange, pre-existing warp gate. Nearly 100 regiments of Imperial Auxilia stood sentinel upon this dangerous locale, their ranks fortified by the might of 3 full Legio Titanica cohorts, and amongst them At least 2 full detachments of Space Marine legionaries stood vigilant, and it is assumed that many of them were from the Dark Angels themselves, who had been entrusted with such secrets and weaponry for eons prior. Yet even as the Imperium stood poised to defend against all external threats, it seemed a shadow loomed on the horizon. The specter of a second and third Rangdang Xenocide seemed to cast a pall upon the galaxy, with a conflict of unimaginable scale and ferocity, which whispered of ancient adversaries in greater numbers than ever before. Amidst those who went to confront the Rangdang were the Dark Angels once more, their presence a beacon of hope as they became the vanguard. Them, alongside the titans of Legio Griffonicus, Legio Virtum, and Legio Kaidos, would fight against the vile Xenos scum. And they would even be bolstered by the formidable forces of Xana II's Mechanicum cohorts, as they plunged headlong into the fray to finally finish off the Rangdang Xenocides. This harrowing conflict erupted in 862 M30, as a resurgence of this ancient menace, once thought vanquished, seemed to potentially threaten the entirety of humanity. With a relentless fury, the Rangdang descended upon the galaxy in the Imperium's northern borders, their numbers eclipsing all previous imaginations. It seems that they had prepared to rush the Imperium and attempt to collapse it under waves and waves of endless numbers. For a decade, the conflict raged on, as the Rangdang descended upon the Imperium's northern borders. And even when it seemed to stretch on for an eternity, the seasoned warriors of the Dark Angels, heirs to the First Legion's legacy, stood firm against the ever-encroaching tide. Their valor was a last line of defense against the annihilation of a myriad of human worlds, both those who had officially joined the Imperium and those who had not. During these Rangdang Xenocides, the Lion would carve a path of his own, as a specter of doom and retribution, hunting each and every one of the nightmarish Xenos invaders. In those early tumultuous years, when it seemed despair threatened to engulf the Imperium, the Lion stood firm, unwavering even. Unlike the radiant Sanguinius or the charismatic Horus Lupercal, he was a stoic presence which assured those on the battlefield that there was at least a singular bastion of solitary strength in the face of such overwhelming darkness. For nearly a decade, the conflict would rage, drawing in a full 9 Space Marine legions into the maelstrom and leaving a trail of devastation across the reaches of human civilization. As the toll was heavy, with each legion bearing the scars of battle, it seems that even the Space Wolves, renowned for their ferocity, mourned the loss of thousands as they valiantly broke the siege of Xana during the Rangdang Xenocides. The Dark Angels themselves, mustering their forces once more, stood ready for battle, yet not unscathed, as they themselves had faced their own trials in this crucible of war. And here, amongst the endless corpses of Xenos mounting, the Dark Angels' new legend was built, as they combated against the scourge of Xenos, lurking beyond the halo stars, their valor reaching a pinnacle in the harrowing Third Rangdang Xenocide. Around the year 890 M30, the Dark Angels clashed in full force against the Rangdang threat, in a desperate bid to safeguard the Imperium's northern reaches from full annihilation once more. The cataclysmic battles that ensued, from the siege of Vorkask Citadel to the fierce engagements over Morkar, bore witness to the Dark Angels' incredible might, as, against overwhelming odds, they stood strong. Even though they paid a staggering price in lives lost, they were able to extract an unsurmountable toll, and winning the day even though it decimated their ranks, leaving them as a mere shadow of their former numerous glory. Rumors would swell amidst the aftermath, surrounding the Dark Angels' sacrifice in mystery. Some speculated that they sought redemption in their eyes of their new master, leading to many of them taking unnecessary risks, while others whispered of darker motives laying beneath the surface. Regardless of the truth, the legacy of the Dark Angels endured as they had conquered, and in the aftermath of the Rangdang Xenocides, the Dark Angels sought to replenish their depleted ranks, turning to their homeworld of Caliban for even more new recruits. And with the Rangdang threat pushed back, a fresh wave of new Calibanite Space Marines joined their ranks, embodying a new ethos, and with new tactics derived from their recent experience against the Rangdang Xenocides. With their new numbers, the Dark Angels re-engaged. One such fleet, under the direct command of Lionel Johnson, set its course for the world of Sarosh. Meanwhile, the Ultramarines Legion, buoyed by their upswell in numbers, stood on the verge of becoming the largest and potentially most powerful singular Space Marine Legion, with approximately 166,000 legionaries by the year 899 M30. Amidst these developments, the feud of Dulan loomed over the horizon, a shadowy conflict that seemed to test many of the Imperium's greatest warriors. As the Space Marine legions continued to expand the borders of the Imperium, each Primarch would vie for distinction in the eyes of the Emperor. Amongst them, Leman Russ, the Primarch of the Space Wolves, harbored the ambition to outshine all his brothers. Only Horace Lupercal and Lionel Johnson boasted more triumphs than Russ, and that fact seemed to gnaw at him deeply. A turning point for this came on the planet of Dulan, and this was in 870 M30, when the Space Wolves and the Dark Angels fought side by side, leading to a feud to spark, whose echoes still reverberate to this day. This was during an incident where a planetary governor by the name of Durath openly insulted Leman Russ, provoking a fury within the leader of the Space Wolves. Russ, consumed by anger, vowed to slay the man, demanding the honor of leading the assault. But Lionel Johnson, the ever meticulous strategist, had already devised a plan and was not about to yield to the command of his impulsive brother. Taking charge of the operation, the Lion would personally execute Durath, leaving Russ seething with frustration as he was denied his vengeance. Enraged, Russ would confront the Lion in a violent clash that would become legendary. For an entire solar day and night, the two Primarchs engaged in a brutal duel, their strength and agility matched in a relentless struggle. And though Russ had greater brute force, the Lion's speed and precision proved a formidable tool to equal this disparity. And eventually, their sons would mirror this duel in a tradition, a ritual if you will. For when the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves met, they would field their champions each and every time in a duel to first blood. This was a sign that even though they may fight, they were united in the solitary goal of ensuring humanity would prosper, and that no bad blood would remain between the legions. Another incident of great note would be the incident which occurred when the Dark Angels' 4th Expeditionary Fleet, once again commanded by Lionel Johnson, embarked on a crucial mission in the compliance to the colloquially known 4-3. This world, formerly under the jurisdiction of the White Scars, awaited integration into the Imperium's fold, as it seems the Lion's decision had been to heed the call of his brother, Primarch Jagatai Khan, the leader of the White Scars, and how quickly he went to his aid underscores the deep bond between these two solitary brothers, as despite their contrasting personas, it seemed they had forged a connection that transcended their differences. As Sarash, or 4-3 as it was colloquially known, was governed by a bureaucratic regime that seemed to overwhelm anything and everything that they had desired. Even though they had expressed eagerness to join the Imperium, in large part due to it aligning with their secular beliefs, the bureaucratic hurdles in what could only be noted as the singular most bureaucratic world the Imperium had ever noted harshly impeded their compliance, frustrating both imperial authorities and their appointed governor. And despite the assurances of progress, it seemed the planet's bureaucracy ensnared any movement forward in administrative red tape. It was then that the Dark Angels decided to descend upon the planet to hasten their integration into the Imperium, and coincidentally it seemed that an insidious truth lay beneath the surface. Unknown to those within the Imperial expedition, it seemed that the world harbored a clandestine devotion to elites known as a Melachim, who were beings that existed within the tumultuous realm of the warp. This warp being dedicated cult was shrouded in secrecy, and it openly defied the anti-religious doctrine of the imperial truth, viewing it as a suppression of their religious faith, which it was, as they used the planet's bureaucracy to impede the hastening of integration within the Imperium. Amidst the diplomatic engagements aboard the Invincible Reason, it seemed that tensions were boiling, as the Lord High Extractor, representative of the Saroshi bureaucracy, unveiled a fervent and boisterous denouncement of Lionel Johnson and the Emperor himself, directly challenging the authority of the Primarch. And as one would expect, the Lion acted swiftly. Fueled by righteous fury, he silenced the dissent with a singular, fatal stroke of his legendary power sword. Yet, in the confrontation, there seemed to have been a hidden peril, as the Sarashi delegation had hidden a nucleic device poised to obliterate the command hierarchy of the Dark Angel's fleet within their delegation's shuttle. However, it was Luther, the trusted ally of Lionel Johnson, who had been stationed back into Caliban, who, with the aid of librarian Zahariel, thwarted the deadly scheme. Luther's admission of contemplating betrayal during this event seemed to underscore a darker undercurrent within the man, one which was fueled by envy and resentment festering within his heart. Following the turmoil on 4-3, where the rebellion quickly arose and was even more quickly quashed by the Dark Angels and the other garrisoned Imperial forces, lingering doubts would continue to plague the victors. While the insurgents were subdued and the weapon dismantled, it seemed that suspicions of discontent and skepticism arose regarding the ease of which the diplomats had infiltrated the defenses of the First Legion with such a deadly weapon. Luther, Zahariel, and 500 seasoned Dark Angels, hailing from both Terra and Caliban, had found themselves reassigned in almost permanent status, not in open disgrace, but as custodians on the homeworld of the Dark Angels, Caliban, tasked with safeguarding the Lion Sanctuary, and with a solemn duty of recruiting and training more Space Marines to the Lion's perilous standard. This was during the twilight of the Great Crusade, where the Dark Angels now seemed to epitomize the creed of strength and excellence, remaining steadfast in their mission to further the Emperor's cause. And unlike some of his brethren, just as quickly as the Lion would arrive and complete his mission, he would move on to the next, leading from battleground to battleground, which seemed to cause even more stress between him and Luther. As time wore on, the memories of the Lion's heroic feats somewhat seemed to fade into the background, as he was not one to remain for posterity. Yet amidst the collective forgetfulness, it seemed one individual would remain ever observant of his brother's actions. This was Horus Lupercal. Despite his attempt to sway the Dark Angels to his cause and his belief system, it seemed that the Dark Angels' own stubbornness and pride functioned as a shield against his manipulations, as the warrior lodges that Horus and Lorgar worked so hard to form found no foothold within the ranks of the Dark Angels, seeing themselves rejected by the stalwart defenders of the Imperium. Unlike many of the other legions, it seemed Horus had become rather despondent due to the Dark Angels and his brother Lionel Johnson not being swayed by his charm or rhetoric, as their loyalty lay solely with their masters, the Lion and the Emperor himself. Though not universally beloved amongst the Primarchs, Lionel Johnson would indeed command great respect from each and every one of his brothers, earning the trust of even the Emperor himself, and granting him access to Terra's most ancient of armories, those not even allowed to the First Legion during the burgeoning days of the Imperial Crusade. This was a prospect that seemed to greatly unsettle Horus, and when the opportunity arose for Horus to celebrate the conquest of Olenor Prime, one of the greatest achievements of the Imperium up to that date, he would go out of his way to ensure the Dark Angels and their master were occupied elsewhere, denying them any place at the triumphant gathering, as Horus would take this opportunity to increase his chances to ascend to the esteemed position of War Master. It seemed the absence of the Lion during the coronation did not escape notice. This omission was deemed a triumph by the ambitious War Master, yet it proved to be one of his few misjudgments, as Horus was accustomed to the manipulative nature of power, and had erroneously assumed that all the figures of authority would act in accordance to his own ambitions. However, this act shone a light to his thoughts to the Lion. Upon hearing of Horus's newfound status, Lionel Johnson remained undeterred in his military pursuits, showing neither approval nor envy. His stoic response seemed to gnaw at Horus due to being so unlike the rest of his fellow Primarchs. Subsequently, Horus's descent into treachery unfolded following his corruption on Davin, and it is speculated that Lionel Johnson emerged amongst a scant few as one of his foremost concerns. The Dark Angels were seen by the Luna Wolves as formidable both in number at this point and martial prowess, wielding weaponry and psychic abilities nearly unparalleled by their peers. Moreover, their Primarch stood as an unyielding bastion of loyalty, one only paralleled by Sanguinius and Dorn, all of which were prepared to confront any threat to the cause of Imperial unity with resolute and grim determination. Amongst the Primarchs, the War Master harbored no ordinary fear, yet the prospect of confronting the Lion in open conflict gave him pause. Should Lionel Johnson refuse allegiance to the traitorous cause, he would become an obstacle of priority to be eliminated. 3 Space Marine legions stood in the path of Horus's treachery before its inception, and while he sought to co-opt the White Scars and to annihilate or corrupt the Blood Angels as soon as possible, his intentions toward the Dark Angels were different. Horus aimed to exile them as long as possible, ensuring that they would remain distant until his dark designs were fully fulfilled. However, it seems that fate had other plans, as he would fail on all regards. The White Scars would never join him, the Blood Angels would battle on Terra against him, and the Dark Angels would reap a furious vengeance upon the War Master's forces. And even though he had been functionally exiled to one of the furthest reaches of the Imperial front lines, the Lion would re-emerge within the Imperium, relentless and resolute, as the Dark Angels would emerge during the Horus Heresy, as formidable, semi-independently functioning forces, conducting large-scale campaigns through isometric warfare and the use of superior firepower and tactics. Horus had been well aware of the potential threat posed by the Dark Angels, so he had orchestrated a series of deployments to the fringes of the Imperium, desiring to prevent their intervention in his schemes, at least temporarily. However, as the conflict unfolded, the Dark Angels proved themselves their betters, as they struck fear into their enemies. Even the Night Lords were terrified at Thramas, as the Dark Angels unleashed devastation upon those who had terrorized this southern galactic zone, leaving a trail of crushed traitor worlds in their wake. During the 200th year of the Great Crusade, it seemed that the Dark Angels found themselves in a crucial campaign set up by the War Master himself as a distraction during the year 998 M30, as they had been aimed towards a confederation of human worlds who had allied with Xenos of questionable allegiance. And over the span of 7 Terran years, from 998 M30 to 05 M31, the Dark Angels had been immersed in an arduous campaign. However, eventually news would reach their high command. It seemed that the War Master Horus, along with several Primarchs including Angron, Mortarion, and Fulgrim, had renounced their loyalty to the Emperor. Information about this betrayal and the horrific atrocities committed on Isstvan III, where loyalist Astartes were mercilessly eradicated by virus bombing, reached the ears of the Lion himself. In this mass upheaval, Lionel Johnson and the Dark Angels suspected a deeper scheme would be at play. He believed that their deployment to the Shield Worlds in this campaign had been a calculated move by Horus to scatter the loyal forces of the Imperium, also noting how his brother Sanguinius had been essentially set to the opposite side of the galaxy. Nevertheless, the Emperor's response was swift, as a strike force was comprised of 7 full Space Marine legions, which were dispatched to the Isstvan system in order to confront Horus head-on. As they closed in on Isstvan V, the stakes could not have been higher, as the fate of the Imperium seemed to hang in the balance. In the aftermath of Horus's multiple betrayals, Lionel Johnson found his forces still deeply entrenched, no matter how hard he tried, within the shield worlds of the Gordian League, rendering a swift response as necessary to deal with this daunting task of the unfolding treachery. The Lion's initial assessment projected that he would require nearly 8 solar months to properly disengage from the ongoing offensive operations and realign for a potential strike against Isstvan V. However, recognizing the urgency of the situation, the Lion devised a daring plan, which, despite the logistical challenges that would come of it, he believed he could succeed, as he chose a select group of highly trained forces that could potentially achieve what a legion could not, if forced to operate under a singular combined goal. The orders would be issued to mobilize the Dark Angels' reserve squadrons, within the Termgrass system as their assigned destination. Their primary objective was the strategic forge world of Damat. It was imperative, in his view, to prevent Horus from obtaining the vast arsenal needed to fortify Isfahan V against the impending loyalist assault. The Lion himself would personally lead this expedition, commanding a battle group comprised of 15 formidable warships, secrecy becoming paramount as the Dark Angels prepared for their secretive mission. This was in large part due to the Lion being acutely aware of the possibility of enemy agents tracking their movements, as the stakes were high, as within this formidable forge world lay some of the most powerful siege engines ever created, the Ordinati, capable of shattering even the most impregnable of fortifications, conceivable by Dorn himself, arriving swiftly within the system in a mere few days due to how quickly he had reacted after the Dark Angels found themselves in a pivotal encounter, decimating the forces of Horus at the Xanthus starport. The admiral of the War Master's fleets were faced with the formidable Astartes of Lionel Johnson and the Dark Angels' Primarch's cunning tactics, as they realized that there was no viable path to secure the coveted siege machines themselves, and faced with an unassailable obstacle, retreat became the only recourse. A bitter acknowledgement of their defeat and the thwarting of the War Master's plans, as it seemed, even with his brief presence on the battlefield, the Lion had proven himself the War Master's better. It was in this wake of this tactical triumph that Lionel Johnson convened with Perturabo, the Primarch of the Iron Warriors Legion, aboard his flagship, the Invincible Reason. It seems that Perturabo had been chosen to be the bearer of grim tidings, revealing the arrival of the 4th Legion in the Isfahan system, as he was supposedly poised to confront Horus himself. As he informed the Lion of Ferrus Manus and his Iron Hands Legion surging ahead in order to meet the Emperor's children and bring retribution unto the War Master. Through this whole meeting, it seemed that Perturabo was successful in masking his true intentions, as he spun a tale of logistical necessity, feigning desire to replenish his vessel at the now raised Xanthus starport, before pressing onward into the fray. Yet it seems, with the truth, or what seemed to be the truth, laid bare, the Dark Angel's decisive actions had dashed his plans. Perturabo would proceed to probe the Lion regarding his discovery of the Ordinati siege engines, which led to the Lion revealing a glimpse into his meticulously laid out plan, and how he had discovered these great weapons while reviewing records of the Great Crusade's history, which had been concealed in a message from Horus to the Emperor himself. And it seems that Perturabo's gambit worked, as the Lion entrusted the Lord of Iron with the retrieval of these potent siege engines. And this was where the Lion's path would once more diverge, leading him once more to staging operations from the Gordian League's shield worlds, rather than outright confronting Horus and the traitorous forces, much like his foolhardy brother Ferrus Manus had done. And seeing the fate of the first Primarch slain during the heresy, it was a smart choice. In the murky aftermath of the Dropsite Massacre and the initiation of Horus's treachery, it would be noted that Conrad Kurz, the harbinger of terror for the Imperium, would be set towards the distant reaches of Singasla, a desolate world veiled in the shadows of a looming asteroid belt. And amidst the chaos of obscurity, the Night Lords would prepare to unleash a campaign of terror and bloodshed, heretofore unseen upon the unsuspecting strongholds of Hurldar and Thormas. Their mission was simple: to secure the flanks of the War Master's impending strike upon Terra, lest the tide of rebellion falter against the resolute defenders of mankind's throne world. Amidst this system, it seemed loyalties wavered between the Emperor and the traitorous War Master, leading to the Dark Angels finding themselves engaged in protracted conflicts known as the Thramas Crusade. For nearly 3 grueling years, the fate of one of the Mechanicum's greatest forges hung in the balance. Their allegiance was a prize coveted by both sides during the galactic struggle. In a calculated maneuver to sway the Lion to the side of treachery, the Night Haunter, Conrad Kurz, orchestrated a clandestine rendezvous on the desolate planet of Sangulsla. A deep void beacon would be launched, which guided the Dark Angels on the path towards the planet. And with the stage set, the two Primarchs, accompanied by their stalwart vanguards conveyed upon the soil of the world. Initially, the discourse came with a semblance of civility, masking the underlying currents of tension between the two. Yet beneath the veneer of diplomacy, animosity simmered, and ancient grudges came to the surface. As words turned into actions, accusations became blows. As the fragile facade of camaraderie shattered, and outright conflict began between the two titans. The confrontation between the Night Haunter and Lionel Johnson reached a crescendo of violence as the two were entrapped in an all-consuming melee where ancient grudges and bitter resentments were fueled by the flames of conflict. As the Night Haunter sought to extinguish the life of his former brother, the Lion found himself ensnared in the grasp of a deadly embrace. Yet in a moment of heroic intervention, a valiant Dark Angel plunged his blade deep into the back of the Night Haunter, saving his Primarch from certain demise and ensuring the continuation of the Imperium through his actions. As amidst the now ignited combat between both legions, the wounded Primarchs were whisked away from the fray, their survival ensuring the continuation of their bitter struggle for dominance within the Aegis subsector. It would be on the tumultuous year of 8M31 when a cryptic message whispered throughout the void reached the ears of the Dark Angels, their astropathic choir noting the movements of the traitorous forces, prompting the swift mobilization of the First Legion. Arriving at the Periodically system, the Dark Angels intercepted an ongoing conflict between the Iron Hands 98th Clan Company under Counselor Larmach and one of the most formidable Death Guard contingents within the Legion, led by the nefarious First Captain Callus Typhon. At the heart of this bloody struggle lay an ancient artifact, the Tachula Engine, a semi-sentient relic steeped in both mystery and power, an ancient device part of a trio alongside the Ouroboros and its nameless counterpart, which promised the ability to bend and bow the fabric of reality itself, waving threads of temporal energy in order to traverse the vast expanse of space itself, almost completely obfuscating the need to travel throughout the warp. And this was the coveted prize that both legions were so desperate to claim. Sensing the looming threat posed by the Dark Angels, both factions quickly withdrew from the battlefield at the behest of the Lion's merciless gaze. And it seemed that this was the opportunity the Lion required to further his own agenda, capturing the engine for the Dark Angels' cause. In a controversial act of defiance, the Lion decreed the annihilation of Periodically, a decision met with incredulity from both friend and foe alike, as he harnessed the arcane powers of the engine to guarantee none other would threaten the Imperium with such a weapon. They embarked on a perilous journey, absconding through sectors of the warp, and essentially ignoring many of the entities lurking deep within the Immaterium. And now it seems that the Lion would break another oath. In defiance of the Emperor's decree, Lionel Johnson resurrected the Order of Librarians within his legion, commanding them to unleash their psychic powers to combat the malevolent entities that plagued the Imperium. Yet it seemed that this bold move ignited some dissent within his ranks, due to him challenging the sanctity of the Emperor's edicts. As tension boiled, the Lion, in a fit of fury, confronted and ultimately struck down Chaplain Namail, an act which underscored the tearing schism within the Legion. And eventually, the Lion would encounter a demonic entity known as Kairos Fateweaver, an emissary of Tzeentch, the architect of fate. And in a battle of will and ideologies, where the greater demons sought to ensnare the Primarch's Legion to the web of chaos, the Lion stood undeterred, unwavering in his devotion to his father. With a righteous fury burning in his eyes, he would go on to vanquish the Lord of Change, piercing its twisted form with his righteous blade. In a final contemptuous taunt, the Lion would mock the demon's supposed omniscience, challenging the fabric of fate itself, and showing that he could change his own destiny. Thus, the Lion's actions left him as a solitary beacon within the darkness of treachery. Utilizing the engine a second time, the Dark Angels executed a meticulously planned ambush on the Night Lord's fleet while it was transitioning from the subsector itself. This assault saw the Night Lords suffer a crippling defeat, that left their Primarch, Conrad Kurz, mortally wounded after facing his brother, Lionel Johnson, in brutal combat once more. Thanks to the Legion's strategic acumen and superb execution, the Night Lord's fleet was all but decimated, losing a total of a dozen capital ships and approximately 1/4 of their Legion's fleet, proper to the Dark Angel's relentless assault. However, the Night Lords did manage to flee once again, with their critically injured Primarch in tow, thereby denying the Lions satisfaction at ending Kurz's life, once and for all. In the aftermath of this, as Kurz recovered, he would launch a desperate counterattack alongside his first captain, Sevatar, and an elite cadre of Atramatur Terminators, led by himself in a daring boarding action, attempting to strike at the Dark Angels within the Invincible Reason. The ferocity of this assault resulted in the deaths of over a dozen Terminators and the capture of Sevatar, along with whatever surviving remnants of Night Lords were left. This desperate move underscored the Night Lord's tendency for ruthlessness, and despite being Astartes being one of the less combat-effective legions. Despite some losses, the Dark Angels emerged as fully victorious. Yet, Conrad Kurz was able to flee the Lion's wrath, evading the Dark Angels for several months as he hid within the shadows of the bowels of the Invincible Reason, within the Lion's very own flagship, all the while spreading bursts of terror upon the mortal crew, as the Night Lord's Primarch methodically killed every single hunter team dispatched by the Lion to track him down. After losing several squads of Dark Angels, the Lion took it upon himself to take up the hunt and search for his psychotic brother. Meanwhile, the remaining Night Lord captives orchestrated a daring escape, as they successfully slipped into the void, evading the Dark Angel's grip. As the galaxy had now been rent asunder due to the Ruin Storm, which was a cataclysmic warp storm that blotted out the light of the Astronomicon, rendering warp travel nearly impossible for all, splitting the Imperium in twain, all after the harrowing Battle of Calth. The Dark Angels realized that they were unable to directly return to Terra in order to aid in its defense, even with the powerful T'Chula engine at their disposal. As the Ruin Storm raged on, Loyalist forces had to adapt to a new reality, one where the Imperium was divided, as the Dark Angels were cut off from their brothers and the Emperor, faced with the daunting task of navigating the fractured galaxy while continuing their operations opposing the traitorous legions. Miraculously, the First Legion managed to lock onto a beacon of an alien device known as the Ferris, located within the world of Slotha. This beacon allowed the Dark Angels to safely navigate the warp in order to reach the capital world of the realm of Ultramar, Macragge. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the now haggard and frustrated Primarch Reboot Guilliman and Sanguinius, whose warriors had also been guided to the realm of Ultramar via the Ferris. The convergence of the three Primarchs set the stage for a pivotal moment in the Horus Heresy, one which would largely remain unremembered. Recognizing the necessity to continue fighting against the traitors and safeguarding what remnants remained of the Emperor's vision, the three leaders formed Imperium Secundus, what would eventually become an unremembered empire, as Guilliman proclaimed Sanguinius as the rightful heir to the Emperor, declaring him the new ruler of this emergent empire. Lionel Johnson was then appointed as the Lord Protector, in essence, the equivalent of the role of War Master, making him the supreme commander of all military forces within Imperium Secundus. Unfortunately, despite the promising start and the solid foundation of Imperium Secundus, this would be marred by the actions of Conrad Kurz, who had finally escaped the Invincible Reason and began a campaign of terror across Macragge. His goal was simple: to sow as much fear and disruption as possible within the new realm. In this critical juncture, the efforts of Guilliman, Sanguinius, and the Lion to establish a bastion of hope and a final home for humanity were continuously tested by the insidious actions of their renegade brother, who, while not the best combatant, was a master of asymmetric warfare and terror tactics. Eventually, both Guilliman and the Lion confronted Kurz, yet their attempts to kill him were unsuccessful, as the Night Lord's Primarch had laid a cunning trap. He had brought down an entire chapel upon the two Primarchs through the use of a series of planted explosives, allowing him to flee the scene. The Lion and Guilliman were only saved through the direct intervention of the Loyalist Iron Warrior, Warsmith Barbarus d'Antioch, who was communicating with Guilliman at the time of their attack through a portal he had opened with the Ferris. On instinct, the Warpsmith would reach out across the portal and pull the two endangered Primarchs safely to Sultha. Feeling directly responsible for the Night Lord's rampage on Macragge, the Lion continued to obsessively haunt his wayward brother for the next 2 years. In 011 M31, the Lion finally had a slim lead on his brother's whereabouts within the Zaphas system, which had fallen to the combined efforts of the Word-Bearers and the World Eaters during their Shadow Crusade. The relentless pursuit of Kurz showed that the Lion truly found him as a preeminent threat, as he seemed to prioritize him over all his traitor brothers. The only issues seemed to arise as the Lion had to navigate the labyrinth of political and military landscapes which had been shaken up due to the Horus Heresy, as his relentless hunt now led him to a battleground controlled by the dark forces of the Word-Bearers. Farith Rildos, a lieutenant-elect of the Dark Angel's Deathwing, would eventually be charged with leading the hunt for Conrad Kurz himself on the word of Zephath. The Dark Angels quickly uncovered the horrors perpetrated by the Word-Bearers Legion, as their dark rituals on the planet emphasized how far they had fallen, as a hunt for the Night Haunter led to multiple engagements against the forces of both the World Eaters and the Word-Bearers, with clashes reaching a fever pitch on the capital city of Nementus. Here the Dark Angels would demonstrate their tactical prowess and utterly annihilate both traitor forces upon the capital, as the survivors of Nementus were left to rebuild the world on their own in the aftermath of the Dark Angels' devastating, overwhelming victory. Meanwhile, it seemed the broader campaign saw the Dark Angels divided into specialized detachments designed to target and tackle particular threats across the galaxy. Captain Ormond led one of these detachments in order to reinforce the Space Wolves against the insidious Alpha Legion in the Alexis Nebula. Another detachment, under the command of Corswain, was tasked by Lionel Johnston himself to hunt down Callus Typhon following the chaotic aftermath of the Battle of Perditus. As his obsessive hunt for Conrad Kurz drove the Lion to further and further extremes, victories would mount. Yet even the victories and the countless enemies vanquished did not leave the Lion satisfied, as his strategic acumen had been tested in war, and only wrath would stand. While pursuing the elusive Night Haunter, Lionel Johnston found himself in constant, continuous conflict with Robert Guilliman over policy decisions, particularly those regarding the security of Imperium Secundus. Their disagreements were exacerbated by the emergence of rebels on Macragge, which the Lion had been convinced were incited by the actions of Conrad Kurz. This situation would reach a critical point following the self-termination bombing on an Astartes convoy. In response to this, the Lion would implement martial law on Macragge, deploying the full might of the First Legion in order to restore order. Believing Kurz to be hiding within the rebellious Illyrim region, the Lion advocated for a massive orbital saturation bombardment in order to ensure Kurz's death. However, this led to fierce resistance from both Sanguinius and Guilliman, who opposed these drastic, self-destructive measures. Instead, the Lion was forced to deploy the Legion's entire Deathwing, in particular, one which had been well versed in siege and close quarters combat, in order to flush out Kurz and all the rebels. This conflict culminated in the assault on the city of Alma-Mons, where the Lion finally cornered the Night Lord's Primarch. The ensuing confrontation was brutal, as Kurz used his ability of foresight in order to predict the Lion's next move, but it seemed, once again, the Lion would be able to defy fate, changing the path of his blade, altering history with a single stroke of his mighty sword. After a fierce struggle, the Lion would emerge victorious. He would then directly demand to know why Kurz had turned away from the Emperor. Kurz's response met the Lion with chilling indifference. Why not? This exchange encapsulated the profound tragedy and divergence between the two Primarchs, highlighting the depths of Kurz' fall. And this victory in Alma Mons showcased the Dark Angel's strategic brilliance, as even the ability to see the future was not able to overwhelm the Dark Angels. Eventually, the severely wounded Conrad Kurz was brought before both Sanguinius and Guilliman to stand trial. Their subsequent tribunal caused Kurz to only defend his actions, refusing to admit any form of guilt, as he argued that each Primarch was created with a specific purpose in mind, and he was merely following in accordance to his nature and the Emperor's design, thereby believing he had committed no crimes. Kurz would further exacerbate the tensions between Guilliman and the Lion by accusing the latter of secretly ordering orbital bombardments in direct violation of Guilliman's orders to avoid unnecessary civilian casualties. These accusations infuriated the Lion, but proved to be true, as he attempted to slay Kurz, yet was stopped by Sanguinius, and in a fit of unyielding rage, Guilliman would seize Lionel Johnson's sword and break it across his armored thigh. The trial of Kurz revealed the deep-seated divisions even within the Loyalist ranks, and as the saga concluded, Sanguinius was the one to dismiss the Lord Protector, effectively ending the triumvirate. The Lion, while enraged, accepted his brother's decree. As he was banished from Imperium Secundus, he would lead the withdrawal of the Dark Angels from Macragge only hours later, leaving behind a trail of unresolved conflict. And in the chamber of the Tachula engine, aboard the Invisible Reason, the Lion would brood over the recent events as he continued to question his actions over the last few decades, in particular the functional banishment of Luther and the death of Nemil, alongside other actions. These reflections weighed heavily on his mind. Eventually, he would order the engine to teleport himself and Hogwyn, the Deathbringer, a voted lieutenant of the Deathwing, back to Macragge. Due to having had a realization, they would arrive just as Sanguinius was preparing to execute Kurz for his crimes. Interrupting the proceedings, the Lion commanded Sanguinius to halt his actions, as troops entered the room, demanding that the Lion surrender. Ready to end the Primarch of the First Legion, Lionel Johnson explained the reason for his intrusion. He highlighted Kurz's ability to see visions of the future, and repeated the Night Lord's claim that death would one day come at the hands of an assassin sent by the Emperor. At this, the Lion reasoned that if his prophecies were true, then it served as proof that the Emperor was alive beyond the barrier of the Ruinstorm, a revelation that cast a new light on the situation they were now dealing with, meaning that the Emperor's influence could still be reached, despite the chaos of heresy. These moments did indeed bring a pause to the execution of Kurz, as Sanguinius, with his own ability for foresight, would realize the Lion's explanation and acknowledge his own continuing visions of inevitable death. When Guilliman questioned the fate of Kurz, the Lion knelt before his brothers and pledged to be Kurz's guardian, as Kurz would remain aboard the Invincible Reason as a permanent captive, where the Lion would occasionally visit him, attempting to extract information from his prophetic visions. However, the Night Hunter seldom cooperated, and in the wake of these revelations, Imperium Secundus would be officially abolished, as the three Primarchs, recognizing their unfortunate mistake, united in a new purpose, as they would lead their legions in a bold attempt to breach the Ruinstorm to reach Terra, now certain that the Emperor still lived, due to the combination of both Sanguinius's and Kurz's prophetic visions. Within the Ruinstorm, the combined Loyalist fleets encountered warp-born horrors as they heard tales of an entity called the Pilgrim, who had been spreading destruction upon the galaxy. Despite the Tachula engine, they would fail to navigate the Ruinstorm, which frustrated the Lion to no end. And during the Battle of Parian, Lionel Johnson commanded the Dark Angels Astartes with strategic precision. All the while, Sanguinius would receive a vision, revealing that they needed to return to the origin of the Horus Heresy, the world of Davin. This revelation would set the stage for the second Battle of Davin, where the Dark Angels would once again shine. In the climactic turn of events, the Loyalist forces changed their direction within the ruin storm. Rather than going to Terra, they went to its epicenter, Davin, where they confronted an immense demonic army on both the ground and the skies in a historic clash. Initially hesitant, both Guilliman and the Lion harbored thoughts of obliterating the accursed world upon their arrival. However, Sanguinius surprised the Lion by boarding the Invincible Reason and bringing the still captive Conrad Kurz along with him, as Sanguinius sought to harness Kurz's own prophetic talents in order to decipher his own purpose on Davin, hoping it would aid in the Emperor's salvation. This led to the launching of a full-scale ground assault, as all three legions converged. This charge was primarily led by Sanguinius, while the Lion, seething in fury, temporarily contemplated ordering an exterminatus upon the planet and his brother. Yet in a pivotal moment, the Lion recognized that these thoughts were not his own. Unlike other Primarchs, he was able to quickly notice the influence of another entity upon his mind. Descending upon the planet's surface, it seemed the truth had been revealed to him. Sanguinius had found himself ensnared within a warp portal, engaging in a life or death struggle against one of the most powerful demons of Chaos Undivided, the demon Madiel, while Guilliman and the Lion would fight desperately to reach him. All the while above them, Guilliman's flagship met its demise at the hands of the demon ship Vertas Ferrum. Eventually, both Guilliman and the Lion would find themselves fighting side by side, their unity as brothers once again solidified, as they vanquished one of the most formidable Soul Grinder demon engines ever created. After a prolonged struggle, it seemed that Sanguinius was able to defeat the demon utterly and completely in order to break free, as the Space Marines would quickly withdraw to the safety of orbit, which would lead to the decisive move to obliterate Davin by the use of cyclonic torpedoes, severing its ties to real space permanently, causing the demonic fleet to vanish utterly and completely from real space. And it seems that this was a rather fortuitous move, as the destruction caused a small fracture to open within the ruin storm. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Guilliman and the Lion both devised a daring strategy, while Sanguinius and the Blood Angels would press onwards towards Terra, fulfilling the prophecies of destiny that Sanguinius had viewed as the best chance of survival for humanity. Guilliman and the Lion would orchestrate diversionary attacks on the traitor fleets, allowing the Blood Angels to make it across this heavily defended sector of space, unimpeded. As the siege of Terra loomed on the horizon, a series of traitorous forces would be diverted by the Lion and stopped from reaching the throne world by launching key attacks on traitorous strongholds, all the while having a small cadre of Dark Angels on Terra. The Lion was able to shift the forces of the traitors from the Emperor's children to the Death Guard by attacking both Chemos and Barbarous. The Dark Angels were tasked with, in essence, disrupting and permanently scattering all signs of enemy logistics and crushing their morale, in a calculated move that, while not achieving the same glories as the others, would have significant repercussions on the enemy forces throughout the heresy. Within Terra itself, as the siege raged on, the Dark Angels on the world fought to protect one of the beacons of the Astronomicon and prevent further traitor interactions. The vast majority of the Dark Angels would be consumed by the thirst for retribution, vowing to unleash a vengeance unseen by the galaxy beforehand upon the traitors, as the majority of the Legion plunged themselves into a relentless campaign of annihilation known as the Passage of Angels, which culminated in the Lion's almost complete and total annihilation of all forces of the Death Guard upon Barbarous and the Emperor's children upon Chemos. Determined to rally all allies he could for his crusade, Lionel Johnson steered his forces towards Deliverance, the homeworld of the Raven Guard, and rendezvoused with Corvus Corax and Leman Russ. The Lion had noted the absence of Corax from the front lines of the conflict, but his concerns were assuaged by Russ, who emphasized with Corax's unfortunate situation at the time, whose forces had been vastly depleted, and was aiming to use what little he had as strategically as possible. However, they were united on their quest for vengeance, as Russ pledged his full support of the Space Wolves for the Lions campaign, deploying as many warriors as he could muster, clad in Mark VI Corvus pattern power armor. However, Corax, unable to waste what few resources he had on a campaign driven in part by emotion, dispatched only a modest contingent of Raven Guard. And despite their fervent determination and their direct attempts to reach Terra at any point, they would arrive too late, as the Emperor lay mortally wounded and the Angel slain. The fate of these two Imperial martyrs had been sealed by the hands of Horus Lupercal, and in the turbulent aftermath of the Siege of Terra, the loyal remnants of the Imperium would struggle to reclaim their shattered domain. But once again, the Dark Angels would emerge as stalwart champions in an event which would become known as the Great Scouring, with resolute and unending determination, along with no shortage of hatred and wrath. They would pursue the fleeing rebel forces, seeking to purge their taint from the galaxy. And amidst this chaos, the First Legion's path led them to Caliban, which had long been shrouded in the ruin storm, but now an opening had been made, in the dark days after Horus's betrayal had ended. However, upon their return, the Dark Angels were met with an unexpected hostility as they came under fire from their planet's own surface. Deciding to personally investigate this betrayal, Lionel Johnson uncovered a sinister plot orchestrated by his once trusted comrade and brother, Luther, who had been poisoned with the bitterness of jealousy and led astray to sow discord amongst the Dark Angels garrisoned on the planet, directly turning many of them against their Primarch, while influencing the rest to believe that their Primarch had been the one to turn traitor against them. This led to the Lion forming the devastating decision to go with what seems to be his go-to, an orbital bombardment upon the planet, shattering the defenses of Caliban in a desperate bid to root out all corruption festering within the world. Once again, going to the surface, directly into the Fortress Monastery, he would confront Luther in a climactic showdown, which should have been ended in quick order. However, much like Horus had been elevated by the malevolent forces of chaos, it seemed Luther, too, would gain such power, one which would drive a mere space marine to be able to match one of the greatest Primarchs in direct combat, as their battle would be titanic in proportions, while the very foundations of Caliban would tremble beneath their ferocious combat. The duel would rage on, as the relentless bombardment from orbit would take its toll upon the planet's crust, unleashing a catastrophic destruction upon Caliban. Despite his wounds, the Lion hesitated and even failed to deliver the final blow upon Luther, torn between the duality of loyalty and duty to a man who had been his brother, his mentor. And amidst the ruins of the shattered world, Luther would use this momentary lapse in the Lion's guard to score a serious blow, leaving the Primarch gravely injured. As the weight of his actions descended upon him, Luther realized that he would have to flee. As he collapsed to the ground, his will to fight shattered, but for the Lion it seemed to be too late, as he would disappear, ushered into the darkness by the Watchers in the Dark. And it seemed that with the loss of control over Luther, the forces of chaos would unleash their full wrath upon the world of Caliban, shrouding the planet in a tempest of warp energies, as a climactic storm tore the very fabric of the world apart, causing it to fracture and crumble, leaving only the Fortress Monastery of the Order standing amidst the ruined chaos of what remained. In large part, this was due to the formidable Dark Age of technology defensive shield barriers that the fortress had been outfitted with. Meanwhile, those Dark Angels who had succumbed to Luther's twisted influence, whether knowingly or unknowingly, turning to the worship of chaos, found themselves ensnared in the rolling tides of the warp, which would cast them adrift across the vast expanse of space and time, as they would become known as the Fallen Angels, or the Fallen, by the rest of the Legion. And the Dark Angels would then commence to venture into the remnants of Caliban, now reduced to a mere asteroid housing the Fortress Monastery. They would encounter a scene shrouded in mystery, as they stumbled upon Luther, uttering cryptic words of the Lion's fate, claiming that their Primarch had been spirited away by the mysterious Watchers in the Dark, and that he was destined to return one day to absolve Luther of his transgressions. Yet despite their search throughout the entirety of the fortress monastery, which would eventually become the Rock, the Dark Angels found no sign, not even a speck of blood, from their missing leader. Unbeknownst to his kin, the Lion still drew breath, albeit in a catatonic state of the deepest slumber, concealed within a clandestine chamber deep beneath the fortress monastery. This chamber had been veiled from the prying eyes of even his own brethren, and even the Lion himself originally had no idea that this chamber existed. There he would lay dormant, his existence sustained by the elusive Watchers in the Dark, and he would remain a closely guarded secret, hidden from all but the most clandestine of his custodians. In the wake of the Horus Heresy, a shadow would now cast itself upon the once illustrious Dark Angels Legion. With their Primarch now vanished, and their brethren on Caliban seemingly completely ensnared by the seductive whispers of chaos, the Sons of the Lion vowed to cleanse their tarnished honor by bringing each and every one of the fallen to account. However, they would shroud the tale of Caliban's fall in secrecy, fearing vengeful repercussions for their internal strife if it were to become public knowledge. In order to prevent the damning truth from surfacing, they would establish what would later become known as an Inner Circle, a clandestine assembly of the Legion's elite, tasked with vigilantly guarding against any signs of corruption amongst their rank, and with protecting the history of their Legion. The web of secrecy birthed an atmosphere rife with suspicion and paranoia, which would become the calling cards of the Dark Angels, an enduring legacy which would persist with the chapter to this day. And despite their efforts to conceal the climactic events of Caliban's demise, the magnitude of the disaster was impossible to fully conceal, as across the galaxy, these psychic disturbances heralded the planet's sundering. In the aftermath of Caliban's fall, the Dark Angels would begin a meticulous campaign of concealment, binding each and every remaining battle brother to an oath of unwavering silence regarding the events that transpired that day. While the narrative may not withstand rigorous scrutiny, the turbulent state of the galaxy and the Imperium offered a rather fortuitous shield, with the traitor legions emboldened near the Eye of Terror, particularly the Night Lords, who would wreak havoc with deadly ambushes. The Dark Angels themselves would engage in a relentless pursuit of their once formidable foes. Amidst this chaos, and with the loss of their homeworld, they would attack traitor strongholds who had stubbornly endured. As rebellious planets awaited retribution, and the encroaching menace of Xenos loomed in the horizon, the Dark Angels would once more venture out into the void. In the wake of the Civil War, the Imperium was now vulnerable to the surge of Xenos assaults, with planets across the galaxy facing dire threats, with their forces rebuilding the Rock into not just a home base, but a mobile platform for which they may attack all the enemies of humanity. The Dark Angels would deploy their fleets to any distress signals echoing throughout the void, dividing their forces as they all forged alliances with other Space Marine chapters, in particular such as the Blood Angels, who had been embattled in the Cadian sector at this moment. Together they would wage a relentless campaign against the traitorous and demonic forces which thirsted to reclaim a place upon the Materium, as the Dark Angels and Blood Angels would venture to reclaim worlds and drive the enemies of mankind to exile, leading to the rebirth of the Angels of Death in these moments. Pivotal battles such as Septon Prime led the Dark Angels Terminator companies to display that they still had the power epitomized by the First Legion, earning praise as the defenders of the Imperium's realms. However, upon their return to the Rock, the Dark Angels were confronted with unsettling revelations. Despite their beliefs that the majority of their traitorous kin had perished in the cataclysm that had consumed Caliban, it became clear that most of the fallen had survived, though the fate of the Primarch remained shrouded in mystery. The librarians would be able to detect faint traces of the Fallen's presences across the galaxy as their psychic signatures faded with each passing moment. In the wake of this revelation of yet surviving fallen angels, the Masters of the First became faced with a dilemma, one that struck at the heart of their loyalty to the Imperium. On the one hand, the dreaded potential exposure of their Legion's dark past, if unveiled, could tarnish the honor of their missing father, irrevocably dismantling what little stability remained in the Imperium. Yet amidst the shadows of disgrace, a glimmer of hope emerged. The continued existence of the fallen angels presented the possibility of redemption. If the wayward brethren could all be hunted down and brought to repentance, the stain upon the Dark Angel's honor may be cleansed, and they could bear Legion numbers once again. Thus, the Grand Masters of the Inner Circle would swear oaths that would reverberate through the corridors of time as long as a single fallen angel drew breath unrepentant. The Dark Angels would remain bound by their oath of atonement, condemned to pursue redemption until the last of the fallen was accounted for. Thus began the clandestine crusade that would define the destiny of the Dark Angels and their successor chapters for millennia to come. Theirs became a relentless pursuit, an unyielding quest to expunge the secret shame that stained their legacy. No sacrifice was too great, no battlefield too precious, as they would wage an unending war of repentance to erase the hidden blemish. To this day, the Dark Angels and their successor chapters of the Unforgiven remain vigilant, their duty clear to capture and or eliminate the fallen, being their most sacred and solemn obligation, surpassing all others, even if it means slaying custodians and the Emperor's most loyal. Such is the weight of their brethren that they have forsaken a myriad of battlefields across the Emperor's domain. For even the faintest whisper of a fallen demands their full focus, along with their unwavering attention. The tumultuous year of 999 M41 plunged the Imperium into chaos. Responding swiftly to this unsettling development, Supreme Grandmaster Azrael initiated a daring crusade into the Fenris system, only to find it besieged by the malevolent forces of the Warp, with the Fenrisian worlds engulfed in a nightmarish demonic incursion. Azrael faced a harrowing decision. With the relentless advance of an infernal horde, he would reluctantly sanction the orbital bombardment, much like his father, of Midgardia, a world overrun by chaos. Meanwhile, aboard the Rock, a sinister presence of shape-shifting changelings was detected, and it soon became clear that the changeling had been the puppeteer orchestrating the sinister conflict between the Dark Angels and their ancient adversaries. In the Long War, as they engaged in combat to aid the Space Wolf, it soon became clear that this was merely a part of a more intricate web of deception, merely a fragment in a greater scheme. The mastermind of this great ploy was none other than Magnus the Red, the demon Primarch of the Thousand Suns. As the demonic onslaught threatened to consume the Rock itself, a fragile alliance was forged in a manner that would allow the Space Wolves to board the Rock, if necessary. Their timely intervention and a detachment of Grey Knights repelled the infernal tide. Yet despite the shared triumph, the scars of confrontation left the once tenuous relationship between the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves more strained than ever before, due to the impropriety shown to the Space Wolves. Around the twilight of 999 M41, the Imperium was plunged into chaos once again, as relentless hordes of zealots surged forth from the hellish depths of the Eye of Terror. At the helm of this climactic onslaught stood Abaddon the Despoiler, orchestrating another one of his infamous crusades. This one would be the 13th Black Crusade. Amidst the maelstrom of battle, the keen-eyed Dark Angels discerned the unmistakable presence of the Fallen, their ancient nemesis, and elsewhere brothers, amongst the Chaos devotees. Sensing the opportunity To capture the fallen, the Dark Angels boldly commanded all the Unforgiven in the area to join them in a perilous campaign against the renegade forces. As the conflict unfolded, the Dark Angels became embroiled in a series of grueling engagements across the embattled Cadian sector. Amongst these trials by fire, they would be forced to repel onslaughts by unending demonic war hosts, led by the malevolent greater demon known as Karhunk, and they were successful as they would push back the encroaching darkness of said greater demon. However, the tempestuous nature of the warp conspired to keep the fractured Imperial forces scattered and isolated, and despite the valorous efforts of the 4th Company under the esteemed Master Kahariel, they were able to properly besiege what walls had been taken by chaos in Cadia itself. Yet they could not forestall the inevitable, as Cadia would succumb to the inexorable onslaught of chaos, as Abaddon the Despoiler would careen his final remaining black stone fortress into Cadia itself. Within the rock, the librarians of the Dark Angels were besieged by ominous premonitions, and while most of the glimpses of these futures were fleeting and fragmented, one revelation seared itself onto the consciousness of Ezekiel, the esteemed Grand Master of the Librarius. In his vision, Ezekiel beheld the full extent of the fallen, whose numbers now surpassed even the darkest fears harbored by the Inner Circle, reaching near or greater than Legion numbers. It would be revealed that Luther, the once loyal brother and mentor of Lionel Johnson, had been the one to orchestrate this resurgence of almost the entirety of the First Legion that had turned traitor, and he had also grown their numbers through countless chaos devotees. As Ezekiel's vision unfolded, the fabric of reality itself trembled, foretelling of a looming cataclysm of unprecedented magnitude. This foreboding prophecy was soon realized with the aftermath of the fall of Cadia and the 13th Black Crusade's zenith. With a deafening roar, the cosmos was rent asunder with the emergence of the Cicatrix Maledictum, an immense tear in the fabric of space colloquially known as the Great Rift, which stretched across the galaxy like a gaping wound, as the Great Rift would eclipse even the Eye of Terror, plunging vast swaths of the Imperium into darkness and uncertainty. Trapped within this desolate expanse of the now named Imperium Nihilus, the rock, the bastion of the Dark Angels, found itself severed from the guiding light of the Emperor's Astronomicon, cast amidst the turbulent tides of the galactic void. During the tumult known as the Era Indomitus, when the Imperium grappled with the aftermath of the Great Rift and the reawakening of a Primarch, a sinister event would unfold in the hollowed confines of the rock. Amidst the waning darkness of Noctis Anthrena, the rock found itself once more besieged by a malevolent force led by the fallen demon prince Morbus, as a horde of demonic entities breached the formidable void shields enveloping the Dark Angels' asteroid fortress. What followed was a harrowing clash that echoed through the corridors of the rock, from its grand halls to even the lowest of its sublevels. As the battle reached a crescendo, the demon invaders abruptly vanished just as they had appeared, leaving behind a wake of devastation and despair. Yet amidst the chaos, a clandestine agenda had unfolded deep within the rock's dungeons. Concealed from all but the highest echelons of the Dark Angels' leadership, a secret prisoner had languished in captivity. This was none other than the arch-betrayer Luther, former mentor of Lionel Johnson. In a stroke of audacious subterfuge, this assault on the rock was orchestrated to liberate Luther from his confines, as Supreme Grandmaster Azrael harbored grave concerns that the battle had been merely a diversion orchestrated by the machinations of the fallen. However, burdened with the weight of this clandestine knowledge, Azrael was compelled to maintain a veil of secrecy, for the revelation of Luther's captivity and subsequent escape could unravel the very fabric of the Dark Angels. Amidst the mystery of the now torn asunder expanse of the Imperium, the shrine world of Darkmoor became the grim host for a tragedy of epic proportions, drawn by the whispers of their librarians, elements from a myriad of unforgiven chapters, including the Angel's Vengeance, the Consecrators, and the Guardians of the Covenant, descended upon this planet. Their purpose clear: to uncover the newly materialized fallen. Yet in a cruel twist of fate, the hunters became the haunted. It was a trap. The warp storms that had allowed their arrival intensified, plunging the entirety of the world into chaos, as the Unforgiven found themselves ensnared by a deadly trap. Upon setting foot on Dankmoor's surface, they were not merely quarry, but they were met by scenes of desolation and carnage. Once grand cathedrals lay in ruins, their sanctity violated, while the blood of innocents stained the soil. Amidst the rubble and death, an insidious ambush awaited them. Legions of demons, Chaos Space Marines, and renegades alike lurked in the shadows, poised to strike at the heart of the Unforgiven. What ensued was a climactic battle, mirroring the intensity of those which occurred during the Horus Heresy, as a symphony of death and despair would echo throughout the history of the Unforgiven. In the wake of this massacre, the Unforgiven faced their darkest hour. From a proud contingent of 8,000 Space Marines, only a scant few emerged. Their numbers had been decimated outright by the onslaught. Yet amidst this, there was some hope. In their desperate pursuit, they had found traces of Cypher, a mysterious figure intertwined with the Fallen. The surviving Space Marines stumbled upon a hidden artifact of untold power, a secret teleportation device that offered them a slender chance at escape from the clutches of utter doom. Amidst this galactic upheaval, the Imperium found itself met with a resurgence of a new breed of warrior, the Primaris Space Marines. Reboot Guilliman, the legendary Primarch of the Ultramarines, had risen from the ashes to lead the Imperium's forces during the Indominus Crusade, bringing with him the formidable Primaris Space Marines reinforcements, which would be a great boon to the beleaguered ranks of the Dark Angels and their kin amongst the Unforgiven. In the wake of the harrowing tragedies, Supreme Grandmaster Azrael of the Dark Angels convened an urgent council, summoning the Supreme Grandmasters of all the Unforgiven to the Rock. And through their efforts of their librarians, they were able to pierce the Great Rift, drawing in loyal sons of the Lion from even the most far-flung reaches of the galaxy to their ancestral stronghold. Even though not all heeded their call, many successor chapters would vanish into the abyss, while others became entangled in a myriad of conflicts that beset the Imperium from all sides. As Azrael awaited the arrival of his brethren, a new fleet appeared on the horizon. This was that of the resurrected Lord Commander of the Imperium himself, Reboot Guilliman. Fearing retribution for hidden truths of the past, Azrael grappled with a momentous decision. Should he order a withdrawal of what appeared to be a legion via the assembled Unforgiven, or should he stand defiant against Guilliman's delegation? In the end, he chose neither, allowing the Lord Commander's fleet to dock unimpeded and to refill the beleaguered forces of the Dark Angels. Guilliman's arrival heralded not condemnation, but much needed reinforcements, and it stood as a testament to the enduring bonds of brotherhood amidst the trials of the Imperium. As the Dark Angels met their new Primaris brethren, they noticed that these warriors were indeed forged from the very essence of Lionel Johnson. As they strode forth from the depths of Archmagus Dominus Belisarius Call's immense vessel, each clad in the resplendent Mark X power armor, all adorned with the hues of the Dark Angels and their successors, gathered within the hallowed halls of the Rock. Guilliman, the resurrected commander of the Imperium, convened a war council addressing the looming threats that besieged the Imperium. There, he unveiled his grand designs for the continuation of the Indominus Crusade and expounded upon his revisions to the sacred Codex Astartes. In a moment of solemn allegiance, Supreme Grandmaster Azrael and his brothers knelt before the Ultramarines Primarch, swearing their chapter's service to the newly reborn Imperium. With the arrival of Primaris reinforcements, the Dark Angels ventured into the shadows that lurked beyond the light of the Emperor's Astronomicon, facing off against warp storms in the galactic north. saving a myriad of uncountable isolated worlds. Azrael would assume command, orchestrating the response of the inner circle to the cries of distress that could only be answered by the Dark Angel's technological prowess, with ancient engines that allowed them to shift into space with more security than the average void vessel. As their relentless pursuit of justice echoed throughout the galaxy, the Dark Angels and their successors embarked once again on the eternal hunt for the fallen, their gaze now primarily fixated upon Cypher and the elusive demon prince Marbras, whose secrets may hold the key to the redemption of their ancient sins. Eventually, they would come into contact with a changeling who had sparked a rebellious war against many planets within the Stygius sector. In response to this, the Dark Angels and their unforgiven brethren rallied to confront the change hosts, standing shoulder to shoulder with the stalwart and glorious Mordian Iron Guard, along with the fierce Space Wolves. Together, they would wage war against the renegades of the Thousand Suns traitor legions. And despite the long-standing tensions between the Space Wolves and the Dark Angels, the dire circumstances demanded unity, and both chapters would acquiesce. And while individual skirmishes between champions would be inevitable, the focus remained on the larger battles ahead. Initial losses were swiftly replenished as the conflict would escalate, and it would become clear that victory was beyond reach. Only the timely intervention of an Aldari strike force from Craftworld Ulthway allowed the beleaguered Space Marines to withdraw, leaving the Stygius system in the clutches of Tzeentch's minions for now. As the bonds forged in the crucible of combat led the Primaris to be more and more accepted by their firstborn counterparts, it seemed that unlike some, such as the Flesh Terrors, the Dark Angel would swiftly integrate the Primaris fully into the ranks. With each new addition, the chapter meticulously shaped these new neophytes to align with their exacting standards, ensuring that the Primaris would seamlessly integrate into the ranks of the Unforgiven. In the wake of battlefield exploits, a decisive choice loomed for the Firstborn: whether to embrace the transformative Rubicon Primaris procedure, and while some were swayed by the awe-inspiring physical capabilities displayed by the new Primaris counterparts, it seemed others staunchly clung to traditions, adamantly refusing to undergo such changes. Amidst this internal conflict, cautionary voices echoed, warning of the perilous risks involved. The procedure did at the time carry a very high mortality rate, promising only a grim possibility of significant casualties for the chapter. Yet for those forced into the transformative journey by grave injuries sustained in battle, the Rubicon Primaris became an unforeseen lifeline, offering a path back to combat readiness by the integration of Primaris organs. To ensure the chapter's continued trustworthiness, the Inner Circle decreed that their apothecarians would oversee the transition of critically wounded warriors into Primaris, ensuring they emerged fully integrated with their Primaris Space Marine organs. Despite the undeniability of power and the utility that would come from them, the lingering reservations persisted amongst the higher-ups within the Inner Circle regarding the former Grey Shields of the Unnumbered Suns, whose allegiance remained a subject of scrutiny, as they had served for much of their lives under the teachings and tutelage of Reboot Guilliman. Within this debate, swirling within the Inner Circle, one voice emerged of particular Interrogator Chaplain Zeref. Having served alongside the Third Company in the Callanth Expanse, his testimony carried considerable weight, especially considering his prior skepticism to the Primaris reinforcements ushered in by Guilliman. Supreme Grandmaster Azrael, custodian of the Dark Angel's most guarded secrets, weighed the argument meticulously, with unparalleled insight into the risks and rewards inherent in the decision. Azrael's deliberations were informed by understanding the chapter's history and the pressing demands of the present. Moreover, his first-hand observation of the Grey Shield's prowess and dedication in the line of battle added another layer into the discussion. Deep in contemplation, Grandmaster Azrael grappled with the weight of decision. With the knowledge of the escape of Luther and information about the resurgence and gathering of the fallen in the distant reaches of the Somnium stars, it seemed his hand may be forced. Azrael knew that every unforgiven warrior had to be prepared to confront this looming legion-sized threat head-on. This realization weighed heavily upon the decision to extend the possibility of inducting the entirety of the Inner Circle to become Primaris, and even inducting Grey Shield Brethren into the Inner Circle itself. When Azrael's decision was revealed, it sparked outrage amongst many company masters and chapter masters, unable to disclose the full truth of Luther's escape. Azrael faced the daunting prospect of igniting a second schism within the ranks of the Dark Angels. With the ominous specter of the Fallen looming in the Somnium stars, the risk of further division could not be allowed. Drawing upon his considerable diplomatic prowess and leveraging his unwavering commitment to the Unforgiven, Supreme Grandmaster Azrael embarked on a mission to test the mettle of one particular brother, Brother Aphrion, a former Grey Shield who had garnered the attention of the Deathwing, whom believed him worthy to ascend to their esteemed ranks. With utmost conviction, Azrael would advocate for his induction, and furthering for his induction into the Inner Circle itself, placing the weight of the Dark Angel's reputation squarely upon the shoulders of this lone warrior. Despite his elevated status, Azrael approached chapter masters of the Unforgiven with humility, which resonated deeply with many. His unwavering belief in this Grey Shield exemplar swayed even the most skeptical amongst them, as they understood Azrael's confidence was not bestowed lightly. Under the watchful eye, Aphrion underwent the rigorous trials, emerging triumphant. And though there were some lingering doubts from some successor chapter masters, the allegiance to Azrael would ultimately eclipse their skepticism. With this issue settled, the Dark Angels and the Unforgiven surged forth into the cosmos with renewed determination, reminiscent of the Lion's own legendary campaigns to cleanse Caliban of all threats, be they traitor, mutant, heretic, or alien alike. Amidst the turmoil of these turbulent times, the Unforgiven exhibited unparalleled coordination, which led to certain inquisitorial circles whispering of legion building, having grown into more clamorous accusations, challenging the integrity of the Dark Angels and their brethren. Yet a myriad of fervent voices now would rise in their defense. The martial prowess of the Unforgiven would stand amidst even the greatest of the Imperium, as an indisputable testament to the Sons of the Lion's strength. Their victories too numerous to tally, their honor unassailable. Amidst these debates and whispers, rumors, psychic echoes, and harrowing confessions of captives hinted at a gathering darkness within the depths of the warp-shrouded Imperium Nihilus. Tales spoke of a convergence of fallen angels in the Somnium stars, and a being who seemed to have hunted many of them down. And with the culmination of the Arcs of Omen campaigns, a monumentous event unfolded. It seemed another legend from the past had awoken. Lionel Johnson emerged from his millennia-long slumber within the depths of the rock, and unlike his brother Primarch Reboot Yeoman, whose expertise lie in matters of governance, the Lion was a warrior, a predator instinctively attuned to the hunt and the kill, and he had awakened to a galaxy gripped by darkness and chaos. As he now traversed the celestial expanse with a singular purpose, retribution. Eventually, he would meet with some of the Fallen, who had told tales of their confusion upon his attack on them, believing him a traitor, though eventually this would be cleared up. And long before news of his return echoed amidst the cosmos, whispers of the Lion's deeds circulated amongst the disparate worlds within the Imperial Dominion. From mist-shrouded passages, he emerged, a formidable figure, a guardian who effortlessly dispatched monstrous threats. Some hailed him as a cowled giant or an unforgiving knight, while others, in their fervor, mistakenly likened him to the Emperor incarnate, as his arrival often was preceded by the eerie apparition of ancient forests, materializing and fading into the ethereal realm. The true mechanism of this otherworldly transit remains shrouded in mystery, known solely to the Primarch himself. Yet as he had slumbered beneath the rock, His dreams frequently returned to the dense Carbonite woodlands of his youth, and eventual conversations with a being who could only be noted as the Emperor himself. Yet ironically enough, it would not be the Dark Angels who would be the first to encounter the Primarch in full force, but rather Lord Commander of Imperial Nihilists and the Warden of the North, Chapter Master Dante, and a contingent of Blood Angels. Eventually, the Lion would gain the Emperor's shield, a weapon that would allow him to stand against the now empowered Angron, the demon Primarch of Khorne who had been unleashed upon the galaxy. And with his banishment, the Lion was able to once more take command of his sons, as he would stalk out into the galaxy for retribution against all those who dare attempt to lay claim to his father's realms. Now, onto the Third Legion, the Emperor's Children, sometimes referred to after their fall to chaos as the Lords of Proflagracy. They are a notorious traitor legion of Chaos Space Marines, who are entirely devoted to the service of the Chaos God Slaanesh, the Prince of Pleasure. Originally, however, they were the proud and noble Third Legion of the Imperium of Man. The transformation from esteemed warriors to renegades obsessed with excess is often viewed as one of the most tragic falls in the Imperium's history. Uniquely, the Emperor's Children bore the Emperor's own name and icon as their own, the Palatine Aquila, a rare honor bestowed by his hand in order to symbolize the Legion's martial perfection and their meeting of his expectations. Amongst the ancient Space Marine legions, none were seen as more celebrated or had less of a reason to betray the master of mankind than the Emperor's Children, as they epitomized the Emperor's vision for the Legion's Astartes, noble in action and appearance, all the while excelling in all endeavors, strong, civilized, purposeful, and unwaveringly loyal. Despite their exalted status, the Emperor's Children would descend into treachery, becoming one of, if not the singular most vile and depraved creatures to serve chaos in the 40th millennium. Their pride and hedonistic desires now enslave them, leading them to betray the Emperor and humanity which they once served with such great distinction. Today, the Emperor's Children are merely a shattered legion, much like their counterparts, the World Eaters. Their unity was destroyed by their allegiance to chaos, and now they exist as scattered and autonomous warbands of heretic Astartes in the Eye of Terror. These warbands are dedicated to their own pursuits of corrupt and hedonistic pleasures. Chaos Space Marines of the Emperor's Children have become rather infamous for their grotesque mutations and surgical alterations bestowed upon them as gifts by Slaanesh or any of the Emperor's Children's apothecaries. These alterations are designed to enhance their perfection and allow them to feel more, sense more, experience more than ever before. This is a blessing in the eyes of their twisted patron, further entrenching them in the service of their deviant ways. The transformation of the Emperor's Children from paragons of nigh unquestionable virtue to agents of chaos is a grim reminder of the corrupting power of pride. The Emperor's Children now exist solely to push every boundary and every experience, along with every possible sensation, to its utmost. These warriors have been entirely enthralled by Slaanesh, the Dark Prince and the youngest of the Chaos Gods. However, there was a time when the Legion was properly led by the Primarch Fulgrim, in order for all of them to seek out perfection in all that they did, which led them to be regarded as amongst the most dedicated followers of the Emperor, some even seeing them as more loyal and fervent to the cause than the Custodes. Fulgrim, the Emperor's Children's Primarch, gained this need for perfection as he grew up on the bleak and dying world of Chemos. This human mining colony had long since fallen into decay and decline, as Old Night had claimed the nigh endless domains of mankind. Isolated from the surrounding systems, Chemos Chemos industry had fallen silent, its mines replaced by reclamation plants and vapor extraction facilities that barely sustained the dwindling population. Within 50 standard years of his arrival on Chemos, Fulgrim had risen up to leadership, driven by a vision to rediscover and rebuild the wonders of long-lost ages. Yet it was only when the Emperor came to Chemos that Fulgrim could fully realize his dreams. By then, Fulgrim's ambition had extended far beyond his homeworld, as he desired to elevate all of humanity to glory yet unseen. When Fulgrim was introduced to the Space Marine Legion that shared his genetic inheritance, his sons, he did not find a resplendent host as many of his brothers did, but a mere 200 battle brothers. It seems that a catastrophic accident had befallen the nascent 3rd Legion early into their development of its gene seed, significantly hindering its growth and numbers. As a result, Fulgrim's transhuman warriors had to be in essence integrated into another legion's ranks until their numbers were sufficiently restored to fight independently under Fulgrim's leadership, and his warriors were assigned, unfortunately in the long run, to the Luna Wolves, the legion of Horus Lupercal. Under Horus's guidance, Fulgrim would master the arts of warfare to an unprecedented degree. This would set the stage for the Emperor's children's early successes and their eventual tragic downfall. The rise and fall of the Emperor's children is a tale woven in ambition and in the pursuit of the ever unattainable perfection. They were transformed from paragons of virtue to the most vile and malevolent of all chaos corrupted due to their unchecked pride and hedonism. From the earliest days of its service during the Great Crusade, long before their Primarch was discovered, the nascent 3rd Legion was renowned for its relentless pursuit of perfection in all endeavors. Its dedication, coupled with their extraordinary defense of the Emperor during the Proximan Rebellion, earned them the unique honor of bearing the Emperor's Aquila on their chest. This distinguished mark symbolized their status and their unwavering and unshakable commitment to the Emperor, which led to the early designation of their legion as the Emperor's Children, a title they retained even after the catastrophic events of the Horus Heresy. Some argue that Fulgrim's insatiable desire for perfection ultimately drove him and his legion into the service of Slaanesh. However, the exact details of Fulgrim's fall may still yet be shrouded in mystery, but it is evident that Horus must have actively appealed to Fulgrim's refined sensibilities in order to exacerbate his already disturbing quest for unattainable heights of sensation and perfection. However, his limits would come much later than those of any other mortal, as Fulgrim was gifted with the post-human physique of a Primarch, one which allowed no endeavor to seem beyond reach, despite everyone having their own limits. Every strategy and tactic of war, along with the pursuit of various artistic endeavors, from poetry to sculpture, would become almost natural once Fulgrim set his mind to it. As Fulgrim's soul became increasingly tainted by the influences of Slaanesh even before his attaining of the Layer Blade, his passions would grow darker and his desires more extreme, and eventually, acting on Horus's behest, Fulgrim would attempt to persuade his brother Primarch, Ferrus Manus, and his best friend into believing that factions within the nascent Imperium had begun to collaborate and conspire against Fulgrim, Ferrus, and their kin. This would eventually lead to a bitter confrontation of the once closest of brothers, and although Fulgrim survived the encounter, Fulgrim's reward was naught but damnation, setting him firmly on the path that would lead the Emperor's children to side permanently with the traitorous forces of chaos, beginning at Isstvan V and ultimately leading to the Siege of Terra. Even though the Emperor's children were present during the Siege of Terra, they would not partake in the direct assault on the formidable fortifications established by the Praetorian of Terra, Rogel Dorn, Primarch of the Imperial Fists Legion. Unlike the World Eaters and the other traitor legions who relentlessly attacked the Imperial Palace, the Emperor's children decided to indulge in their own way, wreaking havoc on the surrounding cities and outlying regions of the throne world. In a veritable conflagration of unrestrained cruelty and depravity, they would slay slaughter untold thousands, millions even, of the Emperor's subjects, just for the thrill of it. There are still whispers that the Emperor's children used the unprecedented violence of the Siege of Terra to harvest vital fluids from their countless victims, creating an abominable distillation which would function as a stimulant, granting them access to previously unheard heights of sensation. Ultimately, the Siege of Terra ended when the Emperor slew the arch-traitor Horus, forcing whatever remnants of the Emperor's children remained to retreat from Terra along with the other traitor legions. In their flight, the Emperor's children would leave behind a trail of desecrated worlds and violated populations, eventually joining the ranks of those traitor legions who sought refuge within the Eye of Terror. Here, they would initiate a new and devastating series of conflicts against their former allies amongst the Chaos forces, in their relentless search for more mortal and demigod slaves to serve their hedonistic desires. The post-Siege of Terra history of the Emperor's children seems to be largely obscured from many an imperial scholar, which has left one of the greatest mysteries concerning the fate of Fulgrim, who appears to have vanished after having ascended into a demon prince of chaos, though there are whispers that after his apotheosis he eventually started to return to the mortal plane. There are also claims that Fulgrim has potentially retreated and hidden within a demon world of his own, where he continues to rule, overseeing the based extremes of sensation and experiences far beyond mortal comprehension. For those who revere Slaanesh, this mythical place is considered the holiest of holies, with many dedicating their entire lives in obsessive quests to find a place that may or may not exist. Now, on to the origins of the Third Legion. The Third Legion was created alongside its brother Space Marine legions during the later phases of the Unification Wars. Many of its finest warriors were drawn exclusively from the courts and the blood of the princes and royalty from the continent of Europa. The nobles of Europa would go on to select their best youth, their heirs, offering them up to the Emperor of Mankind as both a tribute and penance for the previous defiance, following their systematic defeat by the Imperial Thunder Regiments. Amongst these offerings were the firstborn sons of each noble family, a fact which some Imperial scholars believed gave them their legion's enduring name, where the Aquila would be gained later. Some European noble families contributed grudgingly, viewing these young men as little more than hostages, while others would seek to cooperate with the zeal of true converts to the Imperial cause. However, the Third Legion's early developments were marked by these dualities of both honor and defiance, tribute and penance, zeal and reluctance. House Locus of Comarag, for example, reportedly sent all of its sons in order to have them transformed into Astartes upon their capitulation to imperial rule, and would continue to give their firstborn of each generation thereafter to the Third Legion willingly in subsequent solar decades. Other Terran dynasties would follow the example set by many of the nobles in Europa, filling the ranks of the Third Legion with the best-bred youth on Terra. This would create a martial brotherhood whose ancestry stretched back to the lost ages of human history. In their early conflicts, the Third Legion supported some of the most noble actions of the nascent Imperium, in particular functioning alongside the Imperial Army proper, often directly leading its troops into battle. This approach differed notably from many of the first founding Space Marine legions, which were typically deployed as unified commands en masse, serving as shock troops who were only supported by heavy war machinery. The integration of these noble youths into the Third Legion not only strengthened its ranks, but it infused the legions with a unique blend of aristocratic honor and martial prowess, differentiating their combat techniques from those of the other legions Astartes, creating an identity solely unique and unparalleled within their brother transhumans. Not even the noble Custodes could boast of such genetic lineage, as the Third Legion possessed a profound understanding of the strengths and myriad weaknesses of the diverse armies serving the Emperor, as they drew from Terra's rich military traditions in order to command with authority and purpose. During the Unification Wars, notable campaigns such as the Antarctic Clearance served as a testament to the Third Legion's strategic power, using limited resources to accomplish something that would have left many other legions struggling for much longer. And while history credits Army Group Antilles with the victory, a closer examination will reveal that it was actually the Third Legion that crafted the tactics and directed the campaign to its successful conclusion. Similarly, the Bronze Host conquest of Naridan and the Fifth Rising of Jove Sat II were largely orchestrated by the Third Legion. Despite this honor roll being extensive during the Unification War, they did not bear the Third Legion's names proper. These examples would underscore the Legion's exceptional ability to not only execute military operations to far surpass the Emperor's expectations in warfare. It seems their coordination with what some Astartes viewed as lesser troops came naturally to the former aristocrats of the Third Legion, as they possessed a profound understanding of the human mind and the duties of leadership. Even though it would become a point of derision by other legions, they would continue on with this tradition for long into the Great Crusade. It would only be after the Proximian betrayal during the Great Crusade that the Third Legion would earn a singular distinction that would last throughout the entirety of the Great Crusade: the right to bear the Palatine Aquila. This was the God Emperor's personal standard, and they got to use it within their heraldry. This great honor was one that was not shared between the legions. That was until the tumultuous events that were the Horus Heresy, which prompted this symbol's adoption by all loyalist legions. This honor was not one that was bestowed lightly, but one which was earned through great valor and sacrifice. During the imperial compliance ceremonies of Proxima, one of the Third Legion's most noble of cohorts was serving as the Emperor's honor guard, and they stood fast against an insurrectionist surprise attack. They, alongside the Legio Custodes, fought fiercely against significantly greater numbers, and held their ground in order to protect the wounded Emperor from an ambush involving the devastating and deadly vortex weapons. Their heroic sacrifice allowed the Emperor crucial moments to recover so he could lead a mighty counteroffensive. In recognition for this unwavering loyalty and bravery, the Emperor himself would proclaim that they had the right to the Palatine Aquila as the standard of the Third Legion Astartes. This revered testament to their deeds became a symbol of unique honor amongst those loyal to the Imperium. It also granted them the solemn duty to enact a complete and total exterminatus upon Proxima, ensuring justice for their fallen and sealing their legacy as the first legion to be granted such a sacred emblem directly by the Emperor. Not even the noble First Legion would have such an honor. The Palatine Aquila, with its profound significance representing both the Imperium and humanity, would become the most enduring of emblems for the Third Legion, one which some could argue would push them further and further in their attempts to reach perfection, potentially being part of what led them to their fall to Slanesh. From then on, in times of peril and utmost danger, the Emperor would entrust members of his newly renamed Emperor's children with pivotal roles as his personal aquilifers and equerries, roles that would otherwise be served by the Custodes. These Astartes bore the revered Palatine standard as a symbol that marked their equality with the Emperor's personal bodyguard. In battle, they would command newly acquired armies and lead them through the adaptation process, ensuring compliance with the Emperor's will and guaranteeing that they would meet his rigorous standards. The mere presence of these warriors bearing the Emperor's symbol was often enough to maintain the obedience of wavering allies, in particular in recently pacified human worlds. This privileged role elevated the Emperor's children in distinction as the Emperor's chosen elite. This led to a reputation for faithfully executing orders without deviation, even at the cost of their own lives. This was unparalleled amongst the legions of the begrudging Imperium. However, one catastrophic event that would leave an indelible mark upon the early decades of the Third Legion's existence was the devastating loss of nearly the entirety of the gene stock of the Emperor's children. This disaster struck within a year of their monumentous triumph fighting along the Emperor on Proxima. As the Emperor's wars for unity would go on, they would suffer a myriad of gene seed blights, constantly decreasing their numbers and decreasing their combat effectiveness during the Great Crusade. With the pacification of the Selenar gene cults of Luna and the Treaty of Mars, the Imperium was now able to produce Space Marines at an unprecedented rate. Consequently, the legions began to expand rapidly to meet the demands of the vast new wars across the stars. During this period, the expansion of the gene seed forges on Luna undertook the implantation of recruits for all Space Marine legions. A portion of the Third's gene seed reserve would be dispatched to Luna for this specific purpose. The events that followed, however, seem to be shrouded in no lesser amount of secrecy, as there are several conflicting accounts regarding the fate of these gene seed supplements. Some sources claim that the remnants of the subdued Celestine cults, still resistant to the Imperium's rule and the Imperial truth, hijacked a defense laser and destroyed the ship carrying a large majority of the Third Legion's precious cargo. Other accounts suggest that the ship lost control and crashed while attempting to dock, yet some stories assert that the vessel simply vanished without a trace, never to be found again. This tragedy, whichever version is true, was a major turning point for the Third Legion, as it profoundly impeded their ability to regenerate their ranks, leaving a long-lasting shadow over their early history, as not only a logistical setback, but a blow to morale and the future of the Emperor's children, leading to the necessity of implantation techniques that would cause further flaws in the gene seed, leading to less and less Astartes being successfully made with each implantation attempt. However, it would not endanger the survival of the Legion as a whole, if not for a second calamity which occurred in quick succession. Like all legions, the Third had created rituals to recover the progenoid gland from their fallen warriors. From these organs, a fresh set of gene seed implants could be grown, allowing for new Astartes to replace the fallen. This system, however, was far from perfect. The nature of battle and the manner upon which the legionaries died did not always allow for such recovery. To ensure a constant supply of organs for new aspirants, a reserve of gene seed of every legion was kept safe on Terra. This emergency reserve should have ensured the Third Legion's continued survival and growth regardless of what had happened on Luna, but within a single night, that hope would be obliterated. It was discovered that a fast-acting viral blight had suddenly infected several gene seed vaults on Terra. Its cause unknown. Potentially, it could even be the nascent conflagrations of chaos. However, the janitors of the Mechanicum, tasked with overseeing gene seed stocks, would fight feverishly in order to contain all the blight that threatened to wipe out the entirety of the reserves on Terra in a mere few solar hours, erasing what had taken a near century to build. The infection was undoubtedly artificial due to its targeted infectivity, led many to suspect it was Xenos in origins. Any gene seed infected was rendered functionally useless. While many legions suffered losses from this biological attack, the blight seemed to destroy the entirety of the reserves of the Third Legion's gene seed stock. From that moment on, the Third Legion began to face an existential crisis. Their ability to regenerate their ranks was drastically and severely compromised, leaving them ever cloaked by the shadow of extinction looming just over them. This catastrophic event not only impacted their immediate future, but it also left a lasting scar on their history, as they would question why had they been cursed so cruelly, while other legions swelled in numbers unending, regardless of the setback, such as the Ninth Legion, who would constantly be set on missions which they were expected to become extinct, only to come back in greater numbers. It seems that while other legions grew in size and glory during the Great Crusade, gathering momentum, the Third Legion would only wither. The only means they had of replenishing their losses was through the use of their progenoid glands, harvested harvested from their fallen. Without their Primarch to serve as a template for rapid replication, the Emperor and his gene rights of the Biotechnical Division could only rebuild the Third Legion's gene seed stocks at painstaking slow rates, meaning that they would likely be extinct if they were not careful within a fortnight of any conflict. As this laborious process unfolded, the Third Legion's strength and glory dwindled with each passing battle. It became evident that the Legion would fall far below effective strength, long before their gene seed stocks could be replenished. This was the doom of the Legion, and it seemed inevitable. Yet, just as hope seemed lost, the rediscovery of their Primarch, Fulgrim, transformed their fate, giving them a renewed hope. Known as a Phoenician, Fulgrim's return heralded a new era for the Emperor's children. This monumental event reinvigorated the Legion like no other, providing not only the genetic template they needed, but a charismatic leader to rally behind, to lift their spirits to further perfection. His presence alone inspired a resurgence, turning the tide of their fortunes. The once dwindling Third Legion would find new strength and purpose, their legacy forever altered by the return of their Primarch. After being taken from the Emperor of Mankind's gene laboratories beneath the Himalayan mountains of Terra, it seemed that Fulgrim's gestation capsule landed him on the mining world known as Chemos, and Chemos was a bleak and unforgiving planet, warmed by a small binary star cluster and perpetually shrouded in twilight by a thick nebula dust cloud. This desolate world had been settled by humanity during the Dark Age of technology and had become isolated from its neighbors due to the great warp storms which marked the Age of Strife. However, even as they struggled for existence, Chemos' resources were dwindling greatly as its people struggled to produce enough food to meet their basic needs, only surviving due to a network of fortress factories undertaking the Herculean task of sustaining the entire planet's population. The inhabitants of Chemos would work incessantly and endlessly, maintaining the vapor mines and synthesizers, forsaking any form of recreation, art, and or leisure in order to ensure their survival. This was in large part due to the planet's dependence early on during the Dark Age of technology on interstellar commerce for food in particular. As the warp storms made it exceedingly difficult for traders to reach Chemos, it seemed that Chemos would be doomed, despite their strict food rationing and their efforts to improvise nutrient solutions, and due to this it seemed Chemos was faced with a slow and inevitable decline. Their relentless labor was just not enough to stave off the inevitable shortages and hardships that would be imposed by their isolated existence. However, this would all change with the arrival of Fulgrim on this disparate world, as he would eventually alter it, creating a planet which had no shortage of art and grandeur. Such a task Fulgrim would undertake. Now, to understand how he affected the Legion and how he would be affected by those in the greater galaxy, we must understand Fulgrim's time in Chemos. It all started when scouts from the Fortress Factory of Kallax's planetary police force discovered the Primarch's gestation capsule after it had plummeted to the surface of Chemos. The infant within the capsule was so captivating that the scouts pleaded with the executive leaders of Kallax to spare the life. This was in large part due to how they ordinarily treated orphans, as they were quickly put to death in order to avoid further straining the settlement's resources. However, Fulgrim was spared and entrusted to one of these rescuers, and said individual was a member of the caretakers, who would raise him as his own child. And the name Fulgrim would come from an ancient deity of the Chemosian people. Fulgrim soon became a legend in his own right. At half the age when most children began to work in the vapor mines and the synthesizers, Fulgrim would already meet the obligations of an adult laborer. His understanding of Chemosian mining technology was in essence intuitive, allowing him to modify and enhance its efficiency due to an extraordinary inbuilt technical acumen. By the age of 15 Terran years, Fulgrim had ascended from a simple laborer to becoming one of the executives who governed the Fortress Factory of Kallax. As a leader, Fulgrim grasped the dire plight facing Kallax and other settlements on Chemos. The population and their technology were in a gradual state of decline due to the severe resource shortages they faced. Fulgrim's rise to leadership and his subsequent contributions would mark the beginning of a transformation upon Chemos, and ultimately a transformation for the Third Legion itself once they reconnected with their father. Under Fulgrim's visionary leadership, teams of engineers embarked on ambitious expeditions beyond Kallax and beyond the other fortress factories. Without him, this would be a death knell to all those who exited, but thanks to him and his great leadership, they reclaimed and restored many of Chemos' ancient mining outposts, some of which had produced supplies for the first time in more than solar decades. This allowed for the creation of a surplus, something which had not been known long since prior, and this surplus allowed Chemos to purchase food and other essential materials from what appeared to be interstellar traders, which allowed the planet to finally be lifted from its prolonged state of scarcity. Recognized as a planetary leader, Fulgrim also championed the revival of Chemosian art and culture, seeing it as a vital element of human life that had been long forsaken due to the planet's relentless resource shortages and grueling labor demands. This cultural renaissance was a rather significant turning point for Chemos, as it began to thrive under Fulgrim's guidance. Here would begin the tradition of Fulgrim marrying mortal women, but due to his exceedingly long lifespan, he would suffer as he saw them slowly fade away due to the imperfections of humanity, leading him to further try to perfect all aspects of humanity to an obsessive degree. At first, it would be remarked that he did in fact love some of them, but as time would go on, he would become numbed to their presences, the constant deaths, the constant loss. To many, this marked Fulgrim as indeed eternally bound by suffering derived from human imperfection. Not long after the monumental achievement of Chemos' renaissance, its isolation would come to an abrupt end, as descending from the perpetually twilight sky, a formation of Stormbird dropships would appear, their heavily armored, battle-scarred hulls emblazoned with the Palatine Aquila, the personal insignia of the Emperor of Mankind, and the insignia of the Emperor's children. This sight of the Aquila seemed to stir long-buried memories within Fulgrim. Though Chemos lacked a formal military, the caretakers had formed a planetary police of sorts, a force which would function dual roles as police and protectors of the fortress cities from any and all raiders. It seemed that these men had seen the Stormbird's landing as a potential threat, so they quickly surrounded them and prepared to fire upon them. However, Fulgrim would quickly command the caretakers to welcome their visitors and escort them to Kallax for an audience with him. In his private quarters, Fulgrim encountered what appeared to be heavily armored warriors from the stars. These were the Astartes, and they represented a true civilization which embodied the culture and refinement that he aspired to restore in Chemos. Emerging from their ranks was a resplendent figure, the radiant Emperor of Mankind. Upon seeing the Emperor, Fulgrim was overwhelmed by recognition and reverence, as he silently knelt before his father and offered his sword in his service. From that moment on, Fulgrim would vow to dedicate himself entirely to the Emperor of Mankind and his Imperium. From here, the Emperor would enlighten his son about Terra and the Great Crusade, and the grand army that he would lead. His endeavor was one that resonated deeply within Fulgrim, as the Emperor told him that he desired to reunite the fragmented worlds of humanity under a single rule, and that it was this unity which was crucial to prevent humanity's potential extinction at the hands of the galaxy's numerous threats, and to establish humanity as the preeminent intelligent species within the Milky Way. Seeing the state of the planet that he had originally landed on, Fulgrim's beliefs and ideologies greatly resonated with this. While imperial records do not specify an exact date for this pivotal meeting, they do note that Fulgrim's flagship, the Pride of the Emperor, was completed by the Mechanicum of Mars 160 years before the onset of the Horus Heresy in the early 31st millennium. It would be then that Fulgrim would return to Terra with the Emperor in order to meet with the Third Legion, those sons crafted from his own genome. To his horror, he learned that a series of calamities had nearly annihilated the entirety of the Legion, leaving the majority of their gene seeds stock cultivated from his DNA in rather severe straits. The combination of the initial accident, the subsequent viral blight, and the Emperor's children's dogmatic following of the Emperor's orders had greatly cost the Legion. Without the access to their Primarch, replenishing their gene siege stocks had been an arduous and slow process. However, before Fulgrim on Terra stood 200 transhuman warriors, which represented the entirety of the Third Legion's remaining strength. These Astartes bore banners of companies which had now been reduced to mere handfuls or entirely perished. Despite their reduced numbers, they stood unbowed, unbroken, and proud, embodying a defiance of fate that perhaps mirrored Fulgrim's own struggles on Chemos. In a solemn address, Fulgrim entrusted them with a sacred mission to bring the Emperor's wisdom to these stars, stating, "You are the Emperor's chosen, his heralds, his warriors, his children, for this is only the beginning." The Emperor would then be so moved by Fulgrim's words and the steadfastness of the Legion that he formally declared that the Emperor's children would be the designation known for this Legion, which no other could show any form of reprisal to. From here, the Officio Militaris Colleges of Arms recorded a monumental change, as the Third Legion's colors would be changed to Imperial Purple and an Eagle's Talon spur would be their emblem, along with the Imperial Aquila. They would be granted a unique right, serving at the Emperor's behest alongside their Primarch. Fulgrim was soon consumed by the imperative that he and the Emperor's children had to live up to the extraordinary honors bestowed upon them by the Emperor, as they aimed to become shining paragons of perfection who were meant to inherit and embody the Emperor's personhood and his vision for imperial culture and civilization as a whole. This drive for perfection permeated every singular aspect of the Primarch and his Legion from then on, from their military tactics to their embrace of an unusually artistic Legion culture, one which could only really be matched by that of the later Blood Angels and the Salamanders in varying ways. But while the others' artistic talents would come from necessity and or an inherent trait, the Emperor's children would strive for this artistic perfection, not due to any traits or inherent desires or even love for the art, but rather for the need to be perfect in every way, including said art. This was to the point that they would develop an concern for aesthetics and personal appearances, which was unparalleled amongst the Astartes, even at points rivaling the vanity of later imperial nobility. Fulgrim himself would epitomize the pursuit for physical beauty. His long silver hair flowed down his back, his wide eyes and melodic voice would welcome all those who sought his counsel, and his full lips often curved in a wary, inviting smile. His power armor was that of the finest quality, fabricated by imperial technology, and it would be intrinsically decorated in the purple and gold colors he had chosen for his Legion. Over this, he would often wear a variety of intricately embroidered, high-collared cloaks. However, something that would gnaw at him from his core would be that while he was practiced and poised physical perfection, one of his brothers would rival his aesthetic perfection almost naturally. This would be the great angel himself, Sanguinius. And while he was often considered one of the most charismatic Primarchs, he would seem to never be able to outdo Horus Lupercal in this field. This led to the Emperor's children being a unique blend of warrior artists. This was largely driven by their Primarch's vision for the embodiment of the pinnacle of humanity. They would be exemplars amongst exemplars, the greatest of the great. Fulgrim was eager to begin his conquests of the unknown regions of the galaxy as part of the Great Crusade. However, he would quickly realize that his 200 warriors were far too few to undertake such ambitious endeavors alone. Recognizing the necessity of nurturing the Emperor's children's recovery, the Emperor asked the Primarch Horus Lupercal to mentor his brother Fulgrim and his Legion. Over a solar decade, the Emperor's children and the Luna Wolves would fight side by side, forming a bond of brotherhood forged in trust and tempered by battle. Despite their differences, Horus and Fulgrim created an unbreakable bond. The two legions grew incredibly close, as they complemented each other in many ways. While Horus was swift and intuitive, Fulgrim was patient and considered. While the Luna Wolves were direct and brutal, the Emperor's children were flexible and subtle. When the Emperor's children eventually stood on their own, they had become oath brothers with the Luna Wolves, a bond that treachery would one day twist into a chain which would shackle their souls eternally. Over the course of several decades, the Emperor's children's ranks swelled with new Astartes recruited from both Terra and Chemos. This was where the Legion had established its fortress monastery, in particular in the old factory fortress of Calax. And due to this, they had grown at a significant rate, marking an expansion amongst their ranks, allowing them to fully participate in the Emperor's vision for the Great Crusade. Through their shared experiences and with the guiding hand of Horus, the Emperor's children evolved from a formidable force embodying the ideals of perfection and excellence to one which actively was the ideal of perfection and excellence that Fulgrim so passionately pursued. When the Emperor's children reached an appropriate size, Fulgrim would assume command of the 28th Expeditionary Fleet of the Great Crusade, embarking on a campaign that reclaimed numerous human-settled worlds for the Imperium. And amongst these conquests, they would unfortunately run into an advanced Xenos world where Fulgrim's destiny would take a fatal turn. Here we must deviate from the timeline to note the importance of the bond between Primarchs Fulgrim, known as a Phoenician, and his brother Ferrus Manus, known as the Gorgon. This was a connection that was profound and renowned throughout the Imperium during the Great Crusade, only really rivaled by the connection between Horus and Sanguinius. Their profound connection was forged during their first meeting beneath Mount Nordia on Terra, in particular in the principal forges of Ulrus. Here, Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the Iron Hands, had been demonstrating his extraordinary skills alongside the Forge Masters who had once served the Terrawat clan during the Unification Wars. Upon Fulgrim's arrival, and as he and his elite Phoenix Guard descended upon the Forge complex, a palpable tension seemed to fill the air. Despite never having met, both Primarchs immediately recognized the shared bond of gene alchemy and science that had defined their creation. They would become brothers almost closer than any others, true kin, and it seemed that their presence together was so imposing that the artisans surrounding them were gripped by fear that would come from the potential conflict that could arise between the demigods, as they would follow to prostrate themselves in order to gain some modicum of safety. Reflecting on this encounter, Ferrus Manus recounted to Astartes of the 10th Legion that Fulgrim had declared his intent to forge the most perfect weapon that had ever been created, one that he would wield in the forthcoming Great Crusade. This declaration marked a pivotal moment in the unfolding saga of not just the Emperor's children and their Primarch, but of the Iron Hands Legion and the Imperium as a whole. The rivalry between Fulgrim and Ferrus Manus would be a rather great one, but not one of enmity, rather one of mutual respect and friendly competition. Where Fulgrim boasted of forging the most perfect weapon ever created, Ferrus Manus, famed for his living metal hands, jovially scoffed at the idea of anything crafted by Fulgrim's pasty hands rivaling any of his creations. Undeterred by the jest, Fulgrim accepted this challenge with both dignity and grace, as the two Primarchs stripped to their waists and embarked on a marathon of craftsmanship within the echoing confines of the Mountain Forge. For 3 intense solar months, the forges resounded with the relentless clanging of hammers and the hiss of cooling metal. All the while, the brothers would banter as the two demigods vied to outdo each other in every regard. At the culmination of their labor, each presented their masterpiece. Fulgrim presented the unrivaled Forgebreaker, an exquisite warhammer capable of cleaving mountains in a single blow. Meanwhile, Ferrus Manus revealed the Fireblade, a golden-bladed sword, which was perpetually aflame with the forge's essence. Both weapons surpassed any other previously wrought by human hands, and in a rare moment of humanity, each Primarch declared the other's creation superior. Fulgrim likened the Fireblade to the legendary sword of Nuada Silverhand, while Ferrus proclaimed Forgebreaker worthy of the thunder god of Nordic lore. Without hesitation, each exchanged weapons, cementing their eternal bond of friendship through their shared craftsmanship. And indeed, Forgebreaker was a marvel to behold. Its weight would be unmanageable, save for the Emperor's Astartes, but to a Primarch, it would be swung like a mere toy, weightless even. Its ebony haft was adorned with threads of gold and silver, forming a beautiful and intricately crafted lightning bolt, as the hammer's head culminated in the shape of a majestic eagle, its beak poised to strike and its wings outstretched in formidable glory. Those who gazed upon it sensed its profound excellence and the very Primarch-like essence infused within the weapon. It was truly a testament not just of skill, but of love, honor, and loyalty, which should have ensured the bond between the two brothers. After having forged the great hammer given to Ferrus Manus, the Emperor's Children's Primarch, Fulgrim, would continue to grow a closer and closer bond with his brother, to the point that legends have it that Ferrus Manus earned his legendary moniker, the Gorgon, a title that would echo throughout the galaxy for generations, drawing parallels to an ancient creature from myth and legend, not from a great action or a legendary battle, but as a joke by his beloved brother Fulgrim, the Primarch of the Emperor's Children. As the tale goes, Ferrus Manus' epitaph dates back to their first meeting on Terra, and unlike Fulgrim, who reveled in art, architecture, culture, and music, Ferrus was driven by the singular purpose of conquest and lacked interest in little else, seeing these luxuries as wastes of time. This divergence would become even more apparent when the great angel, the Primarch Sanguinius, Lord of the Blood Angels Legion, arrived at the Imperial Palace bearing gifts of exquisite beauty and craftsmanship from Baal. Statues carved from glowing rock, rare gemstones, and artifacts of agrogranite, opal, and tourmaline. Fulgrim would quickly be enchanted by these great treasures, seeing the gifts as things to be delighted in and having a new avenue of kinship with a brother, one who also admired the beauty that could be created by mankind. On the other hand, Ferrus Manus would dismiss these displays as frivolous distractions, insisting that their true and only purpose lay in reclaiming the galaxy for the God Emperor. In response to this, Fulgrim would playfully jest and call him a terrible Gorgon, implying that without an appreciation for beauty, they risked missing the grandeur of the stars they sought to reclaim for their father. From that moment on, the nickname would supposedly stick, as Ferrus Manus would not even rebuff the title given to him by such a close brother. This incident would not just show the contrast in personalities that would go so far as to even be represented amongst these two Primarchs' legions, but it also foreshadowed a diverging path that would eventually lead two of the closest men in the galaxy down a dark and tragic road. Eventually, a fervent zeal would be ignited within the ranks of the Emperor's Children once Fulgrim assumed full command of his legion proper, as they would kneel humbly before their leader. And it seems that as though past glories held little sway over their aspirations, their focus would now be singularly fixated on the future, much to their own detriment. A future where failure and any imperfection was inconceivable. Their pursuit for excellence in warfare would become their paramount obsession, demanding less than nothing from perfection at every turn. Whenever another legion would demonstrate any superior prowess in even the smallest and most obscure aspect of warfare, the Emperor's Children would take it upon themselves to learn those skills, and attempted to match some of the most specialized warriors in the Legion's Astartes. They immersed themselves completely in training and study, allowing these pursuits to consume their very beings until mastery was attained. Once mastery was achieved, they would go on to meticulously evaluate and refine their methods, attempting to perfect their new craft. For the Emperor's Children, accomplishments were not victories, if only measured by themselves. An accomplishment would only matter when compared to another. When rival legions received any singular honor, It served both as motivation to surpass them and as a blow to their personal pride, as the legionaries saw themselves as falling short and failing. Such comparisons would often breed jealousy, especially when they lagged behind, and they would hold no end of contempt whenever they surpassed any of their peers. Yet, no matter their successes, the insatiable, gluttonous thirst for perfection remained unquenched. As each day would pass, the achievements of yesterday would hold no value. Each new conquest or refinement was but a mere stepping stone towards a new, unattainable ideal. This would be a foreshadowing to the dark path that would overtake the Third Legion, culminating in atrocities that would validate their obsessive quest for perfection. The precise moment when Fulgrim and the Emperor's children would truly succumb to darkness remains elusive. However, some within Imperial ranks point to Fulgrim's purging of the Xenos species known as a lair, as the pivotal event that would mark their true descent. It is suggested that this incident would become the catalyst that allowed the youngest of the Chaos Gods to ensnare Fulgrim and to initiate the rapid and uncontrolled corruption of his legion, as the historical records would indicate that it would be on a planet officially cataloged as 28-3, the third world brought into compliance by the 28th expedition, where the serpent-like species known as a lair, who were already fully corrupted followers of Slanesh, the god of excess and pleasure, would reside on. Lairn, the planet's proper name, was an ocean world abundant in vital resources that were deemed as necessary and crucial for the Emperor's Great Crusade. However, even though the Imperium attempted to negotiate with them, going so far as to potentially classify them as a client species, not unlike some of the ones that had been allowed to continue to exist to this day within the Imperium's domains, it seems the lair inhabitants were rather disdainful of humanity's manifest destiny amongst the stars, and would go on to reject diplomacy with violent reprisals, and the Emperor's children took this personally. In response to this, they met aggression with unbridled force, escalating the tensions into an inevitable conflict that would lead to much bloodshed and the extinction of a species, one that would set in motion the downfall of the Third Legion, as within the planet, it seems the allure of power and the whispers of chaos were ever present, and began to influence the Legion as a whole. During the campaign on Lair, another incident that would forever shake the Legion occurred. Chief Apothecary Fabius Bile of the Third Legion made a startling discovery. While examining the corpses of the Lair, he found evidence of extensive genetic engineering amongst the serpentine-like species, with different castes each being tailored through genetic manipulation in order to fulfill specific roles in Lair society. This would be so surprising that he would go on to present his findings to Fulgrim. This was due to Fabius drawing parallels between the Lair's pursuit for biological perfection and the Emperor's children's own quest for excellence. Fabius boldly proposed that while the Emperor's creation of the Astartes was indeed remarkable, it might represent just the beginning of a greater evolutionary path for humanity. He would continue to suggest that by studying and refining their own genetic material, they could surpass their current states and achieve new heights of perfection. Though his frankness could have been perceived as heresy, Fabius was able to argue that the potential benefits would outweigh the risks by a wide margin. In response to this, Fulgrim would consider the apothecary's audacious suggestions, thinking to himself, could they indeed improve upon their own gene seed, that which created the Astartes and made them so formidable? Could the Emperor's creation be improved upon? He believed that striving for perfection was imperative in order to avoid failing the Emperor, so he was easily convinced by Fabius's convictions, leading to Fulgrim granting the apothecary unrestricted authority to pursue his ambitious endeavors. This singular action would be one that the galaxy would regret millennia after its occurrence. During the entirety of the Lairn campaign and afterwards, Apothecary Fabius Bile started making discovery after discovery. Said discoveries would lead to many of the gene-forged creations that Chaos now wields. And eventually, Fulgrim's 28th Expeditionary Fleet would triumphantly claim the entirety of Laren, wiping out the species, and once the planet was subjugated within its vast oceans, the planet's native reptilian inhabitants had adapted through genetic engineering in order to create beings that could survive solely on the floating coral islands, along with another discovery that seemed to put them on a similar technological level to that of the Imperium. Some of the most advanced anti-gravity generators that the Legion had ever seen were possessed by this same race and used to sustain their vast floating coral islands above sea level. There were even some technological aspects that far outstripped the Imperium. But unbeknownst to Fulgrim and his Emperor's children, the civilization had gained many of these boons in part due to having already fallen prey of the Chaos God Slaanesh, the god of pain and pleasure, excess, and the numbness that would follow said excess. At the heart of this civilization was a centralized nexus, and within said centralized nexus lay a malevolent artifact of chaos, a single-edged demon blade, housing a greater demon of Slaanesh. As it seems, through this was that the influence of Slaanesh had permeated throughout the entirety of the species, and it was in part evident due to the layer's insatiable cravings for intense sensory experiences, including vibrant colors that had been heretofore unseen, and cacophonous sounds, and the perverse enjoyment they had derived from these extreme sensations would greatly mirror the indulgent self-destruction in which soon the Emperor's children would follow. Oblivious to the perilous realities that surrounded him and his sons, Fulgrim ordered his legion and the allied forces of the 28th Expeditionary Fleet to swiftly take the planet and claim it for Terra as soon as possible, and he would succeed. And it was during the eradication of this species and the conquest of the planet proper that Fulgrim and a Astartes contingent would stumble upon the temple dedicated to Slaanesh, on top of which was the Lair Blade, whose power was wielded by the fanatical final contingent of defenders of the Lair species. Once they had been cleared out, Fulgrim would discover a mysterious artifact, a circular block of veined black stone, encasing a tall silver sword with a gently curved blade and an incredibly ornate gemstone in its pommel. This blade bore not only the greater demon of Slaanesh, but it was one of such perfection that Fulgrim could physically not help himself. It would be against his very nature to allow such perfection to lie, unheeded to and unattended to, as he was ensnared by its whispers, which would subtly corrupt his thoughts and his very soul towards the service of Slaanesh. Gradually, this blade would become more and more favored, causing him to all but leave his cherished fire blade behind, the gift that had connected him to Ferrus Manus, his brother. Though initially, Fulgrim would dismiss the whispers as a reflection of his own strained psyche, Fulgrim would eventually realize that he had been unwittingly seduced by its promises of power. And the way that he would eventually discover this and the corruption of the blade itself was after persistent entries from his corrupted brother Horus, who himself was being influenced by the ruinous powers following his injury on Davin's moon. Fulgrim would also fall to chaos in short order, as he found his allegiance falling in line with that of the Prince of Pleasure, who promised Fulgrim and his Astartes the path to ultimate perfection, unfettered by the limits and restraints of morality, and allowing them to endlessly indulge in self-obsession. Following the conclusion of the conflicts on Laren, casualties in all the Third Legion's campaigns would significantly lessen, allowing Chief Apothecary Fabius more time to dedicate directly to his clandestine research, and almost guaranteeing complete secrecy for his experiments, as he would relocate himself and his research facility in its entirety aboard the Ardranus, a strike cruiser under the command of Lord Commander Eidolon. Though initially basic, the facility would be expanded upon with Eidolon's endorsement via amassing a diverse and nearly unending array of specialized equipment. However, even though he allowed this, and he even aided Fabius, Eidolon would take keen interest in the work itself, as Fulgrim had briefed him on the ambitious mission which was taken upon by the chief apothecary, and eventually Eidolon would volunteer the first subject for full augmentation upon his return from his arduous duties, hoping to be able to enhance his speed and lethality under Bile's genetic manipulations, as he aspired to become Fulgrim's indispensable lieutenant, his true right hand, surpassing all previous Emperor's children. It was during this period where the aspects of corruption would become more and more evident within the Emperor's children. Self-obsession grew rampant. Modifications became the standard. The drive for perfection became all-consuming. Then, during the later stages of the Great Crusade, the Iron Hands Legion would encounter the Diasprex, a nomadic civilization comprising of humans and Xenos, living aboard floating fleet vessels, and once the Iron Hands had shared the imperial truth of mankind, they would go on to extend an offer to the humans within the Diasprex, so they may join the Imperium, and seeing as essentially half their culture was told to shove off, they staunchly declined, and in response to this rejection, the Iron Hands, driven by their uncompromising nature, initiated a campaign to eradicate this confederation of malcontents. However, the nomadic fleet proved to be too adept at naval warfare to singularly eliminate, skillfully evading the decisive engagements which Ferrus Manus needed in order to win. All the while, the nomads were able to deal significant damage upon the Iron Hands strike cruiser Ferrum over several months. Facing mounting challenges, Ferrus Manus sought the aid of the Emperor's children, in particular those of the 28th Expeditionary Fleet, those under the direct command of his brother. Together they would form a formidable joint imperial strike force aimed at the relentless Diasprex, who, despite knowing full well that they were being hunted by a powerful Imperium fleet bent on their eradication, refused to abandon their sector of space, which was fortified by hidden solar collection arrays, which were crucial for fueling their ships. Upon uncovering these vital energy sources, the Imperium's forces decided to target them in order to provoke an open conflict, one which they would have the advantage in. And it seems that this desperate engagement marked another crucial turning point, as the Human-Xenos alliance fought to preserve their existence with a tenacity that the Space Marines had not expected. During the tumultuous naval battle, Fulgrim's personal gunship, Firebird, would come under severe fire and found itself in dire straits. Responding swiftly to his brother's distress, Ferrus Manus' flagship battle barge, Fist of Iron, rushed to aid his favorite brother in his hour of need. In a daring display of both camaraderie and skill, Ferrus would personally lead a decisive boarding action alongside the Emperor's children, unleashing a torrent of unstoppable devastation upon the Diasprex troops aboard their vessel. However, amidst the chaos of battle, and despite having the fresher troops' greater numbers, victory slipped from Fulgrim's grasp when one of his commanders would seize control of the enemy ship's bridge, rather than himself. This unexpected turn of events left Fulgrim embittered towards Ferrus Manus, because it was due to his actions that he had been delayed, and that it was his son, not Fulgrim, who claimed the bridge of the ship. Unable to grasp that Ferrus' intent was selfless, due to his worry that his brother may be in danger, rather than any form of pride. It seems that Fulgrim only saw this as an unnecessary loss of both face for himself and lives for his legion. This was in no small part influenced by the insidious demon within the lair blade, twisting his thoughts, as Fulgrim interpreted Ferrus' actions through a lens of personal ambition rather than brotherly sacrifice and affection. What Fulgrim had perceived as Ferrus' critical remarks and jests aimed at deflating the Phoenician's own ego were in truth gestures in order to preserve humility and present an olive branch of camaraderie and brotherhood. And as Chaos had already tightened its grip on Fulgrim, transforming his noble ambitions into self-serving desires, he would fail to recognize the genuine camaraderie and brotherly love that had defined Ferrus Manus' actions on that day. Eventually, Malcador the Sigillite would even comment on the tragedy of the fall of the Emperor's children, as he so eloquently observed that their tragic flaw lay not in their fall from grace, but the unattainable quest for perfection, and the inherent flaws that lay within this quest. Blind to the imperfections that they would create within themselves as they seek to perfect and reach an unattainable ideal, they would descend into the ruinous grasp of chaos, leaving behind only a legacy of flawed magnificence, tarnished by their ultimate betrayal. Members of the Inquisition delving into fragmentary imperial records would go on to posit that the demon-influenced Lair Blade, wielded by Fulgrim, began to impose greater and greater effects on his very soul, which extended not only to the Primarch, but also the Emperor's children under his command would be forced to face the full corrupting embrace of the chaos-tainted blade, despite not being in their possession. Amidst those Primarchs grappling with corruption, Fulgrim would find himself unwittingly drawn to the tragedy of the Horus heresy, in particular during an encounter with Eldrad Ulthwain, a venerable Eldar Farseer from Craftworld Ulthwé on the Maiden World of Tarsus. Eldrad had sought to warn Fulgrim about Horus's dire predicament, as he had been wounded by the Kinbrach Anathame, which was wielded by Eugene Temba, the planetary governor of Davin, who had been already in the influence of the plague god Nurgle, the chaos god of decay and pestilence. Horus's injury had provided an opening for the chaos gods to ensnare the War Master's very soul, in a similar way to that which was being unknowingly done to Fulgrim. However, Fulgrim's close bond with Horus, due to the years that he had served alongside him when his legion was attempting to recover, led to cries of denial and anger, which were further stroked by the insidious whispers of the Demon Blade, which urged Fulgrim to reject the Eldari's warnings. Driven by rage and the corrupting influence of the Blade, Fulgrim launched himself in a full frontal assault upon Eldrad and his retinue, all the while being supported by a loyal cadre of Emperor's Children's captains and his elite Phoenix Guard. In the ensuing skirmish, the Emperor's Children claimed the lives of revered Eldari figures such as Wraithlord Karen Goldhem, and an avatar of Cain was strangled to death by the Primarch, along with Eldrad and his forces being dealt a devastating blow as they would be forced to withdraw, sorrowfully acknowledging that chaos had already irreversibly ensnared yet another of the Mon Kai's Primarchs. And it would seem that the Eldar's words left a bitter mark on Fulgrim's psyche, which was exacerbated by the insidious influence of his demon blade. In response to what he had perceived as treachery, and swayed by his growing darkness, Fulgrim would command the 28th Expeditionary Fleet to deploy devastating virus bombs on several exquisite Eldar Maiden worlds, in a ruthless act that was in essence illogical, and driven almost completely due to the paranoia that the Blade had been instilling in Fulgrim. Shortly thereafter, Fulgrim would attempt to confront Horus in person, seeking an explanation to the accusations laid by the Eldar regarding Horus's allegiance to chaos. However, as Fulgrim had taken some precautions after witnessing the Eldar's warnings, he had actually been going with Fireblade to meet Horus. Unfortunately, one of his sons had seen this as a potential mistake by his father, and chosen nobly to bring him his apparent favorite sword. Once he was again in the influence of the blade, he would not be able to let go. And it was due to this that when he confronted Horus in person, seeking the explanation, Chaos, along with Horus's immense charisma, deftly convinced Fulgrim of the righteousness that embracing chaos was, as loyalty to the chaos gods was the only path that Fulgrim truly had to perfection. And it was here that Fulgrim's loyalty was shattered, as he no longer sought perfection in order to complete the Emperor's grand design, but rather in a fervent belief that chaos was the only thing that would allow humanity to gain the perfection he so desired. Under the sway of his newfound convictions, Fulgrim came to view the Emperor and his imperial truth as impediments to humanity's ascension to its full potential. Strangely enough, he embraced chaos wholeheartedly in one swift move as the key to unlocking humanity's ultimate destiny. And as a token of trust and brotherhood, Horus bestowed upon Fulgrim the same blade, the Kinbrek Anathame, which had been infused with the deadly corrupting essence of Nurgle, which had nearly claimed the War Master's life on the moon of Davin. And this would be a testament to the malevolent alliance formed between Horus, Fulgrim, and the ruinous powers of chaos. In obedience to Horus's directive, Fulgrim would go on to face Ferrus Manus aboard the battle barge Fist of Iron in an attempt to sway his closest and dearest brother to join the nascent rebellion against the Emperor. And while the bulk of his forces marched to rendezvous with Horus and the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet on Isfahan, Fulgrim, accompanied by a small contingent aided by the 52nd Expeditionary Fleet of the Iron Hands, would go on to reclaim Caldeus IV from the Orcs, who had recently invaded and taken it. It seems that Fulgrim had harbored a deep hope that amidst the camaraderie and his bond with Ferrus Manus, he would be able to prevail despite their ideological differences and bring Ferrus into the fold. However, the encounter upon Ferrus's sanctum within the flagship led tensions to escalate swiftly into violence, as Ferrus, wielding his silvery necrodermis hands, clashed with Fulgrim, shattering the gift that he had given him, Fireblade, in a ferocious exchange. But unfortunately, the explosive aftermath led to Ferrus being unconscious and teetering on the brink of death. Driven by the insidious whispers of the Demon Blade, Fulgrim sought to end his brother's opposition with Forgebreaker, the formidable warhammer that had been gifted to him by Fulgrim. Yet in a moment where the true Fulgrim shone, the Primarch faltered, and he would be unable to strike down his oldest brother and friend, despite the demon's relentless urgings and desperate pleas. Fulgrim would then emerge from Ferrus's inner sanctum as he signaled his Phoenix Guard, who had ruthlessly executed Ferrus Manus's loyal Morlock Terminators and severed the Iron Hands Primarch from his last line of defense, to follow him. And even though this was a rather tragic encounter, it must be noted that it indeed showed that some of the original Fulgrim was still there, fighting to be freed from the Demon Blade's influence. And during the aftermath of the tumultuous confrontation aboard the Fist of Iron, the Emperor's children, under Fulgrim's increasingly corrupt leadership, would go on to nearly claim the life of the Iron Hand's first captain, Gabriel Santor. However, the tides would be turned, as in a daring escape, Fulgrim fled aboard his personal assault craft, the Firebird, all the while orchestrating a surprise assault from his personal flagship, the battle barge Pride of the Emperor, and its escort vessels. This sudden and full-out betrayal would go on to cripple the Iron Hands' 52nd Expeditionary Fleet, allowing the 3rd Legion to slip into the warp bound for the Isfahan system, where Horus and the traitor legions awaited. With their allegiance against the Emperor fully sealed, the insidious corruption of chaos spread like a contagion, a disease, throughout the Emperor's children. Beginning with Fulgrim, the corruption seeped into its highest echelons, leaving almost no one untouched within the Legion, ensnaring Lord Commanders and descending through their ranks, from company captains to squad sergeants. All but a minority, a scant few handfuls of Emperor's children's Astartes would succumb to the allure of Slaanesh, forsaking their loyalty to the Emperor in the pursuit of perfect hedonism and unrestrained sensual indulgence. Thus, the once noble quest for excellence and perfection of the 3rd Legion had become perverted into a dark desire for self-gratification and excess, marking a tragic and irreversible shift towards chaos that would forever alter the course of some of the finest warriors of the Imperium and seal the fate of many through the Horus heresy. After overseeing the compliance action on the world-designated 28-4, Lord Commander Eidolon of the Emperor's Children had undergone elective augmentative surgeries performed by Chief Apothecary Fabius Bile. This procedure involved the implantation of a modified tracheal device that was integrated with Eidolon's vocal cords, enabling him to emit a paralyzing shriek akin to the war cries that made the lair so deadly to the Legion and their mortal counterparts. Initially outraged by the notion of Xenos technology being what would be used in his body, Eidolon vehemently opposed Fabius's surgical interventions. Despite his protests, Fabius would persist, citing the full and unlimited authorization from Primarch Fulgrim himself and Eidolon's prior consent to the enhancements. Eidolon would later demonstrate the efficiency of his new implant during a critical engagement on Isvan Extremis, the outermost planet of the Isvan system, leading his first company alongside the Death Guard battle captain Nathaniel Garrow's 7th Company against the traitorous forces, in particular when they were facing a Slaaneshi mutant known as a War Singer. The incident would occur right after Garrow had been taken down during battle, leading Eidolon to unleash his newfound ability using a devastating sonic attack to neutralize the War Singer and secure victory. In retrospect, Eidolon's utilization of the technology marked a pioneering step towards what would later become known as Noise Marines, since this implement would be used by many of them. Following the cleansing on Laren, it seems the corruption had fully seeped through the 3rd Legion. Yet, Lord Commander Vesperian, a stalwart adherent to the Legion's ideals of honor and perfection, would go on to resist the pervasive arrogance and hubris that was increasingly plaguing his brethren. Concerned for the future of his legion, Vesperian sought counsel from the like-minded battle brothers such as 2nd Company Commander Solomon Demeter over many a month. And it must be noted that Vesperian was also present during the fateful meeting between Primarch Fulgrim and Eldrad Earlthwain, and while he obeyed Fulgrim's order to attack the Eldar delegation, viewing it as necessary to maintain their loyalty to the Imperium, he would hold some reservations. Weeks later, Fulgrim's fleet, including Vesperian's own cadre, were directed by the Council of Terra to rendezvous with the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet to investigate the reports of the War Master's injuries. Following the delegation to the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet, Fulgrim would announce to his senior commanders his intentions to lead a small contingent to aid Ferrus Manus on Calinus IV in the Calinus system to ostensibly purge the world of orc infestation. Meanwhile, the War Master would take hold of the rest of the 63rd and go to Isvan to supposedly quell an emerging rebellion. Accompanying them were the Death Guard and World Eaters, forming what would be otherwise seen as a formidable alliance of those loyal to the Emperor. While the legionaries cheered at the prospects of fighting alongside their brethren, Fulgrim's initial amusement soured as he contemplated how many of these warriors under Vesperian's leadership could be used to enhance the War Master's forces, and how many would have to be eliminated. This was due to Vesperian holding large reservations towards the more recent actions of his Primarch and Fabius Bile, as he had forbade all the troops under him from partaking in Fabius's chemical enhancements or augmentative surgeries. Fulgrim and Bile had gotten information that this had happened, condemning almost all of them to perish on Horus's trap on Isvan III. Once more, it seems some remnant of Fulgrim would attempt to come to the surface, as he was grappling with a mixture of guilt and anticipation, which would lead him to a thought, rather belated but seemingly valid in his mind, that removing Vesperian earlier could have spared many lives. As the massacre on Isvan III unfolded, Horus's forces and those loyal to him would be purged of weakness and turned into a lethal instrument aimed at the heart of the Imperium's so-called corruption. Despite his noble efforts and intention, Vesperian and many of his men would meet their demise following the 3rd Legion's Operation and their placement under Horus's command. However, his resolve to do something, anything really, would be solidified after he had witnessed the abandonment of Solomon Demeter's second company by Captains Kherson and Vassarion, as Vesperian and his second company headed towards the Isvan system to join the forces of the other legions in pacifying the supposed rebellions on Isvan III. Vesperian seized a crucial opportunity, as he would go on to confront Fulgrim in his stateroom, bravely voicing his concerns about the Legion's moral decay and the deviation from Fulgrim's and the Legion's founding principles. It was a tragic revelation for Vesperian, who realized just too late that when he had gone to speak to his Primarch, his father had already been too deeply held in the clutches of chaos to be saved, and driven by the sinister whispers of the demon-possessed Lair Blade, Fulgrim callously ended Vesperian's life, thrusting the anathema into his neck. This was one of Fulgrim's greatest betrayals, not of a brother, but of one who was genetically loyal to him to a fault, his son. Before the Horus heresy openly initiated and Horus started his rebellion against the Emperor, a pivotal moment arose to purge loyalist factions from the Astartes legions under Horus's command. This would occur via the use of Isvan III's planetary governor, who had succumbed to the corruption of the chaos god Slanesh, whose cultists had long operated clandestinely on the planet ever since its initial imperial conquest. He would be pushed into declaring independence, giving Horus carte blanche to conduct a large-scale military operation in order to reclaim the world, in particular its capital city. And even though the order came from the Council of Terra, it was almost entirely influenced by Horus's own treacherous ambitions. Although the legions under his direct control, the Sons of Horus, the World Eaters, the Death Guard, and the Emperor's children, had already largely turned traitor and embraced chaos, it seemed a significant portion of each legion had remained loyal. These segments of still loyal Astartes were mainly Terran-born Space Marines, initially recruited and having served directly under the Emperor himself. Under the guise of restoring imperial order, Horus had created a strategy that would put those who would feel most enthused about serving with each other, once again, those loyalists born from Terra, together on the planet. After subjecting Isvan III to a prolonged orbital bombardment, Horus would dispatch all the known loyalists to the planet's surface in order to secure its compliance, which realistically, such numbers for a singular, already crippled capital should have keyed off many of the great minds within the Legion, in particular those of the Third, who prided themselves on excelling in all aspects of warfare. Yet, at the moment of what appeared to be their penultimate triumph, the capture of the Coral City, the Loyalists found themselves betrayed. From orbit, Horus would unleash the devastating and vile Life-Eater virus bombs upon the Astartes in order to annihilate them. Amidst this betrayal, Captain Saul Tarvitz of the Emperor's Children aboard the strike cruiser Andronius uncovered the genocidal plot against the Loyalists. Working with Death Guard Battle Captain Nathaniel Garrow aboard the Eisenstein, Tarvitz would go on to defy the pursuit and descend directly upon Isvan III. There he courageously would go on to warn as many Loyalist Space Marines from all four legions that he could find. And through this act of sacrifice, he enabled many of them to seek shelter before the virus bombs struck, allowing them to survive and mount some amount of resistance to the traitors. However, the entirety of the civilian population of Isvan found themselves unprotected from this onslaught, as the Life-Eater virus bombs were designed to dissolve all flesh upon contact. As they had been unleashed without discrimination, they would quickly claim the lives of 12 billion inhabitants in what would be a horrifying instance, leading the planet to be engulfed in a psychic wave of death, which momentarily disrupted all warp-based technology, including momentarily causing a large flicker and disruption of the powerful Astronomicon beacon across the warp. In the aftermath of this, the Primarch of the World Eaters Legion Angron, recognizing that the virus bombs had ostensibly failed in wiping out the Loyalists in their totality, was enraged beyond measure. Seeing this as a failure, Angron abandoned all restraints and decided to completely ignore Horus, leading 50 companies of World Eater Trader Marines in a frenzied assault upon the planet's surface. Driven purely by lust and by an unknown devotion to the blood god Khorne, the traitorous World Eaters descended in a savage orgy of violence, disregarding all conventional tactics and strategies, becoming merely Khorne berserkers. Horus, despite his initial frustrations at Angron's impulsiveness, which seemed to jeopardize his carefully laid out plans, seized the opportunity to turn this chaotic situation to his advantage. He would go on to swiftly reinforce Angron's berserk forces with additional troops from the Sons of Horus, the Death Guard, and the Emperor's Children, transforming what could have been a lopsided slaughter of the traitor World Eaters and a major setback for Horus's forces into a victory. As even with the warnings of Soul Tarvitz, the remains of the legions could not take that many fresh troops. Fortunately, a brave contingent of loyalists, led by Battle Captain Garo aboard the damaged frigate Eisenstein, managed to escape the cataclysm of Isstvan III. Their harrowing flight of the Eisenstein aimed to reach Terra, where they intended to warn the Emperor of Horus's treachery. Meanwhile, on the embattled planet, Loyalist resistance from Captain Tarvitz, Gavriel Loken, and Tariq Torgaradon valiantly resisted the traitorous forces, and despite the initial successes that delayed Horus's plans by 3 crucial months, the remains of the Loyalists were forced to face truly insurmountable odds, due to their lack of support, tightened firepower, ammunition, and having to face Primarchs. During the fierce conflict, another tragic betrayal would occur, this time within the Sons of Horus, where Captains Ezekiel Abaddon and Horus Aximund, once brothers in arms with Logan and Torgaradon in the Mournival, turned against them. Aximund ended Torgaradon's life in combat, while Abaddon's attempts on Loken's life would be thwarted by a collapsing building which allowed Loken to witness the devastating orbital bombardment that sealed the Loyalists' fates. Amidst this grim betrayal, and within the Emperor's Children's Legion, further treachery would unfold as Captain Lucius of the 13th Company, later to be known as Lucius the Eternal, turned against his former comrades, led by Tarvitz and Demeter. Driven by an insane jealousy and desire to prove himself to Lord Commander Eidolon and Fulgrim, Lucius slaughtered those once he had fought alongside, those he knew as brothers, earning himself a preeminent place amongst the traitors. As the Loyalists dwindled to a mere few hundred defenders, Horus begrudgingly would prolong the conflict, ordering their annihilation as the Coral City was their last bastion, would be reduced to dust by a final devastating orbital bombardment, marking the tragic end of the Isstvan III atrocity and the deaths of many of the remaining Loyalist Emperor's children. Amidst the gathering storm of the Horus heresy, a dark symphony echoed, which would change the destiny of the Emperor's Children's Legion forevermore. At its heart was Barika Kinska, a celebrated composer from Terra, whose insatiable quest for new sensations drew her unwittingly into the clutches of Slaanesh. As a remembrancer aboard Fulgrim's flagship, the pride of the Emperor, she was captivated by the corrupting allure of the Xenos world of Lurin and its temple dedicated to the god of excess and pleasure. There, amidst the tainted echoes of the warp, she conceived the Maravigia, a symphony intended to capture the sublime, malevolent essence she had encountered upon the world. Within the opulent theater known as the La Fience aboard the flagship, she unleashed her creation upon an audience that included not only Astartes and the Primarch himself, but many of the mortals serving within the vessel. Crafted with new instruments of her personal design, imbued with both sonic prowess and dark sorceries, her composition transcended mere music. Its cacophony acted as a conduit, bridging the realms of reality and the warp, allowing the sinister energies of Slaanesh to permeate through the gathering. The effects of this performance were both profound and disturbing, including disorientation, heightened sensations and awareness of said sensations in some cases, and lethal impulses amongst many of the audience. This composition marked the genesis of the first true Noise Marines, and the first of the first was Marius Biorsin, and so the Emperor's Children would gain one of their most signature military units, one that would persist to this day within almost every Emperor's Children's warband. Many warriors of the Emperor's Children would be corrupted by this musical symphony, never to be able to return to what they once were. And amidst the haunting echoes of her symphony, more transformations would occur aboard the pride of the Emperor. As the symphony swelled with its dark intent, chaos mutations seized the audience. Both Astartes and mortal alike were plunged into a maelstrom of hedonistic indulgence and savage violence. It was a spectacle where the uncontrollable emotions of all humanity collided with their basest of instincts, creating a true orgy of sensation and murder. It was excess personified. In the throes of this chaotic crescendo, the very fabric of reality grew even thinner, allowing 5 lesser demons of Slaanesh, demonettes, to materialize, as they seized upon and possessed the bodies of Kinsia and her singer, allowing them to add their own perverse energies to the unfolding carnage, and forever marking them as chaos possessed. Amidst the figurative and literal chaos, some of the Emperor's Children's Astartes moved to take the instruments for their own, and even in their untrained hands, the arcane devices unleashed waves of destructive power upon the audience, becoming the first full band of Noise Marines. Eventually, on Isstvan V, these Noise Marines would be organized as the Cacophony under the command of First Captain Julius Kersom, and they would wield their infernal weaponry with deadly precision in order to slay as many loyalists as possible, being some of the first truly chaos-corrupted Astartes that any loyalist would ever match up against. Amidst the carnage of the Dropsite Massacre on Isstvan V, during the Horus Heresy, a rather climactic clash would unfold, one which would echo throughout the galaxy forevermore. As the Loyalists, Salamanders, Raven Guard, and Iron Hands would descend upon Isstvan V, eager to confront Horus's traitor legions, the Emperor's Children would join the fray with so much glee that it was palpable to the other legions. The battlefield became their theater of devastation as thousands of drop pods and stormbirds thundered down onto the planet's surface, disgorging warriors ready to spill blood in the name of their respective loyalties. Leading the charge for the Loyalists was Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands, who was accompanied by the Salamanders and the Raven Guard, each commanding their own legions with precision and ferocity. Vulcan's forces were set upon to aggress against the left flank of the traitors, while Ferrus Manus, supported by his trusted First Captain Gabriel Santor and the formidable remaining Morlock Terminators, would plunge headlong into the enemy's defenses, all the while Corvus Corax of the Raven Guard would strike from the right, their stealth and speed aimed at disrupting the traitors' formations. And to them it seemed that the odds were grimly stacked. 40,000 loyalists fighting against 30,000 traitor marines. And while this number seems rather big, it is often touted that you need a 3-to-1 advantage in order to eliminate any properly defended forces. However, aware of the loyalists' chosen drop site, Horus had orchestrated a devastating counterassault that would shatter the loyalists' plans. Traitor marines, driven by twisted loyalties and festering hatred, engaged their former comrades in a brutal dance of betrayal. The once pristine battlefield would devolve into a nightmarish, Machiavellian play of death and destruction. Massive Titan war engines, embodiments of the machine god's wrath, would stride across the terrain, leaving trails of death and devastation in their wake. Amidst the chaos, the hooded adepts of the Dark Mechanicum would unleash arcane horrors of stolen and forbidden technology, further tipping the scales towards the traitors' favor, as unending rivers of blood covered much of the world. Heroes and traitors alike would fall, their names etched into the grim gravestone that would be Isstvan V. The Dropsite Massacre was truly a brutal battle, which in large part set the pace for the remainder of the Horus Heresy. However, upon the expanse of the Urgral depression on Isstvan V, the fate of empires hung on the balance, as traitor and loyal Space Marine legions clashed in a climactic struggle that would define the rest of the conflict within the world. The scene itself was a colossal clash where freshly mustered traitor legions awaited the approaching and unknowing loyalists who, despite their relative success in securing the depression, had suffered great losses to all three of the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard legions. Finding himself facing formidable combat and with his elite veterans, including some of the most advanced Terminators and Dreadnoughts of the 10th Legion, Primarch Ferrus Manus would plunge headlong into battle, with a singular vision, directly engaging Fulgrim in combat. This was seemingly out of character, as he had completely abandoned his peers, Corax and Vulcan, disregarding their warnings, and what was a strategic assault swiftly escalated into one of the largest and bloodiest conflicts of the Great Crusade, where over 60,000 Astartes warriors clashed directly against each other on the dusky plains of Isstvan V. All the while, Fulgrim watched with a grim smile as his brother Ferrus Manus finally surged forward into battle, right at the heart of the traitor's defenses. It seemed everything was going to plan. Backlit by the fiery chaos of battle, Ferrus cast a striking figure of vengeance as his silvery hands and his eyes reflected a flickering, intense brilliance. In that fleeting moment, Fulgrim anticipated Ferrus might pause to strategize with the Raven Guard and the Salamanders, which could potentially overwhelm him and turn the tide of battle in the Loyalists' favor. Unfortunately for humanity, Ferrus' relentless sense of honor and the deep betrayal by his favored brother brokered no delay, as around Fulgrim stood the last remains of the Phoenix Guard, poised to intercept the Iron Hands' brutal assault. Their golden halberds were lowered and ready to engage in combat, one that would, in almost all other circumstances, laid almost all of them and their Primarch low. As this occurred, Ferrus Manus led his Morlocks in a thunderous charge that shattered the remnants of the enemy's defenses, their black armor burnished with plates of stained blood and viscera from a myriad of traitor foes. Fulgrim's smile momentarily wavered as he beheld the depths of his brother's unending animosity, pondering how their fraternal bond had unraveled into this irreversible enmity that would lead one of them to die. As it seemed, he had hoped for some mere shred, a possibility of reconciliation, but even that too had faded, as only death would now settle their feud. As the Iron Hands advanced relentlessly, their massive Terminators, some of the most advanced in the entire galaxy, were in essence unstoppable, and lightning crackled from their clawed gauntlets. The Phoenix Guard's own practiced perfection allowed them to meet the charge with a thunderous battle cry, as amidst the chaos of halberds and lightning claws and the deafening sounds of concussive blasts, Fulgrim, the Primarch of the Emperor's Children, stood poised, observing the carnage. As he readied himself for the inevitable direct confrontation which was mere moments away between him and Ferrus Manus, and as the Dropsite Massacre would set the stage for the battle between Primarchs Fulgrim and Ferrus Manus, Ferrus would taunt Fulgrim for his betrayal and his arrogance in thinking that he and his brothers could succeed against the Emperor's might. Convinced of his brother's madness, Ferrus believed, erroneously, that the War Master's forces were on the brink of defeat, with the intermittent arrival of 4 more Loyalist legions who were poised to crush the rebellion. Fulgrim, now essentially another being altogether, was unable to contain his anticipation as he savored the moment of ultimate betrayal. Shaking his head, here he would reveal to Fulgrim the true nature of his predicament. Pointing to the northern edge of the Urgal Depression, Fulgrim showed Ferris that it was the Loyalists who had been trapped, that Fulgrim himself was mere bait for Ferris Manus. As Ferris saw a force larger than the initial assault wave assembled at the landing zone he, Corax, and Vulcan had created, all ready for battle. And as the battle raged on, Corax and Vulcan would attempt to lead their forces back to the drop site, struggling to drag their wounded and dead behind them, as they sought to regroup with the newly arrived brother Primarchs and the fresh legions of the second wave in order to share in the glory of defeating Horus. However, much to their surprise, despite voicing requests for medical aid and supplies, the lines of the Astartes atop the northern ridge remained eerily silent as the exhausted and battered Raven Guard and Salamanders approached within 100 meters of their supposed allies. A crucial moment occurred. Horus would unveil the full depths of the treachery. From within the black fortress that served as his lair upon the planet, a lone flare shot skyward, exploding in a hellish glow that illuminated the battlefield. The fire of betrayal would erupt as the barrels of thousands of guns of the freshly arrived second wave revealed their true loyalties. The traitorous legions turned their weapon upon their unsuspecting brothers, sealing the fate of the loyalist forces on Isvan. As Ferris Manus looked on in stunned horror, Fulgrim, now irrecognizable, laughed at the expression in his brother's face. The forces that were supposed to be his allies, his assurance of victory, had turned, unleashing a devastating barrage on the Salamanders and the Raven Guard. In the fury of the first few moments, both Ferris Manus and Fulgrim recognized that hundreds were killed, and more would follow as volley after volley of bolter fire and missiles would tear through the formerly unsuspecting ranks. The terrifying carnage unfolded as the retreating forces of the War Master once again turned their weapons against the warriors who had believed themselves mere moments from being victorious. The World Eaters, the Sons of Horus, and the Death Guard fell upon the veteran companies of the Iron Hands, and despite their gallant resistance, the warriors of the 10th Legion were hopelessly outnumbered and faced inevitable annihilation in almost every front. This led Ferris Manus to bare his teeth with the same volcanic fury of his homeworld. As he turned to Fulgrim, the two Primarchs would leap at each other in a titanic clash, Ferris wielding the now reconstructed Fireblade, and Fulgrim holding Forgebreaker. These weapons, once forged in brotherhood, now clashed in vengeance, and met in a blazing plume of energy as they traded blows with their monstrously powerful weapons. Ferris delivering fiery slashes with his formidable blade. Unfortunately for him, each blow was countered by Fulgrim's ebony-hafted hammer. In short order, their armor became dented and damaged, torn and blackened by the ferocity of their struggle. As the battle raged on, both Primarchs inflicted deep and devastating wounds upon each other. Ferris, pushing himself to his feet, would stagger towards the wounded Fulgrim, crying out as he brought the flaming blade down towards his brother's neck. But it seemed that this too was a ploy, as Fulgrim drew the single-edged, demonically possessed and empowered sword, the Lair Blade, and blocked the descending weapon. The undiluted power of chaos would stream from the blade, flooding Fulgrim's limbs with diabolical, previously unknown strength. As he felt his brother's surprise at the resistance, Fulgrim would manage to surge to his feet, and with a vicious strike, the silver blade dug deep into his brother's breastplate. This would lead to the Primarch of the Iron Hands to cry out, falling to his knees once again, as the weight of betrayal and the power of chaos bore down upon him. Ferris Manus looked on in stunned horror as Fulgrim laughed at the expression on his brother's face. The forces of their supposed allies had turned, unleashing devastation upon Vulcan's and Corax's forces. In the first few moments, all the calculations that Ferris Manus had done were thrown out the window. All the while, a terrifying carnage unfolded, and Ferris Manus had been none the wiser and unable to stop this. As the two engaged in combat once more, Fulgrim Fulgrim's blade seemed to move with a life of its own as he swung it. Desperately, he tried to pull the blow, but his muscles were no longer under his control. The demonic source sliced through the genetically enhanced flesh and bone of one of the Emperor's sons. Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the Iron Hands, fell to the ground, decapitated by his brother's hands. Though Fulgrim had emerged victorious, he realized as he gazed down upon his brother's fallen, prostrate body that everything had been a lie. It was at this moment he had awoken from a long mental fog as he was shocked by Ferrus's death, and it was now that he would see everything clearly for the first time since his expedition to Laren. The horror of what he had done, the betrayals that led to many Astartes slaying each other, and the death that he had laid low upon his brother, one of the few beings in existence who could truly understand him, fell upon him. Consumed by grief, Fulgrim succumbed to a moment of weakness as he foolishly heeded the demon's whispers, which promised release in oblivion, and in that instance, the greater demon of Slaanesh was freed from the sword and fully possessed Fulgrim's body, claiming it for its own, as Fulgrim's consciousness would be trapped within a psychic prison formed within his own mind, which would then be symbolically represented as a painting of the Primarch, which would be placed in a position of honor in La Fianza, the theater of the 3rd Legion's flagship, the Pride of the Emperor. Following the traitor's victory at Isstvan V, Fulgrim would request a private audience with Horus, pleased with his brother's accomplishments, anticipating the presentation of a ghastly trophy, the severed head of Ferrus Manus as promised, and gloating over his significant triumph. At this, Horus wished to share this moment. However, the Primarch of the Emperor's children would reveal to him something unexpected, something which momentarily shook the Primarch. Fulgrim admitted that he lacked the fortitude to fulfill his oath to Horus, and had not killed Ferrus Manus himself. Instead, he had allowed another to do it for him. At that moment, the War Master realized that the figure before him was not truly his brother Fulgrim, but some sort of doppelganger. Enraged, Horus threatened the false Fulgrim, the being who had possessed his brother's body, warning it that he could crush him like a straw. The imposter, however, had no desire to engage in such fruitless combat. Horus glanced at Fulgrim's waist and relaxed momentarily upon seeing that this entity had come unarmed, indicating that violence was not its intent. The false Fulgrim declared his loyalty to Horus's cause, revealing his true identity as a creation of the Warp, a servant of the Dark Prince Slaanesh. The greater demon explained to the horrified War Master that it had claimed Fulgrim's mortal shell as his own, and found great pleasure in doing so. This was a revelation that left Horus utterly stunned, as he was confronted with the chilling reality of the corruption within his own ranks, and the nature of the powers he had allied himself to, and those who irrevocably owned his soul. For his meeting with Fulgrim, or the thing that was in control of Fulgrim's body, Horus had his mind racing with conflicting emotions, as he would go on to further inquire upon the fate of his brother. To this, the demon, now in possession of the body, would assure him that Fulgrim was indeed safe, though he was trapped within his own form, as this greater demon controlled his every movement, while Fulgrim, conscious of his predicament, could do nothing but bear witness to the demon's activities. His cries of anguish would only serve as a perverse comfort for the malefic entity now residing within the body. Upon hearing this, Horus was deeply appalled, but chose to remain silent, calculating the implications of the disturbing turn of events. Despite his horror, the demon Fulgrim would pledge his allegiance to Horus's cause, along with granting its warp-based powers to the war effort, whose grandeur were in essence immutable. In this moment, Horus would recognize the strategic necessity of maintaining this vile abomination as an ally, since the 3rd Legion were indispensable for his future plans. However, internally, Horus had resolved that when the time came, he would find a way to destroy the demon and liberate Fulgrim from this unending torment, since, at least in his thoughts, no one deserved such a fate, not even in the treacherous landscape of their rebellion. Until then, Horus and the demon-possessed Fulgrim had agreed to keep the true nature of the demon's existence a closely guarded secret, as the demon had no desire to reveal himself, and Horus understood that such a revelation could cause cause insurmountable amounts of discord amongst the other Primarchs who had committed themselves to the traitor's cause. Thus, the pact was sealed with unspoken words, and Horus, now more than ever, was aware of the high-stakes game he had thrust himself into, along with the betrayal that defined their dark path. 4 solar days after the Dropsite massacre on Isstvan V, Horus Lupercal would create a convention of the Primarchs who had renounced their loyalty to the Imperium aboard his flagship, the Vengeful Spirit. There, they were acutely aware of the stakes of their impending campaign and the role of each Primarch and their legion within. The traitors' fleets were mobilizing and preparing for a great assault on the Imperium, the likes of which it had never known. This assembly was significant as it marked the first gathering of the full fraternity of traitor Primarchs, sans the actual Fulgrim. But this is something only Horus knew. 8 Primarchs were present, though only half would attend in person. These included Fulgrim, Perturabo, Angron, and Lorgar Aurelian. The 4 others, Conrad Kurz, Mortarion, Alfarius, and Magnus the Red, had appeared as holographic projections. Magnus's image in particular was notable for its silver radiance, projected by sorcerer's means from his sorcerer's planet, rather than through technological means. And it was there that he was still recovering from the recent burning of Prospero by Leman Russ's own Space Wolves, who were under the orders of Horus Lupercal to attack. As the council began, Lorgar Aurelian, now seated at the table physically, could not tear his gaze away from Fulgrim, as he suspected something. Horus was notably wary of his brother's behavior and inattentiveness, sensed the mounting tension. As the meeting had barely commenced when Lorgar, with deliberate slowness, reached for his ornate Crozius mace on his back. His eyes, flickering with cold resolve, remained fixed on Fulgrim, as the atmosphere would grow palpably colder as a psychic force began to rim the atmosphere. And this was notable not just for those physically present, but it was attested to by those who were thousands of miles away. This gathering of traitors was intended to solidify their unity. However, it now teetered on the edge of violence and distrust, foreshadowing many of the dark events that would come to pass. The tension in the room reached a palpable climax as the word-bearer's Primarch, Lorgar, leveled an accusation against the being mimicking his brother. Without warning, Lorgar's Crozius mace crashed into the figure who was pretending to be the Emperor's Children's Primarch, Fulgrim, hurling him into the back of a wall, where he crumpled to the ground. Lorgar's fierce eyes scanned the assembled brothers. As he declared that the fallen figure was not Fulgrim, the other Primarchs, sensing the gravity of the claim, drew their weapons and advanced. Horus, the War Master, attempted to placate Lorgar, whose mere threat of confrontation had previously been enough to deter rash actions. However, the changes in Lorgar since Isstvan V were unequivocally evident. Even to Horus, clutching his mace, Lorgar warned them to stay back, as his crimson gauntlets shone in stark contrast to his icy determination. Horus, seeking to defuse the situation, tried once more to calm the enraged Lorgar. To Lorgar's surprise, the War Master's words revealed that he had already been aware that the being before them was not truly Fulgrim. Horus then informed them that he would personally handle the matter. Then he dismissed them from his chamber, with the exception of Lorgar. The word-bearer's Primarch could see the truth. This creature was a demon of chaos, puppeteering the hollow shell of their brother. Lorgar, confused and enraged, questioned how this had come to pass and why Horus had continued to protect such a dark secret. The War Master would go on to explain that he had not orchestrated Fulgrim's demise, and that he was merely contending and containing the aftermath. Horus's admission revealed a grim reality. The demon that now inhabited Fulgrim's body was a powerful warp entity, and that Horus deemed it necessary to keep the creature as an ally for the time being. However, he secretly resolved to destroy the demon and rescue Fulgrim, and it appears that Lorgar had similar thoughts. Thus, the stage was set for the new phase in the heresy, where loyalty and deception would be intertwined, and the true cost of rebellion now made itself evident, as it was far darker than that which they had previously imagined. After the meeting, Lorgar was notably deeply unsettled by the realization that another sentience now inhabited his brother's body. Horus, who had already been annoyed, questioned Lorgar, who had never been close to Fulgrim, why he seemed so concerned. Lorgar would go on to explain that this vile intrusion was a perversion of the natural order, a disharmony that contrasted starkly with his own blessed demon-possessed gene-sons, the Gal Vorbak. To Lorgar, the annihilation of a living soul to house a greedy unborn demon was an abomination. During Lorgar's pilgrimage to the Eye of Terror, years earlier he had walked in the warp itself, standing at the intersection of the gods and mortals. He knew that this form of possession represented a weakness and corruption, a perversion of what the Chaos Gods desired for mankind. The ruinous powers sought to ally willing followers, not soulless husks, ridden by their demons. Using his formidable psychic abilities, Lorgar held the demon at bay. The War Master cautioned that might kill Fulgrim, but Lorgar, with conviction, retorted that the being before them was not their brother, but a creature he could destroy if he so wished. He threatened the demon, vowing to learn its true name and banish it permanently back into the warp. The demon-possessed Fulgrim, helpless against Lorgar's psychic might, could do nothing. When the War Master attempted to restrain Lorgar by placing his hand on his shoulder, Lorgar psychically commanded Horus to remove it. Unable to resist the command, the War Master obeyed, further highlighting the depths of Lorgar's newfound power and his determination to right the wrong that had been done against his brother. In this moment, the stark reality of the situation became even clearer to Horus. The Primarchs, once unified in their rebellion, now faced a near endless amount of internal strife and the corrupting influence of the very sources they sought to harness for their own power. The battle for the future of the galaxy was now not only against the Emperor, but against the insidious corruption within their own ranks. As he withdrew his hand from Lorgar's shoulder, his fingers trembled, and the War Master's steely eyes betrayed the palpable tension within the room. As Lorgar stormed away from the council chambers in a fit of rather uncharacteristic rage, Horus would remark on the visible change in his brother since his encounter with Korax on Isvan V, to which Lorgar tensely acknowledged that indeed everything had changed that fateful night as he departed towards his ship, consumed with contemplation on what he perceived as a profound corruption of fate. Unbeknownst to the rank and file of the Third Legion, their Primarch struggled fruitlessly against the chains of his own mind and body. Among them, only Captain Lucius of the 13th Company sensed that something was amiss within Fulgrim, though he chose to keep his suspicions to himself. The demon Fulgrim, sensing the latent warp-touched potential in Lucius, presented him with the silver demon blade, which once bound the essence of the lair demon. Now wielding the more potent Kinnerbrak anatheme bestowed upon him by Horus, the demon Fulgrim channeled its residual power, foreseeing Lucius's pivotal role in the tumultuous years to come ahead. After the conclave aboard Horus's flagship, the demon Fulgrim and the Emperor's Children's Legion received orders from the War Master to support the coming civil war within the Mechanicum on Mars. However, driven by his increasingly erratic nature, the demon Fulgrim defied these orders. Instead, he commanded his legion to launch a brazen assault on Prismicta 5, a crucial Mechanicum crystal mining world. In the turbulent aftermath of Fulgrim's descent into capriciousness, Lord Commander Eidolon dared question his Primarch's erratic commands. In particular, his dismissal of the War Master's orders, unaware of the peril it would bring. His attempts to reason with Fulgrim only further stoked the Primarch's paranoia, leading to a fatal misunderstanding, and in a swift but brutal motion, Fulgrim drew the anatheme and struck Eidolon down. The once favored commander was now seen as a potential betrayer, and with Eidolon's lifeless head in his hand, Fulgrim would enact a rather macabre ritual, depicting him as truly the monster possessed, dipping the slain commander's blood into casks of victory wine, which would be shared amongst the legion's senior officers. Among them was Lucius, who had been rising through prominence as he silently observed the grim spectacle. Troubled by his lord's unraveling sanity and haunted by the unsettling dreams involving the painting of Fulgrim in La Ciencia, which was now constantly guarded by a cadre of Phoenix Guard, and due to this, Lucius had resolved to delve deeper into the mystery which was unfolding within the Legion. Amidst the mounting concerns over Fulgrim's increasingly erratic behavior, Lucius would note that Fulgrim's growing detachment from the Legion's tradition, along with his waning martial prowess. Once, his techniques and skill were unrivaled. Now, he could be surpassed on multiple occasions by Lucius himself. These observations deepened Lucius's suspicions, as he now knew something was amiss. The confirmation would only come during the assault on the Mechanicum mining world, where Lucius witnessed Fulgrim wielding formidable psychic powers against Mechanicum Warhound class titans, a feat that was beyond any ordinary Astartes. Compounding his unease were the recurring dreams compelling Lucius to defy the orders and investigate La Fience aboard the Pride of the Emperor, where Slaanesh's influence over the Emperor's children had taken root. Eventually, his Primarch's uncharacteristic use of psychic powers led him to deciding to explore the desolate chambers. There, Lucius stumbled upon a grand portrait over the shattered stage. Even in ruin, its splendor captivated him. A regal Fulgrim adorned in resplendent purple and golden armor, framed by the flaming wings of a phoenix, a symbol of the Legion's pride. This painting radiated an aura of unnatural majesty, capturing Fulgrim in his prime, bathed in a fiery glow of a mythic symbol. The portrait of Fulgrim was meticulously crafted and exuded a truly unparalleled depiction of grandeur and charisma, which his father was known for, a testament to the artistic mastery that had resonated with awe-inspiring beauty. Yet within those painted eyes, Lucius discerned a haunting anguish that transcended mortal artistry. The agony etched in the portrait seemed almost alive, haunting Lucius with a chilling realization. His Primarch's essence had been ensnared within the painting, while an impostor was masquerading as the Legion's leader. Driven by an unwavering dedication to liberate Fulgrim, Lucius clandestinely rallied the Brotherhood of the Phoenix, a secretive warrior lodge restricted only to the highest-ranking officers within the Legion. Aware of the perilous implications, Lucius navigated the treacherous waters of the Legion's politics, where senior officers, corrupted by their desires and disdain for him, posed a formidable obstacle. With persuasive eloquence, which he had inherited from Fulgrim, Lucius convinced his brethren that there was an impostor deceiving them all, challenging their egos and rallying them to seize their Primarch. In a daring ambush orchestrated by the Brotherhood, Fulgrim, or the thing that was Fulgrim, was subdued after a fierce struggle that left casualties on both sides. And despite the risks along with the internal strife, Lucius's gambit succeeded in capturing their Primarch, marking a pivotal moment in the Emperor's children's descent into darkness. The Primarch was swiftly transported to the Apothecarian after being caught, under the oversight of Chief Apothecary Fabius Woodby, where he was securely fastened to an examination table capable of restraining even a Primarch. Woodby where Fabius, Lucius, Julius Carson, and Maris Veriosin had determined to be the location where they would expel the demonic entity from within Fulgrim's corporeal form, and they proceeded to engage in a prolonged ritual known as exoration. Enduring the torturous ordeal without resistance, Fulgrim engaged his captors in discussions about his perceptions of reality, escalating the influence of chaos across the galaxy and the envisioned future for his legion. In the midst of this agonizing process, Lucius suddenly comprehended their grave error. They had been deceived by their Primarch. Acknowledging their folly, Lucius immediately humbled himself before Fulgrim, realizing that the entity that they sought to expel was not a mere possession, but the true essence of their lord. Freed from his bounds, Fulgrim forgave his loyal sons, understanding their intentions and the lessons learned from their misguided efforts. With a profound revelation, Fulgrim disclosed to Lucius the intricate truth behind his elaborate deception. He admitted to being host to a demonic entity for an extended period of time, during which his disembodied spirit had been ensnared within the portrait, but rather than succumbing to despair, Fulgrim had utilized his confinement to master the arcane arts of the warp, and to deepen his understanding of demonkind's inscrutable ways. He eventually mastered these arcane insights sufficiently enough to expel the demon from his mortal form. Executing a daring maneuver, he swapped his consciousness with the malevolent entity, imprisoning it eternally within the portrait. It became evident that the demon had been communicating with Lucius through haunting dreams in an attempt to engineer its release from captivity. To further educate his trusted champion in the arcane ways of chaos, Fulgrim deliberately feigned incompetence in swordsmanship to goad Lucius into confrontation. Expanding his revelations, Fulgrim clarified that his erratic behavior and solitary pursuits were not mere whims, but part of his transformative journey towards achieving the ultimate perfection under Slaaneish's guidance. He articulated his aspirations to explore the boundaries of reality through sensual experience, not for power alone, but for the profound journey itself, a journey that he invited his sons to join. Fulgrim disclosed that his directive to assault the mining world was driven by his desire to claim the Mechanicum's crystals in order to construct a magnificent city of mirrors, dedicated to the pursuit of sensual pleasure and self-enlightenment through sensory exploration. However, the next crucial step for the Emperor's children and their path towards enlightenment through chaos would involve a rendezvous with Primarch Perturabo and his Iron Warriors Legion. Amidst the ongoing tumult of Horus's rebellion, the Iron Warriors seized the moment to assert their dominance over their long-standing rivals, the Imperial Fists, on the newly compliant world of Hydra Cordatus. Victorious, Perturabo received word that Fulgrim and his Emperor's children sought a meeting to discuss matters of significant import. Though Fulgrim remained cryptic about the purpose of his visit, he assured his brother of its wondrous nature. Perturabo, known for his pragmatic approach, noted that Fulgrim's panache for drama had only intensified since the Third Legion's pledging of allegiance to Horus. While not close friends, their shared pursuit for perfection once forged a bond between the two Primarchs. Despite their contrasting methods, Fulgrim's pursuit through constant refinement and Perturabo's pursuit through disciplined planning mirrored each other. However, Perturabo suspected Fulgrim's visit was linked to the impending campaign against Mars. Securing the Martian dominion was crucial before advancing towards Terra, and Fulgrim likely sought the Iron Warriors' aid in breaching the Mechanicum's formidable Forge cities. Prepared for any eventuality, Perturabo readied his legion to devise a strategy to achieve this pivotal objective. That is, until further orders arrived, and Perturabo entertained his brother's visit with cautious curiosity. Amidst the preparations for the impending campaigns, news arrived that the Emperor's children had descended upon Hydra Cordatus unannounced. Over 300 drop craft touched down beyond the mouth of the valley where the Iron Warriors had established their encampment. The Iron Warriors swiftly organized to greet their guests, forming a vanguard to welcome the Third Legion. Tens of thousands of Imperial Army troops stood in rigid ranks alongside 200 grand battalions of Iron Warriors, 50,000 warriors clad in armor-dust burnished warplate. It was a spectacle of martial might and a magnificence unseen since the horrors of Isstvan V. Yet Fulgrim and the Emperor's children emerged from the drop sites into the valley. Perturabo and his senior officers were struck not by admiration but by bewilderment. The one once honorable warriors of the 3rd Legion had transformed into a garish parade of noise, color, and spectacle. Something profound had seemed to have changed within the Emperor's children, evident in the disfigurements and the degradation of their warriors, which were now proudly shown off as adornments. Perturabo pondered the purpose behind such ostentatiousness, unable to fathom the motives driving these alarming transformations. Fulgrim's eventual clandestine meeting with Perturabo unfolded within the secure confines of the Lord of Iron's command bunker, where he was presented with an irresistible proposition, a promise to fulfill Perturabo's deepest desires without disappointment or failure, offering an alliance that could tip the scales of the War Master's rebellion. Despite Perturabo's suspicions, he entertained the possibility that their shared goal might foster a mutual understanding. The revelation came swiftly, though, that they would embark on a perilous journey to the heart of the notorious warp storm, which constantly haunted Perturabo's recurring nightmares. Within the tempestuous realm supposedly lay a Xenos artifact, the Angel Exterminatus, a weapon so potent that even the stars, or the star gods, depending on who you ask, conspired to imprison it. Unbeknownst to the traitors, their every move was shadowed by a resolute band of loyalist Astartes, survivors from the Dropsite massacre. These warriors were drawn from the ranks of the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and a lone Raven Guard, who had all escaped aboard a strike cruiser known as a Sisyphum. Their mission was simple: to thwart the traitors at any cost, even their own lives, and driven by a relentless pursuit for justice and vengeance, they would stand no failure. Following their harrowing escape from the Isfan system, the Sisyphum navigated the perilous path through traitor-held territory, evading orbital blockades and enemy firestorms to reach relative safety, and in the ensuing months, the Sisyphum adopted a strategy of calculated aggression as they became a relentless predator amidst the shadows of Segmentum Obscurus. Their targets were traitor forces attempting to exploit flanking routes, including scouting ships, mapping vessels, and heavily laden supply convoys ferrying troops, weapons, and vital supplies to the War Master's front lines. Engaging in hit-and-run operations, the Sisyphum struck swiftly and disappeared into the void just as fast, inflicting significant disruptions and setbacks upon their adversaries. Their actions were not merely acts of retaliation but strategic maneuvers aimed at bolstering the resilience of the scattered loyalist forces across the galaxy, forming an unconventional but effective resistance against what were overwhelming odds. Eventually, at Carvor Santa, Iron Hand Sabak Wayland, and a lone survivor of the Raven Guard, achieved a pivotal breakthrough by capturing an unilingual cipher host, a hybrid creature of the Dark Mechanicum known as a Cryptos. These abominations had previously rendered the traitors' coded communications impenetrable, but now with the Cryptos in their possession, the Loyalist commanders gained access to critical intelligence embedded within the enemy's transmissions. Armed with their newfound knowledge, the Sisyphum responded swiftly to intercepted communications indicating the gathering of the traitor Primarchs at Hydra Cardatus. Learning of Fulgrim's ambitious plans to venture into the Eye of Terror in order to search for the legendary Angel Exterminatus, they would swiftly steer their vessel, sneakily following the traitors into the perilous warp rift, all the while being aided by a rather mysterious Eldar guide who was determined to thwart the traitors' quest for the mysterious Xenos weapon. Joining the fleet of Iron Warriors and Emperor's Children's ships, the joint fleet of Iron Warriors and Emperor's Children's ships set their course for Lydrus, a legendary crone world once revered by the Eldari. Said world was nestled within the Eye of Terror, as Lydrus had defied chaos and the destruction surrounding it. Apparently, it just remained anchored due to the gravitational pull of a supermassive black hole, a celestial anomaly which was surrounded by an internal warp storm. This served as a gateway to the realms, a place where the laws of physics bend to the will of the warp, consuming all that dared approach its event horizon. This world stood as a dark testament to the climactic birth of Slaanesh, whose emergence had torn apart the once mighty Eldari, almost as if it were a jewel placed upon the galaxy by the god of excess, transforming their crone world into a haunted remnant of a lost civilization amidst the swirling chaos of the Eye of Terror, a forbidden realm of ancient power and perilous secrets, drawing both loyalist and traitor alike into its gravitational embrace. The culmination of the journey brought the Primarchs and their legions to the threshold. Once they landed on the planet, Fulgrim and Perturabo had their legions descend upon it in wave after wave, which in hindsight was rather fortunate, since even though the planet was dead, its guardians were also dead, but not in the same way, as eventually they would reach the sepulchre of Isha's doom, and within said sepulchre, the crystallized form of countless Eldari warriors would awake to combat those who they sensed were linked to their eternal enemy, Slaanesh. During this, the Primarchs and their sons started to battle against the Eldari's ghost warriors. However, Fulgrim seized an opportunity amidst the fray to slip out unnoticed. Understanding his brother's intent, Perturabo ventured into the pulsating green glow that radiated from the heart of the chamber. There, amidst the swirling energies, he sensed not mere elemental forces, but the distilled essence of countless souls, a testament to the grim legacy that awaited those who dared enter the sepulchre of Isha's doom. Perturabo would then descend the endless spiral staircase towards the distant point that refused to grow brighter no matter how deep he went. Their journey seemed infinite until it suddenly wasn't, culminating in a slender bridge where Fulgrim awaited him. The bridge spanned out into a colossal spherical chamber of mind-bending proportions. Bridge's footings were anchored at the equator of the planet's own core. As it seemed, each would also reach towards the central orbit of a radiant jade-like light that blazed like a miniature sun. Revealed now was a hollow world. Confronting his brother, Perturabo realized that there was never an Angel Exterminatus. Fulgrim confirmed this, asserting that instead he himself would become the Angel Exterminatus. Perturabo retorted with a mix of disbelief and scorn, noting his brother's propensity for grandiosity. Undeterred by skepticism, Fulgrim uttered a single word that struck the Lord of Iron like a blade, forcing him to kneel. Fulgrim had betrayed him. The gift that he had given him secretly before they headed towards the Eye of Terror was a harvester, an item of chaos designed to slowly sap Perturabo's strength and feed it to Fulgrim so he may ascend to godhood. With Perturabo being his unwitting sacrifice, Fulgrim believed that he could achieve apotheosis. With a forceful gesture, the Primarch of the Emperor's Children flung Perturabo aside, causing him to tumble in a languid arc, until he crashed with a resounding crunch of metal near the edge of the shaft. Every Astartes in the chamber turned their attention towards the event. Fulgrim was no longer the same being who descended into the core of the world, as he now hovered above the shaft where the green torrent of energy had now dwindled into a fading glow. Fulgrim's armor would shimmer with ethereal vitality, seeming to contain the light of countless suns, striving to burst forth all at once. His eyes, once vibrant with life, now appeared as twin black voids, offering glimpses into the realms of experience and sensation. Just as Fulgrim approached the culmination of his apotheosis, Perturabo summoned the last of his remaining strength and rose to his feet, clutching the harvester firmly in his hand. As he advanced towards Fulgrim, his gaze searching for any flicker of remorse or regret hidden behind his brother's eyes, a sign, perhaps, of redemption. He found none, and Perturabo's heart sank with the realization that Fulgrim was truly lost. Confronting Fulgrim, Perturabo denounced his brother's quest for godhood, asserting that humanity had long since surpassed the need for such aspirations. Disgusted by Fulgrim's ambition, Perturabo hurled the Harvester Stone into the depths of the shaft, symbolically rejecting his brother. Suddenly, the chamber erupted in a barrage of bolter fired, as the Iron Tenth, remnants of the Iron Hands, swiftly engaged the Emperor's Children and Iron Warriors in battle, turning the sepulchre into a battleground where loyalty and treachery clashed amidst ancient conflicts. The battlefield would then tighten its grip upon the Primarchs at its center. Perturabo kneeling with exertion and Fulgrim hovering just above him as if tethered to his brother by unseen bounds. However, amidst this tumult, a loyalist Astartes, the Raven Guard known as Sarokin, seized upon the falling harvester, intuitively sensing the danger it would pose if it were back in Fulgrim's hands. Sorrowkin would then take aim with a bolter and fire upon the stone, shattering it into shards, releasing the energy and revitalizing Perturabo. Fulgrim too felt the reverberating energy caused by the stone's destruction, for it held not just the stolen strength, but a fusion of their essences, a potent force capable of fueling a cataclysm beyond mortal comprehension. Fulgrim's gilded armor quickly dissolved into golden flakes, revealing a grotesquely swollen form, bathed in a furnace-like heat. The ethereal flames that covered him grew an iridescent pink and flickered a sickly purple hungrily around him, awaiting for even the faintest falter in his concentration. With a determined effort, Perturabo rose to his feet, lifting Forgebreaker into his shoulder. Fulgrim, sensing this impending doom, grinned knowingly that his brother would strike with all his might. Aware of the inevitability of this confrontation, without hesitation, Fulgrim accepted the blow from Perturabo's swing, which cleaved his body open in a rain of gore and viscera. Thus would end the tragic saga of betrayal and divine delusion amidst the clashes of echoing traitors and loyalists upon a dead world. That would be the end if Fulgrim had not planned for this. His body had ruptured beneath the impact of the Warhammer, and then there was a sudden, resultant cry, which echoed like a primordial birth scream. All the while, a surge of purple energy exploded outwards from the Phoenician's shattered form, bathing the chamber in a blinding light all too intense to directly behold, yet too mesmerizing to ignore. Like a birth of a new sun, the radiant brilliance became the focal point of everybody in the room. The aftermath of Fulgrim's transformation into the demon Primarch he would be forevermore was a scene of cosmic significance. As Perturabo stood amidst the wreckage of his brother's mortal form, he beheld a surreal metamorphosis. Fulgrim's body elongated and morphed, his legs merging into a serpentine tail, armored with scales and chitinous plates, a form reminiscent of beings of ancient myths and nightmarish visions. This new incarnation of his brother was not merely physical, but spiritual, an ethereal avatar fueled by the warp, embodying the desires and the essences of its creators. Fulgrim's countenance was now a blend of agonizing torment and ecstatic bliss, which bore witness to the transformation, as horns sprouted from his brow, crowning him as a demon prince of Slaanesh, the youngest of the gods of chaos. With a mysterious message, Fulgrim would depart into the Empyrean, leaving behind a swirling vortex of arcane energy as he whisked away his Chaos Space Marine retinue. The sudden absence of the energy that sustained the planet caused it to begin to fall into the supermassive black hole at the heart of the Eye of Terror. As the planet trembled in the brink of annihilation, the Iron Hands, who had stayed and currently had a clear shot at the weakened Primarch Perturabo, decided to retreat back to their vessel. Shortly after this, Perturabo marshaled his forces and retreated from the crumbling citadel, boarding the safety of his flagship, the Iron Blood. From this vantage point, the Primarch witnessed the death of those still on the planet, as the Crone world succumbed to the relentless gravitational pull of the black hole near the heart of the Eye of Terror. As his flagship, the Iron Blood, strained against the gravitational forces threatening to ensnare it, smaller vessels of the Iron Warrior's fleet had already succumbed. However, much to his commander's disbelief, Perturabo's mind came to a single conclusion. Unlike them, he was unshaken by the conclusion. He knew their path lay ahead, at the heart of the black hole, not fleeing from it. With grim resolve, the Iron Warriors plunged deeper into the Eye of Terror's swirling abyss, their fate entwined with the tides of chaos and destiny. Eventually, after the apotheosis of the Emperor's Children's Primarch, the Legion itself would join in on the siege of Terra. However, unlike many of the other forces who came upon the planet, the Emperor's children had been metamorphosed into grotesque caricatures of their former glory, and rather than join in on the destruction of the palace and the besieging of the Emperor's throne, the Emperor's children took a path more depraved and sinister than any other. With a frenzy of blood and twisted ecstasy, they descended upon the innocent populace of Terra, unleashing a deluge of unspeakable horrors, driven by a maddening hunger for hedonistic pleasures inspired by their new patron god, Slaanesh. The traitor marines inflicted upon the populace a carnival of agony and debauchery heretofore unseen before or since. Billions of Terrans became unwitting pawns in the Emperor's Children's ceaseless quest for greater sensations, be it as experimental subjects for horrific stimulants, vessels for demonic incursions from the warp, or merely victims of wanton slaughter. Their lives were snuffed out to momentarily appease the deranged appetites of their tormentors. As the streets of Terra ran red with the blood of innocents, the echoing screams of those subjected to the unimaginable tortures in the name of the Emperor's children would feed she who thirsts endlessly. Amidst this chaos, the now ascended Fulgrim would confront Rogel Dorn and eventually leave with his legion out of his own volition, abandoning the siege of Terra and the war altogether. In the tumultuous aftermath of the Horus Heresy, the Emperor's children, once exemplars of martial prowess and artistic refinement, descended into a frenzy of unrestrained debauchery and violence. Following their retreat into the Eye of Terror, they embarked on a campaign of terror and plunder across imperial worlds, leaving devastation and destruction in their wake. Their insatiable thirst for excess led them to capture not only imperial citizens, but also slaves from other traitor legions, which incited conflicts within the realms of the Eye of Terror. Amidst these dark times, their Primarch, Fulgrim, vanished, reportedly withdrawing to a planet of indulgence bestowed upon him by Slaanesh, the Chaos God whom they had pledged their allegiance to. Left leaderless, the remaining Emperor's children congregated at the Canticle City, a formidable fortress on the demon world of Harmony, under the command of Fabius Bile, the former chief apothecary of the Emperor's children. Bile, now known for his dark experiments and his twisted ambitions, took drastic actions to maintain control. He orchestrated the destruction of the Sons of Horus fortress at Malum and embarked on a daring scheme to clone the fallen Primarch Horus, which culminated in a catastrophic confrontation known as the Battle of Harmony. This clash, led by Ezekiel Abaddon, culminated in a clash between a purported clone of the Primarch himself, Horus. In the annihilation of Horus's cloned body, he dealt a severe blow to Bile's authority, ensuring chaos within the Emperor's children's ranks, as they would descend into internal conflict. Scarcity of resources and a broken chain of leadership led them to prey upon each other. The once proud legion was fractured into a myriad of warbands, each vying for dominance amidst the turmoil of what would become known as the Legion Wars. Despite this internal fracture, the Emperor's children remained formidable adversaries, continuing their relentless raids on imperial territories, their thirst for conquest and pleasure undiminished by the internal strife. In the records of post-heresy history, the Emperor's children would stand testament to the corrupting influences of chaos, as their descent from noble warriors to hedonists of unparalleled depravity would become a cautionary tale for many a legionary. Out of this tumult, a certain warband would coalesce into what was known as the Phoenix Conclave, which was an attempt to unify the fractured Emperor's children under the banner of the once again revived Lord Commander Primus Eidolon. Their goal was simple: to reclaim their former glory and the unity of their legion. Despite these efforts, the Emperor's children would remain fractured and rather volatile, and in the aftermath of the Eye of Terror's slave wars, they would dissolve into individual warbands once more, devoid of any cohesion or discipline. The title of Thordar would emerge amongst the leaders of these warbands as a remnant of the fragmented hierarchy which used to exist. Today, the Emperor's children are synonymous with hedonism and excess, uncontrolled and barely guided by anything other than their own pursuits for sensation and pleasure, as they have cast aside their old traditions only to be replaced by the grotesque and lavish adornments of their armor, shimmering skulls, gilded chains, and sensuous designs that reflect their corrupted souls. Blessed by Slaanesh, their armor not only protects them, but enhances their experience of pain and pleasure, turning every battle into a twisted ecstasy where pain is pleasure and death is an art. Amidst this carnage, some amongst the Emperor's children have honed their blades to taste the blood of their enemies. Their depravity knows no bounds as they continue to descend into further and further decadence. Each time they become more and more numb to the sensations. A multitude of Emperor's children space marines would undergo radical transformations to what is known as a noise marine. Aberrant warriors obsessed with the cacophony of battle and a symphony of destruction that they can never truly experience in its fullest, as they now only embody the excesses of Slaanesh. A noise marine has their senses mutated to extremes beyond all comprehension, but it will never be enough. Their hearing, for instance, has been enhanced to an astonishing degree, capable of discerning minute vibrations and changes in pitch and volume that elude even the most advanced sensory technologies in existence. Hypersensitive auditory perception, which not only sharpens their awareness, but also triggers intense emotional responses, where mundane sensations pale in comparison to the ecstasy derived from discordant noises, leaving them addicted to sound. The crescendo of battle and shrieks of agony, along with the explosive thunder of weapons, are the only sources of solace they have left. Named for their affinity for sonic weaponry, the now rather commonplace noise marines wield their instruments as weapons. Tools such as the Blastmaster, a rifle that unleashes devastating frequencies capable of rendering flesh from bone and overwhelming the senses of even the hardiest of warrior. The Doom Siren, which is integrated into their very bodies, amplifies their screams into sonic blasts, which can repel even the strongest of adversaries. Additionally, they possess a chilling ability known as a warp scream, a gift from their god, a psychic shriek that disrupts and disorients those unfortunate enough to be within its range. Much later, in a bold stroke that reverberated across the Eye of Terror, as the galaxy navigates the treacherous waters of the 41st millennium, the scarcity of Emperor's Children warbands offers a fleeting reprieve from the horrors they embody, though facing them in battle remains a harrowing fate, one only surpassed by the relentless cruelty of the Drukhari, especially since the destruction of Cadia has allowed Chaos Space Marines a new foothold into the material world. However, the enigma surrounding the Primarch Fulgrim persists as one of the greatest mysteries of the chaos-tinted cosmos. According to arcane lore, it is believed that the Dark Prince Slaanesh bestowed him with the ultimate gift upon his apotheosis. His new countenance seems to match that of a being that has been rumored to be seen in some of the darkest corners of the galaxy, said corners which are no longer accessible by the Emperor's light. The Ordo Malleus of the Inquisition has embarked on multiple quests to search for this being, be he in the elusive realm gifted to him by Slaanesh or in the material world. Historical records recount Fulgrim's last known appearance during the Battle of Thessalia, where he engaged in a fateful duel with the Primarch Reboot Guilliman of the Ultramarines, and in a display of cunning and treachery, Fulgrim had grievously wounded him with the toxic anathime blade, which nearly costed the Primarch his life. However, it seems that this stroke was actually one of good fortune, as when the galaxy needed him most, the Primarch Guilliman was able to take control of the Imperium's fractured domains. It is only concretely known that Fulgrim retreated into the warp, where he has remained obscured from mortal sight. That is until the era of the Great Rift, where the rumors once again popped up, where he had allegedly been leading forces of the Emperor's Children and other Slaaneshi adherents against the resurgent Imperium. Whether Fulgrim has truly emerged from the warp to resume his campaign against the Imperial remnants in the darkened half of the Imperium, known as Imperium Nihilus, is a matter of speculation and dreaded anticipation amongst scholars and strategists alike, as Imperial scholars delving into the annals of history fraught with heresy and betrayal. The enigma of Fulgrim stands as a testament to the enduring shadow that was cast by the traitor legions. Whether he still lurks within the darkest recesses of the warp or has returned to sow chaos anew amongst the stars, the specter of Fulgrim serves as a stark reminder of the ever-present threat posed by one who once pledged loyalty to the Emperor. His tale, now intertwined with the warp-spawned horrors of Slaanesh, continues to captivate and terrify, as a caution cautionary tale for those who seek to understand the depths of forbidden knowledge and the price of hubris in the Imperium's tumultuous history. The Iron Warriors are one of the 9 traitor legions of Chaos Space Marines, and they stand as a formidable testament to the treachery that marred the Horus Heresy. Originally known as the 4th Legion, their expertise lay in the art of siege warfare and the assault of static fortifications, skills that positioned them in fierce opposition and contrast to the Imperial Fist's Legion, who were renowned for their impenetrable defensive constructs. This rivalry, fueled by their contrasting doctrines and the near mirror opposites that were their primarchs, Perturabo and Rogol Dorn, played a significant role in the Iron Warriors' eventual defection to Chaos. Perturabo, the primarch of the Iron Warriors, was an equal to Dorn in the realms of fortification and military strategy. However, his sense of betrayal and marginalization by his brother Primarch only deepened as the Horus Heresy unfolded. Dorn's proud assertions and victories were perceived by Perturabo as personal affronts even before the heresy, which inevitably drove a massive wedge between them and set the stage for their opposing stances during the Galactic Civil War. The Iron Warriors' obsession with cybernetic augmentation also reflected their grim dedication and obsession with warfare. Much like their counterparts in the Adeptus Mechanicus and even the loyalist Iron Hands, they were and still are notorious for their use of cybernetic enhancements. Something that does set them apart from almost all throughout the galaxy is that when they are afflicted by the mutagenic gifts of the ruinous powers, the Iron Warriors will often amputate the affected limb or body part and replace it with a mechanical prosthetic, a practice that underscores their commitment to functionality over aesthetics and control over raw, undiluted power. Perturabo's early life on the planet known as Olympia would be marked by relentless warfare between city-states, which would profoundly shape his approach to siege warfare. Discovered as an infant by the agents of Damikos, the so-called Tyrant of Lokos, Perturabo would be raised in an environment which bred coldness and mistrust. Despite his detached demeanor, he had mastered the art of siegecraft through his relentless exposure to Olympia's brutal and unending conflicts. These formative experiences equipped him with a deep understanding of both the theoretical and the practical aspects of siege warfare, thereby cementing his reputation as a master strategist and setting the stage for his eventual rise and fall in the annals of galactic history, along with his legion's own fall. When the Great Crusade reached Olympia in 849 M30 and Perturabo himself had the revelation of his cosmic destiny, a pivotal moment would occur. With the Emperor's acknowledging of Perturabo's prowess, he designated him as a Primarch of the Iron Warriors Legion, a declaration that led to the displacement of Perturabo's adopted father, Dakamos, and the integration of Olympia's most capable individuals into the 4th Legion. Under Perturabo's command, the Iron Warriors emerged as the preeminent siege specialists within the Emperor's forces. Perturabo's intellect was characterized by a cold and calculating demeanor, which was ideally suited for the intricacies of siege warfare. His proficiency extended not only to siege warfare, but to the knowledge of advanced technology, allowing him to engage in intricate discourse with the highest echelons of the ancient Mechanicum. Later, training on Mars would further hone the Iron Warriors' expertise, elevating them to the level of proficiency matched only by the Imperial Fists of Rogol Dorn. The Iron Warriors' methodical approach to warfare would prove to be devastatingly effective. Worlds that had previously resisted the Emperor's vision would succumb to their relentless siege tactics, which were employed expertly by Perturabo's Legion. The strategic mastery of siege warfare, which they exemplified, ensured the submission of numerous worlds to Imperial compliance, sparing them from the ravages of prolonged warfare in fruitless conflicts. Despite these advancements, Perturabo's sense of dissatisfaction and resentment grew greater and greater still. In an apparent bid to outshine Rogol Dorn and his other brother Primarchs, he would undertake increasingly demanding missions. These endeavors, while showcasing the Legion's formidable capabilities, exacted a harsh toll on the Iron Warriors. The relentless application of force, though efficient, eroded the resilience of even these transhuman warriors, marking a somber chapter in Perirobo's legion. The Iron Warriors' preparations for warfare were often marked and easily identified by their rigorous discipline and their affinity for sustained violence. This relentless drive led them to prefer facing defiant foes over surrendering enemies, seeking to unleash their built-up aggression through the complete subjugation of their enemies. Their preference for confronting defiant defenders became emblematic of their siege warfare approach, as they reveled in a troubling aspect which exemplified and was a cornerstone of their battle ethos. Compounding their unrest, the Iron Warriors were increasingly assigned as garrison forces, small contingents tasked with the protection of worlds that they had painstakingly brought into Imperial compliance. This role, which was often rejected by other Primarchs for its demoralizing impact on their Astartes, would be reluctantly accepted by Perirobo. However, his dissatisfaction with the role would only deepen pre-existing grudges, fueling the ever-growing sense of grievances. Ironically, it was because he had been so cocksure in taking so many of the more difficult missions that he was assigned these more difficult missions, which caused both an emotional and a psychological turmoil within Perirobo. As the Horus heresy loomed, Perirobo's frustrations had reached a boiling point, his mounting bitterness exacerbated by what some speculate were the manipulations of the War Master. It is suggested that Horus, not the Emperor, orchestrated the events and the deployments in order to rile up Perirobo's frustrations further. The situation reached a tragic climax when the death of Damikos, Perirobo's adopted father, triggered a rebellion on Olympia. Perirobo's response was one of unrestrained fury. Upon returning to his homeworld, he would extract a brutal retribution, resulting in the slaughter of countless innocents and the incineration of entire cities. The scale of his vengeance left Perirobo in a perpetual state of profound despair, struggling to grapple with the enormity of his actions. Before he could address the devastation that he had wrought, Perirobo was summoned to confront rebel forces following the War Master's virus bombing on Isfahan III. The Iron Warriors were commanded to enforce justice, a directive that marked their definitive turn to the cause of the traitors. The precise machinations by which Horus manipulated the Lord of Iron remained somewhat obscured by the sands of time, but the outcome was clear. The Iron Warriors were now irrevocably aligned with the traitorous cause. With their participation in the drop site massacre on Isfahan V, their fates were sealed. Once liberated from the constraints that had previously restrained him, Perirobo unleashed his destructive tendencies with a vengeance, laying waste to world after world in the service of the War Master. Under his command, the Iron Warriors carved out an empire of iron around Olympia and its neighboring star systems, while a fraction of the 4th Legion applied their formidable skills to the siege of Terra. This epic confrontation allowed Perirobo's Gene-Sons to measure their prowess against those of Rogel Dorn. The outcome of the clash between the Iron Warriors and Dorn's masterfully designed defenses remains shrouded in hearsay, as the War Master's death precluded the final resolution that the Iron Warriors sought. The Iron Warriors who had participated in the Siege of Terra subsequently would retreat into the Eye of Terror with the other traitors. Simultaneously, those who had established their dominion around Olympia braced for the inevitable counteroffensive by the Loyalist legions, in an event that became known as the Great Scouring. In a dramatic twist characteristic of this era filled with grim tidings, the Imperial Fists, amongst others, undertook a siege of the Iron Warriors' holdings. After a decades-long campaign marked by relentless conflict, the traitors' forces were finally ousted from their domain, but not before the Iron Warriors detonated their nucleonic stockpiles, reducing Olympia to a wasteland of ruin and taking many loyalists out with it. One of Perirobo's most notorious campaigns, which is said to have earned him the dark favor of apotheosis as a demon Primarch, occurred on Sebastus IV. Here, Perirobo orchestrated the construction of the Eternal Fortress, a formidable bastion encircled by an elaborate network of trenches, redoubts, minefields, razor wire, These defenses were completely unlike traditional fortifications, which were normally designed to protect, were actually purpose-made to exact as large a toll from the assaulting forces as humanly possible, while providing the minimal amount of protection necessary for the defending forces. Ergo, the Eternal Fortress was conceived solely as a challenge to ensnare Rogol Dorn, and this iron cage was meticulously crafted to defy Dorn's vaunted skills and ensnare him in a trap which there was no escape from. Despite the entries of his brother, the Imperial Regent, Rabuk Guilliman, Rogol Dorn fell victim to Perturabo's challenge, who boasted that no one could breach his fortress. Dorn led the entirety of the Imperial Fist's legion into what would infamously become known as the Iron Cage. What ensued was a cataclysm of death and destruction of nearly unparalleled scale. The Imperial Fists, renowned for their resilience, faced losses so staggering that they rivaled those experienced during the height of the Horus Heresy. Trapped in meticulously orchestrated ambushes, they were subjected to the full measure of the Iron Warrior's strategic prowess. As the casualties mounted and the Imperial Fists struggled against the Iron Warrior's elaborate stratagems, Dorn's captains urged for a strategic retreat as they recognized the grim reality. The Imperial Fists had been outmaneuvered in a siege, which was an unprecedented blow, not just to their legacy, but to the Legion's morale. Dorn's resolve, however, remained unyielding. He could not bring himself to order a withdrawal, despite the clear and present need for one. In a dramatic turn, Rabuk Guilliman intervened. Unable to stand idly by while his brother faced complete annihilation, he dispatched the Ultramarines to relieve the beleaguered Imperial Fists. Confronted with the combined might of two legions, Perturabo chose to withdraw, having achieved his strategic objective and forever thumbed his nose at the Imperial Fists, who were left devastated. 400 battle brothers lost, with many more wounded and or permanently crippled. In a grim exchange, Perturabo offered the untainted gene seed harvested from the Imperial Fists to the Chaos Gods, which led to him receiving Apotheosis as his dark reward, turning him into the ultimate weapon he sought to be at the end of the heresy, when he had finally chosen to once more become a turncoat, intending to attack Horus Lupercal after his confrontation with the Emperor. In the 41st millennium, the Iron Warriors continue to plague the Imperium from their demon world of Medjugorje. Located within the Eye of Terror and commanded by various warsmiths, the Iron Warriors' warbands persistently seek new spoils and technological advancements, which has gained them a close alliance with the heretics of the Dark Mechanicum, along with the boons that would come from the aspirant god, Vashtor the Arcaphane, which has enabled them to deploy some of the most formidable and numerous armies of demon engines against the forces of the Imperium, perpetuating their legacy of relentless warfare and disruption. To be truly understood, the Iron Warriors' descent into chaos must be viewed from a more narrowed scope, going all the way back to the Solar Decades, where the Legion was used as a relentless battering ram during the Great Crusade. They were, in essence, a relentless force designed to breach every impenetrable fortress and dismantle any citadel that stood against the Emperor's will. And this fearsome reputation would be boosted by their merciless warfare and their unparalleled expertise in siegecraft, both defensive and offensive. Their Primarch Perturabo would amplify these tendencies greater still, as he was renowned to be both a ruthless and effective warlord, as his strategic genius was marked by a razor-sharp intellect that could discern the hidden vulnerabilities of any adversary and exploit them with brutal efficiency. As it seemed to Perturabo, defeat was an anathema, and he was willing to pay any price in blood to secure victory. Yet beneath this illustrious facade, there was a deep-seated discord and despondence within the 4th Legion itself. This internal strife was often fueled by any and all perceived slights, be they true or just illusions. It became increasingly apparent throughout the Great Crusade that there was a growing distance and mistrust between the Iron Warriors and all those other participants of the Great Crusade they once had championed. Perturabo's own bitterness and constant paranoia festered, which eroded the cohesion of his very legion, and when Horus's treachery was exposed outpost on Isstvan III, the Iron Warriors Legion was already in crisis, as they had been scattered across the galaxy and were still reeling from a brutal suppression of their own homeworld of Olympia. They were nonetheless quick to answer the call to confront the traitors, many of the legionaries believing that this would truly prove to the Emperor who they were. However, when Perturabo led the bulk of his legion to Isstvan V, their wrath was not directed at the traitors, but rather at those who remained loyal to the Emperor. The festering discontent within the legion would finally be reached, as the Iron Warriors' betrayal marked the culmination of their internal decay, and in the years that followed, billions would suffer for their dark turn. The 4th Legion, known as the Iron Warriors, had historically remained steadfast in adherence to their organizational structures, combat methods, and the equipment established for the Legion's Astartes, all the way back to the dawn of the Great Crusade. Remarkably, for many Terran years, the Legion did not incorporate any new cultural influences from their interactions with the Primarch. As a consequence, the Legion's approach to warfare remained largely static, as the Iron Warriors relied on their tried and true methods of relentless and meticulous applied force, overcoming obstacles with sheer brute strength rather than any innovative stratagems or dramatic heroics. This unwavering adherence to their original combat doctrine increasingly set them apart from their brother legions. By this stage of the Great Crusade, most other Space Marine legions had diverged significantly from their foundational Terran template, often displaying distinct and sometimes extreme traits in both character and warfare, whether or not they had been united with their Primarch. Two great examples of this would be the Revenant Legion, eventually to become known as the Blood Angels, and the Dusk Raiders, eventually to be known as the Death Guard. In stark contrast, the 4th Legion's consistency and pragmatism were seen by some as markers of their unimaginative and mechanistic nature. This perception of the Iron Warriors as being honorless and rigid was particularly evident in the eyes of their peers, including Horus himself, who nonetheless saw them within the higher echelons of the Great Crusade's own command structure, where these very traits were regarded as assets. The 4th Legion's reliability and willingness to adhere to the commands from outside of their own ranks made them a rather dependable force, especially when compared to the more esoteric and unpredictable legions, such as the White Scars, the Thousand Sons, and the Night Lords. The 4th Legion, the Iron Warriors, would become the cornerstone of the Great Crusade's relentless military campaigns, all the while enduring grueling and often thankless tasks of attrition warfare. Their reputation was that of the Workhorse Legion, which was cemented through their consistent application of martial prowess and their undoubtable reliability in executing orders to the letter, almost to their own detriment. Unlike their contemporaries, such as Leman Russ of the Space Wolves and Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands, or even Horus Lupical and his Luna Wolves, who resisted dividing their forces for the orders of lesser human commanders, the Iron Warriors showed no hesitation in accepting any lawful duty assigned to them. If they had been commanded to follow the orders of a mere mortal, the legionaries would, just the same as if they were commanded to follow the orders of a Primarch. They were frequently deployed in protracted sieges and campaigns that, while crucial for securing victory, yielded very little in the terms of glory and adoration. In addition, these laborious campaigns that the Iron Warriors undertook were the rather formidable tasks of garrisoning worlds deemed far too perilous for conventional forces, which demonstrated their role as both the vanguard and the shield of the Imperium. Their path was charted by the strategic imperatives placed upon them during the Great Crusade, as they advanced from one war zone to the next without any fanfare, drawing but the barest grim satisfaction from their essential but unheralded service. Over time, the Iron Warriors began to experience a subtle yet significant shift. Their formerly formidable numbers dwindled due to attrition, and their brother legions surpassed them in accolades and renown, as a gradual erosion in their standing was perhaps a precursor to the deeper rifts within the legion's Astartes. Their reunification with their Primarch further exacerbated the growing estrangement from their fellow legionaries, a fracture that would continue to deepen over time. From its inception, the Iron Warriors operated as a disciplined and relentless force, embodying steadfast resilience as their name would later symbolize. Renowned for their technological aptitude, they were amongst the most proficient of legions in integrating the technology and weapons provided to them by the Imperium. Although the 10th, the Iron Hands, often overshadowed them in the early years of the Great Crusade, the Iron Warriors' tactical preference was to strike from a position of overwhelming superiority and applying the maximum force directly against their enemies, which set them greatly apart from other similar legions. As the 4th Legion solidified its role as a primary fighting force, their methods would evolve to emphasize detailed pre-battle planning and the use of massive, sustained bombardments to soften up enemy positions before an assault. The Iron Warriors excelled in calculating continuous fields of fire, employing high-intensity shelling, along with deploying heavy armor and mechanized units to spearhead their attacks. This led to the development of one of their most formidable weapons, the artillery trains, which have lost use since the Great Crusade. Despite their cerebral and pragmatic approach to warfare, the Iron Warriors' stubbornness was equally pronounced. Once engaged, they would not relent unless commanded directly to withdraw by the highest authority, even in the face of severe setbacks or staggering casualties. This unwavering resolve would become a point of pride within the Legion, driving them to achieve victory through sheer discipline and firepower, regardless of the human cost. The Legion's most glaring demonstration of this paradox was the protracted and grueling campaign to liberate the Forge world of Encaldalon between 842 and 843 M30. Despite their victory, the campaign resulted in a near annihilation of the 8th Expeditionary Fleet's frontline forces, raising concerns amongst the Imperial Court and Primarchs. Critics would speculate that the Iron Warriors had deliberately courted defeat to showcase their determination and ability to complete their mission no matter what the odds. In part, this was because during this campaign, the Iron Warriors refused to withdraw, despite their initial assault unraveling due to an unprecedented enemy counterattack. They would, despite this, continue to adhere to their flawed and already failed battle plan, resulting in nearly 29,000 of their numbers falling in a single engagement. This battle proved to be one of the cruelest and most costly of the Imperium yet, with significant losses amongst the Legion's veteran units and the slaughter of over 2 million Imperial Army soldiers under their command. By the end of the decade, the 4th Legion had fallen from favor, their star dimmed as other legions rose to prominence. The successful yet costly campaign had marred their early successes, leading to the death of many of the senior command staff and commanders, and the decimation of their ranks overall. Although their gene seed continued to prove highly adaptable, being one of the most useful in turning those who were barely considered human into legionaries, which allowed for effective implantation and a quick regrowth in numbers, the Legion's numbers had diminished in comparison to their contemporaries. As the Luna Wolves and the Dark Angels outshone them in both glory and conquest, the 4th Legion awaited the arrival of their Primarch, now a diminished force in search of new purpose. Now, to understand how the Legion interacted with the Primarch, it is important to go back and have a brief overview of the Primarch himself prior to his integration with the Legion. And it all started when the Chaos Gods had scattered the 20 infant Primarchs across the galaxy from Terra. Within each of the gestation pods was a child. Within one of them was Perturabo, who would land on Olympia, a rugged planet characterized by the incessant conflict between multiple human states. The infant was eventually discovered by the forces of Damikos, the formidable tyrant of Lokos, while clinging to sheer cliffs beneath the city-state of Lokos. Intrigued by the child's apparent resilience and inherent skills, Damikos had the child brought before him. Eventually, in what mirrors the Greek and Roman tradition, the tyrant adopted the boy as his own, as he sought to nurture and educate Perturabo. Despite this, the child remained distant and unresponsive. Regardless of Damikos' efforts, Perturabo's interactions were marked by an unmistakable aloofness, reflecting the cold and meticulous, melancholic demeanor of the Primarch. However, his sharp intellect and formidable mind did not go unnoticed, as Perturabo quickly mastered every art, including the art of siege warfare, which was a discipline crucial to Olympia's warring states, which would provide ample opportunities for both practical and theoretical learning. Perturabo eventually would become close to his sister, the only one who he truly felt a kinship to. However, his brother was another story. His adopted brother was an artist in and of himself, filled with incredible talent for a mortal, but in comparison to Perturabo, he would often and almost exclusively fall short, much to the Primarch's glee. However, in one instance, said brother was challenged by Perturabo himself to create a great statue, and while Perturabo's statue itself was of unparalleled mechanical perfection, even Perturabo had to admit that his brother had outdone him, since his creation had a spark to it. This would enrage Perturabo, leading to a distancing from his family. However, his sister would continue to be a crucial part of his life. This would lead to her being the only one to be able to refer to him by a nickname, and eventually it would be the same sister who would join in on the rebellion on the planet. Eventually, Perturabo would take part in the Great Crusade. The transition was notably swift and rather seamless, in stark contrast to the often protracted assimilations of other Primarchs. It is probable that Damocos was rather keen to align Olympia with the emergent Imperium, saw the release of Perturabo as a minor but beneficial concession. Perturabo, for his part, had already contemplated his own nature as an artificially created being, and awaited the eventual revelation of his creation, and to witness his creator. His understanding, though abstract, was confirmed when the Emperor arrived in 849 M30 to reclaim his lost son, and integrate him into the Imperium. Upon his initial integration, Perturabo had in essence decimated his own legion. But despite this, his intellectual prowess would be immediately recognized upon any of his remarks. While each of the Emperor's Primarchs exhibited an extraordinary capacity for learning and adaptation beyond that of any unmodified human, Perturabo's abilities were particularly notable even amongst his brothers, as he was quickly acknowledged as the most scientifically and technologically gifted of the Emperor's sons, with a ravenous intellect that set him apart from all others. However, Perturabo's brilliance was often turned inwards. From the outset, he was perceived as a rather detached and calculating figure, showing little interest in social interactions or in elucidating his actions and intentions. This guarded demeanor extended to even his own fellow Primarchs, his brothers, with whom he interacted with a particular and notable coldness and indifference. Despite these personality quirks, the Emperor saw in Perturabo a valuable asset, a formidable strategist, and a general whose relentless efficiency was matched only by his intellectual acumen. For Perturabo, warfare was a complex problem to dissect and solve, and it was not long before his formidable mind would unleash its full potential upon the enemies of mankind, demonstrating the fearsome power of his strategic genius. Following a period of intense collaboration with the Emperor, he absorbed the intricacies of the Great Crusade, which would lead to Perturabo assuming command of the 4th Legion, his own gene seed having been firmly implanted within the ranks. This transition of authority was executed with remarkable speed. At the time, approximately 35,000 Astartes of the 4th Legion had been mustered to form his independent command, with an additional contingent stationed across the Imperium in similar garrisons and detachments. Upon reviewing his legion's war record and doctrines, along with their practices and combat tactics, Perturabo found them lacking compared to their peers. His response was a brutal and unyielding edict of decimation. As stipulated, war is unequivocal, uncaring, and unforgiving, and it is also blind. Blind also will be the selection of those who pay the blood price for the great failure of your record. Under this decree, 1 in 10 legionaries was chosen by lottery to be executed by their comrades, a grim testament to Perturabo's utterly uncompromising approach. This drastic measure drew considerable criticism from the imperial court and his fellow Primarchs. Some feared the Emperor had entrusted a Space Marine legion to a madman, while others more restrained, suggested that Pederabo's command had come too soon, given his inexperience with the Imperium's ways. Rabut Guilliman, the Primarch of the Ultramarines, was amongst the most vocal of detractors. He condemned the execution of valiant Astartes who had fought alongside his own legion, and this clash of opinions created a lasting rift between the two Primarchs, one that would simmer beneath the surface for decades later. Despite these objections, the Emperor's decision stood. The survivors of Pederabo's ruthless purge were left with a stark lesson. Under his rule, failure was met with death, and war was viewed as a binary equation. Pederabo's intolerance for mediocrity meant that simply being superior was inefficient. The Legion was expected to be unparalleled, perfect even. The irony of this would not be lost on those who would later view the kinship between the 4th and the 3rd. His goal was to transform the 4th Legion into an unrivaled instrument of war, and he would set about this task with a relentless determination that had characterized him so. His first test of this newly forged weapon would be against the forces of the Moretta cluster, where the Olympia Majoris star system was situated on the periphery. The 4th Legion's first significant trial under Pederabo's command came with a confrontation that would test their resolve like no other. Their campaign to integrate the Moretta cluster into Imperial compliance. As he was now leading this newly assembled expeditionary fleet, Pederabo charted a course directly into the heart of this cluster, targeting the formidable adversary he had long anticipated and waited for. On Olympia, tales of this enemy were shrouded in legend. Their perceived appearances on the planet every so often brought a horrific bloodbath and widespread enslavement of segments of the populace, leaving the populace scared and subjugated until their demands were met. These antagonists were known as the Black Judges, self-proclaimed arbiters of humanity's purity, who had extended their existence through ancient and malevolent technology. Once human, they had metamorphosed into decrepit entities, their frail bodies encased in mechanized warsuits, controlled by advanced cybernetic systems. The Black Judges' survival hinged on regular infusions of fresh human genetic material and viscera, extracted through a gruesome process that left their victims dead, essentially harvesting humans to prolong their own unnatural existence. From their fortress on a barren, raven-strewn moon known as the Rock of Judgment, they extracted control over a dozen human-inhabited worlds through fear, offering a malevolent form of protection from Xenos threats in exchange for constant tributes of young and healthy humans. Functionally, they were little better than the Drukhari. The 4th Legion, still reeling from Pederabo's punitive decimation, was driven by a desperate need to prove their worth to their father. Their rage and frustration was now directed squarely at the Black Judges, who became the focus of their unending retribution. The assault on the Rock of Judgment was a direct and ferocious engagement. The moon had been heavily fortified, with defense laser batteries and swarms of fighter drones, which were akin to the technology used in the Dark Age of technology. That, along with the Black Judges' own warp-capable battleships, rendered this fortress a formidable bastion which had withstood countless assaults over the millennia. Yet, the unrelenting fury of the entirety of the 4th Legion proved overwhelming, and despite the Rock's staunch defenses, it fell before the relentless assault of the Iron Warriors, marking a decisive victory and creating the first in the brutal testaments to the Legion's wrath and determination. The Black Judges had been beings sustained by arcane and malevolent technologies, and they were truly formidable warriors. Each one had been encased in armor that was a form of life support, which were virtually impervious to bolter fire, and armed with razor scourges and ray cannons, akin to that of dreadnoughts, which allowed them to match firepower with the Astartes' most devastating tools, the dreadnoughts, and there were hundreds of them. Despite the overwhelming odds, the 4th Legion would hold their ground in each point of their assault. Even as they fell in droves, their bodies torn apart within their power armor, the Iron Warriors would continue resolute, unbreaking, and unyielding. as the darkness of the battlefield would only be intermittently illuminated by the muzzle flashes and the thunderous roars of an unending stream of weapon fire, mingled with the screams of the dying and the unearthly screeching of minds twisted by centuries of life beyond human sanity. The legionaries would have gone so far as to use the corpses of their own fallen comrades as cover from the relentless energy rays of technology far too advanced to deal with conventionally, as they repeatedly rallied to charge the Black Judges, enduring the deadly onslaught in order to plant crack grenades and discharge melta-blasts at point-blank range. For a time, the battle teetered on the knife's edge. In the confined vaults and corridors of their defensive strongholds, the Black Judges obviously had an upper hand. For every one that fell, a dozen Astartes would pay the price. It was in this dire moment that Perturabo made a decisive move. Observing the battle with superhuman intellect, Perturabo discerned the patterns and vulnerabilities within the chaos. He calculated the precise moment and location to strike for maximum efficiency. When he did, it was like a thunderbolt crashing into the ranks of the Black Judges, throwing them into disarray, as Perturabo, like a vengeful deity, tore through their lines. The power of the Primarch blasting and burning, ripping apart their machine frames as if they were mere toys, and tearing the withered bodies within these mighty machines from within his gauntleted hands. As the Black Judges struggled to regain and realign their defenses against the unexpected and devastating threat, Perturabo's further plans would unfold. The elite heavy weapon support units of the 4th, informally known as Havocs, advanced in precisely coordinated attack patterns. These patterns perfectly anticipated the Black Judges' responses with uncanny accuracy, almost as if Perturabo had been planning both sides of the war himself. The Havocs isolated and blindsided their foes, delivering a relentless crossfire of autocannon shells and plasma bolts, ending the Black Judges' tyrannical rule with merciless efficiency. By Perturabo's design, the enemy was annihilated without mercy, as the dominions of the Black Judges were stripped of every valuable resource and technology. Spoils of war, including wreckage and weapons, would be transported to Olympia. The secrets long guarded by the Black Judges would be shared with the Mechanicum in exchange for their technical and mechanical support. Within the Rock of Judgment, stripped of its resources, was an ancient orbital shipyard, which would be repurposed. These relics of humanity's long-lost interstellar conquest would be set in orbit around Olympia. Under Perturabo's direction, they would begin to construct a new and much more powerful generation of warships, combining the technology of old with the modern under the direction of the Iron Warriors. Following Perturabo's decisive overthrow of the vaunted Black Judges and the subsequent claim of their domain for the Imperium, he turned his focus to further conquests as he purged the Xenos ectosquirds of Branchia and subjugated the renegade knight fiefdom of Lixos, thereby completing his quest of the cluster in short order. In the final conflict, Perturabo's legion forcibly ended a millennia-long schism dating back to the Age of Strife between the fragmented empire and its former masters in the Mechanicum, thereby earning considerable favor with the Lords of Mars. This period marked a crucible of transition for the 4th Legion, a time of trials and rigorous testing under their Primarch's command. With calculated precision and savage experimentation, Perturabo reshaped his legion to mirror his own bleak and unflinching, ruthless psyche. By the end of the Murata Cluster campaign, the old 4th Legion was no more, as it had been reborn as the Iron Warriors, who were forged in blood and fire. In essence, they would be iron within and iron without. Upon returning to Olympia with his newly renamed force, the Iron Warriors, Perturabo's machinations were well underway. In alliance with the Mechanicum, the newly placed orbital shipyards and foundries blazed with frenetic activity. Some of these had been repurposed from the dead orbits around conquered stars, and they had been completely and utterly dragged and refitted, along with being repurposed to serve the Legion's needs, making them significantly more self-sufficient than many other legions. The worlds of the Merida cluster now would pay a tribute in flesh and blood to the Lord of Iron, rather than to the Black Judges. However, this would be preferable, even by the standards of the Imperium, since there was a chance of the survival of the tribute, which would feed his legion's insatiable demand for fresh warriors, weapons, and munitions. Everything orchestrated by Perturabo's meticulous designs seemed to go off swimmingly until outside parties would interfere, as the Iron Warriors had been reshaped in the crucible of war, amplifying the traits already present within the 4th Legion, rather than altering them beyond recognition like the Revenant Legion had been. The traits that were seen as beneficial were amplified by Perturabo to further align with his own. Where once the Legion had been ruthless in its willingness to accept losses in victory, it was now driven to a point where such considerations were deemed irrelevant. War had become a precise equation, one the Iron Warriors were supremely equipped to solve. They had evolved into an unyielding engine of destruction, capable of sweeping worlds clean and devouring entire armies. At the head of the newly constituted 125th Expeditionary Fleet, Perturabo would command a force that quickly became known as the battering ram of the Great Crusade. As they fought alongside their fellow legions, in turn they earned an unmatched reputation for their brutal efficiency, a mastery of armored warfare, and their perilous artillery skills. It was said that no fortress built by human or Xenos could withstand the Iron Warriors' relentless assaults. No stronghold they could not storm. No army they could not drown in a torrent of shot and shell. As time passed, a wedge would be driven between the Iron Warriors and other Space Marine legions, which only would deepen, fostering resentment, pride, and paranoia within the 4th Legion, much like that of their own Primarch. Through his grim methods and savage example, Perturabo had instilled in his warriors a reflection of his own darkened soul. His suspicions and malevolent distrust, along with the callous indifference for life, grew alongside their ruthless determination, cold intellect, and the strength he sought to unlock within them. Given the 4th Legion's preference for open battle, its frequent deployment in siege assaults, what were renowned to be some of the most dangerous and unpredictable form of warfare the Imperium had often had to face, and its willingness to accept attrition as a price for victory from their Primarch to every last legionary, it is perhaps unsurprising that the Iron Warriors are estimated by many sources to have suffered the highest overall casualties of any legion during the Great Crusade. Yet it is a testament to the legion and the cold, cruel genius of their master, Perturabo, that such losses were routinely absorbed without any significant long-term depreciation of their strategic fighting power. It seems that high casualties rarely resulted in any form of defeat for the 4th. Despite their genetically enhanced resilience to mental trauma and psycho-indoctrination, the continuous exposure to loss and destruction wrought a slow and bitter corruption of the Legion's psyche. Perturabo and his Iron Warriors sought no friends or allies amongst those who served with them, save perhaps for the Mechanicum agents who aided them in their quest for ever more powerful and effective means of waging war. In their fellow legions, they saw weakness bred by self-deceit, a lack of discipline, false mysticism, and vanity. They perceived all this as personal insults and slights towards them, both real and imagined. Even the many factions of the Mechanicum who marveled at Perturabo's technological intellect did not fully trust him or his legion, as the Iron Warriors' dangerous self-sufficiency and adeptness, coupled with their ignorance of the Omniscience doctrines, only fueled their distrust. This was to the point that Perturabo brazenly insulted a Mechanicum's tech priest's beliefs and questions about his adherence and his knowledge of the Omnicia, directly calling their faith into question. To the forces of the Exorus Imperialis, the host of the Imperial Army and its auxiliaries, the Iron Warriors' reputation was dark indeed. More than any other legion, the Iron Warriors were seen as willing to use the lives of mere humans and the auxiliaries as a strategic resource, expending them as cannon fodder to deplete the enemy's firepower. They would send sacrificial waves by the thousands to draw out their foes from their defensive positions, and to gauge the enemy's strength by observing how quickly they would annihilate these forces. The repeated instances of this only served to further taint the Iron Warriors with their hated epithet of the corpse grinders amongst the common soldiers of the Great Crusade. Open mutinies were predictably and constantly suppressed through slaughter, would continuously grow more increasingly frequent in war zones where the Auxilia was under the command of the Iron Warriors. To mitigate this corrosive effect on morale, War Master Horus issued a standing order to ensure that the bulk of such troops assigned to the Iron Warriors were indentured criminals or enslaved non-compliants. By the last solar decades of the Great Crusade, rivalries and simmering disdain characterized the Iron Warriors' relationships with other legions. Notably, the apathy between the Iron Warriors and the Raven Guards, sparked by frictions during the Iskander War and an increasingly bitter rivalry with the Imperial Fists, underscored these tensions. Even when fighting successfully alongside other legions, such as the critical war against Mashhog, the Iron Warriors' contributions were often met with indifference or guarded disdain. Despite Overdog Mashhog, vast orbital fortifications repelling the repeated attacks from the Space Wolves and the White Scars, Pederabo's plan succeeded in breaking the line, allowing the orcs to be slaughtered. Yet the contemporary chronicles of his brother's legions, Pederabo is recorded as merely another nameless comrade in arms. This growing schism, perhaps more apparent in hindsight, was further exacerbated by the War Master's Machiavellian machinations, as he would often both goad Pederabo by reassigning him to different deployments on the Great Crusade by essentially making them seem like issuances and directives, along with disposition orders from Terra, in essence bleeding the Iron Warriors and scattering its strength across a myriad of splinter and expeditionary fleets, thankless sieges, and garrison positionings in the more dangerous and isolated corners of the Imperium. All the while, the War Master would massage Pederabo's ego while talking him down to the other eventual traitors. Meanwhile, Pederabo's own 125th Expeditionary Fleet faced deadly foe after deadly foe, neither asking nor receiving reinforcement or additional resources, save for those it could generate and or acquire itself. Bitter but steadfast, Pederabo complied, demonstrating the iron will that was both within and without his legion. In retrospect, such events only served to foment and amplify the resentment and discord within the 4th Legion, further alienating it from the Imperium it served. This growing divide began to drain its warriors as they faced some of the worst horrors in the Great Crusade. Indeed, it is plausible that this was Horus's planning all along, wearing down Pederabo and essentially guaranteeing that one of his brothers would be an outcast that he could easily pluck into his service with a few words to stroke his ego. As the Great Crusade progressed, numerous Iron Warriors' citadels were established on liberated worlds, ensuring that secure lines of communication were maintained, and Imperial forces would be able to use these as both bastions and as relay stations for sensitive information. Small units of Iron Warriors would be garrisoned in these new fortifications, often in absurdly small numbers. One often cited example was Iron Keep Delgas, where a single tactical squad of 10 Iron Warriors was stationed, despite the world having a distinguished population of nearly 130 million people, while other Primarchs such as Leman Russ, Vulcan, and Magnus the Red refused to split their forces. Pederabo obeyed his orders with increasing bitterness. The Iron Warriors were being transformed into a garrison legion, with minuscule deployments scattered across the Imperium. Their undisputed success in siege warfare led them to be typecast, making them an automatic choice for any siege or garrison mission, while ignoring the basic needs of the legion's Astartes priorities for rest and recognition. Resentment against the Emperor's relentless demands began to build not just within Perturabo, but throughout the entirety of the 4th Legion, particularly within Perturabo himself and those closest to him. The relentless attrition and ceaseless demands wore on the Iron Warriors, corroding the iron within and degrading their morale, all the while deepening an almost inherent sense of betrayal that they seemed to have. This simmering bitterness, coupled with their increasing isolation, set the stage for the Legion's eventual rebellion. More so than many of the others who would eventually turn traitor and side with Horus, the motivations and path to damnation pursued by the Iron Warriors themselves remains more nebulous than not. Only the history of the Alpha Legion, around whom little but lies circulate, is there a comparison. The once faultlessly loyal to their own detriment Iron Warriors did not merely bend, but it seems to outsiders that they suddenly and inexplicably broke, as their allegiance was shattered, unlike the iron that they so claimed to be. Many who view the matter with dispassion see, rightly or wrongly, a legion eroded by too much horror, too much attrition, and death in a service of a cause for which they went unheeded and unthanked. They see a Primarch and his sons slowly succumbing to suspicion and malcontent, and a growing madness that seemed to stem from isolation and unending despair. There remains scant evidence of wholesale corruption of the body or the insidious direct influence of the ruinous powers work amongst the Legion itself before its turn, let alone any of them actually trafficking with the dark forces before the cataclysm of the Galactic Civil War, which engulfed the Imperium. Some contend that the Iron Warriors' fatal flaw was a lack of faith at a fundamental level. They did not truly believe in the cause of the Great Crusade or the Emperor that they served, nor in themselves as anything more than machines built to kill. It might even be viewed that they were ultimately undone by the very pragmatism and logic that made them such ruthless and effective soldiers, which would also have left them ill-equipped to fight an enemy such as existential doubt and mortal terror. For Perturabo, his Primarch's mantle may have become nothing but a license for slaughter. Without a higher purpose, his conquests would be empty and his victories hollow. This view holds that the sense of emptiness was what ultimately denigrated and destroyed them from within, leaving nothing but an empty vessel to be filled with uncaring and savagery, along with the horrors that they bore. As the tragic outbreak of the Horus heresy loomed, Perturabo faced ever-increasing pressures, and as his bitterness grew into a raging inferno, some suggest that it was the War Master Horus who time and time again engineered events, much like he did with Magnus the Red and the Justit deployments, in order to exacerbate the Primarch's psychological strain. For the Iron Warriors, the Horus heresy was a culmination of a series of reversals and tragedies that had long plagued the Legion in the latter years of the Great Crusade, deranging and twisting its legionaries. Foremost amongst them was the Rebellion of Olympia, the seat of the Legion's domain in the Mataran cluster, and the founding homeworld of Perturabo. The death of the long-lived tyrant and the strap of Olympia led to a severe degradation in the planet's politics, igniting infighting and insurrection. The violence and division on Olympia were worsened by the changes wrought by the Imperium. After bringing the planet into compliance, discontent grew as generations of Olympia's youth were tithed to the 4th Legion, never to return due to Perturabo's own usage of their lives as merely pawns on a chessboard. The rebellion's shocking start struck at the heart of the Legion and its master, coming at the worst possible time. For over a whole 10 years, the Iron Warriors had been engaged in the nearly single-handed suppression of a major infiltration by the infamous xenoform known as the Herod. Such actions were costly in lives and sanity. This was no exception. In the midst of the cleansing of the Herod warrens on the world of Gun, the 4th Legion was notified that a rebellion had occurred on Olympia. It was Horus himself who broke the news to Perturabo that Olympia had risen against the Imperium. and that Demacos had died, along with that the population, fueled by years of anti-imperial propaganda, had taken up arms. By this time, Perturabo was already weary of repeatedly having to prove his worth. The thought of being a Primarch of the only Space Marine Legion unable to hold his own homeworld appalled him greatly. As Horus begged Perturabo to return to Olympia and presented him with a power hammer known as Forgebreaker, which some Imperial scholars believe acted as a conduit through which the ruinous powers could manipulate the Iron Warrior's Primarch. Upon his return to Olympia, Perturabo's long repressed anger finally was unleashed, as the Primarch enacted a fearsome vengeance resulting in the wholesale slaughter of countless innocents and the burning of entire cities. Perturabo and the Iron Warriors would brutally suppress this rebellion, culminating in his confronting of his sister and the last and only person he truly seemed to care for. For his sister told him that people cannot be forced to live to an ideal. They must be led. People are messy and more complicated than your most profound calculations. You would build a perfect world, realizing at the final moments that its greatest mar were the people living within it. Now you would destroy them to save your creation. You are a memorable god, Bo, a tomb lord. You cannot achieve the impossible, so you rage like a child. And now you have unleashed horror upon us because you cannot accept compromise. Perturabo would reply by telling her that the people do not listen, they do not know what's good for them. And she in turn would state, people do not bow to you without love, without respect. Great tyrants rule with the blessing of their people, effective ones through fear, but no tyrant ever achieved anything through indifference. You have sulked your way to damnation. You refused to accept the love of the people. You were given the approbation of a god and an army to conquer the stars, and your first act was to decimate your legion. Perturabo would then reply, they had failed. And angrily she contested him. Failed to do what? Be the best? You waste your men to prove a point that needs no proof, and then grow angry when no one notices and praises your self-sacrifice. Your petulance has cost the planet whole generations of youth, bringing your legion up to strength again and again. You have been an absent king. You have not seen the empty schools, the haunted mothers, the husbandless women. And at this, Perturabo would just compare himself to the worst of his brothers, Conrad Curze, which even his sister knew that it was a pointless refute, because she would go on to tell him, comparing yourself to the worst of your brothers to excuse the enormity of your own crimes. Listen to your words. Setting things right would be to cease recruiting and hear out the grievances of the people with forgiveness in your heart. Not this massacre. You slaughtered the delegation that came to see you, brother. In that moment you lost. You lost everything. This was a good place once. Bellicose and unfair, but it had its measure of beauty and nobility. You have destroyed it all. Why, brother? And at this moment, Perturabo seems to have cemented his siding with Horus by answering, I have other brothers now, my true siblings. I am not yours. After their argument, Perturabo would then kill his sister, cementing his loyalty to the traitors, not through the orders of another, but through what seems to be the Machiavellian plans of Horus Lupercal. In the massacre at Olympia, no one was spared. The Iron Warriors adhered to the principle of surrender or no quarter given, which they had grown accustomed to granting to none. Perturabo watched as the Olympian fortifications, which he once held in such high regards, would be overwhelmed. By the time the massacre concluded, Olympia had been reduced to slavery, as 5 million civilians lay dead. As the pyres burned through the long Olympian night, the Iron Warriors slowly grasped the magnitude of their actions. One moment they were humanity's heroes, assaulting the hideous aliens known as the Herod. The next, they were committing genocide against their own people. In the aftermath of this vengeance, Perturabo, who was consumed by utter despair, was barely able to comprehend the crimes he had committed in his petulant rage. He knew that the Emperor could never forgive him for his deeds. This tragedy drove the 4th Legion further into a private world of stark violence and bitter paranoia. The Iron Warriors' brutality would then intensify as things would go on. As they suppressed the worlds they garrisoned, with renewed savagery, unleashing genocidal force at the first hints of open rebellion. Be they true or be they paranoia mattered not to the Legion. Many of their commanders grew increasingly unhinged and isolated from the Imperium they had once served. Before Perturabo could contemplate atoning for his terrible actions, word would arrive of Horus's virus bombing of the remaining loyalists on Isstvan III, and the Emperor's ordering of the Iron Warriors to confront the traitors and bring them to justice. As the cataclysmic events of the Horus Heresy proper drew near, the Iron Warriors would receive news of an inconceivable kind. Astartes had slain Astartes. This revelation would have been devastating under normal circumstances, but amidst the ruins of a world thick with the stench of corpses and dead, it was apocalyptic. As soon as word arrived that Leman Russ had led his Space Wolves in a ferocious attack upon Magnus the Red and the Thousand Suns on their homeworld of Prospero, a consequence of Magnus's continued violations of the Edicts of Nicaea, the galaxy would be thrown into further turmoil as it was revealed that Horus had turned traitor. Along with his sons, the Sons of Horus Legion, Angron of the World Eaters, and Mortarion of the Death Guard had also joined the ranks of the traitors. It seems that Fulgrim and the Emperor's children had also declared their allegiance with Horus and Chaos, while the renegade Primarch's unsuccessful attempts to sway Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands to join in worship of the ruinous powers. In response to this, the Iron Warriors would be ordered to join 5 other loyalist legions in a task force aimed at crushing the burgeoning rebellion against Imperial rule in the Isstvan system. Between their bitter rivalry with the Imperial Fists and the guilt derived from their butchery on Olympia, it was, in hindsight, no surprise that Perturabo and his legion turned traitor to the Imperium. Historical records offer scant details of the machinations Horus must have employed to properly sway the ever-bitter Perturabo to the traitor's cause. But whatever the truth, the Iron Warriors turned upon their brothers at the Dropsite Massacre on Isstvan V, sealing their damnation and allegiance to the ruinous powers. On Isstvan V, the Iron Warriors, along with the Night Lords, the Word Bearers, and the Alpha Legion, were held in reserve. Meanwhile, Ferrus Manus and the Iron Hands, alongside the Raven Guard and the Salamanders, would be the first wave of the assault against the traitorous positions on the heavily defended planet. As Horus's rebellion progressed, the Iron Warriors seized this opportunity to humiliate their great adversaries, the Imperial Fists, on the isolated world of Hydra Cordatus, recently brought under Imperial rule by the Sons of Dorn. The Iron Warriors would make planetfall following a saturation bombardment that reduced the valley containing the planet's sole formidable fortress, the Cadmean Citadel, and the surrounding agri-settlements to ash. Magma bombs and mass drivers obliterated the rivers and transformed fertile soil into dust. Remarkably, the Citadel remained nigh untouched. The small garrison of Imperial Fist legionaries left behind by Rogel Dorn struggled to believe such a precise bombardment was even possible. This demonstration was a calculated move by the Iron Warriors, designed not to eliminate, but to show their superiority over the Imperial Fists. For nearly 3 solid months, the ancient technological prowess of the fortress builders, combined with the defenders' courage and the strategic geography that yet remained after the bombardment, kept the Iron Warriors at bay. Every day the Loyalist warriors endured delayed the enemy's redeployment to somewhere else, preventing them from applying their strength elsewhere against the Imperium. However, when the Iron Warriors finally breached the Citadel's ancient defenses, They unleashed a relentless assault. The Iron Warriors slaughtered the remaining Imperial Fist legionaries alongside the heroic men and women of Hydra Cordatus who stood with them, and the refugees from the devastated fields and fortresses. In total, 42 Imperial Fists and around 13,000 men, women, and children would be condemned to death within the Citadel's walls. The Lord of Iron himself led the audacious final assault, personally slaughtering over 30 Imperial Fists Astartes within minutes. The defenders of the Citadel were utterly annihilated, and the surviving mortal refugees would be enslaved by the Iron Warriors before they moved on to their next objective, as a testament to the Traitor Legion's ruthlessness. In the aftermath of the Drop Site Massacre, the Iron Warriors would establish what would become known as the Empire of Iron. Across Olympia and the surrounding star systems, on dozens of worlds, warsmiths of the 4th Legion supplanted loyalist Imperial planetary governors, and under the shadow of heavily fortified battlements, these new rulers imposed their authority and extracted tithes from the subjugated populace. The Iron Warriors' next significant engagement was marked by the Battle of Fall. Here, the Iron Warriors executed a strategic ambush against the beleaguered Imperial Fists, which had been stranded in the warp as they were en route to the Isvan system. Despite the Iron Warriors' aggressive assault, the Imperial Fists managed a perilous escape and succeeded in managing to return to Terra. Following their resounding victory on Hydra Cordatus, Perturabo received a message that would signal a new chapter in the ongoing conflict. Fulgrim, Primarch of the Emperor's Children Legion, sought to rendezvous with Perturabo to discuss a matter of significant consequence. Although the specifics of Fulgrim's visit would remain shrouded, he would assure Perturabo that it was wondrous. Perturabo, who was familiar with Fulgrim's panache for the dramatic, had noted that it had amplified greatly since the 3rd Legion's alignment with the War Master. However, he was nonetheless intrigued. While Perturabo had no truly close allies, he shared a beleaguering respect with Fulgrim's desire for perfection. Their mutual pursuit for said perfection, though differing in means, had once fostered camaraderie, if not some manner of affection between the brothers. Perturabo speculated that Fulgrim's visit might pertain to the impending campaign against Mars, with the War Master's forces needing to secure the Martian forged cities before advancing on Terra. Perturabo would then surmise that Fulgrim's objective was to seek the Iron Warriors' assistance in breaching the Mechanicum's formidable defenses. Until further instructions arrived, Perturabo was resolved to entertain Fulgrim's visit. However, as Perturabo prepared for the anticipated campaign, he received news that the Emperor's children had arrived on Hydra Cordatus and that over 300 drop craft had descended upon the surface, landing beyond the valley where the Iron Warriors had established their encampment. The Iron Warriors would swiftly mobilize to greet their visitors, assembling a grand display of military might. Tens of thousands of turncoat Imperial army formed a formidable vanguard, while 2 grand battalions of Iron Warriors numbering 50,000 warriors stood in solemn formation. This show of force evoked the memories of the horrific bloodshed which occurred on Isvan V, marking a moment of unparalleled martial might and grandeur. Yet as the Emperor's children descended into the valley from their drop site, Perturabo, along with his senior officers, would be struck by the disconcerting transformation that he had observed. The 3rd Legion, once renowned for its honor and discipline, now presented in a spectacle of garish excess. The Emperor's children were utterly unrecognizable, their appearances marred by grotesque alterations and perversions that starkly contrasted with their former nobility. Perturabo, though familiar with the fundamental shifts with his brother's legion, could not fathom the purpose behind the bizarre modifications. Later, in the private confines of his command bunker, Fulgrim made an enticing offer to Perturabo. He proposed a formal alliance in a campaign of monumental significance, one that promised to fulfill Perturabo's deepest aspiration, and to ensure that every ambition that they had would be realized without disappointment. This campaign, Fulgrim suggested, could potentially alter the course of the War Master's rebellion altogether. Despite his suspicions regarding Fulgrim's motives, Perturabo realized the potential of this joint venture, as Fulgrim disclosed their objective: to journey into the very warp rift that had haunted Perturabo's dreams as far back as he could remember. And being a Primarch, that's pretty far back. For as long as he could remember it, the rift was an ancient and forbidden sight, and within it there was an even older, dangerous Xenos weapon, which Fulgrim referred to as the Angel Exterminatus. This weapon, supposedly shrouded in mystery and dread, was said to be so potent that the stars themselves had conspired to imprison it. This potential weapon, along with the gift that Fulgrim had brought his brother, convinced him to join. Unbeknownst to the Emperor's children and the Iron Warriors, their expedition had been shadowed by a determined group of loyalist Astartes who had survived the Dropsite massacre on Isstvan V, whose mission they had made to impede the traitors in every which way they could. Their vessel was the Iron Hands strike cruiser known as the Sisyphum. The Sisyphum was primarily manned by Iron Hands Astartes and their mortal serfs, but it also carried a cadre of surviving salamanders and a lone Raven Guard. After they narrowly escaped the Isstvan system, the ship had endured a rather harrowing journey, fraught with perilous evasions of the traitors' blockades. Their escape had required a desperate dash to an area known as the Mandeville Point, where they narrowly avoided being ensnared by the gravitational pull of a star. In the months that followed, the Sisyphum would continue to conduct a relentless series of hit-and-run operations on the traitor forces along the northern reaches of the galaxy. Acting like a solitary predator in the expanse, it struck traitor scouts, cartograph vessels, and supply hulks, creating chaos and disrupting enemy operations. Their vessel's strategy was not to engage in direct confrontation, but to harass and destabilize the traitors' logistics. Through relentless skirmishes, the Sisyphum would make contact with other scattered loyalist forces who had escaped the massacre. This alliance led to the formation of a coordinated strategy. The fragmented 10th Legion, unable to participate in traditional battlefield engagements, would become a thorn in the side of their enemies, distracting and diverting the traitors' forces from their primary objectives. A pivotal moment occurred at Carvor Sarta, where the Iron Hands, Sabak Wayland, and the Raven Guard, Nikona Sarokin, captured a cipher host, a hybrid abomination of dark mechanicum known as a Cryptus. This capture was crucial as it allowed loyalists to break the traitors' encrypted codes and granted them access to previously inaccessible communications. Armed with this intelligence, the Sisyphum charted a course for Hydra Cordatus, guided by the decrypted communications between the two traitor Primarchs, and later they would discover Fulgrim's intentions to venture into the Eye of Terror in order to recover the weapon known as the Angel's Exterminatus. With this information, the Sisyphum prepared to intercept and thwart the traitorous Vile scheme. Their journey was further aided by a mysterious Eldar figure who decided to become their guide, further increasing their chances of preventing the traitors from gaining access to this dreaded Xenos weapon. Eventually, the combined forces of the Iron Warriors and the Emperor's children would set course for the lost Eldari world of Lydris. Lydris was one of the fabled Crone worlds, and in essence the world itself was a relic of the ancient Eldari Empire. Nestled within the heart of the Eye of Terror, this planet seemed to defy annihilation, maintaining a perilous stability amidst the cataclysmic gravitational force of a supermassive black hole which threatened to consume it. The black hole, situated at the center of the eternal warp storm, was a maelstrom of incomprehensible gravity that devoured all light, matter, and space, along with time, within its voracious core. From this locus of chaos, the galaxy spewed forth unnatural matter into the void, as a garish nightmare became a gateway to the unfathomable destination of the Immaterium. The ultimate objective of the Primarchs lay within the grasp of the Sepulchre of Isha's Doom, located at the heart of the citadel of Amon Nyashak Kailis. The citadel seemed to be guarded by the entrance of the It seemed the citadel was formed as a way to guard the entrance to the prism tomb of the Angels Exterminatus. Prior to commencing a full-scale planetary assault, the Iron Warriors commenced a planetary orbital bombardment, which was a standard preparatory practice for any engagement on a potentially hostile environment. The bombardment itself scorched swaths across Lydris, incinerating and pulverizing structures that had withstood millennia untouched. A ring of charred and devastated earth now encircled the citadel, isolating its walls and towers, along with its temple, amidst a rolling firestorm of destructive force. However, the citadel would remain a solitary bastion amidst the planet's shattered remnants. Following the mass orbital bombardment, a multitude of Thunderhawks, Stormbirds, Warhawks, and heavy planetary landers surged from the fleet's embarkation decks as bulk tenders descended into low orbit, deploying thousands of troop carriers, armor lifters, and supply barges. Massive, gravity-cushioned mass landers were moved with deliberate grandeur as two titans of Legio Mortis would take the field. This would merely be the vanguard for the invasion, as 8 subsequent waves were planned to ensure the combined might of 2 entire Space Marine legions and their Imperial Army auxiliaries would achieve complete planetary control as soon as humanly possible. Amidst the grim tableau of war, Fulgrim observed from a distance as his Emperor's children, alongside Pederabo's Iron Warriors, engaged a relentless army of Eldari revenants within the sepulchre of Aisha's Doom, at the heart of the citadel. The assault commenced after 5 solar hours. However, the initial breach into the citadel appeared to be unguarded and unobstructed. Suspicious of the seemingly absent defenders, Pederabo ordered his men to fortify their positions as they established a meticulously arranged system of barricades, a defensive formation that was designed to safeguard the traitor legion's lines of retreat. Fulgrim's forces, on the other hand, much to Pederabo's confoundment, fragmented into multiple warbands. These groups of varied sizes would be anything between 100 warriors to nearly 1,000, would each be led by one of the captains, whose ranks would be obscured by the elaborate and ornate embellishments that now seem to paint all the Emperor's children's armor. Leaving the fortified bridgeheads, Pederabo led his Iron Warriors and the Emperor's children into the heart of the citadel, as the sepulchre of Isha's Doom was a grandiose palace adorned with bulbous morn towers and sweeping ivory-domed roofs. As the traitor columns advanced towards their goal, they were unwittingly observed by loyalist Astartes aboard the Sisyphum. Despite their overwhelming disadvantage, the small contingent of loyalist legionaries managed to devise an alternative route into the massive sepulchre. As Fulgrim and Pederabo approached their ultimate objective, Fulgrim's impatience became apparent as he urged Pederabo to hasten their progress. But Pederabo, ever the strategist, took a moment to scrutinize his brother and his assembled host. Fulgrim, through beaded sweat, was not merely perspiring. He seemed to be emanating a faint otherworldly light, which Pederabo's enhanced vision, which surpassed even that of other Astartes and some Primarchs, revealed this unnatural radiance. As he did this, he pondered whether Fulgrim was aware of how he was now unsettlingly glowing, and this glow seemed to drain the vitality from him and his captains, leaving them weary and strained. The ghostly illumination, an anomaly in living beings, cast an ominous shadow over him, hinting at a deeper unspoken force at play. Pederabo now harbored a deep mistrust of Fulgrim, fully anticipating a betrayal from his brother. Despite this, the Lord of Iron pressed on, resolute in completing their perilous quest. As they neared their objective, the core of the structure of the sepulchre of Aisha's Doom, the latent power within Lydris stirred in malevolent recognition of Slaanesh's followers, known to the Eldar as She Who Thirsts. This led the dormant forces to awaken the guards of the sepulchre from their ancient slumber. Thousands of crystalline statues, previously inert, began to move with jarring stiffness, akin to beings roused from eons long sleep. The gems embedded in their bulbous heads glowed with vibrant colors, lending them a newfound vitality to these previously fragile forms. This army of wraiths represented the ancient Eldari dead of Lydris. Both traitor forces within the citadel and without were soon besieged on all sides by a newly awoken, much larger army of restless revenants. The Eldari constructs would now emerge in vastly overwhelming numbers, their movements a grotesque blend of mechanical precision and disturbing organic fluidity. Amidst this chaos, Fulgrim vanished from Perturabo's sight. Realizing his brother's disappearance, Perturabo followed the green glow emanating from the center of the vast chamber. He understood that this was not a mere elemental energy or some form of mechanical power, but the distilled essence of those who had perished in the chamber. Perturabo descended an insurmountable spiral towards the point of light that stubbornly resisted brightening, no matter how far he traveled. The descent seemed endless until it culminated in a scene of cosmic grandeur as Fulgrim stood at the edge of a slender bridge that arched into the center of a spherical chamber. Perturabo, unimpressed by Fulgrim's grand illusions of himself becoming the angel's exterminatus, advanced on his brother, Forgebreaker in hand, intent on ending Fulgrim's treachery. But Fulgrim uttered a single word as a nightmarish resonance assaulted Perturabo's mind, forcing him to bend the knee. Fulgrim then revealed the source of Perturabo's now weakened state, which was the gift he had presented him. A cloak of the softest aramite, adorned with foxbat fur and embroidered with a pattern of spirals in the golden ratio. The cloak had been fastened with a chromed steel skull, which had embedded in it a large gemstone that was initially black with golden veins. And unbeknownst to Perturabo, as they had journeyed into the Eye of Terror, the gemstone, known as a harvester, had changed to solid gold and now pulsated with an internal rhythm. This artifact had been apparently siphoning Perturabo's strength and life force. With his brother's sacrifice, Fulgrim intended to achieve apotheosis. As the two Primarchs ascended within the shaft of light, they would emerge into the tumultuous chaos that now engulfed the heart of the Sepulchre. In the dramatic culmination of their fateful encounter, Fulgrim cast Perturabo to the side. As the Lord of Iron tumbled in the languid air, he crashed down with a resounding clang of metal and crystal at the very edge of the shaft of light. A trail of blood marked Perturabo's descent, streaming a vivid red from a gash his brother had lain in his chest. As he now lay motionless, shattered and essentially lifeless, the gravity of the moment seized the attention of every Astartes present, as they recognized the monumentous event unfolding before them. The Primarch of the Emperor's children had now undergone a profound transformation. Floating above the shaft, Fulgrim was no longer the same being who had descended into the planet. The shaft no longer expelled its green torrent of light into the darkness above. Instead, it emitted a faint, waning glow as Fulgrim's armor pulsed with a vibrant energy, as it contained the light of what appeared to be 1,000 straining suns, striving to break free. His eyes were now dark and doll-like, and to all who looked upon him, they appeared to be twin dark abysses, portals to a realm of experience and sensation beyond the reach of ordinary minds, accessible only to those driven to the extremes of desire. As Fulgrim neared the zenith of his apotheosis, Perturabo, having regained some measure of strength, rose to his feet. Clutching the Maugre stone, the harvester, in his hands, he would advance towards his brother, holding aloft the stone just over the shaft. Perturabo then locked eyes with Fulgrim, searching for any trace of remorse, a sign that his brother might have regretted the treachery that had led them to this point. Yet he found nothing. The Fulgrim he had once known had been irretrievably lost, replaced by the figure that now seemed consumed by the hunger for godhood. At this sight, Perturabo's heart ached with the realization that Fulgrim had transcended the realm of angels to pursue divinity. Disillusioned with his brother, Perturabo declared that mankind had long surpassed the need for such beings, and with a final gesture of disdain, he hurled the harvester into the depths of the shaft, casting aside the last vestige of their shared past. In the midst of this climactic confrontation, a sudden eruption of bolter fired shattered the tense standoff, as the Emperor's children were violently cast from their feet as a black armored figure charged into the fray. The new arrivals, marked by a distinct mauled fist emblazoned on their shoulder guards, were none other than the Iron Hands. The chamber now erupted into a chaos as traitor and loyalist clashed. As the battle raged on, the noose tightened around the two Primarchs. At the heart of the conflict, Perturabo, once again weakened and on his knees, faced Fulgrim, who hovered eerily mid-air. The struggle between the Iron Hands and the Emperor's children, along with the Iron Warriors, would intensify around them. Amidst this chaos, the Raven Guard, known as Shadowkin, managed to seize the fallen Maugre. Understanding the significance of the relic, Shadowkin concluded that its destruction was paramount, and with determination he took a bolter from a slain Emperor's Children warrior, aimed carefully at the strange stone, and fired. The impact of the stone's destruction was immediate, as Perturabo, who had been weakened by the stone's draining effects, felt a surge of renewed strength as the Chaos Relic's influence departed. Fulgrim's body reacted with a resonant intensity, as the Maugre had not only siphoned Perturabo's vitality, but had also merged their essences into a singular potent force. This amalgamation of power was pivotal to Fulgrim's brutal ascension. At this moment, Fulgrim's armor disintegrated from his body, flaking away like gold in a dust storm, leaving him exposed. His flesh burned with a furnace-like heat, surrounded by spectral flames of shimmering pink and purple. These flames danced around him, ravenous, as if it were a fire who was attempting to consume him. Perturabo now regained his full strength and rose, hefting his mighty warhammer onto his shoulder. Fulgrim perceived his impending demise in Perturabo's eyes at that very moment, and grinned with a chilling sense of inevitability. With a grim determination, Perturabo swung Forgebreaker in an arc, as the hammer cleaved clean through the air and split Fulgrim's body wide. In that decisive moment, the culmination of their brutal conflict had been achieved. The impact of Perturabo's warhammer was cataclysmic, as Fulgrim's body would not only disintegrate, but in essence it would explode with a raw force, a release that seemed to echo a primordial scream of creation. At this moment, the chamber, which was once filled with the cacophonous din of the ongoing battle, was now awash in a blinding radiance, too intense for even the most stalwart of eyes to look away. This eruption resembled the light of a newborn sun, its fiery brilliance heralding both destruction and rebirth. In this overwhelming illumination, every eye was drawn to the spectacle, as the intensity threatened to blind or drive the observers mad. Through squinted eyes and shimmering reflections, the survivors of this initial clash beheld a vision of both magnificence and a terrifying nightmare, a fusion of agonizing death and violent rebirth. Amidst the shining light, a figure materialized, gradually becoming discernible, and to Perturabo's horror and disbelief, he recognized this figure. It was Fulgrim, now stripped of the grotesque adornments that had once marred his form. The Primarch stood pristine, as immaculate as the day he had been created by the Emperor. Yet this perfection was short-lived, as Fulgrim's body would now undergo a grotesque transformation. His back arched violently, as his bones cracking like gunshots. All the while, his flesh shifted fluidly under his skin, reshaping under some unseen force. His legs would elongate and merge into a singular serpentine tail, covered in thick reptilian scales and chitinous armor. This metamorphosis was both mesmerizing and horrifying, and a sharp contrast to the being that Fulgrim had once been. Perturabo, observing this transformation, was filled with despair. He had destroyed Fulgrim's mortal shell, only to witness the emergence of an immaterial entity, a being of light and energy and will. Fulgrim's face at that moment contorted into a mask of ecstasy and agony, remaining hauntingly pristine, and would now be crowned by two obsidian horns, which curved over his skull, perverting its former perfection. Fulgrim had transcended his mortal limitations and become a demon prince, an exalted champion of Slaanesh. The first traitor Primarch to achieve such a demonic apotheosis, and his departure was marked by a cryptic message that he would one day reunite with Perturabo and renew their fraternal bond. With a dramatic flourish, Fulgrim raised his arms, and a shimmering curtain of light enveloped him and his retinue of Emperor's children, Space Marines, in a final flare of arcane energy as they vanished from the chamber, leaving Perturabo alone amidst the fading echoes of their once shared destiny. As the Emperor's children now vanished, the Crone world began to unravel. The force that had sustained and protected the planet, a nexus of Eldari life force, was no longer present. Without its stabilizing power, Lydris was left vulnerable to the colossal gravitational pull of the supermassive black hole at the heart of the Eye of Terror. Across the widening chasms of the world, the Iron Hands collected their wounded and retreated from the planet's surface as it was torn apart by ever-growing fissures. As they left, their eyes, filled with loathing, remained fixated on the stunned Perturabo. But rather than vainly attempting to end him, the harsh reality set in. They could not confront the Lord of Iron and hope to survive. They could not even hope to hold him off long enough for the planet to kill him along with them. The Iron Hands would now make their way off-world, leaving Perturabo to his fate, be it survival or death. Perturabo, unmoved by their departure, led his own warriors out of the collapsing citadel. Once aboard his flagship, the Iron Blood, he observed the final catastrophic events of the now dead Eldari Crone world. The planet's disintegration was a spectacle of cosmic forces, with Lydris falling victim to the gravitational power of the endless abyss. The Iron Blood strained to break free from the planet's orbit, but the black hole's grip on reality was growing more insistent by the second. Many of the smaller Iron Warrior ships had already succumbed to the black hole's perilous pull and disappeared into its depths. Only the larger capital ships with their powerful engines managed to stave off the void's pull, though they could only seemingly delay the inevitable. Surrounded by his triarchs, Perturabo stood resolute, as he declared with unwavering resolve to advance and never to retreat. Despite this apparent self-destructive mission, he was determined to heed Fulgrim's promise that the brothers would one day reunite. With this in mind, Perturabo uttered a command that his fleet would enter the black hole. As they plunged into the heart of terror, a grim determination was set by Perturabo. Their path would be fraught with peril, but there was only one way forward. With their fate sealed, the Iron Warriors embarked into their descent into the unknown, their destiny entwined with the formidable and foreboding forces within the Eye itself. Fulgrim's prophecy would eventually prove accurate, as Perturabo and his Iron Warriors would emerge unscathed from the Eye of Terror, emerging from the singularity within the Eye all the way across the galaxy into the Talran system. Upon his arrival, Perturabo learned of the chaos artifact known as the Curses of Algar, which was concealed beneath the surface of Talran. Recognizing the potential power for the traitor legions, he swiftly formulated plans to seize it. What initially was intended as a strategic raid rapidly evolved into a protracted, grueling conflict known as the Battle of Talran, where both the traitors and the Imperium forces funneled war material and reinforcements to their respective allies. On this verdant world, each side was determined to claim victory. The Iron Warriors responded to the stalemate with devastating virus bomb attacks, transforming the once rich, forested world of Talran into one of the harshest deserts. The climactic change set the stage for what would become known as one of the largest tank battles in Imperial history, with over 1 million armored vehicles clashing at any one time across the newly formed desert. Despite their efforts, the Iron Warriors would be forced to ultimately retreat without securing the relic. Following the withdrawal from Talran, the Iron Warriors were assigned to defend worlds situated behind Horus's front lines. These worlds were crucial for the traitors' supply chain and had become increasingly vulnerable due to the weakening of the Ruin Storm after the Second Battle of Davin. The Iron Warriors, alongside other traitor forces, fought fiercely for control of Yarant and the Forge world of Vanheim during this tumultuous period. As the heresy progressed into the final stages, the Iron Warriors found themselves overextended and inadequately supplied, engaging in relentless and thankless sieges once again, but this time against the ever-advancing Ultramarines led by Reboot Guilliman. And in these conflicts, they suffered severe losses, as the Iron Warriors' roles would now become eerily reminiscent, fighting piecemeal engagements across the galaxy. The irony that they had been assigned this role once again by Horus would not be lost on Perturabo, as it would be eventually part of what led to his plans to turn traitor once again and usurp Horus, who he hoped would be wounded enough for him to take after the Siege of Terra. This arduous phase came to a halt when Perturabo received orders to rendezvous with his brother Primarch Angron of the World Eaters on Ulnor. In preparation for the Siege of Terra, despite the necessity of abandoning the sacrifices made by his legion on various worlds and ensuring a significant loss of forces during the retreat, the redeployments were deemed necessary by the War Master, and Perturabo would obey. After 7 years of civil war following the Dropsite Massacre, Perturabo, accompanied by a substantial contingent of the Iron Warriors, finally arrived at Ulnor, as he joined Angron of the World Eaters in their march towards Terra, eventually having to force the Demon Primarch into a nigh endless maze in order to transport him so Angron may play his pivotal role during the Siege of Terra, in particular during the siege of the Imperial Palace. This battle allowed Perturabo to feel an immense perverse satisfaction, in particular in dismantling the Imperium's mighty fortifications as an insult to Dorn. After the failure of the War Master, the ultimate fate of Perturabo's Iron Warriors would remain generally unclear, for the devastating clash of their siege warfare against the Imperium was cut short by Horus's death at the hands of the Emperor aboard his battleship in orbit over Terra. In the wake of this pivotal moment, the Iron Warriors and the remaining traitor legions almost en masse retreated into the Eye of Terror. However, their escape was not without consequence, as the Iron Warriors would be engaged in a protracted rearguard action during the Great Scouring, as Perturabo strove to retain their foothold in the surrounding systems of Olympia. It was during this turbulent period that Perturabo sought to assert the might of his legion and finally test their mettle against his long-standing rivals of the Imperial Fists and his brother Rogel Dorn. Perturabo would conceive and execute a masterstroke in strategic warfare, a trap on the world of Sebastus IV, designed to ensnare Rogel Dorn along with his legion in a confrontation that they both anticipated and dreaded. This elaborate trap was dubbed the Eternal Fortress, which spanned 20 square Terran miles and was in essence a labyrinth of bunkers, towers, minefields, trenches, tank traps, and redouts. Upon learning of this formidable fortress, Dorn would make a bold declaration. He would dig Perturabo out of his hole and bring him back to Terra in an iron cage. Dorn would anticipate a battle marked by honor and chivalry, but Perturabo had other plans. The Iron Warriors began isolating the 4 Imperial Fist companies, which made planetfall, quickly cutting them off from their orbital support. This strategy was one of divide and conquer, which left the Imperial Fists struggling in isolation. Their once formidable coordination was now disrupted by Perturabo's meticulous tactics. And as the battle persisted, some of the Imperial Fists would manage to breach the outer defenses and reach what they believed was the central keep of the Eternal Fortress. But much to their dismay, they found no such structure, only an open space, a structure, and they found themselves now surrounded by additional defensive positions. The fortress itself was a ruse, a decoy of no strategic significance. By the 6th day of the siege, the remaining Imperial Fists that fought had to do so individually, using the bodies of their fallen comrades for cover as they struggled against overwhelming odds. The siege would later become known as the Iron Cage would continue for an additional 3 weeks. The beleaguered Imperial Fists would finally receive some form of relief from Reboot Guilliman and the Ultramarines. However, the cost of the siege was devastating, and Dorn would emerge from the conflict a broken man. The Imperial Fist chapter would in essence be rendered incapable of combat for 19 standard years, as they would labor to recover from their grievous losses, and the battlefield of Sebastus IV became a testament to Pederobbo's ruthless efficiency, winning out over Dorne's blockheaded stubbornness. The victory of Sebastus IV would culminate in a sacrifice of over 400 loyalist Space Marines, and would also mark Pederobbo's ascendancy to the rank of Demon Prince of Chaos Undivided, as this notorious campaign had secured Pederobbo's dark apotheosis, along with cementing his reputation as one of the most formidable and feared figures in the history of the Traitor Legions. Following the victory at the Iron Cage, the majority of the Iron Warriors, now under the command of Pederobbo as a Demon Prince, would retreat to the Eye of Terror, and those that remained would establish a new stronghold on the demon world of Murdengrad. Eventually, the Great Scouring would mark the relentless pursuit by the Loyalist forces in order to dismantle any traitor strongholds left in the Materium. The remaining Imperial Fists, alongside the Ultramarines, spearheaded a campaign to liberate previously subjugated worlds from the traitors, those who still remained. In a dramatic twist of fate, the Imperial Fists found themselves laying siege to the Iron Warriors' bastions once again on their last stronghold of Olympia. This siege was a rather protracted affair, and despite the Imperial Fist's relentless efforts, the traitors refused to yield easily. The conflict would drag on for around a decade, and would be characterized by intense fighting and heavy casualties. Ultimately, the Iron Warriors resorted to extreme measures in order to deny their enemies victory. In a final desperate act of defiance, they detonated their nuclonic stockpiles, transforming Olympia into a desolate, radioactive wasteland. The once thriving homeworld of the Iron Warriors was once again left in ruins by the Iron Warriors' actions, and subsequently quarantined by the Imperium, as it was designated Bedita by the Inquisition, and for over 10,000 years, no further mentions of Olympia have surfaced in Imperial records, as this world will remain as a grim testament to the devastation wrought by the final catastrophic efforts of the Iron Warriors, as rather than preserve their legacy, they would rather embrace annihilation. And while during the next few thousand years, the Iron Warriors did have interactions with the greater galaxy, the next major military role that they would play, which irrefutably changed the galaxy, would be the 13th Black Crusade, which unfolded in year 999 M41, where the Iron Warriors under the command of Warsmith Barban Falk launched a decisive assault on the Mechanicus Forge world of Hydrocordatus, instigating the second siege of Hydrocordatus. This forge world was crucial to the Imperium of Man, as it not only provided weapons of war and war material, but also secretly housed the valuable tithes of gene seed. The Iron Warriors, driven by the need to replenish their ranks, sought this gene seed stored within the stasis vaults on Hydrocordatus. These vaults contained the genetic material from their most formidable adversaries, the Imperial Fists, whose pure gene seed was now essential for the Iron Warriors' reconstruction and resurrection as a true threat to the galaxy without the aid of exterior forces. The corrupting influence of the warp had, in essence, over the millennia rendered their own gene seed increasingly unstable, making it nearly impossible to create new Space Marines without the sought-after pure gene seed stock. Warsmith Falk for this endeavor would be accompanied by his chief rivals of Forix and Kroger of the First and Second Grand Companies, respectively, along with Hansu, a prominent champion amongst the Iron Warriors. Their target was the formidable Citadel and the Manufactorum in particular, which was known as Tor Christo. This stronghold, guarded by a substantial garrison of Astra Militarum troops and a small detachment of Titans from Legio Ignitum, were the keystone in the Imperium's defenses of the Imperial Fist's genetic legacy. The Iron Warriors faced not only the formidable defenses of Tor Christo, but also reinforcements from an entire company of Imperial Fists, determined to protect their genetic heritage. Despite the ferocious resistance, at the end of the day, the Iron Warriors triumphed, and they breached the Citadel's defenses and overpowered both the Imperial garrison and the reinforcing Imperial fists. This victory was a significant boon for the Chaos Gods, who granted Warsmith Folk the coveted ascension to Demon Princehood. Before his transformation, Folk appointed Hansu as his successor, entrusting him with the command of his Grand Company and the crucial mission of restoring the Iron Warriors to proper numbers with the Imperial Fist's gene seed once it was returned to Medengrad, the Iron Warriors' demon world within the Eye of Terror. Upon securing their prize, the Iron Warriors would withdraw from Hydrocordatus, and in a final act of vengeance, which would erase all traces of their invasion, they bombarded the remains of the Citadel into dust. The only survivor left behind was a singular Imperial witness, who would become the sole bearer of the grim tale of the Iron Warriors' devastating victory. Upon his return to the Iron Warriors' demon world, within the Eye of Terror, Warsmith Hansu dutifully transferred the bulk of the coveted gene seed to Warmaster Abaddon, the Despoiler. However, Hansu successfully retained a significant portion of this valuable genetic material for his own purposes. With the ill-gotten gains, he embarked on a clandestine project, the creation of a novel genetic system known as the Demonculaba. The Demonculaba's process would combine advanced technology with dark sorcery in order to produce new Astartes for the Iron Warriors in record time. This gruesome procedure involved sealing an adolescent human boy within of a genetically modified human female, which would be termed a Demonculaba, which would either result in a horribly mutated abomination, which would be then known as the Unfleshed, who were cast out into the desolate wastelands of the demon world, or new chaos-corrupted Astartes, who were loyal to the Iron Warriors and ready to join their ranks. These Demonculaba hosts would be kept within Hansu's fortress, Kalan Gol. In defiance of his predecessor's promise to distribute the gene seed amongst his fellow Iron Warriors commanders, Hansu plunged his forces into a brutal civil war against his two rival warsmiths, Lord Toramino, along with the Chaos Dreadnought, Berossus. During this intricate conflict, Captain Uriel Ventress and his comrade, veteran Sergeant Passianus Lysis, both of the Ultramarines, embarked on a perilous mission. Recently exiled from their chapter for breaching the Codex Astartes, these warriors were recently tasked with a death oath sworn by Chapter Master Marnius Calgar. Ventress and Lysan would travel aboard the ancient demon engine of Famulus Demanus into the Eye of Terror and infiltrate the Iron Warriors' demon world in order to seek out and destroy these Demonculaba, which could potentially allow the traitors to create Space Marines at a rate that could not be contended with. Upon his arrival at Kalan Gol, Captain Uriel Ventress would be entombed within the womb of a Demonculaba. A harrowing fate would then occur to Ventress's comrade, Lysan, as Warsmith Hansu was intrigued by the bionic arm made out of living metal that had replaced Lionsin's, which he had decided to appropriate for himself. The arm, which was composed of necrodermis, the living metal intrinsic to the Necrons and their Catan shards, was removed and then attached onto Hansu, sparking Lysan's fury against the savage morticians responsible for the procedure. Despite this, Uriel managed a miraculous escape, slipping free from the chaos-corrupted womb and making his way to safety via the sewage chute. The conflict within Kalan Gul intensified. The forces of Broseros, the Iron Warriors' chaos leader, launched an assault on Hansu's citadel. A colossal duel between the two rival warsmiths ensued, and despite the ferocity of battle, Hansu, with the aid of his demonically possessed bodyguard, ultimately triumphed. The death of the Dreadnought Warsmith led to a significant shift in alliance, as his surviving forces, cowardly as they were, decided to join with Hansu, as they would now struggle against Warsmith Tormanio. Uriel Ventress, undeterred by the previous setbacks, returned to Kalan Gul with a cadre of unfleshed mutants. His mission was simple: to destroy the Demonculaba and liberate the Heart of Blood, a powerful demonic avatar of Khorne. as the Heart of Blood had been imprisoned by the Iron Warriors and forced to maintain an unbreakable psychic barrier around Clan Ghoul for over 10 millennia. Once freed, the Heart of Blood's release would shatter the psychic barriers, allowing Tormino to launch a psychic assault against Hansu's citadel, and turning the Hour of Corn's forces against the Iron Warriors as a whole. In the ensuing chaos, Hansu and his retinue cornered Uriel and the now retrieved Lysane, intending to execute them. However, the Unfleshed, now a rather angry force of their own, who had allied with the Ultramarines, intervened, attacking the Iron Warriors and dismembering them. In the midst of this upheaval, Captain Ventress caught up to Hansu and delivered a fatal blow to the head with his bolter. Having fulfilled his death oath, Uriel and Lysane returned to the chapter on Macragge. Yet against all odds, it seemed Hansu would somehow survive his fatal wound, as the battered warsmith would now find the exhausted Heart of Blood amidst the ruins of Clan Ghoul, collapsed upon the citadel floor. Utilizing the formidable power of the Heart of Blood, Hansu unleashed unprecedented devastation upon his last remaining rival's forces. The ensuing slaughter was cataclysmic to say the least, with the ancient fury of the Heart of Blood laying waste to everything within its path. The skies above the Iron Warriors' demon world was now scorched by its black sun, and the skies were filled with souls released into oblivion, marking the Citadel's final ruinous descent into utter chaos. Despite emerging victorious from this brutal conflict between the Iron Warriors, Warsmiths, Hansu's triumph rang hollow. The intricate war had left his forces and the Iron Warriors as a whole decimated, with many of his soldiers and all of the Damanculaba reduced to rubble. Undeterred, Hansu began the formidable task of rebuilding his army, drawing upon the ranks of the surviving Chaos Renegades. Amongst these were the notorious Chaos Space Marines Aradik Vanas and Cardanas Gendral, as well as a vile abomination known as the Newborn, a genetic clone of Captain Uriel Ventress created by the Damanculaba just prior to its destruction. The destruction of Clan Ghoul and the defeat inflicted upon him by Uriel Ventress ignited a fierce rage and hatred within Hansu, as his quest for vengeance against the Ultramarines and their captain would become the driving obsession which would keep him alive for many years. Hansu sought to extract a grievous retribution which would lead him to target Defense Platform Ultra 9, a key Imperial space station orbiting above Terrace Ultra, the site of Ventress's celebrated victory over the Tyranids. Hansu's warband would then seize control of the station and, in a display of ruthlessness, slaughtered all aboard, as they commandeered the station's formidable missile array system to launch a devastating assault. A volley of 16 orbital torpedoes surged from the platform's launch base, followed by additional salvos, leading to a total of 3 being fired, depleting the entire payload of missiles upon the station. Each missile was directed towards the planet's surface, where upon reaching a predetermined altitude, they would unleash their deadly cargo, the Hereticlos viral strain, an experimental pathogen which would be dispersed into Tarsis Ultra's atmosphere. This virulent rain caused catastrophic damage as insidious microbes began to ravage the planet's indigenous and Xenos vegetation. Tarsis Ultra, which had already been scarred by the Xenos known as the Tyranids, now faced further devastation. The alien flora left behind by the Tyranids had already tainted the planet's ecology and left it barely standing. Towering spears of grotesque alien vegetation had choked the natural landscape, and its invasive flora was spreading uncontrollably. This invasive plant life consumed the nutrients from their soil and generated hyper-fertile spores, which would further the Tyranids' deadly plans, even if there were no Tyranids left on the planet proper. And this horrible viral alien contamination would be made worse by the experimental virus released by Hansu. The Hereticus virus, a biological agent conceived from the fragmented researches of Magos Heracles of the Adeptus Mechanicus was originally designed to revolutionize agriculture on agri-worlds by exponentially increasing the crop yield. However, in the context of Hanzu's wrath, this agent became an unprecedented tool of devastation. Upon its release into the atmosphere, this strain catalyzed and immediately led to an uncontrollable response from the plant life and the existing flora. Alien growths surged uncontrollably across the planet, expanding by kilometers within seconds. The rapid proliferation of mutant plant life drained the nutrients from the soil and emitted excessive heat, causing the planet's ambient temperature to quickly soar. As this viral strain accelerated the growth of the monstrous plants, spore chimneys would emerge, voraciously consuming the oxygen on the planet and progressively stripping away the planet's atmospheric layers. Unlike the swift obliteration of an exterminatus, this was a protracted ecological annihilation on a global scale. Despite the distress signals that were broadcasted into the Immaterium, only the wealthy, influential, or the cunning would be able to manage to escape on makeshift starcraft. In the wake of this catastrophic assault, billions were left behind, and within weeks, the planet's atmosphere was depleted by the voracious alien flora. The resulting exposure to the hard stellar radiation would extinguish all remaining life, and the scorched, desolate remains of the surface became permanently barren. In the aftermath, an explorator team led by Magos Locard of the Adeptus Mechanicus and accompanied by Skitarii forces ventured onto the dead world to investigate, guided by a solitary beacon which was discovered on the battered orbital torpedo. Upon extracting the payload, the Magos uncovered a cracked helmet. Its deep blue color, once vibrant, now showed signs of damage. Its paint chipped, and it had one eye lens missing. The helmet they found was emblazoned with the emblem of the Ultramarines, and this would be a stark message to Uriel Ventress, sent personally to him by Hansu in order to ensure the cost of their confrontations was known. With his revenge now in part accomplished, Hansu was able to gear back into rebuilding his forces, which would lead Hansu into journeying into the Badab sector, a region infamous for the brutal Badab War. His destination was the heart of the warp rift known as the Maelstrom, specifically to New Badab, the homeworld of Huron Blackheart, the notorious tyrant of Badab and the leader of the Red Corsairs. Here Hansu sought to participate in the Skull Harvest, a savage contest orchestrated by Blackheart himself. The Skull Harvest was a ruthless competition where Chaos warbands clashed in a bid for supremacy. The victorious would absorb the ranks and resources of the defeated, solidifying their power within the Maelstrom. This would be held in the Arena of Thorns, a blood-soaked venue which would bear witness to grisly displays of decapitated heads mounted on spikes, macabre, torn-up corpses arranged all around, painted with the deepest crimson blood of Space Marines and mortals alike. A truly macabre testament to the carnage that would unfold within its confines, which was a contest that promised glory and power to the victor, but demanded relentless bloodshed and the elimination of the weak. Hansu, now driven by a singular vision of vengeance, was determined to emerge as a sole champion. And over the course of this contest, his forces would expand dramatically, swelling to approximately 5,000 soldiers, a formidable army which included an array of armored units, war machines, and a diverse collection of Xenos and Corsair troops. With the allegiance of 17 warbands now under his command, Hansu's growing power was undeniable. Yet the Skull Harvest had not reached its conclusion, and the tyrant's decree was clear. Only one champion would stand victorious at the end. As the fourth day of this contest drew close, only 3 champions remained. Hansu's Iron Warriors, Bashdog Uvent, the bloodthirsty champion of the blood god Khorne, who commanded a formidable force of 6,000 warriors, and Notha Estasi, the champion of the pleasure god Slaanesh, leading a warband of 5,000. As the final confrontation loomed, then would come the final day of the Skull Harvest, and the three champions would enter the arena, wielding whatever weapon they would choose, as they prepared for the ultimate confrontation. This stage of the battle was a test of endurance and tactical acumen, where each warrior sought to deceive and exploit any signs of weakness or hesitation in their opponents. Hansu, however, was undeterred by the spectacle, and his focus was singular. The contest was simply a means to an end, one that drove him revenge and dominance. In the climactic showdown, Warpsmith Hansu was quickly able to eliminate the Slaaneshi champion, leaving him to face the Berserk Khornate champion. The ensuing battle was brutal, and in a display of savagery, Hansu managed to shatter the Khornate's warrior's weapon, leading them into a desperate, blood-soaked melee. Despite the ferocity of the Khornate champion's attacks, which in multiple occasions did overwhelm Hansu, the Warsmith managed to exploit the tiniest, most crucial moment, and in a decisive maneuver, Hansu used the necrodermis arm he had taken from the Ultramarine to rip a jagged wound into the Khornate champion's neck, who would then slowly begin to bleed to death. And in this moment, a defector from Hansu's ranks seized his opportunity, plunging his own sword into the Khornate champion's chest, piercing his armor to the back. Seeing his opportunity, Hansu did not allow the Khornate warrior any respite, as he delivered a crushing blow with his axe, shattering the warrior's shoulder guard and cleaving the champion of the blood god from collarbone to pelvis. In order to fulfill the fallen champion's last request, Hansu decapitated him and sent his skull to the blood god. Emerging as a sole victor, Hansu now left Nubadab with an unprecedented force of nearly 17,000 Chaos Warriors, all bound to his cause by blood and the oaths they took to the Tyrant of Badab. An oath that they would fear breaking as much as they would fear standing against Abaddon the Despoiler, due to the power the Blackheart held. As Hansu's starship ascended from Nubadab, it was accompanied by an array of vessels gifted to him by the Tyrant of Badab, all intended for the purposes of waging war against the Imperium. In addition to this, abominable fleet of corsairs and renegades would also be gifted to Hansu. With his forces now bolstered and his fleet expanded, it appeared that the Iron Warriors under Warsmith Hansu would set their course for the eastern fringe of the realms of Ultramar, prepared to extract his vengeance upon his sworn enemies. Assembling his forces with meticulous precision, Warsmith Hansu prepared to enact his plan with a vengeance, targeting Captain Uriel Ventress by initiating the catastrophic invasion of Ultramar in 999 M41. At the heart of this audacious campaign was the formidable demon prince Makar the Reborn, a being of malevolent power who had once been Malag Kartoth, a dark apostle of the Word-Bearers during the Horus Heresy. Hansu capitalized on Makar's deep-seated animosity towards the Ultramarines in order to secure the assistance of Abaddon the Despoiler's seer, Morginia. This alliance would facilitate the liberation of Makar's spirit from its imprisonment, with the warp core of the Star Fort indomitable, a stronghold captured by Chapter Master Marnius Calgar and encased in the warp in 935 M41. With the fort under the control of Hansu, he would be able to free Makar fully, who would then possess the armored dreadnought chassis of Brother Altan of the Ultramarines, who had been previously tasked with guarding the fort. The Demon Prince utilized Altran's once sacred shell to manifest into the material universe. As Hansu's invasion commenced, he would assault the arid imperial agri-world of Tartus. Makar, leveraging his new freedom, bound the Indomitable to a warp gate and summoned a vast army of demons, unleashing them upon the planet's cities and slaughtering its entire population. In a strategic maneuver, Hansu lured the Ultramarines into a deadly trap, the capital city of Axum, nearly obliterating Captain Uriel Ventress's entire 4th Company. Following their victory on Tartanus, Hansu's fortress turned their attention to the imperial ocean world of Kalasar, as Makar swiftly assumed the position of shared commander of the Chaos Army, leading the initial strike as the vicious Chaos champions contended for supremacy. The Demon Prince designated Hansu's forces as Bloodborne, a term that only fueled the Warsmith's resentment. Under Makar's command, the Chaos forces were assigned various strategic targets. Makar's influence then directed Hansu to Calth, Ventress's homeworld, with the explicit orders to annihilate the tomb of Venatus. Venatus was a revered Ultramarines captain who had previously slain Makar when the Demon Prince was still a mortal Dark Apostle. The tomb's sanctity was imbued with power due to the Imperial faith, which rendered it a place that Makar could not approach, no matter how much he tried. Guided by a clone known as the Newborn, Hansu and his ally, Cordas Grendel, pinpointed the tomb's location within the cavernous Draconi on Calth. As they prepared to desecrate the tomb, Hansu grew suspicious over Makar's aversion to the world, which led him to conduct a further investigation, and his inquiries revealed a hidden artifact, a combat knife known as the Shard of Eberus, buried with the long-dead Ultramarines captain. This revelation suggested a deeper significance to Makar's reluctance, indicating that the artifact might hold some vital importance or power that could influence the demon's actions, potentially even binding him to servitude. As Hansu uncovered the true nature of the combat knife, the Shard of Eberus, he realized its profound significance. The seemingly unbreakable blade was imbued with centuries of unwavering Imperial faith, which led to its potential to inflict a grave and permanent wound upon Demon Prince Makar. However, before the Warsmith could even leverage his newfound asset, the situation deteriorated dramatically. Captain Uriel Ventress and a command squad of Ultramarines arrived at the scene and launched a determined assault against Hansu's forces. Tasked with eliminating Ventress, the Newborn, Hansu's corrupted clone of Ventress, engaged in combat against his Ultramarine counterpart. Despite his efforts, Ventress would prevail over the Newborn in a fierce confrontation. As the battle raged, Hansu's forces found themselves besieged, not only by Ultramarines, but also by what appeared to be the spectral manifestations of Captain Venatus and other revived Ultramarines who were rising from their tombs. Overwhelmed and facing the collapse of his revenge-driven campaign, Hansu would resort to a drastic maneuver. He activated the explosives intended to obliterate the tomb, which triggered a massive explosion and buried Ventress along with his squad under tons of rubble. Despite the catastrophic blast and the subsequent cave-in, Ventress and almost the entirety of his squad survived. The aftermath of this explosion yielded no trace of Hansu's body. However, circumstantial evidence suggested that the elusive Iron Warrior might have escaped yet again, as a drill machine employed by the Iron Warriors to access the tomb's complex had also vanished, further supporting the theory that Hansu had evaded demise by the skin of his teeth. Meanwhile, Makar, though having survived the imminent fallout, was ultimately confronted by Marneus Calgar on the planet Talsus. The Demon Prince's fate was sealed when Marneus Calgar, wielding the Shard of Eberus, obliterated Makar's essence, erasing him from existence. This was a grim retribution for the Demon Prince's actions, who had originally been slain by the very same blade during the Horus Heresy. The final event of galactic import that the Iron Warriors would take part in would be known as the Grand Siege. Having meticulously analyzed the defenses of Segmentum Obscurus through a combination of advanced remote scrying and relentless interrogations of captured loyalists, along with the vast network of technocultist informants, Perturabo amassed a comprehensive understanding and analysis of the strengths and vulnerabilities of Segmentum Obscurus. When Cadia succumbed to the might of Warmaster Abaddon during the 13th Black Crusade, and the Cicatrix Maledictum rent the galaxy asunder, Perturabo seized his opportunity to execute a grand, multifaceted strategy, mobilizing the vast armies that were strictly loyal to him Numbering in the thousands, Perturabo orchestrated a campaign of unprecedented scale and ferocity. His plan was to use his Iron Warriors to set in motion a massive blockade of the Imperium. Iron Warriors, augmented by fearsome demon engines and formidable artillery batteries, would embark on a series of sieges against Imperial worlds who had been previously impregnable. These worlds would now be subjected to the Iron Warriors, the true Iron Warriors, those loyal to Perturabo, and would teeter on the brink of utter devastation. Perturabo's assault has been currently marked by a sheer scale and grandeur that it has made many within the Imperium question if they're even part of a synchronized whole, or if they're just a multitude of synchronized warbands taking the best opportunity they have to win, which has forced even the most fortified bastions of the Imperium to confront their vulnerabilities. This massive siege has not only showcased that the Iron Warriors are truly brilliant in the implementation of tactics when under the command of their Primarch, but it also delivered a stark reminder to the menace which are the forces of chaos. The White Scars, who refer to themselves as the Horde of Jagatai and were initially known as the Star Hunters during the dawn of the Great Crusade, stand as one of the most venerated Loyalist Space Marine chapters. One of the illustrious first founding chapters of the Adeptus Astartes, their reputation precedes them across the Imperium of Man, where they are both feared and respected for their unparalleled expertise in mobile warfare. Renowned as the indisputable masters of lightning strike and hit-and-run tactics, the White Scars are particularly adept at employing Astartes assault bikes as their weapon of choice, with their ranks boasting significantly higher proportions of bike squads than any other chapter. These battle-hardened warriors will even bear ritual scars of honor, all the while fighting with ferocity and cunning of the nomadic steppe tribes from which they hail. Their homeworld, Mundus Planus, known to them as Chagorus, shaped their savage prowess. Their White Scars will descend upon their enemies with a terrifying speed, delivering relentless and ruthless strikes with an efficiency few dare match within the Imperium. As the successors of the official 5th Space Marine Legion, the White Scars draw their recruits from the most savage nomad tribes of Chagorus. Emulating the warlike spirits of the steppes, they employ swift and devastating assaults, using the fastest vehicles at their disposal. With hearts ablaze, they sally forth into battle with a cry of "For the Emperor" and the Khan on their lips, as they employ assaults with the fury of the storm. The Primarch of the White Scars is the formidable Jagatai Khan, a warrior of unmatched prowess, and one of, if not the single fastest Primarch. And he would be noted as the only leader capable of uniting the wild tribes of the Chagoran steppes under a single banner. Before the Great Crusade reached Chagorus, Jagatai had already forged a rather powerful kingdom, bringing all the nomadic tribes together against their city-dwelling oppressors of the Palatine Empire. The steppes would run red with blood of those who dared wrong them, as Jagatai and his warriors united under black horsehair banners as they extracted their pound of flesh as vengeance. As the cities of Chagorus fell, their armies would be decimated and the tribes would claim the land as their own. When the Great Crusade finally arrived, Jagatai recognized in the Emperor a kindred spirit, one who shared his vision of unifying humanity. In that moment, he realized that the reunification of all mankind was the greatest prize he could ever seek. The 5th Legion would then swell with the ranks of Jagatai's fiercest warriors, and the traditions of the Chagoran steppe would become deeply ingrained within the Legion. The savagery of the tribes would be infused into the Legion's gene seed, yet it would be tempered by the unwavering sense of honor and justice that Jagatai so perfectly embodied. The White Scars are a chapter deeply rooted in the teachings of their Primarch, as Jagatai Khan would notably hold a distinct set of beliefs that set himself and his legion apart within the Imperium of Man, as they revere the Emperor not as a deity, but as the ultimate uniter of mankind, a leader whose vision they are committed to realizing. This belief distinguishes them significantly from the majority of the Imperium of Mankind. which has led them to have a notable distance from the ecclesiarchy's doctrines, along with some issues with Space Marine chapters. For the White Scars, their mission is clear. They are the vanguard, tasked with annihilating the enemies of the Emperor in preparation for the future where he will rise from the Golden Throne to initiate a new Great Crusade, a campaign destined to bring unity to the galaxy. On that fateful day, they believe Jaghatai Khan will return from the void to lead them once more. Central to the White Scar's identity is the lightning bolt that emblazons their chapter badge. This symbol is not merely decorative, as it is an embodiment of the swift and devastating style of warfare, which is mirrored in the honor scars that each warrior proudly bears upon their face. These scars are not just marks of valor, but deeply symbolic, and represent the chapter's connection to the elemental powers invoked by their Stormseers. As long as these primal forces respond to the Stormseer's call, the White Scars are confident that they will remain nigh unstoppable in battle. The ritual scarification is a sacred practice within the chapter, as every White Scar, upon fully proving themselves and being accepted as a neophyte, will receive the ritual facial scars known as the Honor Scar. This mark is a rite of passage within the chapter, signifying the warrior's full integration into the White Scars and the acceptance of its values and traditions. However, one of the most profound aspects of White Scar's culture is their notable distaste and aversion of dreadnoughts. While other chapters may view these mighty cybernetic constructs as symbols of honor and resilience, the White Scars see them as prisons for the soul. To them, death should allow a warrior's soul to roam free in the afterlife, unshackled by the confines of a mechanical body. And the mere idea of being entombed within a dreadnought is anathema, a fate that contradicts their beliefs in a soul's journey across the vast plains of the netherworld. In essence, the White Scars are warriors who embrace both the physical and spiritual aspects of their heritage, blending the savagery of the steppes with a deep sense of honor and duty, as they remain ever vigilant, ready to unleash their fury upon the enemies of mankind, all the while holding fast to the belief that one day their father will return to lead them in the ultimate battle for humanity's fate. In the shadows of the long night and the turmoil of the Age of Strife, the Emperor of Mankind had embarked on a mission to unite humanity under a single banner. The horrors of the interhuman conflict and the ever-looming threat of chaos, along with hostile Xenos and the frailty of human nature, necessitated a bold and unyielding response. This response took shape in the form of the Emperor's grand vision to ensure humanity's dominance over the Milky Way galaxy. As a part of this vision, the Emperor raised new armies from the forces he had already unified in Terra during the brutal unification wars in the late 30th millennium. Amongst these forces were the Space Marine Legions, genetically enhanced superhuman soldiers created to be the spearhead of the Great Crusade, a campaign that would begin proper around 798.M30, with the goal of reuniting the scattered colonies of mankind under a single banner of the Imperium of Mankind. Each legion would be endowed with the unique genetic traits of their Primarch, which shaped their role in the Great Crusade. The 5th Legion, later known as the White Scars, in essence found themselves to be pathfinders of this epic conquest. These warriors were often the first to venture into uncharted territories, far from the bounds of the expanding Imperium, and they would be organized into small mobile units, leading the 5th to move swiftly and silently, probing the weaknesses of their enemies and delivering sudden and deadly strikes. They were a sharp and precise blade in the hands of a master strategist, Jaghatai Khan, their Primarch. They would be forged from outcasts into a force capable of single-handedly changing the course of history. As the dark days of the Horus Heresy unfolded, the White Scars would become subject of both suspicion and doubt. Their loyalty was often questioned by their allies and assumed by their enemies, as they had often operated separately and on the fringes of known space, far from the support and the camaraderie of their brother legions, while other legions built intricate networks of trust treaties, and mutual support, the White Scars would remain apart, embodying and embracing the traditions of independence and willfulness of their new home. This reputation for solitude and unpredictability made them both a prize and a threat for those who sought to control the Imperium. In their solitude, the White Scars would become renowned for their swift hit-and-run tactics, as they operated as a force upon whom the outcome of the Horus Heresy would depend. Yet this very nature made them a legion to be either courted or crushed by those who aspired for the throne, especially after the galaxy descended into civil war. With the overview now done, we will focus in on the history proper of the White Scars. In the annals of history, the origins and early campaigns of the 5th, known as the White Scars, would remain shrouded in secrecy and obscurity, as their legacy was often overlooked and has been veiled by mystery due to the passage of time, the bloodshed of war, and the inherent secrecy of the Legion itself. Yet within these early days lies the blueprint of what the Legion would ultimately become, a force feared and misunderstood from their very inception. The 5th Legion was set apart from their brethren legions, seldom seen amongst the massed ranks during the Unification Wars. However, despite their relative isolation, they were amongst the first to draw blood in the Emperor's name. The initial ranks of the 5th Legion were drawn from the tech-nomadic tribes of the Toleran Basin, a rather hardy people who had survived the harsh frozen wastelands in vast mechanized crawlers throughout the long years of the Age of Strife. Later, they would recruit from broader Terran stock, representing various racial and geographic origins. However, by the time of the Ulnar Crusade and the cusp of the 31st millennium, these Terran-born warriors would become a hyper-minority within the Legion's ranks. In the early days of the Unification War, the 5th Legion served as the eyes and ears of the Emperor's burgeoning empire. Unlike the 16th Legion, who often fought alongside the Emperor's other warriors on the front lines in the initial conquest, the 5th Legion was entrusted with a solitary and perilous task of seeking out strongholds of gene-wrought demagogues and warlords who ruled the war-torn remnants of old Earth. Numbering only in a few hundred warriors during these earliest days, the 5th Legion operated in small, highly mobile cadres, often consisting of fewer than a dozen Astartes. The missions they undertook tested the limits of their post-human physiques in ways unlike the battlefield horrors their brethren would face. Constantly on the move and far beyond the boundaries of the Emperor's expanding domain, the 5th Legion braved the worst of old Earth's desolation and landscapes twisted and broken by radphage, war, and psi-plagues. Places where mere mortals could not hope to survive became their most renowned treading ground. These warriors, in essence, charted the Emperor's rise to power, enduring what few others could, as they scouted ahead of the massed armies of unification, identifying and neutralizing the threats that lay in the path of the Emperor's conquest. In these endeavors, the 5th Legion began to forge an identity that would become defined by them as an elusive and deadly force, forever on the edge of the known, and always at the forefront of the unknown. In the twilight years of the Unification Wars, the 5th Legion operated at the fringes of the Emperor's grand design, a shadowy force which stalked the remnants of old Earth's warlords and decadent empires. Wherever they encountered strength, they would prowl the periphery, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. When they found weakness, they left only devastation in their wake. By the time the main legions of the Proto-Astartes would arrive, their foes would be already severely weakened and distracted by the constant presence and the relentless work uniquely suited to this grim task, as they were drawn from the clans of the Thuran Basin. These men had survived the frozen salt wastes of the north for centuries, as a testament to their fierce independence and the stoic resolve which would be integrated into the Legion proper. They had weathered the terrors of old night by isolating themselves amidst the sub-zero wastelands of Thule, where they would master the harsh dictates of survival. These were not just killers, they were machine smiths and expert survivors, traits that carried over to the earliest cadres of the 5th Legion. Once brought under the Emperor's banner, these warriors proved proved to be ideal pathfinders. Yet their independence streak often led them to ignore orders from anyone other than the Emperor himself, much to the frustration of a myriad of commanders. That, or a commander who had personally earned the respect of the individuals he was attempting to bring under his control. This trait, while a source of frustration for some of the Emperor's generals, was likely a calculated decision by the Emperor, which was in essence a recognition of their unique role within his grand plan. Despite their insular nature and the resentment it occasionally provoked, few would doubt the Fifth's efficiency and effectiveness in battle. Their fortitude and shrewd intelligence earned them the grudging acceptance and respects of the grand armies of unification. But their role was one without major glory, operating for years at a time, far from the heart of conflict. The 5th Legion would often go unrecognized. Once they had completed their mission in drawing out the enemies of the Emperor into a weakened position, charting their strongholds, and leaving them weakened and vulnerable, the other legions marked to claim the final victory. The sacrifices of the 5th would go largely unrecorded in the battle honors of the Unification Wars. Few now remember the Star Hunters, as the first of these companies was known, or the daring raids launched on the Alban fortress of Derbris, which paved the way for the initial invasions of that land. As the Emperor consolidated his stronghold on Terra and the surrounding worlds, the 5th Legion was amongst the first to depart the Sol system proper, as they were in essence shattered into 100 pioneer companies, each operating as a tiny legion in its own right. One such pioneer company was led by Captain Cornelius Dürer, as it ventured along a warp current known only to the few who dared travel far beyond Terra's influence. It was this first company who surveyed the mining world of Chthoniya, submitting the now infamous report describing it as a nest of serpents coiling in the dark that we would be better to destroy. Horus, the future War Master, is said to have remarked on this report with humor, recognizing the grim truth of it all, as he would go on to favor Captain Dürer and his company, often requesting their services as pathfinders for his own fleet. Amongst the greater generals of that age, Horus alone made a point of recognizing the pioneer companies of the 5th. In return, the Terran veterans of the 5th Legion accorded Horus a respect few others were granted. For over half a Terran century, the 5th Legion waged what amounted to a solitary fragmented campaign, each of its companies separated by vast distances, leading to their sense of unity slowly fading into the void. Their heroics, performed beyond the borders of the Emperor's ever-expanding domains, would go largely unnoticed by the lords of the Imperium. In these forgotten years, the foundation of the White Scar's mastery of hit-and-run warfare was laid, born from the stark necessity of their mission. Rarely numbering more than 1,000, they stood against the dark empires that loomed beyond the edges of known space, a brave few facing the terror of the outer darkness, with no hope of aid or reinforcement, as they struck without warning, raiding and killing with ruthless efficiency, drawing out their foes and testing their strengths and weaknesses, learning their tactics as they would be ever vigilant, observant as they learned, then broadcasting this hard-won knowledge, paid with the blood of their brothers, so that larger expeditionary fleets could deliver the Emperor's wrath upon the enemies of mankind more efficiently. In those early days, the 5th Legion lived by a single creed: each new day is a victory. Survival against impossible odds was the challenge that they faced, a challenge that they would meet with pragmatism and an unyielding willingness to sacrifice everything in the name of victory. Each battle would extract a toll, another brother dead, another war machine damaged beyond repair. As they fought deeper and deeper into the outer reaches of the galaxy, opportunities to recover their losses grew ever rarer. Slowly but surely, the 5th Legion was being worn down by the relentless pressures of war. Their own stubborn commitment to prosecuting it in their own way was in part responsible for this. For these warriors who had always struggled in the shadows of their brother legions, the very idea of asking for aid was tantamount to anathema to their very beings, a bitter pill to swallow which was far worse than the prospect of their own extinction. To live and die by their own terms would seem like a much better choice. Were it not for the sudden and unexpected discovery of their lost Primarch, the 5th Legion would have continued fighting until nothing else remained. But with the arrival of the Khan, the 5th Legion was transformed, their solitary crusade given a new purpose. Now, to understand how the Legion was transformed by their Primarch, we must go into the Primarch's own history. Jaghatai Khan, Primarch of the White Scars, and the Khan of Khans, carved out a reputation during both the Great Crusade and subsequent Horus Heresy. Unwaveringly loyal, his Legion would mirror his restless nature and that of the Berkuts, the great raptors of the plains of Chagoris. As the Primarchs were scattered across the galaxy thanks to the warp by the malevolent machinations of the ruinous powers of chaos, along with the worst mother in history, Jaghatai Khan's gestation capsule would land on the vast steppe lands of the feudal world known in older imperial charts as Mundus Planus. This world, which would later be identified as Chagoris, was the home of a society that had managed to largely recover from the great ravages of the Age of Strife up to a level of pre-industrial development. By the late 30th millennium, Chagoris had evolved technologically to a Renaissance-like state, recently rediscovering the integration of gunpowder into their weaponry. The dominant culture was organized under a feudal aristocracy ruled by a monarch known as the Palatine. Jaghatai was discovered as an infant by Ong Khan, the chieftain of the Talks, a nomadic tribe on Chagoris. Ong Khan, recognizing the infant's extraordinary potential, would adopt him as his own, anticipating that he would grow into a warrior of unparalleled greatness. Tragically, Ong Khan and his Kashing would later be slain by the rival Kurvad tribe in an act that demanded vengeance according to Chagoran customs. Despite his youth, Jaghatai already was the finest warrior of his tribe, and he led his people in retaliation against the slayers of his kin. In stark contrast to traditional revenge raids, which typically involved small-scale skirmishes or the theft of livestock, Jaghatai launched a single divisive campaign. Over the course of one night, he obliterated this tribe, slaughtering every inhabitant to their last, along with taking the chieftain's head as a grim trophy. This brutal act effectively ended the feud and solidified Jaghatai's reputation as a formidable leader and a ruthless warrior. Following this victory, Jaghatai was elected as a Khan of his tribe, as he pledged to unite the tribes of the steppe and eradicate the cycle of eternal warfare that had long plagued their existence. Jaghatai Khan, now the young and dynamic leader of the Talsarks, embarked on a relentless campaign to subjugate the disparate tribes of Chagoris. His strategy was both straightforward and brutal. Every tribe faced a stark ultimatum: submit to his rule or face annihilation. Given his devastating reputation he earned from obliterating the tribe that had slain his father, resistance was rare, if any. Jaghatai, however, was not without honor. Those tribes which capitulated willingly were treated with respect, and many of their members were integrated into his elite, Kashig, serving alongside him as the vanguard of his new empire. In his unification, Jaghatai Khan used both military prowess and an extraordinary, almost superhuman charisma to draw followers from across the steppe. He mandated military service for all Chagoran tribes, and strategically combined warriors from various tribes whose fighting styles may have clashed into mixed units. This approach was designed to dismantle old tribal loyalties and forge a new unified allegiance to him rather than to their previous affiliations. The consolidation would extend beyond military units to the tribes themselves. Jaghatai restructured, merged, and sometimes split tribes to foster unity and end centuries of constant conflict. His leadership saw the formation of a cohesive confederation under his command, leading to his ascension as the Khan of Khans, or the Kagan. One of his most notable achievements was the defeat of a formidable cult, spreading its malignant influence across Chagoris. Rallying a coalition of 10,000 warriors of the steppe, Jagatai led a dramatic cavalry charge against the cultists and their rudimentary black power weapons. Despite suffering rather heavy casualties, the tribe's charge was victorious, and they pursued the fleeing cultists with a relentless tenacity that would leave no enemy alive. Throughout the age-old history of Chagoris, the lands of the steppe tribes had remained largely unnoticed by the advanced Eastern Empire, which had controlled vast regions of their continent. This empire, with its towering cities and powerful princes, had viewed the barren lands of the steppe primarily as a venue for sport and hunting. After a decade of unifying the empty quarter, Jagatai's campaign faced a dramatic twist. He was ensnared in an avalanche, a cruel twist of fate that led to his discovery by the son of the Palatine, the emperor of the great Eastern Empire. This nobleman indulged in the sport of hunting empty quarter tribesmen, and unfortunately for himself, he had stumbled upon Jagatai in the mountain, marking the beginning for a new and unexpected chapter in the Primarch's storied life. The exact sequence of the events which led to this are not known in precise detail, but historical accounts tell of a lone survivor from a hunting party who returned bearing the severed head of the empire's leader's son, along with a message saying, "The people of the steppe are yours no longer." Outraged by this affront, this imperial leader mustered his forces and marched westward with his elite heavy infantry and armored lancers to confront the rebellious tribes of the empty quarter. What followed was a clash that raged for a full day and night, culminating in a decisive defeat for these imperial forces. The empire's forces, clad in heavy mail plate and armor, were accustomed to close combat with heavy cavalry and infantry, supported by light infantry. However, they were ill prepared for the swift and mobile tactics of Jagatai's forces, the Khan of Khans employing the same agility and relentless bowfire which had characterized his own tribe's tactics, and they successfully routed the heavily armored troops of the Palatine. The Palatine, barely escaping capture, was eventually killed as Jagatai's forces surged into the territories previously controlled by the Eastern Empire's nobility. This victory was a significant milestone on Jagatai's path to dominance, paving the way for his eventual coronation as a true ruler of all of Chagoris. Employing strategies similar to his earlier campaigns amongst the horse tribes, Jagatai expanded his control across the entirety of the continent. To every city, his armies offered a stark choice: submit to his rule or face annihilation. His reign was marked by a combination of cruelty and generosity, both openly displayed. To enforce his will and consolidate his power, in less than 20 standard years, Jagatai's empire stretched across Chagoris, ending the protracted conflicts that had plagued the planet. His rule established a period of relative peace that was maintained through the fear of total destruction for those who defied his laws. However, the world that Jagatai might have shaped in isolation from the broader currents of civilization would be abruptly altered when the Emperor of Mankind arrived. His intervention marked the beginning of a new chapter in Jagatai Khan's storied life, one that would forever reshape his destiny and the future of the White Scars. As it seems, Jagatai Khan's campaign of global conquest drew to a close less than 6 solar months before the Emperor's arrival on Chagoris M30. In a twist of fate, it was not a pioneer company of the 5th Legion, renowned for their exploratory prowess, but that of the Sons of Horus, accompanied by both the Primarch and the Emperor, who rediscovered this world. On Chagoris, Jagatai had achieved a remarkable feat, uniting the fractured tribes of the steppe and subjugating the entire planet under his dominant rule. This accomplishment rivaled any of his brother Primarch's early achievements, and the Emperor, recognizing his success, hailed Jagatai as one of his true sons. and an inheritor of the legacy he envisioned. Yet despite Jagatai's grand accomplishments, his destiny was irrevocably altered. Once a sovereign ruler and conqueror, he was now to serve as subordinate to the emperor's own grand ambitions. This transition was not an easy one for a man who had vanquished kings and tyrants across Chagoris. Nevertheless, the great Khan, with his indomitable spirit, would bow to the emperor and become his tool. Historical records often depict Jagatai as being awed into submission, but in his personal writings, it revealed a more calculated approach. Recognizing the benefits of the Imperium and the emperor's secular domain, Jagatai understood the strategic advantages of allying with the emperor. His decision mirrored the very ultimatum he had once offered the tribes and the cities of Chagoris: submit and thrive, or resist and perish. Thus, Jagatai negotiated terms that would ensure the protection of his people and a defined role within the burgeoning Imperium. From here, he would embrace the new challenges with a sense of private satisfaction, relishing the opportunity to escape the drudgery of governance and return to the battlefield once more as a conqueror. Despite his mastery of conquest on Chagoris, Jagatai Khan faced a steep learning curve with the advanced weaponries and war machines of the Imperium. As conflicts across the galaxy intensified, there was little time for lengthy introductions in Terran court etiquette or imperial history. The emperor's forces were stretched thin at this point, with increasingly formidable Xenos realms and cultures, along with the hidden remnants of fallen human civilizations. Although the emperor and many primarchs viewed the conquest of Chagoris as a testament to Jagatai's martial prowess, not all were satisfied with the brief introduction he received. These scattered forces faced a challenge that would have daunted many of his peers, but this was one that aligned perfectly with his experience and expertise. Emulating the strategies he had used on Chagoris, the Great Khan embarked on the task of consolidating his legion. He began by recruiting from amongst his Chagoran followers, those prepared to undergo the intense transformations required to become Space Marines. This new corps of warriors formed the bedrock for his legion's resurgence. Simultaneously, Jagatai issued a grand summons to the dispersed pioneer companies of the 5th. This call was broadcasted through astropathic messages and courier ships. However, it would take years to reach the furthest outposts of the 5th Legion. By the time Jagatai consolidated sons in 865 M30, nearly a decade had passed before the majority of the companies had been assembled on Chagoris, and still many remained out of contact, still engaged in distant campaigns well into the 31st millennium. When the disparate elements of the 5th Legion finally gathered in the skies above Chagoris, they were anything but a unified force. Each company had maintained its own identity and developed its own distinct culture, viewing the others with both suspicion and disdain. The assembly was a consolidation of isolated groups, each marked by distinct heraldries and traditions, gathered together in a foreign land by a man they knew very little about. On the vast plains of the empty quarter, Jagatai Khan witnessed this eclectic assembly, 1,000 different symbols and warriors from countless worlds, bound only by their shared genetic heritage. To forge unity, he integrated them into the Chagoran customs, combining said customs with the Legion's own culture. Through rituals and traditions of the Chagoran steppe tribes, Jagatai transformed the 5th Legion, the Star Hunters, into the White Scars. This process was marked by trials of blood, pain, and ritual scarification, which cemented their loyalty both to the Kagan and to each other. A pivotal ceremony within these was known as the Bloodening or the Ascension, which was used to mark the Legion's official reformation. This ritual was adopted from Chagoran traditions and was comprised of 2 main parts: a cut and a new name. In the expansive fields of the empty quarter, over 50,000 warriors participate, each carving a distinctive scar upon their faces. These marks varied in size and pattern, each symbolizing their allegiance. Amongst the Chagoran tribesmen, such scars denoted tribal affiliations, but for the new white scars, the exact patterns held little significance. The second part of the ritual involved renaming each warrior to signify their new identity within Jagatai's Ordu. This practice was common amongst the early Imperium's warrior societies, where such trials reinforced solidarity and loyalty within the new culture. On Chagoris, these ceremonies had long since unified the tribes, and Jagatai harnessed their powers to forge a cohesive fighting force. In the aftermath of the Scarring and Ascension, the newly dubbed White Scars were encouraged by Jagatai to engage in the noble pursuits of Chagoris, in a way mirroring the actions taken by one of the few brothers he was close to, Sanguinius. These noble pursuits included calligraphy, hunting, and the recounting of ancient tales. Jagatai melded Chagoran traditions with the operational ethos of his legion, not stripping them completely of their origins and traditions, but rather enriching and creating a new and unique blend of practicality and superstition, which at times would be noted as conflicting with the imperial truth and their secular doctrines. Jagatai's reluctance to fully align his legion with the principles of the imperial truth created no lack of friction between him and some of his fellow primarchs, particularly Lorgar and Rabut Guilliman. His discord highlighted the ongoing tensions between the Great Khan's distinct cultural identity and the Imperium's unified secular identity and vision. Following the grand ceremonies on Chagoris, the Great Khan led his now unified White Scars into their inaugural campaign. This pivotal operation marked their first collective engagement since departing Terra. The chosen battleground was that of the tumultuous Corlane Circle, a region notorious for its lawless and volatile nature. Decades earlier, the 103rd Pioneer Company, known as the Soul Hunters, had surveyed this region, and they had reported that it was a haven for renegade factions and hostile Xenos entities, which presented a formidable challenge to any invading force. The Cornay Circle was comprised of several feudal and/or inhospitable worlds, which offered few strategic resources or immediate benefits. Nevertheless, Jagatai Khan's choice of this area was rather deliberate and strategic. The Kagan's strategy involved pitting his legion against formidable enemies that none of their single companies could ever independently overcome, forcing them to win only through cohesive legion-wide efforts. To facilitate this change, Jagatai would integrate his elite Kashing warriors such as Qingza, Targatai Yingshige, and Hasik Nyang Khan into various companies, allowing them to lend their own traditions and knowledge of how the Khan operated into the Legion. These veterans were tasked with leading by example, embodying the Khan's teachings and setting the stage and standard for how the White Scars were to conduct themselves in battle. Of the 80,000 warriors that were dispatched to this circle, roughly 1/10 of them would fall over the course of 5 Terran years. This intense crucible of combat forged the survivors into a cohesive unit, their bonds solidified through shared trials and bloodshed. After this, the White Scars would be confronted by the Orcish hordes in the Singar, Mar, and Vorhigis systems, and they would deal with them by using the aggressive hit-and-run tactics that worked so well on the Chagoran steppes. Severely outnumbered, the White Scars' tactics leveraged their superior mobility and combat prowess to great effort. The deeper systems of the Corlane Circle presented a rather particular challenge, with companies now isolated for nearly 3 years before the Legion was able to secure the outer regions. Here, the Pioneer Company's original survival skills combined with the Chagorans' recruits' blade mastery would be tested to their limits. Unlike other legions who might have faltered or retreated to regroup, the White Scars thrived in this adversity. Drawing from their strength and that of their Primarch, they persevered. Jagatai Khan's personal involvement in every battle would become legendary. His daring and skill on the battlefield inspired his warriors to fight harder and better, just for the chance to fight alongside him. The Primarch's leadership transcended mere loyalty to the Imperium, as it fostered a deep and personal allegiance to the Khan and the thrill of battle. By the campaign's end, the Coronade Circle was secured, and its inhabitants would fall under the Great Khan's dominance. The brutal conflict had not only cemented the White Scars' unity, but revitalized their ranks. and gave them an identity all their own. The rigorous trials of the Colonnade Circle, coupled with the replenishment from Chagoris and Terra, revitalized the Legion. As they emerged from this campaign, not as the Soul Hunters or as the Emperor's scouts, but as the White Scars, who were merely no longer shadows on the fringes of the Great Crusade, but under Jagatai's command, they were poised to stand resolutely at the forefront of the Emperor's crusade, shoulder to shoulder with their brother legions. As the White Scars now returned to the Great Crusade proper, they did not do so as disparate pioneer companies, but as a formidable, unified legion. This era marked the zenith of the Great Crusade during the final century of the 30th millennium, and it witnessed the nascent Imperium extending its reach to the furthest corners of the galaxy. Here, the fledgling Imperium had overcome the formidable threats which lie at its boundaries, but new challenges would emerge, testing their supremacy. In this tumultuous era, numerous malevolent factions and defiant empires sought to claim what was rightfully mankind's and the Emperor's domain. The Legion Astartes would then be challenged with eradicating these threats, and the White Scars would distinguish themselves as prominent figures in this grand conflict. Despite their smaller numbers compared to some of their sibling legions like the Ultramarines, they excelled due to their relentless and audacious approach to warfare. These were the days of intense conflict and swift victories, which were characterized by relentless onslaughts against enemies too vast to quantify, whereas other legions relied on meticulous strategy and disciplined tactics. The White Scars approached their enemies with a fierce and unrestrained vigor. When encountering a weak or exposed adversary, they overran their positions with ruthless efficiency, harnessing their speed and ferocity to obliterate resistance before they could reinforce themselves. Conversely, when facing entrenched or formidable foes, they adeptly targeted weaknesses, paving a way for subsequent legions to exploit the devastation left in their wake. Although some perceived them as barbaric marauders akin to Angron's World Eaters or Lehman Russ's Space Wolves, or even the Revenant Legion of old, historical records paint a more nuanced picture. The White Scars were indeed pathfinders in both tactical and strategic realms, exhibiting a keen proficiency among the Legion's Astartes. Their methods, rather than being barbaric and brash, were bold and direct, which were the reason they often clashed with the methodical approaches of legions such as the Imperial Fists of Rogel Dorn or Raboot Guilliman's own Ultramarines. The White Scars held a deep appreciation for both learning and knowledge. Many amongst them were skilled artificers, philosophers, and artists, vaulting their wisdom as much as any weaponry. Their strategic insight was not merely a reflection of their martial prowess, but also of their intellectual depth. They were likened to the wind, omnipresent yet elusive, bringing both a fervent zeal for battle and a profound enjoyment of their pursuit across the stars. Sanguinius, one of the few true contemporaries of Jagatai Khan and the White Scars, famously remarked on the nature of the 5th Legion, noting, "They smile often and laugh when they kill." This vivid description underscored the complex character and fierce yet untamed identity of the White Scars, which was governed by the principles of duty and honor, defined by the Chagoran Code. Though they embraced a rather savage demeanor in combat, the White Scars were disciplined and bound by their strict code of conduct, which differentiated them from their more unsavory counterparts. Their reputation for cruelty and insolence was often a result of a misinterpretation rather than a reflection of their true nature. The White Scars engaged their enemies without mercy. They did so not out of a mere desire for bloodshed, but as an homage to the valor demonstrated by their adversaries. They believed in holding nothing back against a worthy opponent, a practice that stemmed from their respect for the nobility of combat. Their disregard for the strategies and protocols of others was primarily rooted in their belief that their methods were more effective. Rarely did they ever challenge others' methods directly. Instead, they let their results speak for themselves to the validity of their approach. The White Scars prized courtesy and straightforward honesty over rigid adherence to protocol, often finding conventional rules of battle ill-suited for the chaos of real-world combat. Nevertheless, they were uncompromising in enforcing their own standards and punishing transgressions within their ranks, never overstepping the bounds by accusing someone of another legion in the same way they would their own. Despite their values and skills, the White Scars often found themselves largely marginalized amongst their peers. Many of their fellow Primarchs viewed them with some amount of disdain or suspicions, as the other legions, particularly those of Dorn and Guilliman, criticized the White Scars' unconventional tactics and the Chigoran traditions that unified them. Jagatai Khan, known for his reserved nature and his preference for isolation, did little to alter these perceptions, maintaining his distance from those who misjudged his legion. Amongst his brothers, the Khan of Khans found solidarity with only a few. One of the most notable examples would be Magnus the Red of Prospero, who, like Jagatai Khan, was an outcast within the Primarch's inner circles, and shared his values of integrity along with blunt honesty. Horus was also among those who valued capabilities over appearances, and actively showed some amount of favor towards Jagatai Khan, as did Sanguinius, who was known for his diplomatic acumen amongst his often contentious siblings, to the point that during the heresy, Sanguinius would implicitly trust Jagatai Khan's instincts. The historical records provide scant details about Jagatai's interactions with the other Primarchs, sans some rather notorious ribbing given towards Fulgrim of the Emperor's Children. Often most records would reflect his infrequent appearances at gatherings where the number of Primarchs was limited. Much like his legion, Jagatai Khan was perpetually in motion, strategically placing himself at crucial points to influence battles and shape the outcome of conflicts. However, as the Great Crusade neared its conclusion in the early 31st millennium, the White Scars found their role diminishing, as the Imperium had at last subdued its major rivals and explored most of the galaxy, rendering the vast untamed spaces where the White Scars thrived increasingly scarce. In these final years, the Imperium's structure became more organized and significantly more predictable. The White Scars then would face a stark choice. Their thrill for combat and the pursuit of the unknown, which had once driven them, was actively fading. The prospect of continuing in a more orderly and predictable role left them with a sense of unending obsolescence. The Khan of Khans understood that the end of the Great Crusade brought with it a choice of profound consequence. The White Scars would need to choose between reasserting their old chaotic ways, a choice that would entail betraying their hard-earned achievements, or resigning themselves to a gradual decline within the new order of the Imperium. In the later years of the 800s within the 30th millennium, the White Scars had firmly established their reputation for certain types of warfare, which would become iconic to them later, as their legacy would further be developed in the 31st millennium and into the 40th. Yet their campaigns were not fought strictly in isolation. At key engagements such as Taurel III, Jakor Tau, Turklin B3, the White Scars operated as part of combined Legion Astartes expeditionary forces, collaborating with other legions, including the Ultramarines, who often found themselves at odds with the White Scars, and the Emperor's Children, whom's Primarch would often butt heads with Jagatai Khan. The battle honor of Arco, earned at a significant joint operation, would be carried by all these legions, including the now dubious Sons of Fulgrim. Through the tumult of the Horus Heresy and into the era of the Great Scouring, the animosity between the White Scars and the Emperor's Children would continue to build. A notable battle honor that would be recognized long after the Horus Heresy by both the Loyalist and the Traitor factions would be earned at Durin in 881 M30. Durin was a desolated world situated in the spine ward of the Morpheus Rift, which had become a battleground for a monumentous imperial compliance effort, where 3 legions, the Luna Wolves, the Death Guard, and the White Scars, assembled all under their primarchs, were sent to assert the imperial truth upon this region. The unity and scale of this force was in essence unprecedented in the Great Crusade's history. As the legions approached the gates of Durin's capital, they found them firmly barred and barricaded. The lack of response from the city's defenders was met with growing frustrations as Horus prepared to breach the gates with his mighty mace. However, before he could act, Kuleksen, a Stormseer of the White Scars, intervened with a foreboding warning which went as follows: "The shadow hangs over this place, the shadow of domination. Only death will sever the strings." Despite his warnings and the ominous counsel, the Primarch of the Death Guard, Mortarion, urged Horus to disregard the warnings and continue the assault. Horus, undeterred and filled with pride, struck at the gates with such force that they buckled inwards, collapsing in a cloud of dust. The legions would then advance into the city, only to encounter a scene of profound decay. The city's inhabitants were a grotesque sight, their eyes vacant, their mouths slack, their bodies now clad in filthy rags, showing signs of long neglect and suffering. As the legions moved through the desolate streets, the Stormseer renewed his warnings with an increasing urgency that was unheeded, since yet again his concerns were actively dismissed by Mortarion, who, due to his long-held distaste for psychers, mocked his insights. This time, however, Jagatai Khan would interject, insisting that Horus heed his Stormseer's caution. The Great Khan's intervention marked a rare moment of unity amongst the Primarchs, acknowledging the gravity of the situation and the potential consequences of their actions. As the legions advanced through the city, now much more carefully, it became increasingly apparent that there was a danger, in particular when a churning vortex of unnatural energies began to form above the city. As the vortex eye hovered directly above the city's center, they would hear a deep, resonant groan emerging from the gathered masses below. Retreating from the city, the Primarchs regrouped with their forces, and in consultation with the Great Khan's Stormseers, they would learn that Durin was under the sway from an alien domination which was originating from the warp. This domination was exerted through a series of extra-dimensional portals within the major Mesa-top cities. These Stormseers advised that the closing of these portals was the only way to end the enslavement of Durin. Thus began the campaign to liberate Durin from its Xenos oppressors. Horus appointed Jagatai Khan as the campaign's commander, a rare occurrence given the often fraught relations amongst Primarchs when it came to the leadership role. Although the decision was sound, Mortarion, who had a renown, deep-seated and almost irrational aversion to the use of psychers, would protest vehemently. As a result, the Death Guard, who served under the Khan's command, only did so nominally, maintaining a significant distance from the other legions. The campaign to free Durin stretched over nearly 6 Terran months, as Jagatai Khan strategically employed his forces, with the White Scars conducting operations across Durin's harsh terrain. They would face an array of grotesque and barely definable Xenos creatures, characterized by their bloated bodies, which floated on unseen aerific currents, multiple eyes, and lashing tendrils. To this day, some believe that these were manifestations of the Chaos God's power, rather than a Xenos species, as they also had the ability to unleash devastating blasts of warp energy, and it seemed these beings were also supported by throngs of mind slaves under their control. The Stormseers played a rather crucial role in not only locating these abominations, but neutralizing their psychic influences by dampening the effects of the Xenos domination. These Stormseers enabled the White Scars to engage and defeat the Xenos puppet masters. Though the battles did extract a significant toll, the struggle to emancipate Durn was a testament to the White Scar's resilience, their ability to lead, and their adaptability in the face of overwhelming and otherworldly adversaries. The campaign culminated at the epicenter of the warp-born monstrosities, the Mesa Top City, where the three Primarchs first encountered the Xenos Dominators. As the Primarchs would advance deeper into the city, the psionic waves would intensify their assault, as they grew even more formidable than they were before, as if it were a cornered animal striking out with all it had left. While the Xenos abominations they faced became increasingly more monstrous and grotesque. The escalating threat posed by the Xenos psychic onslaught threatened even the formidable Primarchs. Without the White Scar's Stormseers who adeptly repelled the worst of the psychic counterattacks, the situation could have escalated disastrously out of control. The very fabric of reality seemed to stretch and groan as the warp's unlight was seeping through countless rifts within the city's fissures, altering the city's very landscape into an abomination of otherworldly shapes and sizes. Buildings and streets' very geometry became Lovecraftian. Above them loomed a horrifying archway, and its substance was a grotesque parody of flesh that once might have been human. Beneath its archway was a void which pulsated with the raw, unfiltered power of the warp, through which emerged a colossal, grotesque entity. This abomination was truly vast, as it had a distended central sac, adorned with writhing pseudopods, and a multitude of malignant, all-seeing eyes. In a moment of grim determination, Jagatai Khan invoked an ancient Chigoran curse, vowing that this monstrous entity would not be allowed to exist or extend its dominion over the realm of his Gene Father. With his resolve set, Jagatai Khan and his brothers took their positions flanking the beast, while the remaining Stormseers' council formed a protective ring around them. Each Stormseer would pour their remaining strength into warding off the creature's vile kin. Imperial historians might speculate about the nature of the force capable of challenging not one, but three of the Emperor's Gene Sons. In the ensuing battle, the answer became painfully clear, as the behemoth unleashed an arsenal of devastating weaponry from its razor-sharp tentacles to overwhelm the Primarchs. This confrontation proved catastrophic, as within mere seconds, 10 Stormseers fell, as their minds were shattered by the behemoth's brutal psychic onslaught. The climactic battle against the Xenos Dominators of Durn would continue on, and some of the descriptions would lend many to think this was an early incursion by the Tyranids, as this confrontation would push the Primarchs to their very limits. Although their resilience was legendary, they were not wholly immune to the agonizing trials presented by this unique Xenos behemoth. Even Horus, despite his formidable prowess, was not untouched by the creature's relentless psychic assaults. The immense presence of the beast's mental onslaught caused blood to stem from his eyes in a harrowing display of his suffering. Mortarion faced similar challenges, despite his scythe being able to more easily cleave through the beast's writhing tentacles. The creature would attempt to dominate his mind and control his body, forcing the Lord of Death to his knees. Even though this happened, he managed to resist the onslaught proper, but the mental and physical strain on him was overwhelming. In the end, it was Jagatai Khan who brought the battle to a close. Thanks to the valiant efforts of his remaining Stormseers, Jagatai was rendered imperceptible to the behemoth's psychic senses. And while the creature focused its fury on Horus and Mortarion, Jagatai navigated around the bloated beast's very form, seeking a critical vulnerability. Much speculation regarding the possible consequences had Jagatai delayed his devastating blow still remains, and many ponder how the outcome may have changed the course of history had the behemoth continued its assault on the Primarchs and even slain Horus and Mortarion, leaving the remaining traitors down two of their heaviest hitters. However, such musings are academic at best, overshadowed by the reality of Jagatai's actions as he thrust his weapon upwards, piercing a vital organ within the behemoth. causing the beast to succumb to this fatal strike. But the subsequent release of the etheric energy would go on to nearly claim Jagatai's life. It was Horus who would then intervene, rescuing Jagatai from being consumed by the collapsing vortex of warp energy. Thus, the emancipation of Durin was achieved. Yet the victory came at a grievous cost, as the destruction of the behemoth and the sealing of the warp portals led to the immediate mental collapse of hundreds of millions of enslaved beings. These mind-controlled individuals had just fallen where they stood, their lives utterly extinguished. In reality, this outcome was merely a grim mercy for the inhabitants of Durin and the Imperium as a whole. Their continued existence under such alien abominations' domination would have been intolerable, and their deaths, though tragic, spared them from an even darker fate of an eternity of servitude. Later would come the Pale Emperor's Chronicle. The tale of the Pale Emperor remains largely shrouded in obscurity, known only to a select few, as it has not been immortalized in the grand epics by remembrancers or captured in vivid Pict recordings. Nonetheless, amongst the White Scars, the story persists, particularly when outsiders question the Great Khan's martial prowess, or the darker edge concealed beneath his smile. While the precise details of this narrative have been lost to embellishment and varied interpretations by the White Scars themselves, the core of this truth endures across all versions of this tale. In the latter years of the Great Crusade, approximately around 980 M30, a force of about 5 brotherhoods ventured into the remote recesses of the Mandragoran sector. The exact brotherhoods involved vary with each retelling, and the White Scars' own record-keeping only adds to the confusion. But one constant remains. The Great Khan, Jagatai Khan, led this expedition at the very fringes of known space, where darkness obscured the potential Xenos threats. The White Scars encountered several worlds which were sparsely inhabited by people of ancient Terran origin. These worlds, unnamed in White Scars accounts, were marked by small cities that had remarkably thrived at the sector's edge. Unlike many human colonies that had suffered in the dark age of technology, these have persevered and preserved a pure human gene stock, along with possessing technology comparable to that of the Imperium. Despite their limited size, which precluded significant resistance, the Great Khan's overtures for peaceful integration were met with hostility. Rather than being welcomed as kin or liberators, the White Scars were greeted as invaders, and their fleet was swiftly engaged. Jagatai Khan, a figure as much a diplomat as a warrior, had hoped for peaceful compliance. Nevertheless, he welcomed the opportunity to test his warriors against a worthy adversary. The vessels, now rising from low orbit, confronted the sleek White Scars cruisers. Evidently their skills had been seasoned by centuries of defending against raiders and corsairs. However, their numbers were insignificant when compared to an Imperial armada, and within a few exchanges of fire, they would be left burning and incapacitated. In recognition for their courage, Jagatai ordered their withdrawal. With orbital space secured, Jagatai Khan led combat drop pods onto the planet's broader plains, utilizing gunships and landing crafts to deliver his forces quickly and to begin to engage. On the surface, several thousand White Scars would engage the defenders, which were merely several hundred warriors, clad in massive battleplate and equipped with heavy bore cannons and beam arrays, resembling small tanks more than traditional infantry, allowing them to stand against Astartes on a nearly even footing. In a rare display of mutual respect, the two sides gathered outside the city's clustered towers. Their shared desire to avoid undue destruction was clearly evident. The ensuing battle would be marked by the thunderous roar of cannons and a cacophony of clashing blades as each side fiercely contested the field, while actively preserving the integrity of the city and the lives of the innocents therein. The formidable battleplate of the enemy proved resistant to much of the White Scars' lighter weaponry. It seems that they had access to a remnant of lost technologies from the bygone dark age of technology. Yet these ancient Terran kin could not rival the White Scar's unparalleled speed. While other legions might have engaged directly, the White Scar's vanguard, mounted on skimmer pattern jet bikes, employed the strategy of flanking and harassment in order to win, as they expertly identified and exploited weak points in the enemy's armor joints and power transfer cables, as they maneuvered the battlefield with remarkable agility. In stark contrast, the enemy's advance was rigid in lockstep formation, which led to struggles in maintaining cohesion while their heavy cannons scarred the terrain with immense craters. In contrast, the White Scar's approach was rather chaotic but calculated, with their jet bike mounted forces seemingly erratic patterns being expertly designed to fracture the enemy's formation and cohesion, isolating their forces from mutual support. Following the initial assaults, the White Scars would deploy heavy weapons and armored vehicles to systematically cripple the isolated war machines. As the battle wore on, the enemy's casualties mounted, and significant gaps began to appear in their protective formations. Seizing the opportunity, the White Scars jet bike squadrons shifted from skirmishing tactics to a concentrated assault, aimed directly at the heart of the enemy's formations. Leading this decisive charge was the Great Khan himself, Jagatai Khan, as his formidable presence matched the size and power of the enemy's larger war machines, and his blade moved with a speed which greatly outpaced their sensory augurs. Motivated by their Primarch's example, the White Scars intensified their own assault, isolating and decimating enemy war machines one by one. Following their hard-fought victory, the Great Khan himself displayed his customary mercy as he spared the cities of his defeated foes, as a gesture of respect and restraint. From the ranks of the victorious warriors, Jagatai Khan selected his 3 most distinguished individuals to act as ambassadors to the Enclave's ruler. These champions, emboldened by the strength and honor of the White Scars, would be entrusted with the Primarch's message: serve the Emperor and thrive, or oppose him and face inevitable ruin. This campaign would epitomize the Great Khan. This campaign was a moment that epitomized the Great Khan's preferred method of warfare, engaging in honorable combat, followed swiftly by a dignified surrender. Unlike some of his brothers who preferred prolonged conflicts and total annihilation and submission, Jagatai Khan was at his core a builder of empires, seeking to expand the Imperium with respect and fairness rather than sheer brutality. In a matter of hours, the Great Khan's emissaries were dispatched with the Pale Emperor, who was to return in a matter of hours. The Great Khan's emissaries dispatched to negotiate with the Pale Emperor were returned to his camp in a state of mutilation. This brutal response from the Pale Emperor's guards was a stark repudiation of the Great Khan's previous gestures of goodwill. Despite the White Scar's evident superiority on the battlefield, this act of defiance, driven by the Pale Emperor's hubris, ignited a fury within Jagatai Khan, one that his sons had rarely seen. That very night, the White Scars unleashed their weapons upon the unnamed city, reducing it to ashes. The Legion's vengeance was swift and unrelenting, as they burned the shattered city's towers and executed every last inhabitant. Their campaign of destruction continued across the worlds of the Pale Emperor's domain, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake as they advanced towards the Pale Emperor's throne world. Upon reaching the throne world, the White Scars faced the Pale Emperor's finest and most formidable war machines, and in the end, they dismantled these defenses with ruthless efficiency as they breached the gilded gates of the Pale Emperor's palace and slaughtered all within, sparing only one. In the midst of ruin, the Pale Emperor was found cornered upon his throne, and it was an emblem of misplaced pride. Jagatai Khan, whose armor was stained with the blood of the fallen and the ashes of the destroyed empire, confronted him in this final act of retribution. In a tense and chilling address, Jagatai Khan spoke to the defeated ruler, saying, "You have chosen this doom. You forced my hand for the sake of your own petty pride. I would like to kill you, to have your blood join that of all the others you have forced me to kill, but I will not. You will remain here, and let the others know the price of pride, that we shall not have to sully our blades again." This version of the tale recounted by the White Scars, is seen as one of the more revered retellings, as it stands as a great testament to the Legion's strength and a stern warning for those who might underestimate their Primarch or his warriors. Yet, an alternative account exists, shared only by the oldest Chagoran recruits. These veterans recount of a different declaration from Jagatai Khan, one which reflected a deeper and more personal wound within the Legion and its Primarch. In this altered narrative, Jagatai Khan's words take a more introspective tone by stating, "You have chosen the doom I could not. You have chosen pride over servitude. I would like to kill you, for you remind me of my own choices, but I will not. You will remain here, so that I will remember the price of pride and why we sully our blades with the slaughter of small empires." This version, while potentially being more close to the truth, casts Jagatai's actions not just as a record of vengeance, but as a reflection on the nature of pride and the burdens borne by those who wield power. From this point on, the relationship between Primarchs and Legions has a profound effect on each Legion's future. Jagatai Khan's most profound alliances amongst his fellow brothers were with Horus of the Luna Wolves, Magnus the Red of the Thousand Suns, along with Sanguinius. With Horus, the Great Khan shared a mutual appreciation for rapid and decisive assaults, and he felt a deep sense of understanding and acceptance. Similarly with Magnus the Red, who Jagatai Khan often felt like a fellow outsider, and Magnus along with Sanguinius would be the two Primarchs who would stand with Jagatai Khan in his defense of the continued use of the Librarius. This camaraderie extended into their respective legions as well, as the White Scars frequently operated alongside the Luna Wolves, blending the aggressive tactics of the 5th with the more consolidated approach and hierarchical structure of the Luna Wolves. This synthesis of tactics proved rather effective, though some Chagorans found the integration of the two legions into one operating force rather challenging. The Thousand Suns, who were known for their pursuits of knowledge and their cosmic subtleties, also found a valuable ally in the White Scars, sharing a mutual detachment from the broader Imperium. In stark contrast to these, the 5th Legion's relationship with almost all other Space Marine legions was fraught with difficulties, as the White Scars' interactions with the Death Guard and their Primarch Mortarion were noted to be particularly strained. Similar tensions extended to the Space Wolves Legion, whose reputation as the Emperor's executioners often overshadowed their interactions with the White Scars. The White Scars, who were marked by ritual tribal scars, were frequently misjudged as savages. This was a perception that deepened their sense of estrangement with the other legions. The White Scars also shared a rather notable sense of resentment for these misconceptions, yet they would remain steadfast in their identity and values. Unlike the executioners of the Space Wolves, the Berserkers of the World Eaters, or the supposedly perfect Astartes of the Emperor's Children, the White Scars prided themselves on their speed and their efficiency. Their refusal to conform to others' expectations only further fueled the misunderstanding and disregard from their peers. Rivalries amongst Space Marine chapters, especially those with roots in the first foundings, would become inevitable as time would go on. Such conflicts would become both symbolic and physical, and have persisted across millennia, far past the days of the Legions. The animosity between the Space Wolves and the Dark Angels is a well-documented one. Yet many other rivalries exist. One such notable example is the long-lasting tensions between the White Scars and the Raven Guard. Their mutual mistrust has endured for centuries, and it all comes from specific conflicts in the ancient past, such as the assault on Hive Lin Mei and the last march on the Sapphire Worlds. These conflicts and others have only intensified the discord between the bloodlines. The most acrimonious incident between these two was Operation Kronos, where the venerated Raven Guard chaplain would succumb to an enslaver's domination despite the proximity of a White Scars force that might have intervened. Such events have fostered a long-lasting enmity between both chapters, leaving them with a barely contained loathing that persists late into the 41st millennium. During the Great Crusade, the White Scars Legion, commanded by Jagatai Khan from his flagship, the Swordstorm, emerged as a formidable force on the battlefield. Their approach to warfare was like a bolt of lightning in clear skies. Much like a sudden and devastating storm, they struck with unrelenting fury. Their tactics, often characterized by swift actions and an unbridled passion for combat, were tempered by a profound, if often hidden, strategic wisdom that few took time to appreciate. This would be especially useful during the Ulnar Crusade. The White Scars, who excelled in the chaos of combat, adeptly navigating its unpredictability and exploiting their enemies' vulnerabilities, would act as the vanguard of the Great Crusade almost at all times. A relentless force that cleared the path for the Imperium's advancing armies, weakening enemies well before the main force would engage proper. Their contributions were critical for the many victories of the Great Crusade, victories that would have been elusive without their relentless efforts. The same mobile warfare tactics and techniques that Jagatai Khan employed on the steppes of Chagoris would prove invaluable on the battlefields, such as those of the Ulnar Crusade, which was the most notable engagement at the end of the Great Crusade, as a colossal imperial assault would be undertaken on the Orc Empire ruled by Overlord Uruk. Within this epic campaign, the White Scars became one of the linchpins for the Imperium's victory, as they fought alongside the Ultramarines, who were also supported by an Imperial army, by the large majority of the Imperial army, the Mechanicum, along with the Collegia Titanica. This monumental campaign targeted the single largest and strongest concentration of orcs ever encountered by the Imperium of Man, one that would put even the current Prophet of the Wa, Ghazghkull Mag Urukdraka's own armies to shame. Following the resounding success of the Ulnar Crusade, Jagatai Khan observed with approval as Horus Lupercal, the most favored son of the Emperor and the greatest of the Primarchs, in the eyes of many, would assume his new role as the War Master and the leader of all Imperial military forces. The Khan and Horus shared a rather notable mutual respect and camaraderie with each other, and at this ascension, the Khan was rather happy and proud of his brother. With the conclusion of the triumph of Ulnar, a grand assembly of Primarchs, commanders, battleships, and officials would be dispersed, all setting course for a myriad of destinations, and igniting the warp with the brilliance of their departure. The Great Crusade would continue, now led by the War Master rather than the Emperor himself, marking a new chapter in the Imperium's relentless expansion. The Council of Nicaea would be the next major event which involved the White Scars directly and had a long-lasting impact. As the White Scars prepared for the next campaign in the Great Crusade, a pivotal imperial assembly would be conveyed on the world of Nicaea. This monumentous event would be recorded in the history books as the Council of Nicaea, which was summoned by the Emperor of Mankind himself. Its purpose was to deliberate on the implications of the usage of psychic powers, as in whether they were beneficial as an asset or a perilous threat to humanity as a whole, and the Imperium itself. The debate over the use of psychic abilities was primarily shaped by three prominent Primarchs, who had significantly influenced the development of the Legion Astartes Librarius. Two of these figures are rather well documented in historical records, as being Magnus of the Thousand Sons, the most vocal advocate for the use of psychic powers, and the Angelic Sanguinius of the Blood Angels, whose support was more understated yet equally influential. In contrast, Jagatai Khan's contributions to the discourse on psychic abilities remains less acknowledged, but in no way less important. Despite having formulated many rules and structures for the Librarius, Jagatai's pivotal role in the development of psychic powers and the practices of therein within the Space Marine Legions would never be officially documented or recognized. proper. His insights and the influence he had on the psychic arts were only known to a select few, in particular his brother Primarchs. At this time, the broader Imperium was steeped in the belief of the imperial truth, a doctrine that asserted that humanity had transcended superstition and religious belief. Citizens were taught that what seemed like magic was merely a result of the burgeoning capabilities of the human mind. However, Chagoris and its populace, including the White Scars, maintained a rather different perspective. They understood the dangers of the warp and its potential for corruption. These insights had shaped their cautious approach to the use of psychic powers. On Chagoris, the use of psychic abilities was referred to as the test of heaven. The Chagorans had long been aware of the warp's existence and the perilous entities within it, a knowledge that had empowered their Stormseers in a similar manner to the Space Wolves of Fenris, who employed their own psychic power, despite what they may say, through the use of rune priests, although they would seldom acknowledge that these powers were derived from the warp, in a rather hypocritical manner that cost the Imperium greatly. The general population of the Imperium would remain largely ignorant of the warp and what it actually was, with only a select few being aware of its true nature. Thus, while the Council of Nicaea was a crucial juncture in the history of the use of psychic powers, the complex relationship between the Imperium and the Imperium's doctrines, along with the ancient traditions of the Chagorans, would be left largely unexamined by imperial scholars. The Emperor of Mankind, throughout his long rule, had chosen to shroud certain truths from the populace, actively suppressing any who thought they should seek out and reveal these truths. This approach was a source of considerable contention between him and his son Chagatai Khan, the Khan who held the most transparent view of the universe. Frequently clashed with the Emperor over the latter's reluctance to educate humanity about the true nature of chaos. Their disagreement was centered on the fundamental question of, can a vast empire be sustained on a foundation of falsehoods? The warp, contrary to popular misconception perpetuated by the Imperium, was not a being or a simple entity. It was a living, dangerous force, capable of both corrupting and or unifying humanity. The Imperium, in its willful, intentional ignorance, chose to remain blind to the true nature of the warp, a decision that would eventually contribute greatly to its precarious stability. Initially, Magnus the Red had opposed the integration of the Librarius into the legions, as he envisioned a future where every psyker could explore their full potential without the restrictions or oversights that would come of it. However, his vision was countered by many of his brothers, including Chagatai Khan and Sanguinius, who both argued that such unchecked power could be perilous and required stringent regulation. Consequently, they established a rigid framework to govern the use of psychic abilities, a measure designed to mitigate the inherent risks therein. In Chagoris, the practice of wielding psychic powers, referred to as walking the path of heaven, which was included in their Stormseers training, was understood as a necessary thing to be educated about to mitigate the dangers of the warp. They taught their psychers, known as Zagadin Arga, that deviation from this path could lead to the erosion of their very souls by the warp's corrupting influence. As the debates over psychic powers would reach their climax within the Imperium, the future of the Space Marine Legions would now hang in the balance as the Council deliberated. Some viewed the Librarians as dangerous witches deserving of eradication. Others saw them as nascent deities, and ultimately, the witch hunters would emerge victorious in this overall ideological struggle, shaping the future practices of the Imperium. During the pivotal Council of Nicaea, the debate over the use of psychic powers and the fate of the Librarius proper would culminate when Magnus the Red, the Crimson King, vocally championed the use of psykers and psychic sorcery, advocating for their potential to enhance the Imperium's capabilities. However, Magnus's fervent defense of psychic powers, coupled with his unrestrained rhetoric, only fueled the fears of his opponents. In large part, these were Mortarion and the hypocritical Leman Russ. His failure to temper his argument and acknowledge the need for reform within the legions contributed significantly to the council's outcome. In stark contrast, Stormseer Targatai Yasugi, a junior librarian within the White Scars, presented a compelling alternative. Yasungai proposed a third path, rendering the use of psychic abilities and the feature of the Librarius. Regarding the use of psychic abilities and the feature of the Librarius, he argued that psykers, if properly trained and disciplined, could be valuable assets rather than threats. His proposal emphasized that, like any weapon, psychic powers required careful handling and respect. The Stormseer's vision would include a rigorous training regime to harness the psykers' innate abilities more effectively, ensuring their loyalty to the Emperor while mitigating the risks associated with the warp. He also advocated for the strict prohibition on psychic sorcery, recognizing the inherent dangers of actively engaging with entities within the warp, originating from within the warp. Despite these reasoned arguments, the Emperor's judgment at the council was notably harsh. His declaration, heavily influenced by the long-standing frustration, would be heavily influenced by his long-standing frustration with Magnus's own personal disobedience regarding forbidden sorceries, which had been a point of contention between the two for years on end, led the Emperor to decree that, within the sole exception of navigators and astropaths, who had been rigorously trained and bred to be controlled and in essence were indispensable for the Imperium's continued functioning, the Space Marine Legions were to disband their Librarius departments. All Space Marine librarians were ordered to actively and permanently cease the use of their psychic abilities, marking a significant shift in the Imperium's approach to the use of psychic powers, sealing the fate of the Librarius and the Legions therein. In the wake of the Council of Nicaea, a significant shift occurred within the Space Marine Legions. The Council's decision to curtail the use of psychic powers led to the establishment of a new role, the Space Marine Chaplain. This position was created to uphold the Imperial truth, despite the ironic naming, and to ensure the purity of each Legion's adherence to the Emperor's command. Chaplains were tasked with safeguarding the spiritual and doctrinal integrity of the Astartes, reinforcing their loyalty and dedication to the Emperor. Jagatai Khan, reflecting on these proceedings, came to regret the fact that he was not actively present at Nicaea, as he believed that his presence could have influenced the outcome. Positioned alongside his brother, the Angel, and Magnus, he could have offered a warrior primarch's perspective on the Librarius. His absence, due to an assignment on the Chondax system, was a missed opportunity. The Khan had been dispatched just as the council was convened, and though he had the option to defy the War Master's orders, he chose not to, out of respect to Horus. His mission on Chondax tasked him with quelling the remaining Greenskins' threat from the shattered Orc Empire of Uruk, which was expected to be a swift and timely ordeal. The Khan and his White Scars Legion were poised for action against the remnants of the Warlord's hordes. This type of ongoing warfare was characterized by cavalry charges and a relentless pursuit, a familiar and appealing style of warfare to Jagatai Khan, who relished in the opportunity to hunt Xenos across. The White Scars embraced this campaign with fervor. The White Scars would embrace this campaign with a rather virtuous fervor. Their starships, adorned with the symbols of their legion, surged through the void, brimming with eager warriors, as the legion's commitment to hunt was seen by all as unwavering. driven by their instinct and understanding of combat. Jagatai chose to follow through with the campaign as a whole, despite the pivotal moment at Nicaea occurring in the manner that he would later regret. This exemplified his dedication to his duties, and his legion's martial ethos. During the cataclysmic events of the Horus Heresy, the White Scar's legend expanded dramatically. For over 7 Terran years, the 5th Legion engaged in ruthless combat across hundreds of worlds, battling the traitor legions and the myriad of chaos forces which would continue to spring about. Through this tumultuous period, Jagatai Khan remained steadfast in his loyalty to the Emperor. Unlike several of his brothers, in particular those who were close to him, he never entertained the notion of allying with the ruinous powers. For Jagatai, such treachery was inconceivable. The Emperor had wronged none of his sons directly or intentionally, and Jagatai was unwavering in his commitment to the Emperor's overall vision of unifying humanity under a singular sovereign rule. Prior to the outbreak of the Horus Heresy, the White Scars had been deeply entrenched in the grueling campaigns against the Orcs in the Chondax system, a mission commanded by Warmaster Horus, seemingly to keep Jagatai and his legion out from the battle proper for as long as possible. It was from this harsh battleground that Jagatai withdrew his entire legion upon the onset of the heresy. The news reached them at the Chondax system, and reports claimed that Leman Russ had turned against the Imperium, driven by his own enmity towards Magnus of the Thousand Suns. According to accounts, Russ had led his Space Wolves to annihilate the Thousand Suns, killing Magnus in a brutal confrontation. However, the Ruin Storm, a catastrophic warp storm unleashed by the Wordbearers during the Battle of Calth, had rendered further astropathic communication erratic and unreliable. The White Scar's own fleet of astropaths would therein struggle to decipher the flood of contradictory messages, compounding the confusion. As the Chondax campaign had drawn to a close, it seems that the first ominous signs of trouble within the Imperium would surface, in particular the early and vague reports which hinted at a significant upheaval. However, these were often dismissed as distortions of the Empyrean. Nonetheless, the unsettling messages weighed heavily on Jagatai, eroding his rest and intensifying his sense of an impending crisis. This would all get compounded as conflicting communications from Rogel Dorn of the Imperial Fists exacerbated the situation. Dorn's message urged the White Scars to return to Terra post-haste to fortify the throne world alongside Rogel Dorn and Leman Russ, now allegedly a traitor in the eyes of many. This ambiguity and urgency of orders led only to the heightened anxiety of the Khan's own person, especially since the Imperium now teetered on the brink of cataclysm. The unfolding chaos of the Horus Heresy struck with an intensity that confounded even the most seasoned and brilliant of strategists. The once clear lines of allegiance became obscured by a maelstrom of contradictory astropathic reports and secure comm bursts. Reports flooded in, many reports like the ones involving Leman Russ and the Space Wolves going rogue flooded in. Or was it the were the ones involving the Warmaster himself, allegedly taking out several legions and betraying the Emperor, to be believed? The White Scars were summoned. During this cacophony of chaos, the White Scars were also summoned to reinforce the Alpha Legion on the Axilius Nebula. Ferrus Manus, and information that Ferrus Manus had been purportedly slain by Fulgrim of the Emperor's Children would reach them almost at the same time that information that Mars and the Mechanicum had revolted against the Emperor. The origins of these messages varied widely. Some bore chronomarks from many months past. Others seem to have been dispatched only hours earlier. Amidst this whirlwind, the Warmaster Horus commanded the White Scars to enact retribution upon the Space Wolves, yet Jagatai Khan, ever the strategist, refrained from launching an attack on Leman Russ and his warriors without further clarification. In this, the 5th Legion would stand poised and ready, but their Primarch would be confronted by a fog of uncertainty, rendering his true enemies and the shifting loyalties of the Imperium beyond his reach. Then came a communication from Leman Russ himself, recently returned from the devastating Battle of Prospero, where the Space Wolves had clashed with their erstwhile rivals, the Thousand Suns. The 6th Legion's fleet, having regrouped at the Axillus Nebula, found itself besieged by the Alpha Legion. Horus had unleashed the 20th to launch a formidable assault on the already battered and beaten Space Wolves. The Alpha Legion, led by the twin Primarchs Alpharius and Omegon, it seems had long harbored some amount of animosity towards the Space Wolves, and particularly their Primarch, Leman Russ. The Space Wolves' scorn for the Alpha Legion's reliance on subterfuge over direct combat was rather well known, oftentimes belittling the Legion and their Primarchs as a whole. The Alpha Legion sought to exploit this discord that currently confounded the Space Wolves. Their aim was not only to confront Russ, but to delay him and prevent his contribution to the defense of Terra. Despite the sympathy for the Space Wolves' plight, Jagatai Khan opted for caution. The conflicting and contradictory astropathic messages had left him in a state of profound uncertainty, until he could unequivocally determine who his true allies and his true adversaries were. Along with ascertaining who had genuinely betrayed the Emperor, he would not commit to any side. With this decision, the Khan resolved to seek clarity elsewhere. While the White Scars prepared to depart the Chondak system proper, a formidable flotilla of Alpha Legionnaires would encounter them. This encounter was particularly disconcerting as the Alpha Legion remained an enigma to the White Scars as a whole, and they were unresponsive to communications, maintaining a deliberate distance as they amassed an imposing array of warships in a rather threatening manner. The strategic landscape was in turmoil, with the White Scars facing off in a rather uncertain standoff with the Alpha Legion. Despite their numerous attempts to establish communications with the 20th Legion, their command remained unresponsive. Under the orders of Jagatai Khan, the White Scars vessels were instructed to avoid escalating the situation. They were to refrain from engaging the Alpha Legion unless directly provoked, maintaining a strict perimeter to prevent the Alpha Legions from breaching the White Scars fleet's own defensive core. As the Khan pondered his next move, the Alpha Legion's blockade persisted with a particular precision. The Alpha Legion's warships mirrored every move the White Scars would do in such perfect synchronicity that it was actively uncanny even to the Primarch. While the Alpha Legion had yet to yield or pose a direct threat, their actions betrayed a clear intent, though what that intent was remained elusive. The situation would grow increasingly complex as the White Scars' astropathic choir intercepted official communications from Terra, delivered directly by Rogel Dorn. The message was unequivocal. The White Scars were to make an immediate post-haste beeline to the throne world for further instructions and clarification. This directive was starkly clear in its origins and its intent. The 5th Legion was commanded to disregard all claims of loyalty, particularly those of War Master Horus, who had been declared a traitor along with any legions that sided with him. Yet Jagatai Khan remained unmoved by these demands. He grappled with the resurgence of old resentments, the frustrations of being overlooked, and the burden of bending to the imperial decrees to avoid being dominated. The White Scars' frequent isolation from the broader imperial affairs had left a bitter taste, which led to a rather bitter realization. Their status as the last to receive crucial information had a rather steep cost. Now the Khan perceived the broader strategic game at play. The Alpha Legion's apparent reluctance to engage was not a gesture of friendship, but a deliberate tactic to sow confusion. By keeping the White Scars tethered to Chondax, the Alpha Legion aimed to disrupt their strategic focus and delay their response. The manipulative nature of the Alpha Legion was evident in these actions, as they sought to ensure the White Scars received Rogel Dorn's urgent call for aid. By stalling their departure, the Alpha Legion guaranteed that the White Scars would be aware of Terra's plea for support. However, the Khan refused to be swayed by these directives from any source, including the Throne World, which had only recently begun to acknowledge the White Scars' role in the greater galactic conflict. The White Scars were resolute in their independence. They were warriors of Jagatai Khan, bound by no one but themselves, and were now determined to uncover the truth behind the tumultuous messages and conflicting reports. The Khan and his legion would seek answers on their own terms. Only when they had ascertained the full scope of the betrayal and the true nature of the threats facing the Imperium would they act. The White Scars, ever ready to confront Xenos adversaries, embarked on a decisive maneuver. Jagatai Khan would issue direct orders for his fleet to prepare for an immediate departure from the Chandak system. Across the vast expanse of the galactic battlefield, the White Scars' escort craft were to execute synchronized movements, creating a protective screen against the encircling Alpha Legion forces. Their interfleet communications were severed actively, and incoming communications were blocked. The Alpha Legion had their opportunity to diplomatically engage, and their communications would now be disregarded going forward. The White Scars deployed their standard tactical maneuver known as the Zao, or the Chessel in Low Gothic. This maneuver, executed on a unified command of the 5th Legion's flagship, the Swordstorm, involved a full fleet formation designed to maximize the operational efficiency and speed of each vessel in tandem, with each starship in the Imperium's arsenal, as each starship in the Imperium's arsenal was a unique creation, with its reactors' secrets guarded closely by the tech priests of Mars, and shared only within the privileged circles of the Mechanicum. It seems the Primarchs were the only ones able to execute a significant durability. Fulgrim sought beauty and perfection. Similarly, each Primarch's preferences shaped their Legion's fleet, as it reflected in the countless and nigh endless refits and modifications done to each ship within their Legion. The case of the White Scars, their fleet was designed for a singular enhancement, unparalleled and unrivaled speed within the Imperium's vessels. The 5th Legion's Tech Marines dedicated solar decades to enhancing their reactor power fields and refining the maneuverability beyond the standard tolerances of even the Emperor's own ship. This relentless pursuit of velocity came with certain trade-offs. Frequently lamented the reduction in lance range, as it was well known that the White Scars warships carried fewer troops and dropships overall compared to their counterparts and even the standard vessels of the Imperium. However, these sacrifices were accepted as and intricate thruster formations, along with oversized fuel lines. This speculation contributed to a formidable fleet being